anymore could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, BlueChew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since BlueChew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, BlueChew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. BlueChew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Build your business with a partner you can trust. The Home Depot. When you join Pro Extra, you get lower than shelf pricing and dedicated support to help you streamline your business and stay on budget. Get dedicated pro support for supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. At the Home Depot, we supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot, how pros get more done.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams I went 0-2, they made the playoffs. That doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day, ain't it?
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. I am Nicholas Harry Callis.
And I am happy to pronounce the day Friday. That's actually not my pronunciation there. It's actually it's just the day. It's just, it's just coincidence. It's just time, right? Time passes. Now it's Friday. Either way, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be with you this morning. Happy to be talking sports with you. And that's about it. I'm a little tired this morning. It's been a busy week, and I'm excited for the weekend. I hope you're excited for the weekend as well. We got one more day, right? One more day. And then it's going to be Saturday, and there will be no responsibilities. At least for me. I hope you don't have to work on the weekend. But if you do, we have you covered on weekends with special sports talk programming to get you through the weekend. So stay with us here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio. Listen on the free Odyssey app. It's AUDACY Odyssey. You can listen online, 937thefan.com. You can watch a live stream on 937thefan.com. And you can watch a live stream on YouTube as well. YouTube.com. Search for 93.7 The Fan on YouTube. You'll find our black and gold logo, and you'll watch on there as well. So tell your friends. Consume us any way you feel comfortable. But, yeah, plenty of ways to listen, plenty of ways to watch. And it's good stuff. It's good stuff indeed. Again, 412-928-9370. If you want to get a phone line, feel free to call this morning. I got a few things to talk about Steelers related, so we'll get to those in due time. But 412-928-9370 is the phone number. You can talk to me on X if you so choose as well, at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. And I do check the YouTube live chat as well pretty regularly. So if you are, if you like chatting on there, that's a little less direct way to communicate. But nonetheless, again, I still check those. So, yeah, totally fine. If you want to express your opinions on there, I know a lot of people already do. But if you're one of those people that enjoys it or enjoys the idea of it, go ahead, get on YouTube and talk to us there as well. All right, so it's a little cold outside as well. It was like hailing yesterday, and I didn't really appreciate that because it's like aggressive snow. And you just hear it on top of your car. I mean, I was driving and I could hear the thumps of the small ice little cubes. Just bam, 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 all over. And it's still cold outside. I don't really like that. I'm ready for baseball season. I'm ready for warm weather. I'm ready to transition towards summer. I'm ready to, kind of ready to push the clocks forward. I still think daylight savings is a nasty thing, but I guess we still have it, right? We're going to push forward at least one more time. We're going to spring forward to daylight savings time. So, yay to that. Or not. I mean, sarcastic yay. Not looking forward to it. But that's coming up in March. We're gonna push the clocks forward. Yeah, not looking forward to that. I got a whole take on daylight savings. I don't really want to spend time talking about that today. It's more like a Monday or Tuesday topic. I want to make sure I stick to sports on a Friday, keep you pumped up. And nobody wants to hear me complain about daylight savings. So let me complain about the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll do that. 412-928-9370, again, is the phone number. And my X account is another way to get to me. Just tag me in a post at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. So, there's a couple different directions I kind of want to pull this. Because yesterday I wanted to talk about George Pickens and whether, the Steelers should bring him back or not, whether he would make sense to, bring back. And, then I got distracted by, thanking all of you for the 15th anniversary party. It was a good time. And then I remembered after the morning show, they reacted to a lot of the grades that the Steelers got from the NFLPA surveys. And I'm like, oh, crap, I want to talk about that too. Well, you do both. Because, here's where I gauge things with George Pickens. We'll start there. It's like, do the Steelers want to win games? Unfortunately, from what Jeff Hathorn told us yesterday on the Fan Morning Show when they did his 9:30 interview that, I mean, the Steelers apparently are still efforting to win. There is no rebuild coming. Now, on the surface, I mean, you know what my opinion is. If you ever heard me talk before, like, I want them to rebuild. There's no amount of fun magic that could exist out there that's going to make me think that they shouldn't rebuild this season. Or this offseason, I should say. Or just set themselves up for failure to have a rebuild over the next few seasons. There's nothing they could do unless they draft perfectly and they trade for a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. There's nothing I'm going to look at and say, yeah, that's it. There's nothing that's going to make me go, yep, they're good. We're fine. I have faith in them. There's nothing they could do unless they do something that drastic that's going to make me have faith in them this season. Because they continue to stay just good enough. And so, you've heard me say this before. I mean, you listen long enough. I say it all the time. It's time to hit the reset button with the Steelers. And part of me wants the head coach gone. That's not going to happen. So now I got to think about, every other scenario that the Steelers could be invested in or be trending toward that could make them competitive. Because I still don't think that they're that competitive, and they need to do something more or less drastic to really contend this season. So bring back George Pickens. Yes or no? So here's the way I look at it. If they're trying to do a legit rebuild, no, you don't bring George Pickens back. But again, Jeff said yesterday, a bunch of other Steeler insiders that I've heard really are indicating that the Steelers, they're not rebuilding. They are efforting to win games next season. They're going to build this roster in an effort to win games. And that is annoying me. So what I bring, under the circumstances, with the perspective that they're going to win, or they're going to try to win, yeah, you bring George Pickens back. You bring him back. The only reason you wouldn't bring George Pickens back is if the team started to rebuild, because you don't want that guy on there. But if you're trying to put the best team out there, yeah, who cares? Bring George Pickens back. Who cares? There's some risk with his attitude issues, but also, who cares? You're trying to win games. He's one of the best receivers that exists in the NFL. He's just got a problem with an attitude that he has. But you bring back George Pickens, absolutely, if you're not rebuilding. And that's the way I look at it. And that's, that's a shame. I mean, there's no point, I'd say, in bringing him back if you weren't doing that. Because at that point, you'd want to get rid of him, clean house, move forward, and start a new culture. But there's no new culture being started here. There is no reason why you shouldn't bring him back. You have to deal with all the attitude issues, but so be it. You're trying to win games. Bring him back. What do I care? I mean, the reason why I didn't want him back before, I mean, it's all going back to the same point. The reason why I didn't want him back before was because I thought the Steelers were going to transition more into a rebuild, and I was having these discussions and almost trying to persuade them through the radio at 5 a.m. that they're definitely not listening to, right? But I was trying to persuade them, just having these conversations, talking about okay, they're going to rebuild, right? They've got to do something different, so don't bring Pickens back. That's the rationale. But then, a bunch of insiders say, oh, no, the Steelers are going toward winning still. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to not bring him back then. I don't know. You tell me. 412-928-9370. Because just in my head, and now maybe they would think that they're better off without George Pickens and his attitude, but in my head, like I said, there's nothing else they could do. There's no other move they could make where there's no other move where they're going to be able to win games or rebuild. It's one or the other. They're moving in one direction, which, again, I mean, if they're moving in the direction of the one where they're trying to win games, you bring Pickens back. Yeah, it frustrates me, but that's, again, that's where they're going towards, so you bring him back. Not on a long-term contract, and if he doesn't want to sign for short-term, let him go. I don't know how much more Steelers control they have. I'm not too brushed up on that specific contract information. But bring him back. Short-term, 1 year. Right, entertain that. Don't extend the contract. Don't give him multiple years. Just give him another year. Give him another chance. See what he does. Because I'm also hoping that if the Steelers don't play well, like, he's not going to make things better. Because he always seems to pout whenever the Steelers lose games. And that'll be exposed mightily if they ever start losing games. Now, again, Tomlin seems to will them to the middle. And we can't change that. Tomlin's not getting fired this offseason. We know that. So in that case, try to win. I mean, that's the opinion I have on that one. And just hearing all this George Pickens talk, I'm just talking about what the Steelers should do. That's it. I mean, it's as simple as that for me. If you're trying to rebuild, don't bring him back. Start fresh, start over. But since you aren't trying to rebuild and you're trying to actually win games and you think you're good enough to win games, 100% absolutely bring him back. I don't see much concern. And again, the evil part of me wants to believe that if you bring him back and he pouts and whines, he's not going to help the winning cause, and therefore the Steelers are just going to lose by default, which I kind of hope for. You know, if they keep trying to win. I mean, they keep trying to win. They're just like defying the laws of evolution and how usually sports work and how teams work in sports. Sometimes you got to be bad to be good. Most of the time, almost all the time, you have to be bad to be good. And the Steelers have just kind of been hanging around good enough, and they're slowly trending toward, you know, an organization that you don't want to respect. Like the Steelers or the Penguins, I have lack of respect for a bit because of a lot of the moves they made. Ron Hextall was the worst GM ever, and now the team is owned by a name of a group. So one person. It's Fenway Sports Group. It's rough. The Steelers are trending in that direction. I mean, the Rooneys are still going to own the team. That's the only difference. That doesn't seem to be changing. But yeah, I mean, it's like the Steelers are going to trend toward where the Penguins are going, which is the Penguins are also trying to be good every season, and they couldn't sustain that, and they slowly got worse and worse and worse. And now they've reached the bottom because they're at the bottom of the division, and they're the second to last team in the Eastern Conference. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. Talk to me. We got a caller on the line now that wants to talk. So go ahead. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, old German Rod.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy? Hey, I think you bring them back, but I also think they're a little crazy on the way that they're thinking because I see how they're talking about the draft too. They're saying about they want to go defense. I'm tired of them spending everything on a defense. They need to get an offensive line. It doesn't matter what quarterback you put back there. You don't have a good offensive line. You need some more wide receiver help just in case of the virus. And I'm talking George Pickens as the virus acts up. And how are you going to bring in another good wide receiver with an attitude guy like that? You have a good day. I'll listen to your thoughts. You have a great weekend.
Thank you, too. I appreciate the call. This is a good one. 412-928-9370. You out there can get a phone line as well. So, yeah, I mean, George Pickens doesn't know how to act. And I think at times has selfish tendencies, which are not good for the team. But again, you're not rebuilding. You know George Pickens. He's been there. He's done that. Players know him. He's part of the culture, unfortunately. And he's part of the Steelers stereotype where, the offense pouts, right? That's been a theme for a lot of Steelers offensive players is that they pout. The wide receivers, the biggest and best wide receivers the Steelers have had, they've pouted, right? And that's just the thing that happens. So he fits the current culture. You're trying to change the culture, change the coach, maybe lose a combination of those goals you're trying to strive for, then you don't want Pickens around. You want to start fresh. But the Steelers aren't starting fresh, and it's been pretty clear, and there's multiple insiders that say that the Steelers are going to still try to win and pursue moves and opportunities that can have them meet that goal of winning games next season. So I don't care what quote-unquote virus he is, which is a good way to put it because he kind of is. I mean, he's a problem that you got to deal with. He's no good. Right, but if they're not going to try to rebuild, bring him back. Why not? What is it going to hurt? You already know what you're getting. The players on the team already know what they're getting. There's veteran guys who, you're not trying to inspire. They can motivate themselves because they're veterans. They've been around. Bring them back. Why not? It is what it is. I don't see a reason to not bring him back if you're not going to rebuild. That's just the way I look at it. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Also, I do agree, too, with that last caller about drafting. It'd be a shame to draft overly on the defensive side. But something tells me that they actually may still do that. They may draft a good deal on the defensive side. Seems like next season, not this one, but next draft in 2026. When it's in Pittsburgh, they'll make some splashy offensive moves, and they'll do it because it's in Pittsburgh, and they'll really just build up on the hype. Quarterback class isn't great this year either, so I mean, if you're gonna get a quarterback this season, probably isn't the one to do that. In terms of just from the draft, it's not a good quarterback draft this year, from what I'm hearing. So, yeah. We'll see what they do, though. We'll see how things unfold. It'll be interesting either way. And I got more to talk about next. Coming up, the grades, player grades from the NFLPA, the survey that they did. I have some opinions on what that means and how much it should mean and how much change you're going to see from the Pittsburgh Steelers as a result of said survey. So give me a call, 412-928-9370 if you want to participate. You're welcome to. I encourage participation from anybody and everybody that's up at this hour. Again, give me a call. One more time. It's 412-928-9370. Get your phones out. Get on the phone line and talk to me this morning. We'll chat and we can talk about anything Pittsburgh sports related. But I'm ready to talk about those NFLPA surveys coming up next. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews clearing an accident on the westbound side of the Southern Beltway in South Fayette Township. Watch for possible slowdowns past that accident approaching the McDonald interchange. A delay in opening up the HOV lanes alongside the Parkway North. Plus, we do have an incident on the ramp from the Turnpike to the Parkway East at the Monroeville interchange. Traffic could be a bit slow heading past there. Parkways East and West on the inbound side just fairly steady into their respective tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your old or broken phone can let you down when you need it most.
Perfect.
But at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get the most for it, up to $2,000 in value, for an amazing new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and a new line on My Plan, and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. That's like a 3-for-1. And you can get it on any plan. At Verizon, trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. The other guys won't give you that. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad. Up to $2,000 value based on iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Right now at all number 1 Cochrane locations, it's Show Me the Savings Time with their most dazzling auto show offers ever. Find leases as low as $139 a month. Get financing from 0%. Or enjoy savings up to $25,500 off MSRP. Plus choose from new vehicles starting under $19,000 with more than 175 models under $25,000. Come see number 1 Cochrane Auto Show offers now during Show Me the Savings Time. Visit a location near you or shop online at Cochrane.com. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer. Cost per $1,000. Finance varies with vehicle, APR, and term length. Ultra-low mileage leases may include mileage overage fees. Excludes acquisition, tax, plate, license, and dock fees. May not stack with other offers. In stock while supplies last. See dealer for details.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR. Or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR, 4247, or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In the past 10 years, the weight loss industry has seen it all. New medications, fad diets, sculpting, and still Awaken 180 continues to stand alone as the proven solution for weight loss. Results at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local Type 1 diabetes support network today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Mitch Keller. Just 27 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
They know how to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan of the Morning Show. It's Friday. I'm excited for the weekend. I need some rest. I'm feeling kind of tired this morning, not going to lie. But I'll keep the energy up just for you out there. Get a phone line while you can, 412-928-9370. Wanted to address those player grades real quick that the NFLPA administers after a survey that they give the players and the coaches in the NFL. Steelers still no good at facilities. Our facilities are among the worst in the NFL, according to the survey. And also, ownership, not a great grade. Art Rooney was not graded as among some of the better owners who make the staff and players feel like they care. That's not great. Strength and conditioning also toward the bottom, which makes sense considering that Russell Wilson got injured, remember, before camp because he was pushing a sled in a workout, and he shouldn't be pushing a sled. So how much do these really matter, though? I mean, you feel like you get the answer with strength and conditioning because there was a big story that happened out there that Russell Wilson got hurt last offseason, and that was no good. Apparently the nutritionist isn't around either as much as players would like, which is not great. I thought Doran brought a good perspective yesterday on the morning show, because you don't think of things as athletes if you're not in it, But Doran talked about the importance of just getting the little things right for players and making them as comfortable as possible. And the Steelers, they don't seem to do that. They don't seem to want to make the players as comfortable as possible, and that reflects, I think, in the grades. Also, Mike Tomlin got an A, and Doran had that perspective as well yesterday. Crowley was talking about that a little bit too yesterday. The opinion I agree with. If you like a coach, you're going to give the coach a good grade, but just because you like somebody doesn't mean that they're the best coach for you. So there's that. And, other teams too, other successful teams also had a lower grade in some of these categories too. So do these surveys really matter? I'd say no, not really, because you can still win even if you have bad grades in multiple areas. And also, do I think the Steelers are going to be willing to make changes based on these surveys, based on the grades they were distributed? Also, no. So no change is going to happen, and theoretically you still could win even if you're lacking in some areas. So do these surveys really matter? No. Do I care at all? Not really. And they're just a talking point. I think they're just a talking point year to year. They're good internally for all the players and coaches to just understand maybe, hey, they're not alone. Their feelings are reflected among everybody in the NFL. But for us to talk about it as fans, does it really matter for us to talk about it? I'd argue not. It doesn't really matter for us to talk about it. Because, again, it ain't going to change. Steelers aren't going to change. And there's evidence out there that, again, you could be lacking as a team in a certain category, and you could still go out there and win games. So these surveys don't really matter. They don't. It's kind of fun to talk about sometimes, but not really. Not really. Doesn't really matter. With that, this show is over. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See our weekend features. Celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori, March 7 through 9, and Pittsburgh native and HGTV celebrity Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords, March 14 through 16. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Get the award-winning news and analysis you crave with the Post-Gazette Sports Experience. Dulac, Fittipaldo, and Bacco tackle the Steelers. Hiles and Destin cover the Pirates. Venzel has the Penguins. Carter and Thompson have all things Pitt. Plus columnists Mackey and Starkey in action from the Whitfield, Duquesne, and Penn State. Come for the behind-the-scenes exclusives. Stay for the NFL Draft and MLB coverage that's second to none. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Braddock Hills, Borough crews checking reports of some down power lines that are arcing at the intersection of Park Avenue and Adams Street. Watch for possible slowdowns and, of course, lane closures past the scene. In the meantime, the inbound parkways east and west mainly steady, a little heavy into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 from Harmer to the north side, and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North as well as the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I was surprised to not hear me go, Fan! Yeah, didn't have the mic on. Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. You're not turning mics on. Doran's walking in right when the show's starting. I guess I'm the only professional around here.
Well, mic was on. What are you talking about?
Yeah. It wasn't on.
Who are you?
I started saying Fan Morning Show pre-show and it comes out. The F was not heard because the mic's off. And then, well, that's where I ceased being a professional. Instead of just continuing, I went.
I was talking to Mel.
Start.
I was talking to Mel because she texted me yesterday and was like, "Can you please let Crowley and Callis know that I'll be sleeping here tonight because she went to the Whippy old basketball games, whatever, and I guess she just came right here." So you guys could, like, be quiet, not scare, or not get scared or spooked if you went back into the lounge. And I was like, go sleep in Christine Fallon's office. That's where I sleep whenever I have to sleep over. She was like, do you think I should ask?
No.
Like, I was like, no. I was like, their couch is awesome. So I guess they had our big boss Spack on to ask permission yesterday on air. And Spack was like, Doran does it all the time. You don't need to ask. Like, you don't need to ask permission. Just go back there and sleep. So she was saying and telling me how nice the couch was.
Well, I mean, frankly, we all work here. And just because it's somebody's office, I mean, is that their property? I don't think so.
Well, Christine's the nicest. Like
the nicest.
She's like, please use the couch. I'm like, you're fine. It's nice.
So she slept back there?
Yeah.
You pulled the audio already? Fastest turnaround in Nicholas Harry Callis history. I also love that you did not tell us that she was sleeping here. She asked you to tell us, and you didn't until just now.
Well, I knew that you guys... Well, I would have told you if she did sleep in the lounge, but she slept in the office. And I probably wouldn't have actually told you because we don't go back there.
No, that's like Pony and Muller zone.
Yes.
We prepare here. Starkey prepares God knows where. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, whatever it was, he was walking up the stairs as I was leaving, and he's doing what he always does, giving me a precursor, giving us the precursor to the show. And I lift my phone up to signify to him, it's 10 o'clock. And he goes, oh, so cute, because my girls are on the home screen. I was like, yeah, they are cute, Joe. It's 10 o'clock. Get the hell upstairs. What are you doing? So they don't prepare in the back. We don't prepare in the back because we're in here. There's no show that precedes us. So that's Pony and Muller, so we don't need to go back there.
No, and it looks like it's like, there's three. It looks like my sons, like, in the basement, that lived in the basement.
Yes.
Like, my sons, if they were to live in the basement for a couple of years, that's what it would look like.
Just to cruise all of Pony's crap.
It is a mess.
Yeah. Now, I can't judge too hard because if we did Afternoons, I would have that thing even in worse shape, I think.
You think?
I'm a disaster.
No.
I'm a disorganized mess.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have, like, the goofy helmets and stuff and the matchups. Like, it looks like a kid's area, kids play area. Like, he has, like, all kinds of little, like, kid helmets and stuff. Like,
trinkets.
Yeah, trinkets.
Things of that nature.
Little pictures and stuff of goofy stuff.
And when people think of me, they think of a grown-up.
Right.
Like this texter. I'm a man. I'm 34. Crowman is the professional. Doran's the wild card? ? That's right.
Yeah.
Harry's been napping between breaks in the pre-show. I've never seen that happen before. Usually it's just during our show, the 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it's never been more. I've never been more tired in my life. But Crowley took the opportunity to go, hey, Callis, you get that audio in there yet? Like, he knew. He's like, well, if Callis is sleeping, he's done his work already. So I remember.
Yes, I was hoping that it wouldn't be, I look over there, Harry's dozing off, and the audio's not in, then it would have irritated me.
Right.
But, hey, the work was done. Take a little snooze. What do I care?
Wait.
It's a Friday.
Why are you the most tired you've ever been in your life? Well, I exaggerate all the time, so it's not exactly true. But, yeah, I was working on some musical numbers because, I got to find free time to do that, and I was doing that at night. I saw the lady last night as well. We didn't stay out too late, but we went out and then...
Little date action? Where'd you go?
Yeah, a little date action. Get some food? We went to Five Guys Burgers and Fries. Very good.
Wow.
And that's our favorites. Yes, and I got a lettuce strap burger. And that there you
still
go.
Counts on the program. So I love... Did you have to take out, like, a second mortgage or anything?
No, why?
Five Guys is way expensive anymore.
I'll live. I got it.
But for really good, though. Really good.
It is expensive. It's really good. It's worth it.
I haven't been there in a while,
so I was fine with it. So
Cajun fries, quality.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's
one right by your house.
Oh, yeah.
I would balloon. I'd be there every weekend.
Tear it up.
Yeah. I'd get two. I get two of the minis.
Why don't you get the double?
I don't know.
The regular.
I get 2 baby cheeseburgers, and then I add bacon pickles.
Yeah.
No
lettuce,
wonder you're gaining
tomato,
weight. All those
mustard.
carbs, that's no good.
I'm not gaining weight.
You're not? Rochelle says you look a little.
What are you talking about? When did she say this?
The other day. She said she saw a picture of you. Or I showed the picture of us that we took at the event. She's like, he looks like, he's. I was like, what? She's like, he just looks like he's, a little bit heavier.
What?
But then she said in a good way. She's like, he usually looks like sickly skinny.
She did say that when I ran into her outside of our house months ago, that I didn't look as scrawny as before.
Yeah.
So I took that as a compliment.
Yeah, it was a compliment.
I've been looking at the pictures. Did you go through the gallery by any chance?
I have not.
Of the photos? Callis, did you go through the gallery of the photos from the event? Did you see the one where I was signing the painted picture? Did you see it? Do you know what I'm about to say?
Go ahead.
No, you could say it.
I don't want to.
No, say it.
What happened?
Say, I want to see if we think the same thing.
He didn't see it.
He has no idea.
No.
He was just trying to play along.
Yeah. I just coughed. I'm sorry.
That wasn't okay.
What happened? What's happening? Sound like Joe. What did you do?
My hair could not look grayer.
Gray?
Yeah, I'll pull it up for you. I'll tweet it out. I don't know what happened to me.
Pump gave you compliments about your hair.
Oh, I got gray hair, but it's gray.
Oh.
It's gray. I thought I looked good, though.
Yeah.
Like, I think I've been working out a lot.
Yeah.
My pants are fitting better.
Right.
Like
it was a compliment by Rochelle.
I can feel these things up here. I don't know what they are. There's some muscles up here.
I thought you were going to say you weren't wearing a hat at the event, and you were all.
It's the gray hair.
You were self-conscious about. Well,
I'll have to find the pictures here. Who texted? Who emailed that? Amy did a great job with the event.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyhow, tight ends run today at the Combine, and Doran will be watching intently to make sure nobody breaks his record.
Yes.
Do you pop champagne like the 72 Dolphins? Like when the final undefeated team loses, they all get together, they pop champagne. Like when you see all them slow-ass tight ends, do you get yourself some little Dom Perignon?
Yeah, I'll probably have a beer. Yeah. It's Friday, for sure. I'll probably have a beer if nobody breaks it. I don't know. Like I used to. I mean, it's going on. This is what, year 15 years, I think. But I used to really pay attention to it, like nervously pay attention to it. I don't even watch it anymore. I just kind of look it up after.
You'll look at the numbers.
Yeah. And see. But, yeah, it's exciting.
I mean, I think at some point someone's going to do it.
Yes.
Like, I say that because I never thought that anybody would catch Wayne Gretzky's goal-scoring record, and they say records are meant to be broken.
Right.
I just hope it's long after you're gone.
Yeah, I doubt it, though, because, I mean, I watched some of the edge rushers yesterday that are 260 pounds run 4.4s.
Oh, my God.
So,
what was your number? Pardon my ignorance.
For the 40?
Yeah.
4.4 flat official, 4.38 unofficial.
Dang. Oh, my God.
Yeah, rolling. Twice. The same thing twice. Ran it 2 times.
We were talking about your tight end class, and Jimmy Graham was in there, Rob Gronkowski in there.
Aaron
Hernandez
Jermaine
in there.
Grisham.
The one guy who played for the Ravens for Ed Dixon.
And Dennis Pitta.
They
drafted both of them.
Yeah. They were a thorn in the Steelers' side from what I remember.
Tony Moyaki. We had probably one of the best classes ever.
It was a really good group.
Uh-huh.
Jimmy Graham we were just looking up his measurables. I mean, 6'8", 265 pounds.
Freak.
That's a power forward.
Yep.
It's insane.
Uh-huh. Freak.
Antonio Gates wasn't in that class. Was he drafted, Antonio Gates?
I don't think so.
I don't think he was.
No.
He was insane.
Mm-mm.
Tyler Warren. Steelers met with him.
They did.
This would be too sportsy to dive headfirst into during the pre-show, but wouldn't mind seeing that guy in the black and gold.
I wouldn't. If I was Tyler Warren, honestly, at my pro day, I would throw because he came in as a quarterback.
You would throw?
Yeah, why not? I would throw. I'd be look how versatile I am as an athlete. I was trying how much more can I up my stock? And I would just be like, hey, I'll throw some routes to some receivers.
Little jet sweep.
Yeah.
Throw.
Yeah, because he's not going to run a 40 there. He's just going to run routes. I'd be like, here, let me throw as well.
I've seen him mocked 16th, 18th. I've seen one or two that had him falling maybe into the 20s. I think that's ludicrous. He could have. I mean, he was Heisman adjacent.
Yeah.
To me,
Like, he was that freaking good. Like, unstoppable, versatile. They'd hand him the football. They found creative ways to get him the ball. Like, if he's a Pittsburgh Steeler, I think I'd be dancing in the streets.
I think he's going to go to Seattle.
That's what I think, too. That's what I've seen him mocked the most. Speaking of mocking, so you're talking about you run the fastest 40.
And vertical.
In NFL history. And last night, I'm sitting down at the dinner table, and I lean back in the chair, and then I lean forward in the chair. And when I lean forward in the chair, one of the legs of the chair landed on my pinky toe, and I sat down, and I crushed it. And I went, oh! And I think I broke it. I do.
Is it black and blue?
Yes, it's ballooned. Oh, yeah. The nail is destroyed. My daughter then, she was getting ready to go to the bath. My wife was preparing the bath, and I have to do the dishes at that time. It's our whole routine. And I scream bloody murder because I'm a wuss, and it hurt like hell. And then my daughter comes in, Daddy, are you okay? Is everything all right? I'm like, I love you more than anything in this world. Get the hell out of here.
Oh, man, that probably hurt so bad.
It hurt so bad. It hurts now. I've been limping around. My toe.
My toe.
All right, I finally found this damn picture of me. Come over here. Look at this. And I know I'm going gray, and my wife likes it. It's the salt and pepper look. But, I mean, this is...
Oh, man.
I look like Alexander Ovechkin.
That has to be the lighting.
The lighting doesn't help.
Like, take your hat off right now?
Okay. The hat's off right now. It's not as, the lighting,
not even close.
The lighting did me no favors, but if you see me walking around in the sunshine, big time gray. Big time gray.
Like, are you going to be like Paul Alexander gray, like in about 5 years? Maybe.
I want to go Clint Hurdle. I want it to turn
his
silver.
Video?
His video.
His eyes were popping out.
He looked like, and he looked incensed. His eyes are bugging out of his head. He didn't know where to look in the camera. Wishing 93.7 The Fan a happy 15th anniversary. There's some good ones in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know who got a bigger pop than Bill Cowher?
He did.
Which is nuts. Mm-hmm. And Pony ranked the top 15 moments over the 15 years, the top 15 moments in sports, and he put the Penguins 2016 championship 1, the Penguins 2017 championship 3, and the Pirates wild card game 2. And he got a lot of blowback on that. And I get it because championships are championships, but I think he did the right thing.
I do too.
Like, that wild card game, I know you're not hanging banners for that, but that's one of the most memorable and special moments in the history of this sports town, and certainly in these last 15 years. You had Pirates fans who had never seen them win, who get to experience it for the first time, and then maybe even more importantly, you had some older fogies who had seen it, had been used to it, missed it, and then got to see it again. I think he nailed it. I think you can make a legitimate argument, maybe not, that it's number one. One of those Penguins championships probably had to be number one.
I mean, just a different experience, especially for somebody like, us. I always relate it to, kind of our generation, as we should, but, that was just a whole different experience that we weren't used to. Like, we're used to football and going to championship games and watching the Steelers in the Super Bowl. We're used to going to PPG Paints Arena or Civic Arena or Mellon Arena and seeing the Penguins win in playoff games where the house is packed, but I've never been to a baseball game in Pittsburgh, and the whole stadium was like that.
Couldn't hear.
I never had that experience before. It was one of the best experiences ever. And I made the joke. I was like, oh, yeah, I was playing football at the time. But I actually did get released and then got to come home for a week, and it was that week that I got to go to that game. And I was like, what is going on? Like, this is unbelievable. What a great experience.
It was a wall of sound. And the loudest sporting event I had ever been to prior to that was the 2008 AFC Championship game when Flacco had the ball at the end at 16-14, and the crowd is going nuts. And then he gets picked by Troy. And the place is shaking for minutes after that. Because, here we are. We're going. But, it was even louder with 2/3 of the people at the blackout game.
Crazy.
I was like 4 or 5 rows off the field with my cousin, and I couldn't hear him. And we're talking an hour and a half before the game. So he got some blowback on that, but listen, we've experienced very little Pirates success. Just a tremendous experience. And I blacked out. I don't remember the 7th inning on.
Yeah.
And my friend was a Pirates ticket guy. He worked in the front office, like corporate sales or whatever. And so we went to a party afterwards, and Bob Nutting was there, and he was buying all the staff drinks in celebration. And I don't remember any of it.
Really?
Don't remember any of it. And I dropped my phone, and it cracked, and it was destroyed. Yeah. I took blackout, too, literally. I was still in my college phase.
Yeah.
At the time.
Yeah. Probably should have remembered some of that stuff. You know, that's a big moment.
I saved some dirt. It's a miracle I didn't fall on the field. There's pictures my cousin has
You went
of
on
me.
the field?
I was reaching over. We were on the third base line. I was reaching over, scooping up some dirt.
Oh.
Could have totally just flipped onto the field.
Yeah.
There's no way I had balance. No chance. My frontal lobe didn't exist at the time. It was a total disaster.
Did you see this list that Pony put out with the Pitt Penn State?
I didn't want to get into lists with you because I saw your tweet.
Yeah. I don't think there's one position that you would take a West Virginia player over Pitt.
No, but here's the thing. Here's why.
Maybe one position.
Which one?
Punter.
Todd Sauerbrunn.
Or kicker.
Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
Here's why it doesn't bother me. Because I think even if you go Alabama, I think even if you go Texas, even if you go Notre Dame, I think Pitt, their Mount Rushmore is going to stand up against pretty much any Mount Rushmore.
Right.
So it's not just a West Virginia thing. I mean, Penn State they've been better recently, and the Joe Pa years, they're contending for national championships all the time. Pitt still has the majority of the guys over them, too, if we're going position by position. So it doesn't hurt me. You try to hurt me, you can't hurt me.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about zero. Like, there's an argument that there's 0 West Virginia guys that you would take. The other teams that you just said, Texas, Alabama, even Penn State, like, there's a couple guys that you would say, okay, like.
I know. See, this is why
zero.
This is why I didn't get.
Not one.
This is why I didn't want to get into this. I didn't want this to be an argumentative Friday. But here's my default position on that always. Like, there's a ton of great players. He's making faces at Callis. He knew he'd wind me up. There's so many great Pitt players. I mean, even over the last 40 years. But if you compare West Virginia to Pitt over the last 40 years, you're taking West Virginia's, what they've accomplished. And so Pitt, to me, has underachieved because they've got all these tremendous, talented players, and yet you don't have the hardware. You don't have the trophies, the rings.
What hardware does West Virginia?
They won 3 BCS Bowls. At a time when it mattered.
If I may participate in the winding up of Crowley.
He's going to make it worse.
I mean, they lost that game in, the 13-9 in 2007. And if we're talking recent, they blew a 10-point lead with 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
That's a game,
yeah. Well, that 13-9 game, from what I understand, too, they missed out on the opportunity for a national championship.
As he understands it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that outweighs the BCS wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Why?
You can think that, but it doesn't.
To go play for a national championship?
See, Pitt fans, and I'm not saying 13-9 wasn't important. I want to be very clear on what I'm about to say here. You talk to West Virginia people, of course. I mean, there's no greater pain that you can inflict on a sports fan than that. Like, that's obvious, right? I think when you stack that loss up among the most heartbreaking losses in the history of sports, I mean, it's on the Mount Rushmore,
yes.
Right? Like, there's no question about that. With the point spread, what was on the line, and how big this rivalry is. I saw a list even come out yesterday that had the game, Michigan-Ohio State, ranked as the #1 rivalry in college sports, and Pitt, West Virginia, the backyard brawl, #2. I mean, all the context, and I guess people know. I don't need to explain that. But there's a reason Rich Rod's back, and it's because of the success that they had overall. I mean, you go to 3 BCS games, win them all. Like, that was still a glory period for West Virginia football. They didn't achieve what they should have. You're right about that. And because of guys like you and Scott McKillop. But that was still a great time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Way more good than bad. It's not. It's a fact.
I mean that game does. I think it outweighs the good. I think it's even.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to think that because you're a Pitt fan. I'm telling you, that's not how West Virginia fans look at it.
I wouldn't look at it that way either.
Yeah,
because you want to look at the glass half full. But the reality is that
if it outweighed it, they wouldn't have brought Rich Rod back.
But it's a different regime. Like, I mean,
Neil Brown was just that bad.
Yeah, of course
it just makes Rich Rod seem better.
Well, I think that's a pretty good argument.
Who's to say like this doesn't just crazy fail too? Like,
it totally could, but that's not the point. The point is they brought him back because they're trying to chase the glory years.
No, they're not. They're trying to hype up the fan base, and I think that
but because of the glory years,
from a familiar name.
A familiar name that they had more success with than just about anybody else.
But there's a majority. There's a percentage of West Virginia fans that were very upset about it, too. There's a big percentage.
No,
you were on the fence, too.
I was on the fence. It's not a big percentage.
Not now, because he's here. But at the time, whenever that happened, there was a lot of people upset.
In the lead-up, there was people who were upset, and then it happened.
Right.
And now no one's upset. And then we'll see how it goes. And we talked about this prior to the show for whatever reason. I have no idea how it's going to go. I'm tweeting out the photo of me in the gray hair, and I was just going to put it out there for people to make their own judgment. Now I'm going to write it's because of Dorn and Callis.
I justified why your hair looked like that. Like, I tried to give you some positive reinforcements, and now I'm getting thrown under the bus. Like I said, it's the lighting, because it is. And you took your hat off right here in the studio, and it does not look like that.
You being uncomfortable right now has woken me up. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's great. I knew exactly what to do.
We need to rile Callis up every morning. Maybe he won't take his customary 6 a.m. nap. I'm out.
Do you always sniffle into the microphone when you're uncomfortable?
I'm out. I don't want to do the show today. And now
I knew exactly what to do. It was the easiest thing that I ever did in my life.
And now
it was the easiest thing.
Now I'm great friends with you. I'm friends with Pat Bostic. I love EJ Borghetti. What has happened to me? In fact, we have a charity thing for my daughter's school coming up on Saturday, and Pat got Pitt basketball tickets so that we can, give them away and do that whole thing. It's really cool.
Right.
But I have an account with the Pitt website.
Yes, of course you do.
That I've had for years now. Yeah.
Because why?
I think because of the Devonshire game. Because I bought tickets to that. All right, enough. The Penguins gave up a goal, Doran, on the first shot allowed last night. Then they were down 3-0. And I was ready to come in here today and absolutely take them to task. We actually got that pushback we were looking for. We'll start right there. We're bouncing all over the ever-loving place today, starting in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
To make it 3-0 here in Pittsburgh, PA, and that's going to trigger a goalie change.
And Demelkovic slaps the puck, throws the stick into the corner.
Yeah,
he slammed the crossbar with his own stick. It broke in half, and then he slammed the handle into the corner as he leaves here. I don't know if that's at himself, at the coach.
It's at
now he's screaming. He is upset he's being pulled.
Yeah.
He is kind of barking down the bench. He slammed the door.
Well, two of the goals went off his own guys. And now this one, he's left to his own devices.
That's just an indication of how invested he is. He cares. He cares. He's competitive. He wants to win. That's raw emotion. And I have no problem with that. Quite honestly, I thought he inspired the group to want to compete for him. So, for me, that I thought our team responded.
I think the team responded too. And we've talked about this chapter and verse. It's not a great thing when the Penguins win hockey games. But out of the other side of my mouth, I'll also say it's never a bad thing when the Penguins beat the Flyers. And what a game that was last night. It doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of what's happened this year to the Pittsburgh Penguins. But you know what it did? It showed that they have some nuts. And Tyler Kennedy, Jay Caulfield, you, me, Bostic, we all questioned their want to. We questioned how hard they were willing to play after the way that they played against Washington in the first game back from the break. in the way that they played, my God, the other night against Philadelphia. You're down 3 goals, then 4 goals against Philly in their place, and you're just going through the motions the rest of the way. It's one thing to lose. It's another thing to appear to not give a frig when you've got Sidney Crosby averaging over a point per game, busting his ass every night, and you're not going to go lay it on the line for one of the great players in the history of the sport, a guy who's so revered, so respected nationally, internationally for what he's done as not just a player but as a leader. And I do think Ned last night doing that, he stirred some stuff up. And then it wasn't just that, Doran, and then I'll shut up. You had Garnett Hathaway take a run at Noel Achari. And then you had Boko Umama. He saw it out of the corner of his eye, and he ran his ass. And initially they called a 5-minute major. I think they got it right by switching it to a 2-minute interference minor. John Tortorella disagreed vehemently at the time and after the game. He was ripping the officials for it. But, okay, you want to be dirty? Go be dirty.
Right.
Seriously. You pull it to within a 1-goal game. Eric Carlson scored. It was nasty. It was a nasty goal. And then that happens, and Garnett Hathaway, like he's some figure skater out there. No, he's a jackass. So I have no problem with him laying sprawled out on the ice. Good. That showed a little emotion, showed a little heart, showed they got blood running through their veins, Doran. And if you're going to lose, fine, but at least show that you care, and they won the game. So it was nice.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were hoping for, right? Like, this is the response that we were looking for. And we were leaving yesterday, and Tyler Kennedy was walking in. I think you asked him the question, like, which are the Penguins going to show up tonight? He's like, they better. He's like, they absolutely better.
He had some choice words to say, too, off the air.
He did have some choice words to say, and, talking about enabling of players, things of that nature, and not just in hockey, but in all the sports in Pittsburgh. Like, why is this going on? And we talked a little longer, too, and I was like, players usually handle that stuff by if guys didn't show up or guys didn't give effort. That never got to the top. That never got to the coaches. Players in the locker room would handle it. But, that was the response that you were looking for. Now, does it mean anything? No. It means nothing. I mean, what are the Flyers? And I know it's like a rivalry, but, like, it just showed that, and I saw some people upset, like, Ned, you're ridiculous. Why would you act like that? You're acting like a big baby. I was like, this is exactly what they needed.
He cares.
That means he cares, exactly. He's pissed off. He knows that the 2 goals weren't his fault. I'm getting pulled for it. Like, bleep you. And I think that he was yelling at Sullivan. I don't know.
I mean,
think
he was yelling at him too, yeah.
There's other coaches and players clearly on the bench, but it looked like he was yelling at Sullivan, like, why am I getting pulled? Like, this is BS. Like, that's exactly the fire that needed to be lit. Now, like we said, like, it's probably not going to pan out being, anything in the long term. But for last night, which was much, much needed, clearly, you needed to light that fire, and they found a way to scrape and claw to win that hockey game.
Now, the deadline's in like 6 days, and I think they should trade Ricard Raquel. He's the number 2 available option. When you go looking around, trade block rumors, the number 2 available option. I mean, I think you're getting at least a first-round pick for that guy. I think you got to do it. I don't know that I would do it with Brian Rust, but I would consider it. He's such a big game player. He's been such a great playoff player. He's a consistent player. He's a great man. Brian Rust is a great man. Do a little Googling on what he's done for the community of people who stutter. I mean, he's a tremendous human being. And I have a friend who kind of knows him pretty well, just a great guy. And you want people like that as you are bringing on the next generation, the young generation. But I also think that that's something you should flirt with, maybe not at the deadline because he's got the no trade clause, but this offseason. But you just want to have pride in your hockey team. And I don't mind losing. I want them to lose. I think a lot of Penguins fans feel the same way. We see the forest through the trees. You can't have your feet in both camps. Like, are we rebuilding? Are we not rebuilding? But I don't want the Flyers walking into this barn and you get your first shot on goal like 10 minutes in.
Again.
Well, you get your first shot on goal 10 minutes in.
The Flyers.
I forgot to mention that. First shot goal. First shot goal. It's happened a bunch this year.
Yep.
They got to be closing in on an NHL record there. And so the start, Norin,
it's as bad as it could be.
I was going to come in here and destroy them. They're down 3-0. And frankly, they should still be ripped for the start. You lose 6-1, you come out, you're down 3-0. You've been outscored 9-1 by the Flyers, and they ain't good. That's not a good Flyers team. But they found it. And if it's Ned's emotion, if it's the Amama hit, whatever, if it's Malkin dragging them back into the fight, he had 4 points because he ain't wanting to lose, not to that team, whatever. But for a moment, you had a nice moment. And for a moment, you could go, yeah, that felt good to be a Penguins fan again. And at least show that you care and show that you care for Crosby. Dubas is doing the right thing, but the bottom of the roster in particular, they need to do right by 87, by 71, by 58. All guys who have won at the highest level and who do bring it every night.
And themselves. That's a conversation that Tyler Kenny and I had yesterday. Like, you want to play for those guys for sure, but you're playing for your career. And Tyler was like, some of these guys on this roster, this is their third team. And, this is their somewhat last opportunity before they get shipped off to another league. Like, you got to play for yourself, too, for the pride that you have of being a hockey player. Said it yesterday with PK Subban and related that, that whole conversation last week to, like, what this Penguins team is doing. Like, you've got to play for yourself and your hockey career. And that all matters. Everything does tie in. You want to play for 71. You want to play for 87, 58. You want to play for this organization, a big brand. But you're playing for you and your staying power in this league, too. So every night has to be important. Every single night. Every time you take that ice.
The rare instance where sometimes you do got to play for the name on the back of the jersey.
Yeah.
You got to keep this thing going.
Well,
show some pride in yourself. Absolutely, you're right about that. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number if you'd like to join in on the show today, and we'd love to have you. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Not to be forgotten in the performance, and I think this is one of the guys to watch down the stretch. Blomqvist comes in, stops 21 out of 22 shots, looked really good as he's looked in a while. And I don't know for certain that he's the future of the goaltender position in Pittsburgh, but he's the first guy who's going to get a crack at being the future of the goaltender position in Pittsburgh. And that's not an easy situation to come into. Ned gets pulled. He loses his ever-loving mind. Guys on the bench are probably pretty tight. The crowd was uneasy and restless and laying it on thick to the Penguins when they were getting the rare shots they got in the first period. And now you got to come in and keep your team in the game, knowing that you are auditioning what you've got, and you stop 21 out of 22, he's a guy to pay attention to the remaining 20-some-odd games that they've got. How does he develop? How does he look? And he's going to be left out to dry a whole bunch, too. Like, that's the other thing. Like, this is not a good defensive club. It's a bad defensive club. But Fleury played in front of a bad defensive club when he started his NHL career. You could see the flashes. You just want to see flashes from this guy. 412-928-9370. You can chime in as well on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The key moment of the game we'll get to coming up next. We're bouncing all over the place today. Also, a nice little Pittsburgh shout-out on the national broadcast last night, which we'll touch on. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Men's basketball is a game coming up tomorrow against Louisville. It'll be on the road. It'll be at 6 o'clock. Men's basketball has 3 games left in the regular season. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here is Dorn.
Oh, the Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log onto the app, I find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open boxed or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about the instant win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location and pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim
Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone AutoZone. Remember how the egregious no call on obvious defensive pass interference in the 2018 Rams-Saints NFC Championship game led to the one-year video replay for pass interference challenges? A controversial fourth down stop of Josh Allen in the Chiefs-Bills AFC title tilt has increased pressure to institute Hawkeye technology to virtually determine first downs. They need to put a chip in the football. That's a pretty simple answer to me. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Your old or broken phone can let you down when you need it most.
Perfect.
But at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get the most for it, up to $2,000 in value, for an amazing new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and a new line on My Plan, and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. That's like a 3-for-1. And you can get it on any plan. At Verizon, trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. The other guys won't give you that. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad. Up to $2,000 value based on iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch.
Hey guys, do you want male performance in the bedroom and do you want it now? Get it in 47 seconds or less. For the first time, you can have instant male enhancement. Introducing Knox 47, the topical male enhancement that works in 47 seconds or less. Satisfaction guaranteed. Finally, after years of scientific research, our proprietary formula will allow you to perform in the bedroom like never before. Just imagine that little blue pill on steroids. No reason to settle and wait when you can get instant performance now. Forget about pills and potions that make you wait hours or up to 30 days to work. That's yesterday's news. Knox 47 is brand new. The hottest thing for men. And you don't need a prescription. Call now and get your free supply for a limited time.
To find out how to get Knox 47 for free, call now. 800-481-9908. That's 800-481-9908. Free bottles for limited time. Call 800-481-9908. That's 800-481-9908.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors, freshly made salad platters, add the perfect crunch, and don't forget decadent dessert platters because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Snow this morning, then clouds and sun, the high 48.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Anticipating some delays on Route 28 northbound today, and this report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results, LGKG. Your home team, LGKG.com. Taking a look at Route 28 at 9 o'clock this morning. Watch for a lane restriction on that northbound side. Crews will be doing some ramp inspection on the ramps from the Parkway North as well as East Ohio Street. That's expected to wrap up about noon. Parkway East, your delays starting around Edgewood Twistvale. Parkway West is heavy around the Banksville merge point. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli. LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they served their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com. 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Oh, if only for a night it felt so good. Gino stops on a dime, waits, the patience of Job, bang! Buries it. Is that face because I said Job?
Job, yes.
Or as Mike Lang would say, more patience than Mercy Hospital.
Job. I am Job.
I am Job.
I am Job.
I used to be one.
Layler, get back in your cell. Don't make me get the hose.
You know who's in Mrs. Doubtfire, Callis? I think you actually got that right yesterday. Robin Williams. One of the greatest of all time.
Yep.
Aha.
Obviously. Malkin there looked vintage. He doesn't have the speed he used to have. He wasn't the most fleet of foot ever, but when he would be ultra motivated, like you could always tell.
He's pissed off.
Yes. That's exactly right.
Always. Something would get under his skin, and he would just take it to another level.
That Flyers series in 2009, pardon me. That Capitals series in 2009, it's always dubbed as the Ovechkin-Crosby series, the dueling hat-trick game, both of those players at the height of their powers. But Evgeny Malkin, starting in Game 3, really asserted himself, and the crowd was chanting Gino, and he took his game to another level.
Mm-hmm.
And he wound up winning the Conn Smythe that year. When Gino was at his best, he could take over a game in a way that Ovechkin could, in a way that Crosby could, even back then when all of them were at their absolute best. And I don't know if you heard any of Tyler Kennedy yesterday with Starkey and Bob. Holy hell, dude. It was so awesome hearing him talk about the 2009 Stanley Cup run and how those dudes would go out and party all the time. After every win, he said they'd go out and party.
I used to party with him.
I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Stahl.
Yep.
He had some fun at Diesel back in the day, I heard.
Yep.
Back stairwell.
Yep.
Not alone in that, I've also heard.
Yep.
Don't be wandering in there.
Nope. Well,
don't go in that back stairwell.
Well.
Were you in the back stairwell?
Well. There's some interesting things back there.
There was never a woman that I met, and when I was single, right, in college for that year, I might be talking to a girl out at the bar. There was never a time that they looked at me, and we were having such a night that they were like, I need this man so bad right now, we got to go to a back stairwell. That never happened. It was like, I'll give him my number. Oh, he's kind of funny. He's kind of weird. All right, a couple times we hang out. Oh, he's growing on me. It was always a long game for me. It was never, I need this guy so much.
So never just like that night. Wow.
Not really, no. No, but I wasn't like that.
Because you didn't have a choice. You didn't have a choice to be or not.
I know, I make
I
it
wasn't
sound
like that.
I wasn't
like that.
I wasn't promiscuous.
I never would. No.
That was my choice. It was my choice that I wasn't promiscuous. It wasn't their choice. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia at Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. But it was Max Talbot bobblehead night last night, and it fit the theme to a T. And I only saw what Josh Yohe wrote in The Athletic, and I wasn't poking around to see what Venzel wrote or anything like the Post-Gazette or Bumbuli or Rossi or any of those guys. But, I mean, the easiest story possible would have been Penguins were down 3-0 in Game 6 of 2009, and then Max Talbot had the fight and it turned them around. Well, last night you had Ned, and then you had the hit that Garnett Hathaway was lying there on the ice. Like, you kind of had the parallels there in a game with, of course, none of the stakes, but easy story to write there.
Yeah.
You ever think about like Talbot just getting his ass kicked to inspire the team?
It's awesome.
Like, I know I'm going to get whooped up. Like, Daniel Carcillo, not a guy that you want to trifle with.
And he was like, listen, this is what I have to do. I have to jump on the grenade.
Yes.
He jumped on the grenade.
Yes.
He did.
Yes.
And
then that place is going absolutely out of its mind. And I remember as clear as day at the time, where I was watching it, what I was wearing, everything. And he shushes the crowd, and it just made the place even more berserk.
Gosh.
And I'm like, this is either going to go totally sideways or this is going to be the thing, and it wound up being the thing. I'm happy he got to see them win too. Like, that's the other thing. Like, they're going to lose enough folks down the stretch that they're going to get a top 6 pick in the draft, and they're going to be in the lottery, and they're going to have odds to get the number 1 overall pick. Like, they're going to be bad enough for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But can you imagine if they would have laid down with Max Talbot watching the game last night? Come on, that would have hurt.
Didn't they lose whenever Yager got his jersey retired?
They did.
Yeah, that was tough.
That was way tough.
That rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know why.
They had so many of those losses.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Gensel got traded, but they were still in the middle of the playoff race and they just totally folded. And then you missed the playoffs by a couple of points.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you need to give yourself your best shot every night. And you're right. Like, how do you lay down and lose a game when you're honoring Jaromir Jagr and with the entire history there? Like, the build-up for that, because it wasn't just, we're honoring it. Great. No, like, there was a divorce.
Yeah.
And then there were some years where it wasn't so good. Then he looked like he was coming back on a hometown discount for Mario, and then he winds up going to the Flyers, and now you're eventually retiring the number. All the backstory there, and you lose to the Kings? Nah.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad.
That was bad. Embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
Embarrassing. Time is 6:29. Brought to you by Gina Giapietro of Remax Select Realty. You heard John Buccigross of ESPN on the call there on the game winner for Evgeny Malkin. He also shouted out a la Familia on the broadcast last night.
I saw him post a picture of the menu.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Great place.
Oh, it's one of the best.
He's a big chicken parm guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a big carb guy. He likes to lift, from what I understand. Butchie really into
doesn't
protein.
Carbs come with chicken parm? Like, don't you get pasta with chicken parm?
You get the pasta, but that's where he's always talking like there's an appropriate pasta size. Like, you don't want it to be more than your fist.
What?
That's what he says. Just a little bit of pasta in the chicken there.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
My wife made shrimp pasta last night.
Oh, how was that?
Fire.
Cajun shrimp pasta or just like a lemon-based?
It wasn't lemon-based. It was tomato-based. No. It was like this tomato and heavy cream sauce.
Ooh.
With some shallots up in there.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was good.
That sounds real good.
It was really good.
I like that.
And Mulsey's been posting these fancy dinners, and I've been eating like a college kid because we just didn't hit the grocery store since we came home from vacation the way we probably should have. And I was hoping he would post a fancy dinner again so then I could respond with my fabulous dinner, and he did not.
No.
All right.
Sounds good.
Doran, when we come back, I got to read this text first. Crowley had 8th night stands.
Wow. Monday night stands like the following Monday.
I would actually introduce them to my parents before. Yeah, I would take them home. Like, Mom, what do you think of this girl? Okay, very good. Yeah. All right, coming up next, we're going back to the future in a way that's going to make a lot of people throw open their mouths, but we're going to have fun with it. That's next. We're jumping all over the place today. As we've said, you can chime in, 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 5-4 in overtime yesterday against the Philadelphia Flyers. Penguins still in last, though, in the Metropolitan Division, still second to last in the entire Eastern Conference. Penguins next play again on Saturday against the Boston Bruins. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. It's time for the weekend, and what's that mean? You need beer, and there's no better place around to get your beer than Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock. Local beers, craft beers, domestic beer, whatever you need, they got it for you. The best customer service. It's an adult playground, so get there. Best prices, best customer service. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Mitch Keller. Just 27 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Hey guys, it's Malsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about BlueChew. BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since BlueChew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, BlueChew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-426-0177. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-426-0177. 800-426-0177. That's 800-426-0177.
Moving forward, as
they have a verbal agreement in place for Brandon Ayuk, and he'll be here. It's just a matter of
all but done.
Yep.
All but done?
I would say 99.9999999%.
Doran, we're going back to the future, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
John Lynch, general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, says that the Niners are listening to trade offers for Brandon Ayuk. Now, I want to be very clear here. Don't change the station. We're not doing it again.
No.
I'll just speak for myself. I can't.
Nope.
I can't go down that path. And this isn't fair at all. It's not. Because I'm really pro player when it comes to contracts and getting as much as you can out of your body for as long as you can play and things of that nature. And I can relate more to guys like you, my God, even though sometimes I can't, than I can to the billionaires who own these clubs.
Mm-hmm.
So I respect Brandon Ayuk playing the game last year and getting rewarded with a huge contract. But I freaking hate that guy. Go to hell, Brandon Ayuk.
Why do you hate Ayuk? It's more like you should hate the Steelers for not giving a little bit more.
I don't think it had anything to do with the Steelers. I do think they had an offer in place, and it came down to Ayuk accepting the terms of the contract. Like, I think the 49ers were comfortable with the Steelers' compensation. I just think Ayuk the whole time wanted to stay in San Francisco.
As he should.
Yeah. For so many reasons, right?
Yes.
I think he played the Steelers like a fiddle. And I really hate him more, and it's like fake, tongue-in-cheek, sportsy kind of hate, for us talking about it for what felt like a year and a half.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that became the show. I remember one time vividly, you and me standing outside the vestibule here. We had just walked out. I was like, can they just either trade for him or he stays in San Francisco? Because I'm done. I can't handle it anymore.
Can't do it anymore.
I can't talk about this guy anymore. Brandon Ayuk. That being said, I really would not be interested in him right now.
No, he's coming off a knee injury.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
That's why I'm not interested in Chris Godwin either.
Because of the dislocated ankle situation.
Yep.
If we've said this before, and the age. If Chris Godwin did not have skin, that'd be real weird. People have skin. But if he didn't have skin, his ankle would have been on the field.
Yes.
Like, that was one of the more gruesome injuries of the season last year.
Mm-hmm.
There are other options available, younger guys, healthier guys. Like, I think the Steelers would be comfortable taking on the Brandon Ayuk contract because they would have been comfortable trading for him last year and paying him that money. But now he's another year older. He's coming off an injury. He's diminishing returns. That's just the reality. So it's newsy, especially given the 49ers and the Steelers conversations about Ayuk last year. It's something that I feel like we need to bring up and talk about. But miss me with it this time.
Yeah, I mean,
not interested.
Yeah, if something happens, cool. And then we'll talk about it. But I mean, I feel like that this is like a non-conversational piece. Only way that I could see it being maybe conversational with Brandon Ayuk is if he didn't get hurt and he was traded to the Steelers, what does that make the Steelers last year? Like if he didn't have a knee injury but he was on the Steelers, what do the Steelers do last year? Are they that much better with him, with Russell Wilson?
It's hard to argue that one guy could make that big of a difference, but I think he would have made a big difference.
And he would have made a big difference in one portion of the season whenever George Pickens got hurt.
Yep.
And that's where they all got messed up because they didn't have that threat. Nobody was a threat on the offense when George Pickens was out. Even Russell Wilson's play, slid down. If Brandon Ayuk is healthy and he's there, I don't know if you really even miss a beat, to be honest. So.
And that's when it all went to hell, like you're saying. I mean, 14.5 points per game from that point forward. They could never put Humpty Dumpty back together again, And if you have Brandon Ayuk, okay, he's your number one. He might have been your number one anyhow.
Right.
Because he's just a more diverse player. He's a real pro. But I can't do it now. And this might be the way to handle this. At 412-928-9370, whether you want to call in or text in. Again, 412-928-9370. When I say the name Brandon Ayuk, what word comes to mind? And it can't be pony. You can't do pony. But I say Brandon Ayuk, you say blank. 412-928-9370. We will react to your contributions when we come back. And we've also got a Bradenton Bucko breakdown. We're debuting a new segment today at 9 o'clock, a brainchild of Doran that I'm very excited about. And we're helping people out at 9:35. So a fun show today. Chris Carter from the Combine, 7:35. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins played last night and won 5-4 in overtime against the Philadelphia Flyers. Penguins are still in last place, though, in the Metropolitan Division. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile. You're heavy into the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East, that's fairly steady, a little bit heavy into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the Parkway North. No problems to report on I-79 north or southbound. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee starting at $239 a month for 27 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Is this segment 3 or 4?
This is segment 4.
Is this the 4th segment we're doing today?
Yeah.
Yep. We got out a little early.
Okay. That's great.
We got back a little early.
Okay, we got time to talk. I love it. A light commercial day here on the Fan Morning Show, which means more of us. 50-minute mark's not for like 4 minutes. But it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We have a Bradenton Bucko breakdown to get to in a couple of minutes. But I say the name Brandon Ayuk. And what's the first word that comes to mind? 412-928-9370. John Lynch says they're taking calls on Brandon Ayuk. And I think they're going to wind up keeping him. You don't pay him that kind of money, and then you're on the precipice of losing Deebo Samuel.
Why are they shipping everybody off?
That's what I don't understand. I mean, there's cap ramifications. I totally understand that, but I think injuries derailed them last year. Like, they were one of the Super Bowl favorites, if not the favorite coming into the season last year. They've played for multiple Super Bowls. It's still a good roster when healthy.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
So I don't think they'll trade both of these guys. And I'm really not interested in talking for the next 2 weeks about Brandon Ayuk coming to Pittsburgh. We just want to have fun with it. So when I say Brandon Ayuk, what's the first word that comes to mind? 412-928-9370. For me, it's scarred. Like, who was it the other day? Colin Cowherd. He said, if something happens to you when you're 9, you never forget about it. Well, if something happens to you in the summer of 2024, you never forget about it.
Right.
And that's where I am on this. Someone texts in Zin, instantly comes to mind. Someone writes barf, comes to mind. Someone else writes punk. That's too far.
That's too far.
That's too far. He's not a punk. What's the word that comes to your mind when you hear Brandon Ayuk?
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Because I think that he would have really fit well, like if they were to get it done last summer. And then, like, I like him as a player. I think that he was just in a contract situation. I don't think he's a bad guy at all.
No.
And it was a long, drawn-out process. And then he was like, you know what? Like, my loyalty is here. I want to be here, and rightfully so. It's a good roster. It's a good team where we have a chance to do something here. And they finally get something done, and then he tears his ACL. Like, so it's like, damn.
He played it as well as you could play it. He could write a book on how to get bleep done. He held them over the barrel, man.
Yeah.
He was brilliant. His agent was brilliant. You know, game got to respect game, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, this organization would want to touch that situation with a 10-foot pole, though, because while it was brilliant, they also got played.
What did he end up getting, 30?
Right around there, yep.
Yeah, so it's probably more than what the Steelers were offering anyways. So you have to take that on.
I think the last reported offer for the Steelers, what they were
27?
27, 28 million.
Yeah. So now you would try to get him at his contract now after an ACL injury? No way.
No.
No way. He's damaged goods.
Tim Benz, who writes for The Trib, who's a great guy. I love Tim. He writes fatigue.
Yeah.
Because I saw he wrote a column on it today.
No, did he? Yeah.
Another one, diarrhea. A couple of people write spot. Stop, excuse me. Why can't it?
Spot.
Wow.
Man. Is that dyslexia?
That was dyslexia right there.
That's what that is?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened there.
Do you ever think that you had dyslexia? I can't even see. Yeah, I have it. I have it.
I have ADHD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't tell. Ever.
Callis, do you think I seem like a dude who's got ADHD?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't get diagnosed formally as a kid, but my therapist that I have now, when I started seeing her 3 years ago, she's like, yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I put cheese back in the cabinet instead of the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
Threw away a pot the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You threw away a pot?
I threw away a pot, yeah. I had mac and cheese in this pot, and I was trying to throw away paper towels. I start putting the pot right in the trash can. My poor wife, dude, seriously.
I know. Your poor Doran.
Yeah. Yeah, I say you guys have given me gray hair, but you have to deal with this every morning.
Every day.
I think my charm, my energy wakes you guys up every day. I think my gregarious personality really drags you guys to the fight every day.
Yeah, that.
I think that's what I do. I think that's what I bring to the show. People are writing in 99.9%. That's what they think.
Goal line.
Goal. Yep, I got a couple of goal lines right here.
Yep.
Nauseating or trauma. Bleep them. Headache. Couple words I can't read on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that this market all sees this the way that we do. You know what? The timing would have been right last year. It's like love, right? You need to find the right person, but it needs to be the appropriate time in life.
Absolutely.
I believe that 100%. I don't believe in soulmates, but I do believe in you need the paths to cross at exactly the right time.
Yes.
And if they don't, compatible people, it might not work out.
Right. Like if I were to try to date Rochelle whenever I was at Diesel with Penguins, probably wouldn't have worked out.
Probably wouldn't have worked out. She'd have thought you were a big jerk.
Right.
Someone texted in, by the way, and said that their best friend's girlfriend cheated on him with Jordan Stahl at Diesel. Think about that. I'm throwing away a relationship. We ain't even going to the bedroom. Like we're not even taking this thing down the street.
Imagine catching him doing it though. Like imagine being at Diesel
with the guy.
Yeah.
Did Diesel have the oxygen? Didn't they have an oxygen bar there? No, that was Club Zoo.
That was Zoo, yeah.
And that was an under 21 bar, right?
You drink like Red Bulls.
You drink Red Bulls, you put the oxygen mask on, and you would dance, and you would leave, and you would wind up having like 15 different venereal diseases. Just by walking in there. Walking in there, breathing the air. Oh, my God. Texter, a dyslexic guy walks into a bra. All right, now it's time for the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. It is the Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Pirates winners yesterday, and a couple of things stood out to me. Doran, my guy, my reclamation project, my left fielder, Jack Sawinski, 2 for 3 once again.
Sure was.
Let's go.
Yep.
Henry Davis with an offer. I don't know where he fits in, man.
First base, maybe, platoon. I don't know. I would try him there.
Joey Bart has to be your opening day catcher.
Andy's backup.
Andy's a better defensive catcher. And, yeah, he's coming off the injury. But, you know, he had quite the stick in the minor leagues.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see what he can really do. But you're very close to bust territory with Henry Davis. And they still want him to work out. You also want him to work out because if Joey Bart's your guy and Andy Rodriguez pan out, you'd like to have a big-time trade chip there.
Yeah, that too.
In Henry Davis. But I also don't want them to fit a square peg into a round hole.
As they have been with him.
Right. If they've got better options, don't force him on us.
Which they're going to.
Yeah. Because you don't take a guy 1-1 and then give up on him. And they think that there's more meat on the bone there. But the way I view it is you got a guy who was drafted in the top 3 in Joey Bart.
Same thing.
Yeah. Like you can move on from the other guy. He achieved his potential last year, and I hope he can continue it. Change of scenery seemed good for him, but now for me it's you bring in one guy with that kind of pedigree at that position, you have another guy with pedigree at that position, and it makes him more expendable.
Well, it only makes him expendable if he gets the reps though. So he's going to have to play, and you're going to have to strike at the right time. Like if he is doing well and you do give him reps, like that's the only way he's expendable in my opinion. If you don't give him reps and you don't force him into the lineup, then a team isn't going to see that he's worth anything. So you're going to have to play him if you want to trade him, right?
That's kind of where I am on the Penguins too and Tristan Jarry. Like I don't know that I ever want to see him in a Penguins sweater again, and I do want Blomqvist to get opportunities to develop and maybe become that guy. But you know, general managers do dumb stuff from time to time. And if Jarry came back up and got hot, I mean, he's been an all-star twice. He came up, got hot, maybe there's like a small chance that somebody would want to take him on. Probably not, because I think conventional wisdom says they're going to buy him out this offseason, and so you can just sign him for whatever you could sign him for. But if he stinks, you'd also lose more games, too. This is the Bucko breakdown.
Yeah.
Though. Sorry.
It's relative.
It is.
Yeah.
Callis nodding off back there. Also, Bubba Chandler tosses a scoreless inning.
Nice.
So, in a couple of appearances in spring training, he's been pretty good. There it goes. The Bucko Bradenton breakdown.
No.
Bradenton Bucko breakdown.
You tell me I'm not enough. I hear you making mistakes. Wrong way around.
Dyslexia.
Yep. Alliteration.
Breakdown of the Buccos from Bradenton brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet and New Flow Men's Health. Coming up next, some news that came out this morning. We very rarely get breaking news on this show. Some news that came out this morning that might be the first domino to fall in the Steelers' offseason. That's next. As I say, we're jumping all around. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Isolated snow showers will be around this morning with temperatures sitting at or about 32. There will be little impact for area drivers. Afternoon temperatures will be in the mid to upper 40s and won't move much through the evening. Temperatures will plunge as we kick off March, with temperatures expected to be in the low 20s by the end of Saturday. Isolated rain and even snow will be around Saturday morning, with winds gusting up near 40 miles an hour. First Alert meteorologist Ron Smile in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to crowd up. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. First, an accident reported inside the Liberty Tubes. Crews aren't checking that out right now, but you will see some slowdowns heading through there. Parkway West in line near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Twistvale, and Route 28 the Parkway North both up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today. getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Our guy, Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette, going to be joining us at a special time today, 7:35. He's live at the NFL Combine. in Indianapolis. So what are the Steelers up to? He'll tell us. What is Matthew Stafford up to? How does it affect the Steelers? We'll get to that coming up in a couple of minutes. But, Doran, I found myself watching that Evgeny Malkin goal on repeat during the break. There are a couple of teams in sports, I think everybody can relate to this, that you just love to see lose, and you love, in particular, your team to beat. And the Flyers are one of those teams for me. Like, I don't love the University of Pittsburgh football and basketball teams. I mean, you know that. That's how rivalries work. I respect them, and I have too many Pitt fans in my life to view them the same way that I view Flyers fans.
Yes.
I have no respect for Flyers fans. It's why when I think most of the country was rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs to lose the Super Bowl, I was rooting for them to win because all those Eagles fans, they'll rip off the Kelly Green, and they'll be walking around with Eric Lindros jerseys.
I feel like you hate Philly more than you hate Cleveland.
Yes. Yes, I do. Because the Penguins were my favorite team always growing up, my favorite professional team. And so with that comes this just insane hatred of the Philadelphia Flyers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even with the Capitals, I respect the hell out of Alexander Ovechkin. Like, I heard Starkey bring up the topic earlier in the week. If Ovechkin were to score the Gretzky record-breaking goal here in Pittsburgh, would you stand and give him an ovation? I think the answer is yes. I think there'd be 18,000 people giving him an ovation. Absolutely, I would. You know, I used to dislike him a lot more when he was taking Gonchar's knee out and he was making runs at Malkin and all that. I thought he was a dirty player, and I still think that he was. But I always respected him. I never respected the Philadelphia Flyers because they would always resort to goonery. So I've watched that Malkin clip on repeat. Is your team Notre Dame?
Yes.
You love
all the time
to see them lose.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't stand them. I mean, it goes Notre Dame, and then there's a big gap, and then Penn State, West Virginia. Like Penn State, West Virginia can't even touch Notre Dame in my estimation.
Guy came up to you at the 15th anniversary party wearing a Notre Dame quarter zip on.
I just kept looking at him, looking down, looking at him, looking down, looking at his Notre Dame patch on his. Like, why are you wearing that here?
Yeah, what are you doing here?
Right.
He also had a sash on that said "Happy 60th birthday."
That is right. It was his birthday. It was. Well, they're just so stuck up.
We'll get into the Stafford thing in a second, but Callis, which is the team that you most love to hate? Like, there's always that good hate watch where it almost feels as good watching them lose as it does watching your guys win.
Yep.
The WVU has gotten it's grown on me since.
That's because of me, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, because I don't like you, so.
That's fair.
But baseball terms, Red Sox, don't like them. Cardinals.
Oh, screw the Cardinals, too.
Yes.
And I'm in a tough place now because they drafted J.J. Weatherholt,
right?
Who's from this area.
Mm-hmm.
He went to West Virginia, and he's crushing it in spring training right now.
Well, I hate him then because he went to WVU, so there you go.
And he double hate for that guy.
But when Arlie Marmol, their manager, was like, "Oh, we didn't play that well when the Pirates beat them in that one series," I was like, "You're not giving the Pirates any credit for playing well? You suck."
I hate that too. I hate that too. You lose and don't give the other team credit. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, like West Virginia this year when they lost to Pitt. They still don't give them credit in that game. Like,
yeah, we blew it. We didn't play well enough.
Yeah, we did blow it.
See?
Didn't play well. That was more on us.
Exactly.
You know what also bothered me was Narduzzi bitching about the refs even after winning. But here's what I'll say about that, and I do think I said this at the time, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. The victor gets to set the narrative.
Yeah, right.
The victor does get to set the narrative. That's just the way it goes. You don't want him saying that stuff? Beat him. Beat him. Still have 2nd and 30 in my head. At least I can rationalize it that it got Neil Brown out of town.
Yeah, but it might go worse this year.
13-9 flashbacks.
It might go worse this year. Like, that's the thing.
Definitely a possibility of that.
Like, even 100 times worse.
Definitely a possibility of that. All right, text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I used to be that way with the Ravens, too. Like, okay. Like, whoever's playing the Ravens, you root really hard for that team. But now I'm an adult, and that list just shrinks more and more because I don't got room for all that hate in my heart.
No, what do you need to hate for? It's just sports.
Because you reserve it all for me now, it seems, yeah.
That's right. There's nice pictures you just posted on Twitter of Callis pick me up at the end
of
the.
Grabbing your butt.
He did grab my butt, but I think it was not like a sexual thing. I hope it wasn't a sexual thing. I think it was more of I'll grab what's meaty and I can just lift him up. And then when he set me down, he almost tore my groin. I can't bend that way. All right, here's the report this morning from the Las Vegas Review-Journal and then corroborated by Pro Football Talk, NBCSports.com. The Raiders and Matthew Stafford's camp have found common ground on what a new contract could look like. Now, this doesn't mean that they've agreed to terms of a contract. It doesn't mean that this is definitely going to happen, but this would be the first step in it happening. And I didn't see this. You brought this to my attention, Doran. This is the best possible thing on the best possible timeline that could happen to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because while Stafford is clearly the best available option at the quarterback position, what you'd have to pay him, what you'd have to give him up, I think you lose the plot a little bit. Like, you need to develop this roster. And while he would be a huge upgrade at the quarterback position, I think it would strap you for what you're able to do, even with the cap going up, in terms of augmenting this roster. But if this happens now, it's perfect. Because then you can full-on turn your attention to Justin Fields or coming up with your succession plan at the quarterback position.
That's interesting, because now the only possible option for, in my opinion, for Russell Wilson would be the Raiders, so that's off the table. So Russell Wilson now is going to panic. He's going to be pushed into that corner. He's gonna get desperate, and he may take way less money just to sign back with the Steelers. So Russell Wilson, to me, would be in full play of negotiating and taking less money, because now one of his probably only options, if that is even an option, is off the table. So do you want Russell Wilson to be in the fold again?
No, I do not. But if they're going to bring Russell Wilson back, if it's at a discount, at least it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
Like, I think we all know how it would wind up with Russell Wilson. I think he'd be better with better players around him. But if you could get him for the 15 that we've talked about for Justin Fields, again, I would still prefer Justin, but that would still leave you with $45 million in cap space to play around with, and we know they're not winning the Super Bowl this year anyhow. The reason I prefer Justin is because there's still, even though it's a minute chance, there's the possibility that at 26 years old he could grow into your guy.
Yeah.
There's no option there with Russell Wilson. I'll flip it around, though. Let's say Stafford does sign with the Rams. Does Russ become an option in Los Angeles?
Oh, you mean Vegas?
Yeah, excuse me. If Stafford, that's a big clarification. If Stafford signs with the Rams or gets traded to the Raiders, I need to take a deep breath. Would Russell Wilson then become an option with the Rams?
I think a fallback option, but I think that their option would probably be Rodgers. I think it'd be Rodgers or Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
Because they'll probably want to go in that direction.
We're not getting a lot of Rodgers whispers right now,
really.
Doran.
No, not really.
This is rumor time. This is smoke time. This is throw stuff against the wall time if you're these national insiders.
He's a desperation signing for a team. Like, nobody is going to just be like, yeah, I want Aaron Rodgers. Like, I don't think anybody's like, yeah, we want Aaron Rodgers. It's like, oh, we're going to sign Aaron Rodgers if we're desperate.
If you could get Rodgers, let's just say for the $27 million that Stafford was due this year, and I'm talking about it from the Rams standpoint. If you could get Rodgers at that deal and Stafford goes off and you trade him and he signs a $50 million deal with the Raiders, are they any worse off, the Rams, with Rodgers and, let's say, Devontae Adams?
No.
I don't think so either.
No.
Not in the Dome, not with McVay, and how they run things over there.
They might clash, but, I mean, it's a really good offensive mind, and if you're Rodgers, you're like, listen, I just want to play another year. So he might, he might listen to McVay.
So that being said, you're right, man. Like, the options are really dwindling for Russell Wilson. And even as recently as yesterday, I saw reports out there that he still wants $25 or $30 million. How could he think he's possibly worth $25 to $30 million? Like, it's just not, I don't think it's going to happen for him. And if that, we're not always in the business of getting mad about stuff before it happens. If the Steelers paid Russell Wilson $30 million, I would blow my lid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You would see that little vein you like in my forehead pop out again?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd lose it. But I don't think that they're willing to go there for him.
They might have to. That's the thing. What are the other options? If the other options take other options.
Would you rather have Daniel Jones?
No. No way.
I wouldn't want to pay Sam Darnold either.
I also put myself in the Steelers' shoes. Like, I mostly think about what they would do. Like, me doing one thing is different than what the Steelers would do. Steelers, are, in my opinion, would go with the familiar option.
And I asked Jeff this yesterday, because of the way that Art Rooney II sounded at the end of the season, I think he prefers Russell Wilson. But I think everyone else within the building that has decision-making power wants Justin Fields. Well, who's going to win out there? I think Tomlin wants Fields now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
He talked again, stressed the importance of quarterback mobility in his end-of-season press conference. But the thing that Art said was, we want a guy who can be a field general at the line of scrimmage, which, ironically, they didn't let him do at the end of the season. So you're getting a lot of stuff out there. But if the owner wants Russ, you'd have to think that might be the more likely option, especially as we talk about the dwindling market here. I think Justin Fields, while he might not have a robust market, I think there's more suitors for him than there would be Russell Wilson, especially at the $25 to $30 million thing. Any way you want to read it, I think that this report of Stafford and the Raiders finding common ground on a new contract, I just think is good for the Steelers.
And I think that we need to get ahead of this. Like, let's be 2 steps ahead. This makes so much sense. We talked about it the last couple days. Like,
I think you were the first guy that really said that is the team. Like, you put your name on, he's going to be a Raider pretty much.
100%. Like, it's a done deal. It is a done deal. And then you brought up the intricacies of what their obviously cap space is, and they have $99 million in cap space. Like, they can go get a receiver, they can sign Stafford, they can draft their player at the 6th pick of the draft. Like, they have Tom Brady running things basically. He's basically the GM. Like, at this point, like everything is going to go through him.
Absolutely. He might be a minority owner. He's walking in there like that gift from South Park. He's got the wheelbarrow and his nuts are in it.
And that's why he is the minority owner. For that reason, they want to create the stability. And we don't need to get on a Raiders tangent, but it does have an effect with the Steelers. But like, they brought in Pete Carroll for a reason. They brought and that is to fix the culture. That is to fix the foundation of the Raiders organization. And then in 3 years, Pete Carroll's going to retire. He's going to be 80. So they want a quarterback to match that. They're not going to go with a young quarterback in Pete Carroll. It's going to be Matthew Stafford, somebody that they're willing to pay money that they know is a for sure thing, and Pete Carroll's a for sure thing right now to create this and then pass the torch for the next generation to have that stabilization.
When Pete Carroll thinks, how many times you talk about, what's your 5-year plan? You go to a job, what's your 5-year plan? I don't think Pete Carroll has a 5-year plan. I think he's got a 3-year plan.
Yeah.
I think Matthew Stafford doesn't envision himself playing at 45. He's 37 now. You probably see yourself playing maybe until you're 40.
Right.
They got 3-year plans. So the MO for both guys lines up.
Yeah.
Plus the money aspect, everything that you've just said. But the topic that's now smacked me in the face, Doran, like it looked like Jordan Schultz was going to do to Ian Rappaport in the Starbucks in Indianapolis, is it used to be the Steelers were a destination. And I kind of chuckled when the initial report came out from Albert Breer. It's the Browns, it's the Giants, it's the Raiders, and it's the Steelers. And the first thought that came to my mind, out of those 4, if that's all it is, just those 4, of course he'd want to come to Pittsburgh.
You would think.
No. No. It ain't that way anymore, man.
No. I don't even know if Pittsburgh's the second option.
I know.
I think it would be the Giants because of the market.
And look, I don't know that it's a smart thing for the Giants to do, but they're bringing Daboll back, right? So he wants to win. He wants to save his job. And so you would bring in, again, hypothetically, a guy like Matthew Stafford, and you're giving him free reign. Stafford, buddy, we're in this together.
Yep.
I want to be here not just this year, but beyond. Help my ass out.
Yep.
You could be the guy, and let's do this together. We're winning now. And you got Dexter Lawrence on the other side. He got hurt this year, but he's Defensive Player of the Year candidate, maybe the front runner before he got hurt.
Malik Neighbors, young, really good receiver. Maybe the second.
I'd take Malik Neighbors 10 times out of 10 over George Pickens.
Mm-hmm.
Younger, better, not mercurial.
Yep.
And he had his moments last year, too. And, there was some...
But he showed up, though.
Of course he did.
Whenever he had his moments, he still showed up. He still was catching 8 balls a game. and going for 100. He showed up. Every time that he was, like they would interview him, I would see those interviews after the games, and he was like, yeah, I just want the ball, like stuff like that. Like, he would show up that next week. He would catch the ball.
Dude, they're third.
Yeah.
They're third on that list, and we brought up other teams like the Vikings. They're third.
Mm-hmm.
Behind the Giants and the Raiders. But it's okay. Steelers are above the mean. No big deal. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You and I had I thought, humorous argument a couple of weeks ago about a particular player. Like, we actually got really fired up about a guy that I don't think typically moves the needle. Well, something came out yesterday. Doran, you won the argument. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
No,
either.
I don't. But I'm not shocked.
That you won the argument?
Yep. I have no idea.
I'll tell you which argument you won coming up next, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball is a game coming up tomorrow against Louisville. It's the first of 3 games that Pitt has left on its regular season schedule. Pitt's got Louisville over the weekend. Then there's a game on Wednesday. And then they have a game next Saturday as well. So 3 games left again to end out their regular season. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Mitch Keller. Just 27 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Ed, sponsored by Tax Slayer. Start filing for free today at taxslayer.com. Pete Carroll claims Raiders minority owner Tom Brady was instrumental in his decision to become Vegas' head coach. Brady said Carroll has a vision for how he'd like to see this go. Now, reportedly, that vision includes Brady's behind-the-scenes recruiting of Rams' future Hall of Fame quarterback Matthew Stafford. You got to wonder about conflict of interest here, folks, with Tom Brady. It is a serious thing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers. See taxslayer.com for eligibility.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland. And so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
The
Febreze.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems on the Southern Beltway. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results, LGKG. Your home team, LGKG.com. Reports of an accident on the Southern Beltway as you head past the McDonald interchange. Watch for slowdowns there as a result. Parkway West in line near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette, live from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis in 12 minutes here on the Fan Morning Show. Doran, you and I got into a bizarre, somewhat on-air heated argument about Roman Wilson a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm still really excited about this guy. I think he is going to be good for this team. And you said, you can't count on that dude?
No.
And, well, I lose. Because on Steelers.com, so this call coming from inside the house, Doran, here's what was written up. My understanding of the situation is that at no point was there a legitimate level of confidence that Roman Wilson understood the offense and his responsibilities within it to the degree that would allow him to execute it at game speed during the stretch run of an NFL regular season. Damn.
Yep.
That's not what you want to read.
No, not at all.
I don't want Caboli reporting that. I don't want Jeff writing that up on 937thefan.com. I don't want our friend and Steelers insider, Ray Fittipaldo, putting that on the Post-Gazette. I put more stock in it, though, when it comes from inside the house. Because I used to work there. I know how it works. The stuff that gets out,
they want out.
They want out.
Yes.
And the last time I can recall something like this being put on their website, and it was more extreme, was when I think it was Labriola wrote that Chase Claypool had a high diva quotient. Next year, trade deadline, shipped out of town for a second-round pick. Now, I'm not saying the Steelers are going to trade for Roman Wilson. Who would do that? Hasn't played more than, 12 snaps, I think it was, in an NFL game? No one's going to trade for him. But that is a scathing assessment. That's the last thing you want to hear. Because
did he play at all this year?
He dressed for a game, I believe.
Did he play?
I think he got special team snaps.
Okay.
That's my recollection of it, but don't quote me on it chapter and verse.
The whole thing was it was odd to me because he was going through the injuries, and then it's okay, the injuries he had, it's you come back from those, they're not season ending, so why haven't you seen him play? and why hasn't he gotten reps at receiver? And usually, from my knowledge of playing, like that is, you can't get on the train, you can't learn.
Jump on that moving train, Mike Tomlin says.
And then you have to be able to compete to sit somebody down and make plays while you know the plays. Like to me, I was like, this guy, he can't get to a point where he's learning this stuff at all.
And they're touchy with it, right? Like they brought in Mike Williams, and they didn't play him enough. I mean, from a talent standpoint, the second most talented wide receiver on the team last year was Mike Williams, and he barely played, even after he catches the game-winning touchdown in Washington. Like they have a high standard in their minds for what you need to know for you to get playing time, which is odd because George Pickens is out there running wrong routes and not giving full effort. But that's not what you want to hear when – I'm guessing on this, but you tell me, you're coming back from injury and you're young. Aren't the two things you're focused on, I need to know that playbook inside and out, know the checks inside and out, know everything inside and out, and I'm working on that rehab.
Yeah.
Like, what else are you doing?
Exactly.
Like,
what else are you doing?
You got to study.
Yeah. Like, if you're not rehabbing, you're studying. If you're rehabbing, you are studying while you're rehabbing. Like, sometimes they do, like, certain, like, massages or whatever. Or they put you in certain machines that just,
hyperbaric chambers.
Whatever. Like, you're still studying. But that doesn't mean it translates to the field. Like, that's what's different. Like, it's one thing to read a book, and it's different writing the book.
Yeah, there are visual learners. There are audio learners. Like, if I hear stuff, I remember it better than if I read it.
But you actually have to do it at a full speed and against somebody at the NFL level and make it look, and then actually, like, do, like, be successful at it.
There's one thing to understand it conceptually.
Right.
There's another thing. I'm going 100 miles an hour out there, and I got to see what I saw on paper now on the field.
And then actually, like, make the catch.
Yeah. I mean, this really is shocking to me, though, because it's the antithesis of everything we heard about this guy coming out of Michigan. Maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe this should just say he was young and they didn't trust him. Maybe it's more on them than it is on him. Maybe. But why write it if it's not more poignantly pointed at that guy? But out of Michigan, he was supposed to be this ball-loving dude who's not super big, but was a good contested catch guy at Michigan. They went stretches like against Penn State where they'd run the ball 30 times in a row, but he's on the field because he's out there blocking his ass off. So I hope that's the Roman Wilson we see, and that this is just a young guy blip in the road. But the faith that I had in him before was based on him being this dogged competitor, and now I'm coming into this going, okay, whatever we see from him is going to be, it's going to be cherry on top, I guess.
Well, it's going to make the situation harder for Roman Wilson because he has no room to get hurt or have a soft tissue injury in OTAs and training camp this year. Because if he does and he's out, then the Steelers clearly are on thin ice. Like, not thin ice, but like they're alerted of, like, hey man, like, you better start learning this stuff. Like, that's why this is out there. Teams put this out for a reason, to light a fire under guys sometimes. That's an old tactic in the NFL.
Good point.
It's an old tactic that they do, and so they see the guys will see this and be like, oh, I better get my what together. But Roman Wilson is going to have so much pressure going into this offseason, going into OTAs and training camp, that if he tweaks a hamstring or anything, I don't know.
And he's a third-round pick.
Right.
We're talking about career stuff here.
Yeah. Like, this is I'd monitor this situation because he has very, very little room for error going into his second year.
Do you remember Senquez Golson at Ole Miss? Same kind of deal. I was sitting there at training camp doing a show, and we were in the crow's nest, basically, and right in front of us, I just saw him go down.
Right.
And he stepped in like a divot or something. Right. And then he never got it back because he got hurt then the next year, and then you're SOL. Kevin White of West Virginia ran the great 40.
Yep.
And great tape in college. Yeah. Oh, my God, he was an unbelievable player in college.
Top 10 pick.
Top 10 pick because of the 40 he ran, and injuries absolutely derailed his career. We're talking about a top 10 guy. So you're a third-round pick. You're already on thin ice. Absolutely he is. So I thought that was big-time noteworthy, and I'll give Pony credit because he's the one who found it. But I have had high hopes for Roman Wilson, and now it's like, all right, let's see what you can do. Coming up next, we've got Chris Carter of the Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. Give us all the combine scuttlebutt. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yeah, that made me uncomfortable. Yeah, wow. Penguins won 5-4 in overtime yesterday. Penguins got another game coming up tomorrow, Saturday, 3 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Winter, snow, and ice, they wreak havoc on your home. It's going to get cold again this weekend, and that's especially if your roof siding or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice if you think your home isn't properly protected, and that's to call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacement, they can do that too. They've done work at my house. No job is too big. No job is too small for the Pickle. 724-515-5551 is the phone number. They're answering phones 24/7 today or online at callthepickle.com.
7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time is subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official betting partner of 93.7 The Fan. College basketball March is almost here, and Pitt is getting ready to play its biggest game of the season by far at Louisville on Saturday. This is a game Pitt absolutely has to win if it wants to lock up a shot in the tournament. So you'll be watching, and if you've got a good feeling on this game, you should bet on it with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything that's going on right now as we get into the conference tournaments and then all the way to the end when a team cuts down the nets. And the app's so easy, when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on the college hoops action. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But You can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Ready for a little more breaking news, Mr. Dickerson?
Oh, yeah.
Harry, you ready for some breaking news?
Sure.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic. The Rams are set to meet with Matthew Stafford at their facility in person today regarding his future, per sources. The Raiders and Giants have discussed a 2-year contract for Stafford that includes, wait for it, $90 to $100 million guaranteed. I'll say it again correctly. $90 to $100 million guaranteed.
Yep.
Yeah, the Steelers ain't going to do that.
No, they're not going to do that, but I guess Stafford's...
Nor should they.
I guess Stafford's ski trip is over. So
Yeah, why isn't Les Snead going out to Montana?
Right.
Strapping up, getting on a black diamond.
Mm-hmm.
How
I
about
don't think the
Giants?
Rams are going to do that either. That's the point of this is why they're in this situation, is because they didn't want to do that.
$90 to $100 million.
$50 million
guaranteed.
a year.
Yeah, that's just... Steelers can't play ball at that. I know the cap just went up, and that announcement was made yesterday, and that's great. The growth of the NFL, that's great. Spend more money on players. Well, they have $60-ish million in cap space. You can't spend 50 of it on Matthew Stafford. You can't. He would make the team better. I have no doubt about that. He would upgrade the quarterback position. I have no doubt about that. But then you can't do anything else.
Exactly.
At all. And the draft is so important, and that's why the combine is so important, and that's why we now go out live to Indianapolis to talk to our friend, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. Good morning to you, Chris. How you doing, buddy?
Morning, fellas. How we doing today?
Pretty good.
I think we're outstanding today. So you're in Indianapolis. Before we get into the nuts and bolts of the whispers that are coming out and the things that you've gleaned about the Steelers, have you gone to Kilroy's? Have you gone out to the Slippery Noodle? Oh, yeah.
Yes. I've been doing all the things. I actually got here early because I had to cover Pitt at Notre Dame on Saturday, and then I drove in Saturday night. So that gave me like a day and a half to kind of reset and watch some more film and kind of prepare for the week and when I was going to talk to guys. So it's been a very exciting week. I'll say that.
That's a nice little twofer there.
Yeah.
A little Ernie Banks. Let's play two. Let's cover Pitt. Let's go out to Indianapolis for the combine. All right. Well, some of the reporting that I think has stuck out to me is the Steelers have formal interviews with Ashton Genty, running back out of Boise State. Now we find out Tyler Warren. How important is that, Chris, that we hear that they are not just, talking to these guys, but they are deemed official?
I think it's important to show that the Steelers are keeping their eyes open for playmakers on offense, and that's an important part of this because the Steelers have invested a lot in the draft, a lot of draft capital in this offensive line. You're talking about 2 first-round tackles, a second-round center, a 4th-round guard, and I wouldn't close the book on them drafting another offensive lineman in this draft, but probably not in the first 3 rounds. So now if you're the Steelers, you got to prepare for all the contingencies. As I pointed out yesterday, I talked to over 12 defensive tackles that I considered like the major prospects to keep an eye on. I talked to over 12 cornerbacks to keep an eye on. And overwhelmingly, when I talked to defensive tackles, like the top guys that were considered across the board, all of them had interviewed formally or informally with the Steelers or had a formal interview coming with the Steelers. When I talked to the cornerbacks, some of them did, but not nearly as much. So now today, the wide receivers are talking, and I'm very eager to see what's the kind of the ratio there because I'm going to try to talk to, Matthew Golden out of Texas, Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State, Luther Burden out of Missouri, and I want to see what's the ratio of those guys and those guys with the Steelers because I can get Tyler Warren and Ashton Genty because, if there's that crazy thing where there's just a run on receivers and a run on D tackles and you're just like, wow, like both the positions that you were hoping to get in the first round are taken. What if we just take this superstar offensive weapon over here and figure that out? So I think that's what the Steelers are doing there. But to me, the priority has been D tackle and wide receiver in the early rounds, and I'll be eager to see what we learned from some of the receivers today.
And so what you're saying is maybe the specific guy doesn't matter as much as the sheer number of the prospects at a particular position matters to you.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, there's some really good first round talent guy. Like the Steelers probably going to get a really good player at 21, a really good prospect, because there's at least 3 defensive linemen or defensive tackles, excuse me, that I think would fit that bill and can reasonably be there at 21. And I'd say there's about 3 wide receivers that fit that bill. And so when you look at offensive tackles that'll probably go early, quarterbacks that'll probably go early, other linemen will go early, linebackers, edge rushers, you're going to have a pretty good chance that one of those 6 guys between those 2 positions, which I deem positions of need for the Steelers, being available to the Steelers. But again, if both of them go on a run, that means something crazy happened, and there's going to be a really talented player available at another position. And look, you got Pat Freiermuth and you got Darnell Washington, but if you can get a Tyler Warren, and he turns out to be your superstar tight end next to Pat Freiermuth for the next 4 to 5 years, you wouldn't be mad at that. You'd find a way to make that work. If you can get Ashton Jeanty, my goodness, you're really excited about that, and you're hoping that offensive line that you put together can finally put it together. And if they do with that kind of a talent at running back, you might have one of the best rushing attacks in the NFL. So a lot of things can roll their way.
Chris, the defensive line, they did perform yesterday. Let's give the people some names to look out for, to keep in their minds whenever the draft does come around. Who had a good performance yesterday that you could see being a Pittsburgh Steeler out of the defensive line?
I'll tell you what, I'm really impressed by how nimble Derek Harmon out of Oregon was. I was a little disappointed that just because of injuries, we didn't get to see Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. But I also think that maybe delays Kenneth Grant skyrocketing up boards, because he is a massive human. The Kenneth Grant out of Michigan, he's been my top defensive tackle after Mason Graham for a while now, just from the tape that I watched. But the big thing that a lot of the scouts were saying, or a lot of the draft gurus that are also out here, they're saying, like, man, if he goes out there and he tests out of this world, which it looks like he might have, he would have just skyrocketed and been way out of the Steelers league. So they would have had to trade it up to probably like 15 to get him. But he didn't test, so that might get delayed until his March 21st pro day. But Derek Harmon, I got to say, I was impressed by him at the podium. I thought he spoke very well. He handled himself very well. And he's a guy that also measures out like Cam Hayward. And also, he talked a lot about why he models his game after Cam Hayward and Chris Jones. I think he's a guy that the Steelers absolutely have their eyes on. If they got him in the first round, I think Steelers fans would be pretty excited by what he brings to the table.
Yeah, I got a big man crush on that guy. And I've said for a long time I want them to draft a wide receiver in the first round, but I'll tell you, it intrigues me. It intrigues me. Derek Harmon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I want the priority to be on the offensive side, but then you watch what the Philadelphia Eagles do in the Super Bowl, and you get sugar plums dancing in your head when you think about it, especially when you get comparisons to Cam Hayward. All right, Chris, so these segments with you are always fun, but this time of the year I think they're particularly valuable because of how you've really developed through the business as a guy who watches a ton of film and breaks these things down. I'm not a massive fan of taking a running back 21 overall, but how do you think Jeanty in particular compares to some of the big-time running back prospects that have come out through the years, like the Saquon Barkleys, guys like that?
The thing is, I'm not sure if he's Saquon, but it's just like he's a phenomenal athlete. Like when he tests, he's probably going to test through the roof. He's going to have amazing speed, amazing change of direction, amazing explosiveness. He's going to have so many different things working in his favor. And like when Saquon Barkley was drafted, everyone knew that he was a supreme talented, but everyone was wondering where would he go in the draft. When the Giants took him, it was like, okay, great, he's going to be an awesome player for you, but you have so far to go. Like, they still had to rebuild their offensive line. And it's like, it's one thing if you'd been taken at 21st overall, like the Steelers could theoretically take Jeanty there. But I think he was taken in the top 5 that year. And it was just like, not sure if that's what you wanted to do. And then, lo and behold, Saquon Barkley spent his first years there, went to the Eagles and went behind a good offensive line and became that. So again, I still would be going for, like, I think the optimal situation is you get a D tackle or a wide receiver in the first round, and there's again 6 guys between those two positions that I think would grade well for the Steelers to get them there. But if those situations, kind of panned out differently and Ashton Jeanty somehow falls to 21, I feel like it would be tough to pass it up because he would just be a playmaker on offense. He would just change everything you'd be able to do. You'd be able to use him in the pass game in a way that you have not used Jaylen Warren or Najee Harris over the past several years. It would make Justin Fields' job a lot easier, and presuming that I think Justin Fields is still the main target here for the Steelers and the plan. But whoever your quarterback is, he would make their job a lot easier. And if this offensive line does develop and stay and is healthy this year, Ashton Jeanty would be a home run hitter that would capitalize on this a lot better than the Steelers have had. Najee Harris is a grinder. He wears you down. He keeps falling forward. He keeps being physical with you. Ashton Jeanty would be the guy, kind of like Saquon Barkley, that if you give him a lane, he would be gone, and then you just be like, whoa, what happened there?
Chris, but tight ends run today, right? Pretty sure. Tight ends run?
Yes, yeah, because they talked yesterday.
Give us a prediction of Tyler Warren in the 40 and Gavin Bartholomew in the 40. Let's see how close you get.
Oh, geez. I mean, I can't say I've studied a whole lot of Tyler Warren tape because I was like, they're never really actually taking him unless something stupid happens. I'll say Tyler Warren runs in the low 4.5s. I'll say Gavin runs in the high 4.6s.
All right. Okay.
Doran's paying special attention. And Doran's got this unique talent, Chris. I don't know if you know this or not, where he can guess guys 40 times, and he just nails it all the time. It's like absurd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, Doran, what's your predictions on those guys?
Tyler Warren 4.69, and Gavin Bartholomew will run a 4.71.
Okay, that's interesting. I talked to Gavin yesterday. I'll have a story out in the Post-Gazette. It's ready. We're just waiting to publish it. But one thing I was really impressed by Gavin Bartholomew, and as I've always been impressed by him, like Gavin Bartholomew came into college football as a freshman for Pitt in the ACC championship season, caught 4 touchdowns.
Both guys actually came in as quarterbacks. They both are quarterbacks in high school.
That is the crazy part. They had to develop in similar ways, but. Gavin Bartholomew made his hay at Pitt while never really getting the chance to blow up statistically the way Tyler Warren did, and he never complained about it. Like in all my years of covering Gavin Bartholomew with Pitt, he could have complained. He had NIL offers coming from several other major Power 5 programs, and he was just like, nope. I believe in my boys, and I think there's going to be something for that. I don't know where Gavin Bartholomew is going to go. Right now, I'm projected to be a day 3 pick, but I think if whoever gets him is going to be really happy because I think he's going to test very well at this combine. I think he's a very willing and developed blocker, and I think that he's a good pass catcher and a playmaker with the ball in his hands. So he's going to be dangerous. But Tyler Warren, whoever gets him, they have a chance to have the best tight end in football in a couple of years.
Yep.
Titans aren't going to be stupid enough to pass on Abdul Carter because of the injury, right?
Man, the Titans have been stupid a lot, so I don't know. I can't speak on their plans here. They may feel like they want to go get Cam Ward. They may feel like they're giving up on Will Levis already. But Abdul Carter, I still.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. That makes sense to me. But if they were married to Carter, let's just say, and there's been a bunch of different reporting on this, and now it's like, yo. We're not going to do it because there's this potential stress fracture deal going on. That would be ludicrous to me. I'm sorry to cut you off. We've also run out of time. But thank you. Thank you for joining us from Indianapolis. I know you've been super busy. Work's been outstanding as well, man. Thanks, and keep it up.
Thanks for having me, guys.
One of the best. Also host of the Locked On Steelers podcast, which is really good. All right, coming up next, we will react to a lot of what Chris had to say. We'll react to the latest on Matthew Stafford. We've got hit with a couple of breaking news stories on Stafford this morning. And then we've got a special news segment planned for 9 o'clock that we're very excited about. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 5-4 in overtime yesterday against the Philadelphia Flyers, though the Penguins are still in last in the Metro and second to last in the Eastern Conference. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And Morning Rush getting a little more lively. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Inbound Parkway East, you are jammed as you head through the 79 interchange, and then again from the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood Swissvale, while Route 28, that is heavy past Shaler Waterworks, and then again from the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Show favorite, the Farm to Table Expo, returns with dozens of small local growers and food producers. Come sample and buy the bounty of their harvests. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm sorry to do this to Joe.
Oh, don't do it.
I'm not going to do it. Look at me. Look at my growth.
I know.
Something we talked about off the air that I think might have been entertaining. I'm not taking it onto the air. That is growth. That is maturity, my friend. Thank you for helping me get there. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. New report out there. This one from Diana Rossini of The Athletic, that the Rams are set to meet with Matthew Stafford at their facility in person today regarding his future. The Raiders and Giants have discussed a 2-year contract for Stafford that includes $90 to $100 million guaranteed. So, folks, a lot of people wanted Stafford to come to Pittsburgh. There's also a lot of people that didn't. There's also a lot of people that are tired of it either way. And so, good news for everybody, apart from the people who want him to come to Pittsburgh. It's going to get settled, it seems, pretty soon. And my prediction is that it's either going to be the Raiders or that the Rams will get it done, but I think I'm leaning heavily towards the Raiders.
Definitely the Raiders. I mean, they have basically every amenity that would fit for Matthew Stafford. And then the Rams are kind of pushing him to the side, and feelings get hurt in this business a lot, and especially whenever you don't feel wanted. So that's what I think Matthew Stafford's feeling from the Rams. It's like, you don't want me. Oh, now you want me. Now you want to try to figure something out. Why didn't you just do that in the first place? But I can go to Las Vegas. I could play under Pete Carroll, who has won before. I could play under, the vision of Tom Brady a little bit. I can get paid $50 million. There's more money to spend to give me another player, maybe bring in my guy Cooper Kupp, and I get to play indoors. So, I mean.
You have swayed me, Doran, and it hit me like a sack of bricks just now. You weren't wanted, in your mind, by the Rams. The greatest quarterback of all time wants you.
Yes.
It's pretty obvious to me then.
And one of the greatest, probably, head coaches. He'll be a Hall of Famer, Pete Carroll.
Won a national championship and won a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Absolutely.
One of the greatest football coaches of all time.
Super likable guy, too.
Football coach, yes.
Yeah.
Very easy to play for.
Guys want to play for him, would probably get an A on that NFL Players Association survey. I just got a text from Joe Starkey. What happened? First of all, Joe, thank you for listening to the show. I heard you and Bob talking the other day about, and you were saying you can't, I'm just talking directly to Joe now, I guess. Joe was saying he can't breathe sometimes. He'll be in the middle of a long-winded thought, and he'll lose his breath in the middle of a sentence.
Don't.
And I'm just worried about, all I am is worried about him. We love Joe. This is not shtick. That's it. I'm just worried about Joe. I just want Joe to take care of himself. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
Joe's going to sign my petition for council.
I did hear that, although I also heard he blew you off yesterday.
Well, he was late. I understood.
Well, then he's never going to sign it. Because his ass is walking in here at 10:01 every single day. And I'm not disparaging him. Doran, you and I, during football season, the later it gets, the later and later we show up for the show. Right. We know what we're talking about. We know what audio's there. We've talked the night before. We get in later and later. So I ain't throwing stones at Joe. I just want to be healthy. I think Joe's one of the nicest people around. And I'm worried about it. Also, Cale Berger's got a kidney stone situation.
He thinks.
People are falling left and right around here.
Yeah.
A little cardio, Joe, that's all. Just a little cardio.
Come on. Stop.
I'm just worried about his breathing.
Stop.
All right. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up next, we will react to what Carter had to say about Ashton Genty in particular, and an interesting hypothetical there, I think. Also, what does Najee Harris have in common with a world-famous porn star? It's all on the way. Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, BlueChew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since BlueChew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, BlueChew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. BlueChew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little rough going in the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. We have an accident off to the side on the inbound Parkway West at the I-79 interchange. That's causing a little bit of a slowdown. Once you do get by it, you're in line again near the top of Green Tree Hill. Also, an accident reported in Green Tree on Green Tree Road between Warriors Road and the Parkway West ramps. Parkway East, you're stacked at Wilkinsburg, while Route 28 is heavy past Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Callis, get yourself to the microphone, please.
I'm literally sitting right here.
That's right. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Do you know who Bonnie Blue is?
Yeah.
I know you do.
Oh. I sure do.
You have never answered a question faster.
I got a meeting with her in about a couple hours.
Callis, get close to the microphone. Do you know who Bonnie Blue is, Doran? Yes!
Sounds like a porn star.
That's right. And she is world famous now because, and how do I put this to where it's not too blue? She had relations, there we go, with 1,057 men in a 12-hour period. Run some math on that. That's multiple guys a minute.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot. There's a graphic going around now on social media. Bonnie Blue, relations with 1,057 guys in a 12-hour period. Najee Harris, 1,043 rushing yards on the season. Now, Jerry Dulac. Jerry Dulac.
What's harder to do? What's harder to accomplish?
You tell me. I think you went for both feats. Obviously not with men. I just didn't think we'd do Bonnie Blue, Najee Harris, Jerry Dulac all within like 90 seconds. And like all their names get mentioned. Hence the giggling. I guess we really haven't matured as a show.
Not really.
And I take full responsibility
for this. You set it up. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Sit here in silence? I know who Bonnie Blue is.
Who's the other one who's like the lesser Bonnie Blue?
Lily
Phillips.
Yeah.
And I was quick with that one.
Me too. Jeez. What's wrong with this?
So Jerry Dulac reports that the Steelers were in contact with Najee Harris's agent at the NFL Combine, and the team might be comfortable going 3 years, $20 million on Najee Harris. Now, there's not a lot of different ways we can have this conversation. It's newsy now because of Jerry Dulac's report, and there's going to be a lot of newsy stuff that comes out from the NFL Combine. We've had the should they bring Najee Harris back debate. We've had the how much should they pay him if they bring him back conversation. I want to flip this into a hypothetical because this is newsy too. The Steelers with an official meeting with Ashton Jeanty, the running back out of Boise State, who's considered by most to be a top 5 prospect in this draft. I don't want to see the Steelers draft a running back in the first round unless they think he's the final piece to win a Super Bowl. However, if it's either draft a running back 21st overall, and that running back is Ashton Jeanty, or we sign Najee Harris back for 3 years and $20 million, I would rather them draft Ashton Jeanty 100 times out of 100 than go back with Najee Harris.
Yes.
I don't think that's a controversial take, is it? Like, I think most people would agree with that.
I think they would agree with that, just based off of the home run running of Ashton Jeanty. Now, will that translate to the NFL? It's not going to translate at just like college, but he still has that ability to break a play open and give you what you've seen from, guys like Saquon Barkley and Bijan Robinson. Like, he has that ability. Najee Harris doesn't. You're going to get the same thing. You're going to get the same Najee Harris if you do re-sign him, except you're going to be paying him a lot more.
Yes. And you're paying him a lot more to know pretty much exactly what you're going to get. And there's always a risk no matter who you bring in. But I feel like a big-time NFL running back prospect is going to hit more than not. Now, who was the guy for the Browns? Trent Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
That did not work out. Najee Harris has not been an excellent running back in the NFL. 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons. Okay, he's durable. He doesn't fumble. Those are valuable things. I'm not going to totally poo-poo the career he's had. He's been a pretty good player for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But he has not been first-round quality to me. Most of these big-time guys that get drafted, though, they come in and they play well. So it's not even like it's an unknown versus this guy who we know exactly what you're going to get. I think you know that Genty's going to be a really good player. I don't want to see them do either of these things, but if it's an either-or, then you run to the podium and you take Ashton Genty.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of hit me today when driving in, Doran. I think this would be a Mike Tomlin call. Like, if Najee comes back, it's because Mike Tomlin values guys who are durable. Mike Tomlin, more than anything else offensively, it seems, values guys who don't turn the football over. Najee Harris, I think, is the running back equivalent of Mike Tomlin, the coach.
Yeah.
You know exactly what you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a high ceiling, but the floor is very high. It's kind of milquetoast, little maybe above average. And so I can see why he appeals so much to Tomlin, but I think this is an instance where there would be some sort of front office kind of tug of war. I like to think that Omar Khan, because of how he came up through the industry and the numbers side of things, that he would view running backs more in the modern sense and doesn't want to invest a lot of money into guys who become diminishing assets the older they get, most guys. But Tomlin wants the known commodity.
Yeah.
I could see there being some butting of the heads here.
Yeah.
And it's not a huge cost.
What would it be, like $7 a year?
Oh, math. Yeah, pretty much.
$7 a year. Why not just give him his 5th-year option?
That's what drives me nuts.
Right. It's the same thing, basically. It was like, 6.5 or something?
Yes. So why would you, and they haven't done it yet, but why would you sign him up for 3 years on that price when you could have before the season, knowing exactly what he was going to do, by the way, have given him 1 year on that price, and then you kick the can down the road. Like, at one point during the season, he had 3 straight 100-yard rushing games, and it was like, okay, now wait a second here.
Right.
What's going on? But then he became Najee again. I would have, hindsight being 2020, if they would have picked up the 5th-year option, I don't know that makes me emote strongly in either way. But a 3-year deal with a running back at that same price, that would make me mad if they decided to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he's a bad dude. I know media members don't like him, so what? Like, okay.
It's just based, this is purely football.
We're talking ball here.
Right.
And he's going to be available for you every day. But I need more than the plotter. I need guys that score touchdowns. And that's where Tyler Warren comes into this. And that's what I wanted to react to from Chris Carter. If Tyler Warren's there, like with Genty, I pause and don't take him, I don't think. If Tyler Warren is there, I would rather have, if Tyler Warren and Emeka Egbuka are there, I'm taking Tyler Warren every time. It's not even close. Because I need guys that are dynamic. And while I think Egbuka is going to be a good wide receiver in the NFL, I think Tyler Warren can be a star in the NFL.
If either guy is there, I'm taking him. Because I would just.
You would take Genty?
Yep. Because of the talent. Like, what is the talent evaluation? I know, evaluations by position. I know, but like, what is the pure talent evaluation, and what can this guy be in 5 years? What can this guy be in 10 years? Are they durable? Can they be a huge asset? And are they different but the same at the same time at their position? Like those two guys, if they're there at 21, I don't know how you could pass that up.
I don't think they would
because of the talent.
To be clear, I don't think that they would. Yeah,
it's the pure talent.
It's talent at a position of need. And in
the tight end case, it's not a position of need, but it's just pure talent.
It's a position of need for them always, apparently. with the offensive coordinator they have. And I'm not saying that to denigrate Arthur Smith, but they're collecting tight ends.
But I mean that essentially does fill a void though. Like he's a weapon. He's not,
a slot too,
yeah,
right?
It's not like you're drafting a blocking tight end. Like he is going to move around. He's going to be like they're going to use him like Debo, but just in a different way. They're going to use him multiple ways. He's going to maybe run wildcat at sometimes, throw the ball. He's going to do all kinds of different things. He's going to flex. He's going to block, and he's willing to do all that too. So like mentally, you're getting a player that is willing to do all these things and is a student of the game, a former quarterback, and then physically can do all that. Like he is an absolute weapon that. If you're looking for a number 2 receiver, he probably would fill that void in a certain way.
Absolutely. And I like guys you don't have to guess on either. And he did a lot of that stuff at Penn State. He did all that stuff at Penn State. You don't have to guess. I love that. The way that they utilized him this year. When they played the big boy teams of college football, they had trouble moving the ball. And so they put the ball in his hands in unconventional ways. And so you don't have to project, we could use him this way, that way. No, you know because you saw it. And you saw it on tape, and you saw it against big guys.
Yes.
Big teams.
Like I'd use him as a running
playoff
back.
teams. Yeah, hand him the ball every now and
Put
again.
him next to Justin Fields in the sidecar, in the shotgun, and just hand him the ball, run the zone read with him. Like, who's tackling him? He's getting a first down, 3rd and 1, for sure.
Well, and think about it, too, from a tush-push standpoint.
That, too.
Like, if Russell Wilson's back, I don't want that calf getting any extra strain on it. Tyler Warren could do the Mark Andrews thing.
If you do not pass up on a guy like that, if he's there.
No.
But he won't be there. But if he was there in some type of other realm, yes, you do not pass up on him.
He is being mocked close enough to where the Steelers are picking that I wouldn't rule out them trading up for him.
See, okay, that was the next kind of layer to this. Like, would you do that?
Yeah. If he were being mocked top 10, like I don't think it's good business to trade into the top 10 with all due respect and to draft a tight end. Just like, really, should you be trading up into the top 10 to take an undersized inside linebacker? No.
Right.
Like I trade up for difference makers, and yeah, tight ends can be massive difference makers. But whatever. You get what I'm saying. If it takes you moving up to 16th, that's going to take a lot less in draft equity to move up than it would if you had to get into, say, the top 10.
Yeah.
But make no mistake about it. If either one of those guys are there at 21, forget all the trading and any of that stuff. If either one of those guys are there, they're taking them. Like, I know that Chris said that he talked to a dozen defensive line prospects that had all been in communication with the Steelers. They're infatuated with the defensive line in this draft, and they should be. It's super deep. And you can get good ones in the 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 4th round. But if you've got a top 5, top 10 talent, both guys probably fit that mold at a position that they would consider of need, and need for them, tight end being just weapon, they're going to take if those guys are there, they're taking them.
Yes, and so is every other team, though. So they're not going to be there. Like, every other team probably thinks this way. You draft, and with guys like those two, if they fall or whatever, you're going, and you don't, need a quarterback or anything. Like, you're going to draft based off of that, even if you have another guy. Like, if the Eagles were drafting at 16, I could see them taking Genty, too. I could definitely see them taking Tyler Warren, even though they have Saquon Barkley. Like, they would draft Genty.
You know what,
because
dude?
he's the best there.
It would be the most Eagles thing of all time.
Yeah. I could see them drafting Warren, trading up. For sure. Why wouldn't you?
And they'll find a way to draft 15 defensive linemen.
Like, Dallas Goedert is a good tight end, but if you put Warren into the fold, like that's another piece that like just amplifies your offense that is already amplified. Like, what other position do they need right now? Maybe tight end would be the only one that I would say, okay, like.
You know what I would do if I was really feeling myself? I'm Howie Roseman. I realize that this isn't 93.7 The Fan in Philadelphia, but just indulge me for a second here. I saw a column written yesterday, the Eagles need to pay Zach Bond. No, they don't. No, they don't. If I'm feeling myself and I'm Howie Roseman.
I found him, I can find another one.
Yep, exactly right. And I'll draft one in the 2nd round, plug and play him, and there we go.
Yep.
You got Nakobe Dean. He was hurt, but that's what I would do.
Yep.
All right, there was a quarterback mocked to the Steelers by a big-time draftnik who I think is one of the best in the industry. Why does that have us thinking about Dan Marino, though? And there's a deeper, better discussion, I think, there. That's next, but first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The men's basketball is a game tomorrow at 3 o'clock. They've got 3 games left on their regular season schedule. And I actually messed it up. It's the Penguins will play tomorrow at 3 o'clock. But Pitt plays Louisville. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Look, I need to get this off my chest. The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log on to the app, I find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location and pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. After last year's NFL Players Association report card results, Washington Commanders owner Josh Harris responded, "I'm not an F- guy." He hired Dan Quinn, who was the players' favorite coordinator in the 2023 season and became last season's favorite head coach. Harris's Commanders jumped from last place to 11th overall, and a new stadium is coming eventually where the old RFK stands. At least that's how I see it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room cleaned free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways for you. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania injury attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results, LGKG. Your home team, LGKG.com. Another accident reported, this one in Harrison Township. Crews checking the report at the intersection of Village Green Drive and Saxonburg Road. We also had an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway West near the 79 interchange. Traffic seems to be getting by as everything is off to the side. Further delays from the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 delays at Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We could sit here and we could talk about mock drafts, should they, shouldn't they, and we'll do some of that, and people are really interested in the draft. I'm really interested in the draft. But I think the conversations need to be deeper than that. So real quick, Field Yates of ESPN, one of the best-known draftniks out there, he has, in his latest mock, the Steelers taking Jackson Dart 21st overall. No thank you there.
Right.
Jackson Dart just said moments ago at the podium at the NFL Combine that he thinks the Cleveland Browns are built to win now.
I'd say that too, if I were him.
I know. There's only two reasons why you would say something like that. Either you are a quarterback prospect in the NFL draft or you're a dumbass.
Yep.
And maybe he's both, but he's probably just a quarterback in the NFL draft.
Yes, that wants to go as high as possible.
Now, here's the thing. There are drafts where there are can't-miss quarterback prospects. There are drafts where there are quarterback prospects that get drafted later than they should have. I mean, everyone who knows ball thinks Tom Brady, he was a sixth-round pick. Duh, you know what you know now? You take him first overall. Dan Marino, you know what he became. Steelers probably should have drafted him in 1983. He went 27th overall, of course, to the Miami Dolphins, and the Steelers drafted Gabe Rivera, nose tackle.
What was their number?
21st overall, Doran.
Wow, that's ironic.
By the way, Darrell Green went the pick right after Dan Marino, also a Hall of Famer.
Very fast.
Yes, known as one of the fastest players in the history of the sport, who ran in the 4.4s, by the way, in the NFL Combine, because I was curious about that myself.
He did not run in the 4.4s.
He did.
He ran, and did they have a Combine back then?
I'm on it.
I'm pretty sure he ran in the 4.2s. That's what he was usually clocked at. He's not a 4.4 guy.
4.43, Doran.
What? I was faster than him?
So that's what I'm saying, is he was thought of as one of the fastest players in the history of the NFL, but guys weren't as fast back then. Sorry, no offense, that's just truth. They just weren't as fast back then. Like, they're not built like you. My man.
I think the clocks are off. I don't know.
Maybe they were going off a sundial.
Maybe.
Perhaps he had a strong headwind in his face.
Maybe.
They didn't do it in a dome back then. Point being, so this brings us all the way back around to Dan Marino, who was on the Anything But Football podcast with Cam Hayward. I think that's what it's called. Something like that. We talk stuff other than football. Other than football, whatever it is. Give Cam Hayward almost full credit for this. Dan Marino said, yeah, look, looking back at their teams, I'd probably have won a couple of Super Bowls if he had been drafted by Pittsburgh. I really do think that because of the defense they had. I don't think that that's a new opinion. Steelers fans have thought that forever. Pitt fans have thought that forever, and there's a Venn diagram that a lot of those people are the same people. I don't recall Dan Marino ever having said that before.
No.
And so that's why it's newsworthy. He's 100% right. That's not the sexy part of this conversation, though. The sexier part of this conversation is, say they do draft Dan Marino in 1983. Like, does Chuck Noll's career then get prolonged?
Yes.
So do the Steelers maybe miss out on Bill Cowher? Like,
yes.
The entire fortunes of Steelers history change, and perhaps for the better. I mean, if you win a couple of Super Bowls there, it'd be hard to argue not. But does Ben ever wind up walking through the door? Who knows? That's what's fascinating to me.
Well, I think if you place Marino's career in Miami and place it with the Steelers, he played a long time, but he played till like 2001,
99.
Okay, so I think that they win 2 more Super Bowls in Marino's tenure with the Steelers. I think that they win 2 Super Bowls in that time from 83, 4 to 99. I think that for sure.
They were getting there on the strength of their defense, man.
And I think Knowles.
Barry Foster.
I mean, they drafted Rod Woodson in the late 80s. So, like, you're building around in the team around Marino. But I also think that when Marino were to retire, if you place his career in Pittsburgh and he retires in 99, the Steelers don't have some good years. I still think that leads you to Ben.
If you suck after 99.
Right. You suck a couple of years, it might still lead you to Ben. Or if you're good for the next 2 years, 2000, 2001, and then you suck for 2 years, I think it still leads you to Ben Roethlisberger. You just don't have that gap of Terry Bradshaw and Ben Roethlisberger. You just fill that with Marino.
And I think the argument can be made that if they had drafted Marino and it went well, maybe they don't feel the pressure to draft Kenny. It could be the other way. They could say, hey, it worked before, let's do it again. But I think part of the reason why they drafted Kenny Pickett, maybe not the biggest reason, but part of it was, oh, geez, like, what if this guy really is the real deal?
Yeah, he's next door.
And we did it again?
Right.
We did it again.
I do believe that. A little bit. Like, not the
It's definitely part of it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So Marino went to the playoffs in his first year. They went 12-4, did the Dolphins. And then his second year, he's the MVP of the league, 14-2, and the Dolphins beat, guess who? The Pittsburgh Steelers in the AFC Championship game. And there's always a ripple effect. There's dominoes that would fall differently, of course, if the Steelers had drafted Dan Marino. But I'm here to tell you, I should say, that if Dan Marino walks across the field to the opposite sideline, that the Steelers are winning that AFC Championship game instead of the Dolphins.
Right.
Like, and with all due respect to the quarterbacks who were there, like Cliff Stout, come on.
Yeah.
Mark Malone, Bubby Brister, Neil O'Donnell, Mike Tomczak, Cordell Stewart has an argument to be one of the best Steelers quarterbacks of all time, honestly. I mean, the 2001 AFC Offensive Player of the Year. But
third.
Yeah, definitely third. Definitely third has an argument, no question about that. But all of those guys, those were the dudes that they filled the gap with between Marino and Ben Roethlisberger. Well, between Marino and 1999 when Marino retired.
But that does change a lot of history, though, too. That's why I think this is a fun game, because Cordell Stewart probably is an all-pro receiver.
You know what?
He never plays quarterback. I still think the Steelers draft him, right?
Well, they might have. Perhaps they'd have thought, okay, you could be Slash, right? Maybe you're the quarterback to take over for Marino, but in the meantime, damn right, you'll be a great wide receiver with that guy.
Right.
Huh. That's one of the all-timers. One of the all-time what-ifs. It's the same way I'm sure they still, to this day, discuss what would have happened if the Browns would have drafted Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
Instead of, who was it, Kellen Winslow in 2003.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I've always wondered about that one too, Doran. Like, does Ben...
No.
I don't think so.
No, just because of the system, because of the franchise, and just how hard it was for so many quarterbacks to do it. I don't think he gets to a Super Bowl.
I think if Ben goes, if you flip him with Rivers or if you flip him with Eli, I think great things are still happening for Ben. I think there are a bunch of other franchises he lands with and good things happen for Ben. But Cleveland is a different animal.
I don't know if there's one quarterback that if you flip their career to the Browns that they would be as successful or even remotely successful. Like, I don't think Peyton. I don't know. I really don't. I don't think Brady. Like, Brady probably would have been out of the league in like 2 years if he was drafted in the 6th round to the Browns. He wouldn't even have had a career.
Oh, he wouldn't have gotten a shot. And the other thing is they're just so impatient that they don't give guys time to figure it out either. They never have. Like, they draft guys, they throw them against the wall, they see what happens. And the greatest example of that is Baker, who's turned into a really good quarterback in the NFL. Here's the other part of the conversation. If Marino, who's still thought of as one of the best quarterbacks of all time, one of the all-time pure throwers of the football in the history of the sport, he's always the best that never won one. If Marino had come here and they had won, I think he gets much more thrust into the conversation of the truly best of all time. Like, he would have been compared with Montana.
Yes.
Like, he would have been a multiple-time Super Bowl winner, and because he was more aesthetically pleasing, more talented than Joe Montana, with all due respect to him, like, I think there's a legitimate conversation there.
Well, I think the story, too, has a little bit to do with it. The story would have been Pittsburgh kid, Pitt kid, stays home, Steelers, wins, and that the story would have vaulted him as the greatest of all time. Even if I think he wins one. I think you could say that he was the greatest quarterback of all time right now because of the story.
You know what, Doran? I think there's a lot of validity thrown behind that because I think about what Ovechkin's doing right now, and there's been a little bit more hubbub on social media, Crosby versus Ovechkin, which was dead for so long because the Penguins had won 3 championships. All it took was Ovi to get the one, and I understand he's going to set the all-time goal-scoring record. That's kind of a big deal too. But you compare their career achievements with one another, Crosby laps the field. But Ovi's won one, and he's going to have probably the most prized record in that sport. All you need is one, and it validates so much when it comes to those conversations.
Everything.
Man. You know what you wouldn't have had?
Like, how good was Namath? Sorry, how good was Namath until he won one?
Namath!
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's always in the conversation. Like, I don't know. I wasn't born, and it was a long time before me, and football was way different back then. But he won 1 Super Bowl, right?
A lot of people say he might be the worst quarterback in the Hall of Fame, and he's in the Hall of Fame because he wagged his finger. That's what happened. Super Bowl III, wag your finger, bang. I mean, you win, it changes the entire dialogue.
Yep.
Plus, he used to wear fur coats and stuff.
Yeah, he was pretty cool.
I
would love to be his teammate.
Oh, dude, Joe Cool. Well, that's a different Joe. Absolutely a sex symbol of that time.
Yes.
He was on the Brady Bunch. You remember that? They're all fawning over him. Yes. Oh, my God.
What a time to be alive.
I'll tell you why it was all worth it for him not to come win rings here, though, Marino. We don't get Ace Ventura Pet Detective with Marino if he comes to Pittsburgh because they ain't doing the damn thing in Pittsburgh. I don't think.
No. Miami is a star city.
Yeah, you ain't getting Courtney Cox to come film a movie in Pittsburgh in the 1980s on the back of all the steel mills and all that. That's not happening.
That is true.
So maybe it's all worth it that they didn't draft him. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Also, feel free to text us, 412-928-9370. Text line brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What do you think happens if the Steelers would have drafted Dan Marino? And do you think the Steelers should consider Jackson Dart 21st overall? Weigh in on the conversation. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball plays Louisville tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Pitt also has 3 games left on the schedule. They got NC State on Wednesday, and then next weekend, they play their final game against Boston College at home. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. It's the only app I ever use, And it's the only app I ever recommend to bet sports and to play all your favorite casino games for real money. You can bet sports or you can play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, hot online slots while you watch the game. Make your downtime fun time. You can play blackjack with a live dealer. It's not a computer, no, a live dealer right on your phone. And if you download the app right now, you get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. That's for new users only. New users, download the app, get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com has all the details. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I love these kind of hypotheticals, Doran. It's perfect Friday talk. You put your feet up. Oh, what would have happened if the Steelers drafted Dan Marino in 1983? And Marino on Cam Hayward's podcast yesterday says, yeah, I think I would have won a couple of Super Bowls. And I've never heard him say that. So then I started thinking about other hypotheticals. But before we get to those, here's a good text. And I think it's true. Why does no one ever mention Bradshaw when talking about great quarterbacks?
I don't know. And I was honestly thinking about that the other day. I was thinking about that the other day. I mean, for the Super Bowls that he won, I think it's because, and I came to this conclusion.
I think we have the same answer. I'm excited.
So many players around him that were really, really good.
Yeah.
And not just offense, and not just Stalwart, not just Swan, not just Franco, Rocky. I mean, in the offensive line, but the defensive players that kind of are the greatest of all time, that were on that defense and on that team. He just kind of gets pushed down.
Steel curtain's the first thing you think of when you think of the 70 Steelers.
And the head coach. I mean, just everything everything that the Steelers organization brought at that time, it just pushes Terry Bradshaw down to a point where it's like he doesn't get regarded as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time because there's so many other things to talk about, so many other players, coaches, and things of that nature to talk about during that period that people think won them the Super Bowls.
And I think a lot of that is true. I mean, those teams were unbelievable. He does not get enough credit, and I'll put him number one. This isn't really what we're doing on a Friday, but I would put him number one among Steelers quarterbacks of all time because, another thing that hurts him is the counting stats. I mean, 52% completion percentage, 2 more touchdowns than interceptions. That was the era.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's what always puts me over the top. It's not the 4 Super Bowl rings to Ben's 2. Because if Ben had all that talent, he's probably doing the same thing. But he was an MVP at one point. He was viewed as the best offensive player in the sport for a year. Terry Bradshaw was. Ben never got an MVP vote. Bradshaw was the MVP. So you can compare his statistics to the modern-day quarterback, and it's not going to look like much of it. It's going to look bad, actually. But you have to compare him to the time. He was an MVP. He was a 2-time Super Bowl MVP. Ben should have been, I think, the MVP for Super Bowl 43 and was not and went to Santonio Holmes. Like, I think if Brady throws that pass, Brady's the MVP. I think if Manning throws that pass, I think Manning's the MVP. If it's Montana, if it's anybody else but Ben, I think they win the MVP. Ben didn't.
The thing, too, and you could take stock of this, you can, and you don't have to, but I will in this situation. Like, it's not like Terry Bradshaw was some, third-round pick that panned out. My man was a 1-1.
Yes.
Like, people forget that. Like,
he was 70 yards.
He was a dog. Like, I mean, in, obviously today's terms and today's sayings, like, he was a dog coming out of college. So why do we talk about somebody like Elway or, I mean, who else was a 1-1? Was Manning was 1-1, right?
Yep. No, behind Leaf.
He was behind Leaf, that's right. Well, why do we talk
That's another all-time what if, by the way.
Yeah. That, too. We can get into that.
Yeah.
But, like, why? Like, he was a 1-1 pick. He's the first pick of the draft. And he won 4 Super Bowls. Like, his resume is insane compared to a lot of quarterbacks that, had to take a different road and to fight to get to where they were at. Like, Terry Bradshaw was always the guy. Now, at first, it didn't look good, and he's talked about that a lot. Like,
Joe
it was
Gillum
rough.
And all that.
It was rough and everything, but he still had the pedigree of a 1-1 guy. I think people forget that. I think people think Terry Bradshaw was drafted in, like, the 3rd round.
If you think about it now, though, I don't know that he would have gotten the rope. Like, I don't know that he would have had enough time to develop because it took him a little minute there for Bradshaw. Just different times.
Well, I mean, they're doing it with Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
So they're giving him, maybe not. I don't know how many years, maybe, was it like 3 years it took for Terry Bradshaw?
Well, but think, I mean, before he really got going. But then you think about this, like, who was Josh Rosen? Josh Rosen, draft him in the top 10. All right, see ya. We're going to go with Kyler Murray.
Blaine Gabbert. Like
just
all
like
this,
that. Yeah. How about this shout out? Respect the hell out of this guy, Andrew Stockey from TAE. Just tweeted us. Good morning. Really enjoyed the what-if conversation surrounding Dan Marino to the Steelers. Being passionate about football history, I love playing that game. Thanks for making a morning drive more entertaining and interesting.
Thank you, Andrew.
Andrew Stockey.
He's the man. Always has been. Known him for a long time.
How about that?
It's great. There is a lot of what ifs, though. I mean, but it also changes the trajectory of a lot of other things.
Well, that's why it's so hard to say what happens after 99. I mean, first, how long does Marino play if he's here in Pittsburgh? I don't know. When does Bill Cowher come in? Does Bill Cowher come in? Do you ever get Ben Roethlisberger? Does the Kenny Pickett thing happen? There's so much there. The other Pittsburgh one, I can't believe we're doing this, but we're doing it. We're having fun. Like, what if the Penguins got Ovechkin instead of Malkin?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they took Malkin 2. Ovechkin was 1, but if a ping-pong ball had bounced the other way, they could have had Crosby and Ovechkin.
Oh, my God.
Which I don't think would have been great for the sport, but I think Ovi'd have broken that record so far.
Oh, my God.
I think he'd have broken it already if he had. Can you imagine if he's playing on Crosby's wing?
How much more do they win with Ovechkin than Malkin, though?
You know what? I've thought about that, too. I mean, they were just such a tough matchup because you had Crosby and Malkin and then Stahl, and then you had the great third line with Bonino as the third-line center and Kessel in 2016. Like, their strength has always been depth down the middle. I think they would have played Ovi with Crosby, but
you
if you wanted to replicate the thing that wound up happening, you would have given each of them their own line.
Yeah.
Ovi would have been on the second line.
Yeah.
With Stahl.
Yeah. But now this may sound stupid, but I don't think so. Like how big of a gap is it between Malkin, player-wise, Malkin and Ovechkin? Like, how much better is Ovechkin than Malkin?
I think Ovechkin's the greatest Russian of all time and a top 5 player of all time, especially when he breaks the record. I think Malkin's the second best Russian of all time. Like, Malkin's a first ballot Hall of Fame guy, no question about it.
So maybe they win one more? Or the same?
Oh. I feel like I'm walking the line where I don't want to disrespect Gino, but...
no, I mean, he's won here. He's won more than Ovechkin.
Correct. And from an ego standpoint... Like, there was the funny story where Malkin always wanted to be the last guy to take the ice, and Crosby always wanted to be the last guy to take the ice. And so they're both kind of, looking at each other the first time they played together, and Crosby's like, well, I'm going to go last. And Gino's like, well, no, I'm going to go last. So then Gino goes, 4 years Super League.
Super League.
Like he had played professional hockey. Yeah. That's me. So I'm going last. And he still does it to this day. All right, 412-928-9370. If you want to have fun with hypotheticals, we'll do that. At 9 o'clock, we're debuting a new segment called Things You Didn't Know, Things You Don't Care to Know, but they're sports-related. So we're excited about that, kind of things we missed talking about this week. But coming up next, I do want to spend a little bit more time on what happened last night in the Penguin game, and I want to rip somebody. I had it set in my mind I was going to rip them after they fell down 3-0, so I still want to rip somebody. I found a guy. First, though, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins did win 5-4 in overtime over the Philadelphia Flyers yesterday. Penguins still in last place, though, in the Metropolitan Division, and they're second to last in the Eastern Conference. I got a game coming up tomorrow at 3 against Boston. Not Boston. Jeez. They're playing the Boston Bruins. That's why I'm getting confused, because Pitt's playing Boston College next weekend. Grr. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. It's the weekend, and that means you need beer, which means you know exactly where I'm going to tell you to go for all your beer needs, and that's Hampton Beer Outlet. Owner Bill Shaner is a tremendous human being. They've got the best customer service around. They've got the best variety. Over 1,000 beers in stock, local beers, craft beers, domestics, imports, non-alcoholic, anything you might need, they got it there for you. Like I mentioned, the best customer service, but the best prices as well. So drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush continues to be rough in spots. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania injury attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results, LGKG. Your home team, LGKG.com. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Reports of an accident outbound near Banksville. Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg. And an accident being cleared in Harrison Township, Village Green Drive at Saxonburg Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event. The new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive and lease for just $209 a month. Or purchase with a special low APR starting at 3.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations open. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Letang, focus, walking for the win. Score!
I was expecting a winner chicken dinner from John Bucci-Gross there. Bucci, who's from the Burg, right? Isn't he from Steubenville?
I don't know.
He's from the area. He was at Alla Familia 2 nights ago. Love that. And I love that he calls out the local fair whenever he's on the television. So Malkin with a virtuoso performance. 4 points last night. The Penguins beat the Flyers. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. There was a moment last night that I'm not going to say is going to turn the Penguins season around, and we shouldn't hope that this season gets turned around. But it kind of turned the game around, and it gave us what we were looking for, which is to say some pushback from the Pens. And that's when Garnett Hathaway took a run at Noel Acciari, and then Imama comes in, and he goes blindside but shoulder to shoulder still. And it was ruled a 5-minute major initially, and it gets bumped down to a 2-minute interference penalty. Hathaway laid on the ice for a little while there. And I hope he's okay. I never want to see anybody suffer a head injury. I don't think that needs to be said, but I'll say it anyhow. Well, after the game, Tortorella was pissed. He was complaining about the officials, and I heard their explanation. I don't agree with their explanation. This is a guy, John Tortorella, who way back when with the Rangers said that Crosby and Malkin, they're two whiny little stars over there. I don't think that's a dirty hit. And I have a very low threshold for that. I generally don't like headshots or anything resembling a headshot in hockey. Was it late? Was it behind the play? Was the puck anywhere to be found? Yes, it was late. Yes, it was behind the play. No, the puck was nowhere to be found. Classic interference. I didn't see contact to the head. And Tortorella's doing what he has to do. He's sticking up for his player.
Right.
Totally get that. But that, to me, is exactly what we were talking about. And Crosby gets bullied, pushed around. He's 1A on every scouting report before the Penguins play whomever. Take Crosby out of his game, slash him, hit him, whatever. I didn't think it'd be Noel Acciari that you'd have a Penguin player sticking up for.
Right.
But I'm just so happy that there was a pulse. And John Tortorella, why don't you take that, shove it down your throat? Because I texted my buddies who are Rangers fans last weekend after the Rangers beat the Penguins. The difference between Penguins fans and Rangers fans is that Penguins fans know their team sucks. The difference between the Penguins and the Flyers is the Flyers still think they're contending for a playoff spot. They ain't making it.
Mm-hmm.
The Penguins stink. The Flyers stink. Penguins fans know the score. They know the situation. I think Flyers fans still think they're going to make it, and that's funny to me, too.
Yeah, you hate the Flyers.
I hate them.
Yeah.
And so Malkin just twist that knife a little bit. Now, they got a point, but I was happy to see fight from Gino, and I think fight for the Ginos and the Crosbys.
Yes.
Like, Carlson scored a couple of goals, but when they were down, when Ned flipped out and comically broke the stick and was yelling at everybody on the bench, even though he stinks too, like, I thought, okay, we haven't seen signs that they care.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a sign that Ned cares. And Sully talked about it after the game, that kind of got the guys going. It's one thing to lose. It's another thing to lose and look like you're okay with losing. I'm okay if the front office is okay with losing. I'm not okay if guys play with Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, and Chris Letang, and they just rest on their laurels. That doesn't sit well with me. And so last night was actually a breath of fresh air. Texter, yeah, this is my bad. Peyton was the number one pick and Leaf was 2. It was the debate leading up to it. And 2 totally different careers there. Leaf has turned his life around, though, from what I understand. He does a lot of media stuff, does a good job with it, too.
Yeah, that's good. That's probably very tough. I think about that every time I see him tweet. I think about how tough that would be and how much tougher it would be if that happened now with social media. Like, thank God that he missed that era of the social media because he would have he still gets crushed on social media, but, like, he missed that. And he didn't get as crushed he could have gotten. That's tough.
I think about guys, too, like Scott Norwood, and what would have happened to him on social media.
Yep.
Like Mark Andrews dropped that 2-point conversion in that Bills playoff game, and he had to release a statement on social media for how hard things were for him.
Neil O'Donnell.
Oh, my God.
He got ran out of town.
Now, Rashard Mendenhall had to deal with that.
A little bit.
Fitz Toussaint had to deal with that.
Yep.
To lessering in varying degrees.
It's just ridiculous now, though.
Oh,
you can't do anything. I mean, anything.
No, and it doesn't matter what you've done before either. Like Mark Andrews, he's a hell of a football player.
Yes, he is.
The past doesn't matter. It's just the last thing that happened is the thing that matters. All right, we're debuting a new segment coming up next. Really excited about it. Things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but they're sports related. Pretty much all the stuff that we haven't gotten to for varying reasons over the week. That's next. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Make it a great morning and enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month, Truck Month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About Truck Month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, Truck Month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is Truck Month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for Truck Month.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop. With new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Overbrook section of the city. Crews are checking reports of an accident now at the intersection of Library and McNeely Roads. Also, an earlier accident in the final stages of clearing in Harrison Township on Village Green Drive and Saxonburg Road. Parkway West, you are jammed at Parkway Center. Parkway East acts at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
You guys are
I think he wants us to like build him back up, which we have done already, but he wants us to do it again.
You want me to give you a hug? You want me to give you a hug, Crowley?
Don't need a hug.
Come in, George, should I come in there and give him a hug?
He gives me a hug, I'm going to pop out a few more gray hairs.
Give him
What's
a
going to
hug.
happen? Don't give me a. I don't want him to give
him
me
a hug. A
right
big
now.
hug. A big bear hug.
No, he did this at the anniversary party, and he picked me up.
There we go.
Oh,
It's okay. Your hair's not that gray. You're still ugly, but it's okay.
We got a breath issue going on over here. We got a significant breath issue going on over here. Somebody argue with me on the text line, too, Dorn, before we get into our new, soon-to-be award-winning segment. If you think Alexander Ovechkin is a top 5 hockey player of all time, you need to stick to football. Look, I think the top 6 is pretty much set in stone if Ovechkin breaks Gretzky's record, which he's going to. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, Crosby, and Ovi. Barry Bonds hit the most home runs in the history of Major League Baseball. Chicks dig the long ball. Chicks dig the goal scorer. There's nothing harder in hockey than scoring goals. And Alexander Ovechkin, look at what he's doing right now at the tail end-ish of his career. If you lead the history of the sport in that particular thing, you're top 5.
Yeah.
And I have a ton of respect for Gordie Howe, Mr. Hockey. But I would put Crosby ahead of him. Howe had like 400-point seasons and played forever. And I would put Ovechkin ahead of Howe probably too. So that's it. There we go.
Yeah.
Just wanted to get that out.
Yeah.
Stick to football. Meanwhile, if we're talking football, people tell us to talk about other stuff, which is what brings us to this new fangled segment. First, the Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We did not talk to Callis about this. We probably should have. This new segment called Things You Didn't Know, Things You Don't Care to Know, but they're sports related.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just going to screw around and throw a bunch of sports stories out from over the week that we may or may not have touched on, but most of the time we're not going to have touched on them, things that we've missed, things that we find humorous or interesting for any other reason.
Callis, can you find a little some fun music maybe?
Yeah, we need some music. That's what we should have talked to him about.
If you would have said something before.
Well, I mean, you can find it right now.
Sure, you got something right there.
Well, he's not even looking for it. He's just looking at us.
Just staring right at us.
What
I have never smelled worse breath, by the way, than from somebody that doesn't drink coffee.
What did it smell like?
It smelled like bad breath.
Was it that protein powder I drink in the morning? Yeah.
He's not denying it.
Nice little fruity scent that kind of really gets...
Nice fruity scent?
Or more like a nasty fruity scent.
Are you looking for a song? Thank you.
Come on.
This is all your fault. It's all your fault.
Southside Jake texts in, Silver Fox, I would take gray over being follically challenged myself.
That is true.
I think it's all about how you wear it. Like, some people look good with the salt and pepper look, like George Clooney. Great salt and pepper look. Some people look really good bald. Christopher Muller. Some people can pull off the bald. Some people can pull off the gray. Other people can't do either. That's all.
I'm sure that most bald people wish that they had hair, though.
You think so?
Yes.
Even in the summertime, I feel like a nice breeze comes by, knock you down like 5 or 6 degrees. Maybe even more than that. Actually, I was bald not all that long ago. It's a weird sensation.
Yep.
When you're not used to it.
Yep.
But the people who are bald, they're used to it because the hair falls out gradually over time.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually you make the decision. Am I going to do the comb over? Am I going to do the toupee? Am I going to do the wig? Or am I just going to go full bore? Who's the guy? The soap guy. Mr. Clean. Go full bore Mr. Clean.
All right, Kels, you have this music.
Thank you. All right, but turn it down a little bit. We can get a sponsor on this, too, I think, Dorn.
There we go.
Things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but they're sports-related. All right, you want to start things off?
I will. Steph Curry last night, 56 points. Not only did he have 56 points, and now this is like a trend with the older players in the NBA, just scoring night in and night out. LeBron had 33, but Paolo Banchero, who they were playing against, the Golden State Warriors, he had 41 points. So there's a lot of points being scored in NBA games.
Who's
right
that
now.
guy?
Paolo Banchero.
I've never heard of him in my entire
He's
life.
a very good player.
Is he an all-star?
He will be. He's very young.
Going to be a max contract player?
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
That tells you, man, my NBA knowledge.
That's why we're doing this segment.
Things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports-related.
Yeah.
So that got us down a rabbit hole this morning. And I was telling, I think my mom it was the other day, and my daughter about Kobe Bryant scoring 81 points in a game. We just recently passed the anniversary of his untimely death, which is just still to this day tragic. 81 points in modern-day basketball is insane.
Yes.
But then there have been guys recently. Last year, Luka Doncic scored 73 in a game. Dame Lillard, 71. Donovan Mitchell, 71. Like all recently. 2017, Devin Booker, Joel Embiid last year, 70 points. And then you look at the list and it's just the rest of the guys Just Wilt Chamberlain, Michael Jordan mixed in there.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Can you imagine scoring 100 points in a game, though, without 3 points?
Dora and I once went an entire intramural basketball season without scoring a point.
Are you kidding me?
No. And then my friend Logan scored a basket in the last game because everyone was being nice to him. He probably took 30 shots in the game. Final game of the season. They did the same thing with me. He finally banked one. I couldn't get one in.
Man.
Athletically challenged and also no feel for the game.
Have you seen
height challenged?
The Savannah Bananas?
Yes.
They're like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. Thoughts? Callis, you can weigh in on this too. Thoughts of it. Would you be interested in going to see the Savannah Bananas game?
I'd be interested, but it's going to get old fast. Too much nonsense.
Do you think that they're like that? That's a real hard talent. Like, do you
my God!
to be able to do some of the things.
Yes.
Like,
Absolutely.
how much time does that take? Like, whenever they practice, like, how much time does practice take to actually get those things right?
Here's what I'm going to say. We all watched Pedro Alvarez play third base, and he led the NL in homers one year, and he was actually good in the postseason for the Pirates in 2013. He's a professional Major League Baseball player taking it seriously, could not make a throw from third base to first base. So these guys are doing stuff between their legs, all kind of goofy stuff. They're setting bats on fire.
Crazy.
They come to Pittsburgh August 29th and August 30th, and there's 45 tickets remaining for the August 29th game and 35 tickets remaining for the August 30th game.
Where's it at?
PNC Park.
Oh, nice.
They are incredibly popular. Incredibly popular. Now, Callis is playing against the Irish national team in conjunction with the Washington Wild things. The Irish national team coming in, trying to play some teams here in the States, and Callis is going to play what, third base, first base?
I don't know where I'm playing. Not catcher, though. Tony sparing me that. I don't think I could do that as well anymore.
We'll find out in about 20 minutes when Tony comes in.
Tony's coming in. We got a big thing that we're talking about at 9:35. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That read does not mean stop the music, Alice. We're still going.
Do you have one, or you want me to keep going?
I do have one.
Okay.
Joy Taylor, finally sidelined by Fox Sports. And I haven't seen that they've released an official announcement on anything like that, but people are speculating that it's because of, well, what happened before with Joy Taylor.
Yep.
You know what they're calling it?
Oh, my gosh. What?
Load management. You got any more?
No, yeah, I do. Nothing that has to do with Joy Taylor. But somebody tweeted out, and it got a lot of likes and a lot of retweets, that Donovan Mitchell, who you just talked about a little bit ago, who scored, 70-some points in a game last year? He's the guard for the all-star guard for the Cavs. And Donald Trump are both 6'3", 215 pounds. They're the same size.
You know who I'm the same size as? No joke, Calvin Austin.
Danny DeVito?
I should have let that breathe knowing an insult was coming. That just
Mini-me?
That just he's dead.
I know.
Vern Troyer.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Big Steelers fan he was.
He was.
He's now 3 feet under.
Why did you do that? I saw your eyes, they changed. They changed. I knew you were going to get morbid with it. And I was just so close to being like, and you did it. You didn't have to do that.
No, you got to keep.
No, not after a joke like that.
You got to keep the music going. That's the kind of joke that got me in the penalty box at the fan 15th anniversary party. What'd you say about Donovan Mitchell? Oh, he's the same height and weight as Donald Trump. Everybody carries their weight differently. I am exactly the same height and weight as Calvin Austin III. And yet he is built like a brick you-know-what house.
And can run.
There's a lot of different things he can do that I'm not capable of.
Like, if you guys had a race, a 100-yard race, how much would he beat you by, do you think?
5 seconds.
How many yards would he beat you by?
22.
He'd beat you by like 50.
I'm fast, man.
You always say that.
I have a hot take, but I think with all the workouts I've been doing now, I think I could take Crowley in a race.
Like how far?
40 yards.
No way.
What?
Short area quickness, I do think Callis might get me. He's got nimble feet. He's much more athletic than I am. I won't doubt that. Nobody would doubt that.
I was hitting some balls pretty far yesterday as well.
I can't do that either, but I could out-sprint you. Finally, last thing for me. So the Capitals lose last night, but Ovechkin 12 goals shy of breaking Gretzky's record. And Starkey brought this up, but we haven't talked about this. Like, if he were to do it in Pittsburgh, or, like, he's within 2 goals, 3 goals of doing it in Pittsburgh, like, we would have to go, right? Like, he's going to break the all-time goal scorer. We'd have to go. And
would people cheer?
Standing ovation. I think absolutely. Absolutely. I think Pittsburgh's a great hockey town. And when the Detroit Red Wings, like, the cup gets won here, I'm trying to think in my mind's eye. Like, you're going to give it a standing ovation. You're not going to boo like they did in Nashville when the cup came out. I think Alex Ovechkin breaks the record. Here in Pittsburgh, he gets a rousing 2-minute long standing ovation. I think this town just gets it.
Okay. That's it for today.
I like it. Things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports related.
Yep.
How many points do you think Donald Trump would score in an NBA game? Because Vladimir Putin once scored like 30 goals in one game.
They let him.
I know. I think the dude in North Korea, and I'm not. I just want to be careful here. I'm not comparing him to them.
Be careful.
I'm just being careful. But those guys, prolific athletes. I think Kim Jong-un once had a round where he shot an 18 in golf. 18 consecutive holes in one.
I think Trump. I think he could draw a foul and hit a foul shot.
He could draw a foul?
I think he would draw a foul and hit a foul shot. So 1 point.
Donald Trump takes it to the rack. Onions!
You fouled me. Listen, I'm going to tell you all. I am a good basketball player. I'm very good. My son is 6'7". I should have been 6'7".
Catch him on a good day. All right, tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We got hit with a piece of breaking news this morning. We'll go over it next before special guests join us at 9:35. Right now, it is a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins won 5-4 in overtime over the Philadelphia Flyers yesterday. Penguins still in last place, though, in the Metro. They got a game coming up tomorrow against the Boston Bruins at 3 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Crowley.
Hey, yeah, it's Crowley here. It's the weekend, and that means you need beer. And there's only one place I'll ever steer you for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. I know the owner, Bill Shaner, tremendous human being. They have over 1,000 beers in stock, craft beers, local beers, domestic beers, non-alcoholic beers. You want it. They got it, all at the best prices around. I promise you, the best customer service you could ever imagine. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Mitch Keller. Just 27 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Two-time Oscar winner Gene Hackman, who is found dead at age 95, co-starred in one of the best sports movies of all time, as we remember Hoosiers. However, Hackman thought that the film was doomed to financial failure and worried about never getting another role, believe it or not. His real sports passion was being a professional race car driver. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident now off to the side on the eastbound Pennsylvania Turnpike at mile marker 63.6. That puts it between the Pittsburgh and Irwin interchanges. Watch for delays still approaching the scene. Also an earlier accident being cleared in Harrison Township, Village Green Drive at Saxonburg Road. Parkway West delays at Parkway Center. Parkway East jams at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Were they doing Sweet Caroline when you were there?
No. Yeah, they were. Yeah, I think it was like towards.
Now I don't know what to believe.
I mean, I don't remember. Like, you think I was paying attention to that BS? I wasn't paying attention. I was all tired, sweating.
Did you guys do the 4-quarter thing? You'd put the 4 fingers up?
I think so.
Who was the first team to do that?
Probably some team in like the early 2000s.
Because then everyone started doing it.
Yeah.
And then now I think it's lame as hell.
You know what? I have a theory.
Go ahead.
Perhaps your West Virginia players are paying attention to country roads too much, and that's why they can't win in big-time games.
Well, we only played after games we win. There's an obvious insult you could throw out there, and I appreciate your awkwardness.
I don't know. Somebody has to text in. I don't remember. I think it started in like 2008 for Sweet Caroline for Pitt.
I know that Renegade started for the Steelers in that Browns game where Fuamatu Ma'afala scored the game-winning touchdown.
Oh, it was back then?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it started like the 2010s.
No.
Wow.
No. Big Chris Fu. Boy, the turf sucked back then.
Remember what number he wore?
Fuamatu Ma'afala, 45.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I love saying the name, too. Can't get enough of Fuamatu Ma'afala.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the other one that we like? Puka Nakua.
Puka Nakua.
Big Puka Nakua fan. Nick Chubb for other immature reasons. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Saw a report actually today that the Steelers were the co-favorite to land J.K. Dobbins. And I saw it aggregated out there by ML Football, so I don't know how much stock to put into it, but then I looked, and yeah, Steelers are one of 2 betting favorites to land him. I would rather have him than Najee Harris. Like, he gives you a guy who can hit the home run. He also gives you no certainty that he'll be able to finish a full season.
And he also is the same as Jaylen Warren. And if I were picking running backs and had a running back room, I want multiples. I want different styles, different mentalities. I feel like that's too much of the same guy, in my opinion. I think they're the same running back. Small, compact, explosive.
Now, Marion Hampton, on the other hand, he can do it all.
Yeah.
Run you over.
Yep.
Catch it and go. Breakaway speed. That's the guy I have my eye on. I don't know that he'll be there when the Steelers pick in round 2, though. Like, Gentile go first. I think Marion Hampton's a hell of a prospect, and I would take him ahead of either of the 2 guys that we've mentioned, Najee or J.K. Dobbins. But I didn't come here to talk about running back. The breaking news from this morning, and we touched on it and talked about it a little bit earlier, this from Diana Rossini of The Athletic. The Rams are set to meet with Matthew Stafford at their facility in person today regarding his future. She writes, per sources, the Raiders and Giants have discussed a 2-year contract for Stafford that includes $90 to $100 million guaranteed, and a decision is expected soon. Neither you nor I think that it's great business for the Steelers to get into the market with Matthew Stafford at like $45 million or 40 and above. But I do think you and I are in agreement on this. You cannot make a move at quarterback until you've been told you're out of the running on Matthew Stafford, because he's that good. Like, you have to see if it makes sense. Now, it sounds like the Steelers know they're out then.
Yes.
$90 to $100 million guaranteed. They're just not going to do that. If it were the $27 million, they would absolutely be fools not to do that. But then he wouldn't be leaving Los Angeles. Like, that's the whole rub here. So now I think finally, if Diana Rossini is correct, and I have no reason not to believe her reporting, now you can move on to the rest of the pack. And my new number 2, Doran, behind Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he's going to command that much money. If I'm going with an old guy, I'd rather go with a new old guy than an old guy. Like, I don't need to see old Russell Wilson come back here. But old Aaron Rodgers, it's the same. I mean, call it what it is. It's the same, but it's different. So he would be my number 2. And then everybody else, honestly, is lumped in behind that. And my last place guy would be Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Like, that's the new old that I don't want because he looked old. Like,
real old. From start.
Do you remember that first game?
Yeah.
They didn't run a single play action pass. They didn't have him move at all. And he had a nice run there at the beginning of the season. I think Atlanta got off to a decent start there, and then he just totally fell apart. I can't do it. Like, cheap's the name of the game. He'll be able to be had for cheap. I wouldn't rule him out for them though, because he fits the whole Russell Wilson thing.
Didn't I see? I mean, obviously, we didn't talk about it. I thought that the Falcons said that they would bring him back as a backup.
And if I'm him, and I'm just filtering this through, like, here's how I live my life. I just moved. I don't want to leave again.
Right. I'm getting paid still.
I'm getting paid.
A lot.
I'm comfortable with the area, you would have to think. And that was done, like, that was the best known secret that there was last year. Like, they were flirting for a long time. Like, he wanted to be there. He wanted to live in Atlanta. Of course, the money makes a ton of sense for him. Duh. But I wouldn't want to leave. No. Couple of texts here I want to get to. 2008 it was for Sweet Caroline.
So I thought.
So you guys beat West Virginia in 2007, and then let's play a fun song between the third and fourth quarter every year after that.
Yeah, when we beat West Virginia again in 2008.
19-15.
At home.
LaShawn McCoy, very good in that game as well.
Correct.
Do you remember what happened the following year? West Virginia won by a field goal. Scooter Berry sat next to Johnny Dingle on the sideline, and it read Dingleberry. Then you guys lost to Cincinnati.
This is the first time where I felt burning through my body and at you. Like,
I can't even.
The burning is at you. It's the first time. First time in 2 years. 2 years and some change, I guess, that I've had burning sensations in my chest that were directed at you.
Have you noticed that my eyes have gone anywhere other than meeting your gaze? I can't look at you right now. Texter, Chuba Hubbard is the guy I would like to see the Steelers get. Chuba Hubbard, I was in love with him 2 years ago. He was unbelievable. Not Chuba Hubbard. You're thinking of Ollie Gordon, I think. Or you just want us to read the name Chuba Hubbard because that's another fun name. Ollie Gordon at Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
2 years ago, he was a Heisman guy. I mean, he was unbelievable. This year, I don't know what the hell happened to him. And then he had the...
he got in trouble. Yeah,
Yeah, and then Mike Gundy said, yeah, it's fine. I
have a couple.
I have a couple of drive all the time. Thousands of times I've done that. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. All right, coming up next, we're going to help people, Doran. And we're going to help people by talking to really cool people. That's next. I can't look at him, Doran.
I don't think that you're going to be able to help anybody because he might not be here.
I'll be a body bag?
Yep.
I'll be 4.5 feet under?
With Vern.
Do you want me to try to help?
Yes!
Well, I'm not going to, so have fun.
It's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 5-4 in overtime yesterday over the Philadelphia Flyers. They're still last, though, in the Metro. They've got a game coming up tomorrow at 3 o'clock against the Boston Bruins. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, oh, you're still here.
I'm
okay,
here, buddy. Crowley here for BetParks. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. The only app I ever use, the only app I ever recommend to bet sports and to play all your favorite casino games for real money. You can bet sports or play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, or hot online slots while you're watching the game. Make your downtime fun time. You can play blackjack with a live dealer, not a computer, not AI, no, a live dealer right on your phone. And new users, download the app right now. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. Plus, you got hot online slots based on Breaking Bad, Peaky Blinders, Ted, and Goonies. Check them all out. New users, like I said, download the app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back. If you're down in the first 24 hours, your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com has all the details. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. After upsetting the Kentucky Wildcats 2 weeks ago, the Texas Longhorns couldn't keep the momentum going. They've since dropped games to South Carolina and Arkansas. In the toughest conference in college basketball, a late season run feels like a long shot. That's why my money's on Texas to miss the NCAA tournament at +105. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
At Planet Fitness, we're declaring it. This is the year of getting stronger. And future stronger you can get started now by saving $28 or more when you join today. You in? We have all the best in-class equipment you could ever need to keep stepping it up. And free fitness training to help you mix up your routine. Plus, most clubs are open 24 hours. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends February 28th. See Home Club for details.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Callous like us happy that it looks like the Raiders or the Rams or the Giants are going to pay Matthew Stafford $90 to $100 million and the Steelers are not. Callous not happy that he looks out the window and sees that someone parked so close to the driver's side door of his car. He has zero chance of getting in there.
Yeah, like what do you do? Because you don't have the ability to climb through the passenger seat or the back seat to get to your front seat. Like, I don't know what you do in a situation like this.
Days I should have brought my van. I mean, because I could have got the van easy on the other side.
Yeah, you're going to have to be hanging out here for as long as that car's parked there, my guy.
I think I know whose it is, so I'll have to check.
Is it Tony Busili's?
No.
From the Washington Wild Things, because he joins us right now because there's an amazing event coming up helping people that we really like. And even if we didn't like them, they are good people. But it just so happens that it's both. Riley's Poorhouse, for those of you who don't know, in Carnegie burned down not all that long ago. And, Tony, you guys are, well, you've got a great event coming up here to where you can help raise money as they attempt to rebuild what I think is one of the best Pittsburgh institutions and certainly an institution in Carnegie and the best Irish pub for my money in Pittsburgh.
Absolutely. I mean, it was really kind of odd timing. I was reached out by the Irish Wolfhounds. They're aspiring for the Irish national team to have that international recognition of playing in the World Baseball Classic and a lot of other big things. And when we had the opportunity to kind of host the game, I said there was nothing better that we could possibly do here for the area than to work with Riley's Poorhouse and raise some money for them. And so we are announcing the game. I'll do my poor translation, and I'll let Joe jump in. And
yeah, Joe Riley has now walked into the studio. Good to see you, Joe.
Good morning, Adam.
You can just pull the mic right in your face, right there.
There you go. Right in the face?
Yeah, like you're eating a hot dog or something.
Okay.
That's what we'll say.
How about a Reuben roll?
How about a Reuben roll?
Yes.
How you guys doing? You guys doing all right? You hanging in there?
We are. What happened on November 14th was terrible, but the response, and today's another example of it, has been overwhelming. We're humbled and honored by everything that's taken place. So we are working through the process.
Yeah, and you're trying to rebuild, right?
We are going to rebuild, and we have a goal date of next 2026, St. Patrick's Day.
Let's go.
That's awesome.
And so we cut you off there, Tony, but I think rightfully so.
Rightfully so, yes.
And I want to hear your pronunciation of what this event is.
It's the Cade Melafalcha matchup.
Slancha.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now that was on the door of Riley's Poorhouse, correct?
Correct.
So as you walk in, that would be what you see, and then you'd open it up to all the fun times.
You would see that, but you also would hear a lot of it because it means cheers to good health.
Oh. Yep.
So, yes, it's the Irish chair.
I'm sure you've heard this a lot, Joe, and, I know you've heard this a lot, but the community misses you guys big time. And I know with St. Patrick's Day rolling around, we'd be there all the time, but St. Patrick's Day is such a huge day for you guys. There's gonna be a hole in a lot of people's hearts this year, and so happy to hear that you guys have the goal of getting up and running next year.
Definitely. We feel the same way. I know the owners, my fellow owners, and the staff. We miss our customers, and they become more than customers. They become family, and so many people have reached out to all of us wherever we go in the area. Someone has something nice to say, so. That really, it's when you have a place and you're in the heat of the battle, so to speak. You're seeing that you're crowded and things are going good, but you still don't expect the response that we've had. And that was always when you guys show up on St. Patrick's Day. I mean, we had to put them in the VIP area, Tony.
Well, you didn't want to include me, but Doran, he's waving and saying, skip the line.
Oh, it's one of my favorite days of the year, and just like you said, it's the people, and the fantastic people like Joe and his staff, and just coming together to celebrate, and it's so nice to hear that things are going to get back to normal for you guys next year, and we can all celebrate again whenever that does come around. That's exciting. That's good news to hear.
And real quick, Tony, before we talk about your role in all of this and how you guys over the Wild Things are going to help here, do you remember what happened on St. Patrick's Day last year, Dort?
I mean, there's a lot of things. It's a long day. Kyle's, don't raise your hand.
I remember.
He does remember.
I wanted to go to Riley's Poorhouse with you, but I got scheduled to work because Craig wanted somebody here in case Justin Fields got traded for.
That is right.
And then he did, and then I hosted at night.
So
first
I
Callis,
thought you were going to say something bad.
No, this is wonderful. Callis had the breaking news coverage of when Justin Fields was acquired by the Steelers, and all the hosts, Craig was reaching out to all of us. Guys, we need you to call in. We want a whole presence on the station. Everybody needs to be heard from. Callis is doing a great job holding down the fort. And Craig calls me. He's like, jump on with Callis. I was like, man, I've been at Riley's. I'm buzzing a little bit. I've had like 15 Guinness. I don't know, man. But I jumped on. They call you, and Doran's like,
I was in the middle. I was in the middle of doing an Irish car bomb. I had 3 Guinness on the side of me, and I had a Reuben hanging out of my mouth. I was like, no way.
He had no shot. Justin Fields. Who's Justin Fields?
I was like, is he playing in the cornfields? Like, what's going on? What fields?
All right, Tony. So Tony, of course, the grand poobah of all things, Washington Wild Things. So you've got the Irish Wolfhounds versus the Washington Whiskey Runners.
Yeah.
Saturday, June 7th.
Yep. So we made the game. The Wolfhounds will be coming in. They're going to be a collection of their guys nationally. We created the team off the kind of the tie. Washington's a huge whiskey area going off the Irish side of it. So we're going to create a team. We're doing a logo right now, the Washington Whiskey Runners. And what we're doing in terms of roster building, it's going to be kind of fun, creative, and I definitely invite the community and anyone else who wants to potentially get involved. We have a lot of former Major League Baseball players who live in the area, going to come out of retirement and play.
Are we allowed to name any? Do you have names? We're not there yet.
We're gonna do a big bulk announcement in terms, but we'll do obviously the one that everybody knows today.
Nicholas Harry Callis.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We'll have a couple of our former guys, so former Wild Things players coming out of retirement that live in the area, big following, a couple Hall of Famers from the Frontier League. It's going to be cool for us nostalgically, a lot of the early 2000s guys. Yes, we have some amateur college guys like Callis coming in and going to ball out again. We have a couple other guys, media members that are former baseball players that are going to go after
Holy
it.
cow.
So it's going to be a nice tie-in. Certainly, if there's anyone else that wanted to obviously open a discussion and want to participate, obviously there's such a proud Irish community here in Pittsburgh and the surrounding. Obviously, the parade is one of the biggest nationally, and I'm sure there's business owners or workers out there that say, hey, I played college minor league baseball, and I want to do this. I now work in industry, and it's a cool thing. All the money's going to go to the guys of the Poorhouse. They're $5 tickets. 100% of the ticket proceeds are going. We're doing the jerseys, like I said, for the Whiskey Runners.
I was just going to say, so I don't want to make you have to do more work here, Tony.
Oh, it happens.
But I mean, if you're selling like I want to make sure I get the name right, too. Washington Whiskey Runners hats.
Hats and jerseys, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gonna get some of that.
Oh, yeah. It'll be a good time. Yeah, I love doing those rebrands like that. Really fun ones. It's just special.
You could wear them as alternates.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Ooh.
We can.
Listen, I'm
we
just
can
such an ideas guy around here.
I'm going to have to get. I'm sure I'll have to get custom ones for you guys. Names on the back. Since Callis is getting one, yeah, I might as well just get the whole.
Now is he DH?
Yeah. What position?
Are we going to get him hurt out there? I'm worried.
Callis, you have to play the field.
Okay.
First base.
It's up to him. We can move it around.
I can play first base, third base, or left field. Those are my most comfortable.
That's a lot of outfield to cover.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm almost as fast as Crowley now. I've been working out real hard.
Okay, that might mean something in an argument with me. I don't think Tony's, the selling point to him is, I can play left field. I'm as fast as Crowley. I don't think that does anybody any good. I can't wait to watch him out. He's going to play well.
Yeah.
He's been training hard. He's lost the weight.
Wood bats. He's going to see pitchers mid-80s to low 90s.
You have your own wood bat, too, right?
I do.
Yeah.
I've had a Louisville Slugger for a long time.
Yeah, you hit a homer off of me. I threw old Uncle Charlie up there, and you went yard.
Yes, I did.
Now, Joe, I wanted to ask you this while we got you here. Steelers in Ireland coming up. I believe it's going to be September 28th. So, no
surprise.
It hasn't been kept under wraps exactly. I haven't announced it, but it's going to be September 28th. And I believe I've been told it's against the Green Bay Packers. I mean, Joe, you're going, right?
Yes, we were already. My son, as soon as it was announced a year or so ago about Pitt playing in 26.
Yep.
So we already had that circled, and I have my passport up to date, ready to go. But this Steeler thing, I think what better way to do some research on building back an Irish pub than to go see some in Ireland. So I got to talk to, I know Jim Rooney, see what his thoughts are on that.
Sure, they'd be more than willing to help.
Yes.
How about
I'm
that?
kidding.
What a play. Hey, Jim, if you heard that, there's a local Irish institution here that we need back up and going. Saturday, June 7th at Washington Wild Things Ballpark. It is the Irish Wolfhounds versus the Washington Whiskey Runners. Nicholas Harry Callis playing the field. You guys are great. Excited to hear that you have the goal of next St. Patrick's Day. Tony, you're a wonderful human being, what you guys are doing. It's going to be an awesome
a good party.
Event. There's no chance we're not going to be there.
Absolutely.
We'll be there.
I'm going to
Food,
drink
drinks,
Guinness out of a boot.
Yep, we're going to do it big.
I can't wait.
I want to go toe-to-toe and lose, just get drank totally under the table by the Irish folk. Like the actual Irish national dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, you're I don't know if you want to do that.
Tony, I'm familiar with the Irish community, so I know they're going to show out for this event.
Yep.
And the only advice after having some pretty big St. Patrick's Day parties, have your beer supplier on standby for that event.
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to be.
We'll be, like I said,
need a backup stock.
Yep.
Yeah. Have a nice little truck rolling in there at 8:30 when we're running dry already. So
it's gonna be so exciting.
Really looking forward to it.
Yep.
It's good to see both you guys, and we'll obviously continue to talk about this event until it happens, and we look forward to seeing both of you guys there on June 7th.
Cool.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
guys.
Joe.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Thanks.
All right, coming up next, we're going to wrap up the show, hand things over to Starkey. We'll react once again to the breaking news of the day. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball has 3 games left in the regular season. The first of those games is going to be played tomorrow at Louisville. And the start time for that game is 6 o'clock. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Doran.
The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log on to the app, I find an item that I want, I put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in the western Pennsylvania area. It's super easy to get started. Just register for an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new. Open box or damaged pictures are provided as well. Plus a link to learn more about the product so you know exactly what you're getting. Have you heard of the instant win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Few rough spots at the end of the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania injury attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. We have a structure fire in Mount Lebanon. Crews on the scene on Washington Road, Route 19 between Cedar Boulevard and Academy Avenue. Plus, we have an earlier accident still off to the side on the eastbound Turnpike. Watch for delays at mile marker 63.6 between Pittsburgh and Irwin. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We'll share a video of the last segment. Riley's Poorhouse, a local institution, burned down in November, and the Washington Wild Things with Tony Basile doing what they can to help rebuild, build back better, as they say, Doran, by St. Patrick's Day next year.
It's awesome.
So more details on Twitter later on today. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The breaking news we got this morning, the Raiders and Matthew Stafford, and also the Giants and Matthew Stafford have hammered out contracts for $90 to $100 million guaranteed. Doesn't mean anything's being close to sign. The Rams would have to obviously agree in some sort of trade package, but it's looking like Stafford to the Steelers is, well, not going to happen.
Also, some news, Aditi Kinkabala, 55 minutes ago, she tweeted out that Quinn Ewers is set to have a formal meeting with the Steelers as one of the 7 teams he's going to have a formal meeting with.
If I may?
Yep.
Please, no.
Maybe later.
I've said this, too, before. Like, you need backup quarterbacks. And the best way to get a backup quarterback, I think, is to draft one and develop them and just know that they're going to be a backup quarterback. I think with the tenuous nature of their position right now, I don't want to see them pressured into playing a young guy like that. And then, he played kind of well. And then all of a sudden you got cold feet. Like, that's what worries me a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, you take Quinn Ewers in the 4th. Let's say you bring back Justin Fields. Fields gets hurt, and Ewers is okay.
And
then next year you're like, well, wait a second. Let's see it through with Ewers.
Yes.
That does worry me.
That's a good point.
Thank you. And I'm more – I don't love the idea of drafting any quarterback this year, but if it were to be someone, it would have to be someone with a higher upside than Ewers. He doesn't move well enough for me.
Will Howard would be the guy.
Yes.
In my opinion. If you're going to draft in the 4th round and he's still there, for sure.
I could not agree more. And you said that right after the national championship game, and he's like tough mobile.
Yeah.
Like he fits. AFC North ball.
Yep.
And the Steelers have had that Ohio State pipeline for a while. Doran, the tight ends run today at the NFL Combine, and you told me something off air. And I've worked with you for a long time now. We have a great relationship. I still can't tell when you're pulling one over on me. I still have a tough time. When you tweeted out about the sauna, that you had Cam Hayward and Pat Freiermuth coming to use your sauna because they didn't have one, I was like, I don't know if he's serious or not. You told me you saved the shorts you ran in.
Yes.
In the Combine.
Yes.
And you have them at your house.
Yes.
That's the only thing you still have from the Combine.
I have the shirt and jersey or whatever that I wore to run the 40 and wore in the Combine. I have that framed. But the shorts, I'll put them on for you and take a picture. Send it to you.
No, I don't.
What?
I don't need proof.
Well, you said you don't know when I'm getting over on you. If I'm lying, if I'm fibbing, like I'll send you a picture of me in the shorts.
And you know what I'll do? I'll send you a pic back of me and my crew leotard from back in the day.
You wore a leotard?
Yeah, dude, because you had to be aerodynamic.
Wait, you wore a leotard for crew?
It was like it's kind of more like a wrestling singlet. Is that what they call it? A singlet? Probably not.
Yeah,
is that what it called?
Yeah.
That's what they call it. It's a wrestling singlet.
Wait, but you chose to say leotard instead of singlet.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So it's probably a leotard.
You know what stunk? So my friend at the time, now my wife, was pseudo dating a guy on the team, not me, and I would have to help carry the boat with him. And he filled out the singlet, and I did not. Like, mine was all baggy because I was 118 pounds, and he had bulges. Not good.
Do you know the difference between a singlet and a leotard?
Right?
You send me a pic of you in spandex, big guy. I'll send you a pic of me in spandex.
All right.
Tit for tat. All right. Fun show today. Fun week. We'll talk to you on Monday at 5:40. Callis, wonderful job as always.
Wait, do you want to talk about your Coxon days anymore? We still have like a minute.
Oh, we still got time?
Yeah.
Well, Joe's literally walking in, so.
I feel like O'Neal Cruz, when he'll slide, and then his hand will be like 4 feet away from second base and he gets tagged out. I feel like I started the slide a little early there then.
With the leotard?
Yeah, people are saying Crowley wore a tutu. We got to get out of this thing.
Man.
We'll talk to you.
What color was it?
Lebo colors, blue and gold.
Those are pick colors, too. That's why Doran's smiling.
And West Virginia. It was more navy and gold. All right. Papa Joe up next. Talk to you on Monday at 5:40. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I used precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multifamily home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Berg. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net. Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush not quite over yet. This report brought to you by two men in a junk truck. An earlier accident still being cleared off to the side on the eastbound turnpike at mile marker 63.6 between the Pittsburgh and Irwin interchanges. Meanwhile, an earlier structure fire in Mount Lebanon, 600 block of Washington Road between Academy Avenue and Cedar Boulevard. Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Swissvale. And crews working on the outbound side of Route 28. Watch for a lane restriction near the ramp to the outbound Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Hey, this is Brad Evans from BetMGM Tonight, weekdays 7-11 Eastern. The BetMGM Network is your home for expert sports betting insights, real-time odds, and nonstop action.
And the best time to tune in is right now. The madness of college basketball is heating up, the NBA playoff race is tightening, and MLB opening day is just around the corner.
We've got expert picks, in-depth analysis, and everything you need to stay ahead of the game.
Presented by the sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM.
Watch on YouTube, listen on the free Odyssey app. This is a BetMGM Network.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams went 0-2 didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins overtime winners last night at home, getting some redemption against the Flyers, 5-4. It's the third game in a row. Penguins have gone to overtime against the Flyers at home and have won 5-4 as Evgeny Malkin nets the game winner in overtime after the Penguins were down 3-0 to Philadelphia. Were able to overcome the 3-0 deficit with Tomasino scoring his 9th of the season. Erik Karlsson with 2 goals. Malkin scoring in the third period, and Malkin's 12th of the year in overtime. The game winner assisted by Karlsson and Letang.
More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I think I just ruined Crowley's day, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong, I like Crowley. In fact, I love him. But I also like ruining his day. You know why? You know how I did that, Limits?
No. Why won't you tell us?
By telling him that our 1 p.m. guest today is a man named Rich Rod.
Yes, sir.
Richard Rodriguez is on at 1 o'clock today. His last game against Pitt, at least while at West Virginia, didn't go so well. That may come up in the conversation, but so will all things backyard brawl and everything else. This is going to be a bonanza, is it not?
Very fun show planned.
Oh, usually I don't lead with the show plan, but today it's absolutely incredible. 12:30, we have Donnie coming down for a quiz show, and we have a new theme song, don't we?
Yes, that was sprung on everyone this morning as a bit of a surprise.
How are you
Didn't
today,
see that one coming. I'm doing good.
No, we didn't see that. Also, Andy Toole at noon today. I mean, we're just packed as Robert Morris maybe makes a drive here for the NCAA tournament. There's so many things to talk about. I think a lot of people feel like this is a down time of year in a way. I do not feel that way. Limits. I feel like there's stories cracking left and right, good and bad too. They're good and bad. That's what makes the sports world go round. We dedicate today's show to Adam Crowley. And that's our first of a six-pack. I'm going with the six-pack, which may turn into a 12-pack today. Thank you, Limits. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Here we go. I never thought that I would open a show by mentioning Steph Curry and Ryan Graves in the same sentence. But here we go. Which feat was more spectacular last night? I couldn't watch Steph Curry live because I was too mad at halftime of the Golden State game, although he did make a three-quarter shot. But sometimes in this world, I wound up watching the game later on replay. Sometimes in this world, you have to sit back and enjoy when you're watching an absolute icon, a legend, perform in front of our eyes and know that it won't be here forever. It was one of the greatest individual performances I've ever seen. This dude is now pushing 40. He had 56 points last night. 56 points. He lit up the Orlando Magic. He was 16 of 25 from the field. He had 12 three-pointers. Players with 9 or more threes in a game. Steph has 45. Nobody else has as many as 14. I don't care that I'm opening with the NBA in Pittsburgh. Oh, you can't talk NBA? Yes, I can. Yes, I can, because I don't care what the sport is. You watch something like that, and you should just be thankful, show gratitude, feel gratitude. This guy is one of the greatest athletes / showmen that there's ever been. He had the opposing crowd chanting MVP as he went to the line in the second half. Josh Robbins from The Athletic. Steph Curry's 56-point game tonight, objectively one of the most impressive individual performances I've covered in person in 25 years across all sports, pros, colleges, or high school. It was ridiculous. It really was. Most 20-point quarters since 96-97. Steph 42, Kobe 36, and then whoever else. I just can't tell you how much I love watching this guy play basketball. And it was funny after the game when they were asking everybody about what we just saw. What have we witnessed here? And Jamal Mosley, the Orlando Magic coach fielded a question that just exasperated him. This was him after the game.
Aside from Steph, because we know he can do those types of things on certain nights, but aside from Steph, what do you think was the difference?
The man had 56 points. There's no aside from Steph.
The man had 56. There is no aside. And there isn't. Did I mention it included a shot from beyond half court to end the first half? I'm pumped today from watching this. I am. However, I'm going to put it in with another absolutely remarkable feat that I somehow was unaware of until I read Josh Yohe's piece on the Penguins game. I always enjoy his 10 points on the Penguins, his 10 observations. Limits. Were you aware that Ryan Graves did not have a point all season till last night?
Well, I mean, he wasn't playing most of the season.
He played 43 games. He played 43 games. He's played a ton this season.
Well, it seems like by how invisible he is that he's been a healthy scratch for most of them. 0 points. No, I was not aware of that.
Now he has 1. And I thought that Josh made a mistake. I'm serious. And he even said, no, really, 1 point. So I went scrambling. How do you play in 43 games and be Ryan Graves, who's making, what is he making, $27 million over the course of his contract? He has 1 point. I think that's more remarkable than Steph's game last night. How don't you how many points does Nedeljkovic have?
Oh, he has a goal even this year.
I think he has a goal and an assist.
Yeah.
He has less points than the goalie. Listen, I'm not sure that in another regime that was actually paying attention, unlike Fenway Sports Group, that Kyle Dubas wouldn't have been fired for the Jari and Graves contracts. I mean, honestly, I mentioned this the other day, that Kyle Dubas has a lot of fans in the media around here. And the Graves and Jari contracts are like an aside, an afterthought when people talk about this allegedly miraculous rebuild that he's launched. It's like, yeah, I mean, the Graves signing and Jari for $27 million or whatever it was. And then they move into all the wonders of Kyle Dubas so far. This was a fireable offense that his best thinking, his scouts' best thinking, landed him Ryan Graves for however many years it was. How many years was it, Limits? And how many millions of 6 years, $27 million on this guy? 6 years, $27 million.
And 4.5 a year.
And the other guy's getting 25 or something, over $50 million. That hamstrings everything you're doing. So I read Matt Wenzel today. I like him very much as well. He's talking about Ricard Raquel and saying, wow, that contract now, you don't really have to move Raquel because that contract doesn't look so worrisome anymore at $5 million a year because Raquel's playing well, right? Here's the problem. It is worrisome. It's very worrisome because you have 50-some million sunk in these other two stiffs. I mean, it's truly remarkable. How do you not have a puck, something where you get an assist through 42 games?
Even just being on the ice, you walk into one.
It's a miracle. So every Steph story you read today should be accompanied by a Ryan Graves story. Wow, I can't believe that. Next. Thank you, Limits. The Penguins in general, of course, I didn't see it except for a little mini recap game highlight thing because it's on Hulu and ESPN Plus. Do you have those, Limits?
I do, but it's not my account. It's somebody else's in the family. And
You're stealing and I'm reporting you to the FCC.
Yeah, go do that.
I will?
Yeah, do it.
Did you see the game?
I saw half of the game. I saw the first and half of the second period.
I'll tell you what, that was pretty cool. It was. In the desert that is the Penguins season, that was a little oasis. I think I won't say most. I'll speak for myself. I think it's best for them to lose right now. It is. But that doesn't mean there shouldn't be feel-good moments along the way, and what's better than beating the Flyers, right? And not only that, the pattern of the game was mind-blowing. Max Talbot bobblehead night. We just went over all this with Tyler Kennedy yesterday, the legendary game with Talbot in Philly. The Penguins fall behind 3-0 in that game, and then there's an incident, and everything changes, and they win. So what happens last night? The Penguins fall behind 3-0. There's an incident, and they come back and win. This was the Ned incident, the revenge of the Neds. I don't know what you call it. He gets pulled from the game. He's horrible. Again, even though 2 of the goals weren't his fault. When I say he's horrible, I meant that in general as a goalie. But in this instance, Ned goes nuts.
Oh, and the broadcast captured Ned going nuts.
Stick, it broke in half, and then he slammed the handle into the corner as he leaves here. I don't know if that's at himself, at the coach.
It's at
now he's screaming. He is upset that he's being pulled.
Yeah.
He is kind of barking down the bench. He slammed the door.
Well, two of the goals went off his own guys. And now this one, he's left to his own devices. So
look all the way down the other end.
You can see him down at the far end, and he sees the hook is coming, and it's a humiliating feeling.
Too bad one of those goals didn't go off Ryan Graves. Maybe he would have gotten a point for the other team. This was amazing. Then all of a sudden, they launch a comeback. It was a redo of the Talbot game with Talbot in the stands and them handing out bobbleheads. I mean, it was fun. And Gino went to the fountain of youth and scored 2 goals, scored the winning goal. Everybody hates the Flyers. That's just a night that makes you feel good as a Penguin fan, right? And you deserve some of those.
You talk about Ryan Graves not having any points. That was Malkin's 11th and 12th goals of the season.
Yeah.
Thinking about how late we are into the year, and Malkin was only 12. I mean, he would typically get that right around December, middle of December in a regular year. But
well, times have changed.
Yep.
He's getting old, but it looks right now like he's playing really well. Carlson played really well. Man, if they could find a way to deal him, it's not going to be easy, as Wenzel pointed out in his story. I stick to my opinion that it would be derelict of duty not to trade Raquel right now. You look at the big board, and a lot of people have Brock Nelson number 1, Raquel number 2, Seth Jones number 3. He's never, ever, ever going to sell higher than he is now. I don't even think this offseason. Plus, there's no guarantee he'll be healthy this offseason. There's a reason why you see baseball players scratched and hockey players scratched right around the trade deadline. Don't want to risk injury. Trade him. I think they can get a decent young talent and a first-round pick. That's what I think, because I think there's about 12 teams out there that believe, rightfully so, that they have a real chance to win the Cup. One of them's Vancouver, by the way, with the 16th pick sitting there, Mr. Jim Rutherford. Maybe that would be interesting. One of them is Detroit, sitting there with, I believe, the 19th pick. A lot of pressure because they've undergone a massive rebuild that has taken a long, long time. They've drafted in the top 10 a million times recently. A handful of those guys are finally starting to make their mark. They got hot lately. They're in the playoff picture right now. Maybe it's time to spring and get something and give something to the Penguins for Raquel. We shall see. But good for the Penguins, good for Gino, good for Ned, good for everybody. That was a fun game to sort of watch, even though I didn't really watch it. What do you make of this?
Good for Ned? I mean, it's good they came back.
Great for Ned. He's a hero, for God's sakes, for getting blown off the ice by the Flyers.
I don't think he probably feels that way this morning.
You don't?
No.
What do you mean? He's Max Talbot for a day. He slammed the door. He's a leader. He's vocal. He went crazy, and they won the game. You don't think so?
You're talking about when Blomqvist went in?
Wait, do you even know what happened in the game last night?
Yes.
You read any story, plus Sully after the game, they were down 3-0. Ned went nuts. You just played it.
Here's what Sully said.
You know, that's just an indication of how invested he is. He cares. He cares. He's competitive. He wants to win. That's raw emotion, and I have no problem with that. Quite honestly, I thought he inspired the group to want to compete for him. So I thought our team responded.
There you go. So, yes, I think Ned feels good today. Probably not good that he got pulled from the game, but maybe he didn't deserve to get pulled. But he's being hailed as he should have been the number one star of the game. Forget about Malkin and Carlson. Should have been Ned for his tirade.
Well, I think Ned also is in the back of his mind is at least thinking, like, my struggles continue. And, I think it was different when Max Talbot, it's not like Max Talbot was getting threatened to, come off the ice at all and not play as much.
I know. It's a lot of it is a little bit facetious comparing it to Talbot, but the pattern of the game is pretty incredible.
That is very true.
That it took a highly unusual incident that everybody thinks won them the game.
For the night to come to fruition.
Yes. Thank you, Limits. The Imama hit on Hathaway. John Tortorella. Do we have him after the game? That's the other thing I meant to send you. He thought it was a dirty hit, a cheap hit. It only winds up being 2 minutes in the box. At least, I don't like to see anybody hit their head on the ice, but it wasn't a head shot. I don't think there was an intent necessarily to injure here. There was an intent to drill a guy. It looks, as I'm looking at it, like Juju on Perfect. It was just a blindside shot. Yeah, it was a dirty hit. At least somebody has a pulse over there. So credit to Imama for at least, and he wanted to fight him early in the game. So who on the Penguins ever has that instinct? Credit to him for having a pulse, and good for the Penguins and their fans for a night. Although I hope that Hathaway I don't like to see anybody hit their head on the ice like that. Even Tortorella acknowledged that he didn't think the intent was to injure there. It was just a very bad result. So for one night anyway, God bless the Penguins. Now go back to losing and to the bottom of the league and hopefully to the first pick overall. If you wind up maybe getting an 11% chance or so, which is where the third lowest team goes, who knows what could happen. I think they got Sid on a 6% chance, if memory serves. Next. All right, news today from Diana Rossini. The Raiders and Giants have discussed a 2-year contract for Matthew Stafford that includes $90 to $100 million guaranteed. Now, this goes against Jerry Dulac's opinion. He was asked in his chat yesterday, or Wednesday, I should say, is Matthew Stafford really doable for the Steelers at $50 million a year in high draft capital? Jerry said, nope, not at that price. And what makes you think it will be that price? Lucky if it even gets to $40 million. Well, it sounds like it's going to be way closer to $50 million. Limits, and I'm not surprised at all. This is a quarterback-starved league. You know how many teams need a Matthew Stafford type or desire one? So even at that price, and even if it does cost a first-round pick, it looks like the Giants and Raiders are in the game and the Steelers aren't. And while I have said that I wouldn't do this because I don't want to give up a first-round pick because I don't think they're close enough anyway, I think there's going to be more sort of deterioration on that high-priced defense. I think that's going to set in a little bit this year. When the question says, is it doable for the Steelers? Of course it's doable. Jerry says, no, it's not doable. You can do it if you want. You can spend that money in a first-round pick.
Right.
It's absolutely doable.
It's very doable. Now, I wonder if Jerry just wrote it as if, do you think it's going to happen, Jerry? And if he took it at the specific context of that question, like, yeah, they could easily give up a first-round pick and pay him. Like,
no,
with the cap space that they have?
The guy says, is it really doable for the Steelers at $50 million a year in high draft capital? He says, no, not at that price. But if your point is they're not willing to pay that price, I'm not sure I blame them.
No, I would not be willing to pay it either.
Because, again, he's doing that in the Sean McVay system. I don't want to give up a first-round pick right now. I don't. For Stafford.
Well, think about this, Joe.
He's going to get killed behind Broderick Jones protecting his blind side. I just have a horrible feeling about how it would work out here. That's why I say that. On the other hand, could I sit here and rip them if they took that big of a swing? Probably not. I mean, in some ways, it would be admirable. And certainly, it's doable. Let's not pretend they couldn't. What, they don't have the money? If they want to have the money? Of course it's doable.
They definitely have the money, but here's what would be really crazy about this. If they did trade for Stafford and they paid him $50 million a year, that would be more than their entire offense last year combined made.
Wow.
Combined. 48 last year.
I did not know that. The other piece of news is Matthew Stafford and the Rams to meet at their facility in person today. People, I think was that Rossini as well? I believe so. So this is coming to a head very quickly, the Matthew Stafford situation. And it would appear the Steelers are out of it. That's the way it would appear.
Well, and it's good that it's moving quickly, because if the Steelers were in any way trying to pursue this and thinking that they were a logical candidate for Matthew Stafford, the faster it goes, the quicker that you could pivot to different options.
Yes.
Like if they thought that Stafford should be their 1A ahead of Fields and Wilson, now if they're out of it, they can focus their attention on what they've already had.
Next.
God bless you.
Thank you, Limits. I appreciate that. Najee Harris. And this is also from Dulac. Steelers meeting with or talking to Najee's rep, Doug Hendrickson. And Dulac writes, and I quote, Harris appears to have support of Coach Mike Tomlin, who likes his toughness, durability, and productivity. Okay. Again, for the 8 millionth time, why is Mike Tomlin the personnel guy around here? However, that's very instructive. I would like that quote to be shipped off to the likes of Jason LaCanfora, Jay Glazer, Michael Silver, Peter King over the years, because one of their points about Tomlin, it seems to me anyway, has always been, look what he does with less over there in Pittsburgh. Well, why is it less? He's the guy who's shopping for the ingredients and cooking the meal around here. I would wager to say he's got more power over personnel than any coach in the NFL. I haven't done a study on that, but I'm fairly confident in it. And you know where you would never see a paragraph like that is Philadelphia, where the GM is the boss. Really the owner, but the GM runs the team. The GM, it's not hard to find people who reported last year after the 2023 season that the GM forced 2 moves at coordinator in the week after an embarrassing playoff loss. Around here, it's the head coach. Harris appears to have support of Coach Mike Tomlin, who likes his toughness, durability, and productivity. Can someone go in and point out to Mike Tomlin all the other numbers with Najee? The ones that we've been over a million times here, his lack of explosiveness. Tomlin really, really believes in that adage, your best ability is your availability. And I really, really don't.
So what does he think of George Pickens showing up half an hour late to the Chiefs game?
Yeah, right. I just really don't. I don't even want to go over the stats again of running backs in Steelers history. And I'm not talking about with the great ones and really good ones. It's obvious, but there have been many, many running backs, far less than that, who have both a bigger yards per carry average and a longer run in their Steelers career than Najee. Do you remember the list, Limits?
Jonathan Dwyer.
Very good.
Fu.
Very good.
Walter Abercrombie.
Very good.
We know the likes of Rashard Mendenhall also counts on that list. Isaac Redmond did not make the list.
How about Tim Worley?
Yes, Tim Worley.
Yes, he did. How about, did Richard Huntley make that list? Now I can't remember.
Yes, Richard Huntley was on that list.
Here's the list. Here's the list. And I'll grant you.
Well, Garrett Blunt.
I'll grant you that with time, somebody's yards per carry is going to go down a little bit. But again, you have to have more. This just feeds into Tomlin's win an inch at a time. Win like inchworms. We're going to get you an inch at a time. We're going to go down to that fourth quarter. It's going to be 12-11, and we're going to get a field goal from Boz, and that's the way we win around here. Yeah, that works against teams that are riddled with chaos. Your stability works against chaos. And good for the Steelers that a lot of teams are mired in chaos year to year. What it doesn't work out against is good teams.
One small step for man, one giant leap for the Steelers against good teams.
Exactly. This just feeds into that mentality to have a running back with zero explosion to his game. So Najee's averaged 3.9 yards a carry in his career with a long run of 37. He's carried the ball over 1,000 times, and his longest run is 37 yards. So for the 8 millionth time, here's a list of Steelers running backs who have a bigger yards per carry and a longer run in their tenure with the Steelers. And like I said, the great ones, obviously, and even the really good ones, like Barry Foster, obviously. Tim Worley, Frank Pollard, Jonathan Dwyer, Richard Huntley, Najee Davenport, Walter Abercrombie, Ernest Jackson, Rodney Carter, Eric Pegram, and Chris Fuamatu Ma'afala. We called him Fu. I mean, what are we doing here? Where is a GM to step in and say, Mike, you know what? We're not doing that. Plus, as Dulac points out, they're going to wind up paying him more on like a 2-year deal than they would have for the 5th-year option.
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
No, I don't like this one. So if the idea behind not like giving him guaranteed money ahead of time was, hey, let's see if he stays healthy type of thing. So now you're gonna give him that extra year on a 2-year deal for more money than the 5th year would have been, instead of just saying let's have him for 1 more year and see if he stays healthy, then we'll talk. Oh my God, what are they doing? Why is Mike Tomlin running everything? Where is Art Rooney? Where's Brian Kelly? Give me the slap on the table.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
It's I don't know what the word it's beyond exasperating. What's a word beyond exasperating?
Demoralizing.
Does Omar Khan have any power at all?
Where's Andy Weidel? I thought people want to say that he's the personnel guy. If Omar's the cap guy.
He's the assistant GM. He has zero power. Mike Tomlin is the co-CEO around here and everything else. Last say on draft picks, personnel moves like Najee. He's the lead guy at the Senior Bowl. He's out there blowing his whistle at the Senior Bowl. He's the de facto defensive coordinator. Why don't they just hand him the franchise? With the money he's making, he could probably buy it. He's the 5th highest paid coach in all of pro sports.
Owner, Mike Tomlin. General manager, in name only, Mike Tomlin.
Offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, Mike Tomlin. Head coach, Mike Tomlin.
Consultant,
Director
Mike
of
Tomlin.
pro scouting, Mike Tomlin. Head of player personnel, Mike Tomlin. Senior Bowl director, Mike Tomlin.
Steelers Hall of Honor recipient, Mike Tomlin.
Steelers Hall of Honor voter, Mike Tomlin. I mean, he controls everything.
Steelers Hall of Honor gatekeeper, Mike Tomlin.
How is there not somebody in that organization to say, Mike, no? And I guess it would be Art, would be the only one. Mike, no, we can get another running back. Look, here's a guy here, and I use this example a lot, but there's many around the NFL. Here's a guy Tampa Bay took in the 4th round last year, Bucky Irving, who's better than Najee. More explosive, ran for over 1,000 yards, broke some games open with long runs. It's an explosion game. That's what it is in the NFL. Please, can somebody talk to him? Next. I mean, that is just mind-boggling. Myles Garrett reportedly not open to an extension. Man, this thing is going to get ugly. What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry,
back there?
I have to cut in here.
What happened?
Kabali just tweeted out a picture with the eyeball emojis 10 minutes ago. He's getting an ultrasound.
Kabali or Najee?
Kabali.
On what?
I don't know. Do you think it's his Achilles?
Did he blow out a third Achilles?
People are tweeting, Mark, when are you due?
That's what Mulsey yelled to me the other night at the Faniversary.
Somebody else said, press all the buttons on this little machine here in front of him.
Well, I hope Kabali is okay.
What happened to
Certainly.
Kabali?
A lot.
Interesting.
So far. The Browns are insistent that, they're trying to play tough with this? He's not going anywhere. We're not going to trade Myles. He's going to be part of our short and long-term future. Yeah, okay. He has 2 years left. He's not even talking to them about an extension. Won't even talk to them. And it seems to me that he's a pretty strong-willed character, that if this does get ugly in training camp, he's just going to say, forget it. I'll sit till you trade me. Do you agree with that?
I do. Like, he seems very staunch in this opinion that he no longer wants to play for the Browns at all. And, I mean, we know that Myles Garrett, based on past situations with the Steelers, if he believes in something, he's going to stick with it. And he's not going to change his mind, and he's not going to be too brash in an opposite direction. So I definitely can see him sitting out and even pulling maybe a Le'Veon Bell. I mean, if you're not going to pay me or you're not going to trade me, in this instance it would be, I'm just not going to play for you.
So on a day we don't think there's anything happening, we could get headlines by the end of the day here on people like Najee and Matt Stafford. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. An hour. Six Pack brought to you by Bet365. The treats are endless here today. Ray Fittipaldo at 11, going to get his thoughts. He had a pretty strong opinion on the old tush push today. Andy Toole at noon, and Rich Rodriguez, West Virginia's new and old coach, at 1 p.m. today. Should we have Crowley phone in a question? Should we at least throw him a bone here?
I think we should.
Does he know Rich Rod?
He was in school when Rich Rod was there, so I'm sure they've had an interaction or two when Crowley was doing student media.
That might put an interesting twist to the interview. I'll say, Rich, a big fan of yours, works at the station, and he's going to phone in a question here if you're open to it.
Because Rich is going to be scheduled to join us on the video.
This is gigantic.
How about that?
The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Up next, Jerry Dulac's chat was en fuego yesterday. He had a definitive opinion on George Pickens' future, on Najee's future, on whether veteran QBs will be able to call audibles moving forward here, and most interestingly, a reunion with a former Steelers quarterback possible for this team? Holy horse milk. We'll talk about this next. First, if I can find it, let's talk a little FanDuel. Let's talk about NBA. Man, I hope you had the over with Steph last night. That was just incredible. And another guy who scores for them is Quentin Post, the second-round pick. He's going to get threes. He's a guy you take over on threes. When the game tips off, the action's just beginning on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sports book. It's the home for live betting is FanDuel. You might miss some of the game, a lot of the game, then pop in the fourth quarter. You might have to leave in the second half, so go from the tip-off. Whatever you want. Combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart has reportedly met with the Steelers, and he told the media he had a lot of fun making relationships with the Steelers as well, something to monitor on the quarterback front. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason
Mindset with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Luka Doncic. I hope he doesn't party too much. On Tuesday night, the 26-year-old All-Star repaid Lakers fans who turned out to see him drop a triple-double on his former team, the Mavericks, in an emotional revenge game for him. El Matador gifted them with free parking outside the arena. That's a first for me, folks. I've never heard of that. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Your old or broken phone can let you down when you need it most.
Perfect.
But at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get the most for it, up to $2,000 in value, for an amazing new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and a new line on My Plan, and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. That's like a 3-for-1. And you can get it on any plan. At Verizon, trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. The other guys won't give you that. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad. Up to $2,000 value based on iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platforms.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland. And so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Febreze
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I know Ryan Graves isn't Bobby Orr, but I'm still trying to get over the fact that he got his first point last night. It's just miraculous. It really is. You know who told us this was not going to work out was Charlie Borges. Gorgeous Borges. He's a big Devils fan. He said, you just made a big mistake here, Penguins. Kyle Dubas.
Yeah, he knew it automatically.
Do you remember that?
I do. And he basically said, first he was laughing when he heard the news. And he said, thank you for taking him off our hands. And it's been nothing but downhill from here, as Adam Crowley would say.
Yeah, speaking of that, I wasn't aware that in the lead up to the Faniversary that our friend Steve Wilson, who's very good at his job, he's been our sound guy since the beginning. Now he works in Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Yeah. He
referred to me as Jim Starkey in a promo that played on the air? Is that right?
Highlighting moments like Jim Starkey pranking Bob Pompiani.
What is that? How did
Highlighting moments like Jim Starkey pranking Bob Pompiani.
How did that get past the cutting room floor there? Is there nobody editing sound around here?
I don't know, Jim. What do you think?
I guess I deserve it since I call everybody else by their wrong names.
You know what?
Yeah.
So there's a fantasy football punishment.
Wait, was that intentional?
What, Jim?
Yeah, he might have done that intentionally.
I don't think so. I mean, can you glean any intention from this?
Highlighting moments like Jim Starkey pranking Bob Pompiani.
We're going to play that over and over and over and over again.
What were you going to say about fantasy?
So, have you heard that Pony's fantasy punishment, or not fantasy, but losing the picks? Because, the PM team does their picks, and Donnie won the picks.
Yeah.
So, Donnie and Mulsey came up with a punishment for Pony, which is he has to produce the show for a week. An entire week, Pony will be behind the glass producing, and Donnie will be in his chair. So
I like that. I like that punishment. I mean, he can
Pony doesn't.
Well, he can still be the show, really.
No, he cannot.
Sure he can.
Not as much. He has to take a back seat.
Maybe. We'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see if 1 week goes down to 1 day.
So you're looking for a punishment for me?
Trying to find a punishment for you.
I finished second.
You and Donnie tied.
So why am I getting punished?
Because your name is on the show.
Okay. Well, I'm taking you guys to a steak dinner, you and Donnie. Is
That's
that
going to
be
a lot of fun.
Yeah. When are we? He keeps saying I won the bet. You owe me a steak dinner, and every time I give him a date, he tells me I'm busy.
He's going to be away coming up soon.
All right. Let's go to Jerry Dulac's chat. We have Ray Fittipaldo coming up, top of the hour. Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And it's 10:47 right now. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Listen to this one. John from Toronto weighs in with a question. Hi, Jerry. Art Rooney said he wants his starting and backup quarterback to have similar styles. To that end, if Russ Wilson is re-signed, could we see a reunion in the QB room with Mason Rudolph? Listen to the answer limits. Are you ready for this?
I guess.
That doesn't sound far-fetched at all, but you have to wonder how much Mason Rudolph can tolerate the Steelers, or tolerate with the Steelers, Jerry says. So at first I thought that doesn't sound far-fetched at all, was sarcastic. But he adds the clincher, the caveat, but you have to wonder how much Mason Rudolph can tolerate the Steelers, or with the Steelers, live with the Steelers, whatever. I don't know, whatever he means there. He's been big on the Steelers mistreated Mason Rudolph. I've never been on that train. I've been on the Trubisky train, but not that one. Bottom line there is he's basically saying, yes, the Steelers might want Mason Rudolph back. The question is, would he want them? Can you believe that?
No. Move on. Move on. I don't want any more Mason Rudolph or Kenny Pickett or any of this other crap. Find something better. Don't go back to just a whole bunch of nothingness, a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Find me Mason Rudolph stats from last year. Are we really going through this again? No, not Mason Rudolph, please.
64% completion, 1,500 yards passing, 9 touchdowns, 9 picks, an 80 rating.
9 touchdowns, 9
no
picks,
thanks.
and an 80 rating.
That's who he is.
That is who he is. He's a very good backup, maybe a low-end starter, which I guess is why you'd bring him in, by the way, to be a backup or a low-end starter.
You could probably win 5 games with Mason Rudolph. Why am I upset about that? Maybe we should want him here.
Yeah, maybe we should come around on this.
Did you know his first name is actually Brett?
What?
His first name is Brett, and his middle name is Mason, according to Pro Football Reference.
I never knew that.
I didn't either.
How did we not know that for the whole time he was here?
That's what it says, Brett Mason Rudolph III.
Yeah, so the Steelers, I guess, mistreated Mason. He collected $3 million his last year here to be their third quarterback when they didn't have to bring him back. $3 million. They're the ones that drafted him. They believed in him more than anybody else that day. 75 picks. They traded up, I think, a couple picks to get him, and then famously put a first-round grade on him. After Myles Garrett accused Rudolph of hurling a racial slur at him, you'll remember, the Steelers, most notably Mike Tomlin, stood by Rudolph every step of the way, with Tomlin basically calling Garrett a liar. Okay? So far, this doesn't sound like a guy who's been horribly mistreated, right? He was pulled after that 4-interception game, the Myles Garrett game, and then he had a disastrous first half in Cincy, but Tomlin still went back to him that year with the season on the line against the Jets. So tell me again how he's been mistreated. When nobody wanted him, they brought him back and paid him $1 million. Then the next year, $3 million. And then finally, Tomlin easily could have gone back to Pickett, justifying this is our guy for the future a couple of years ago when Rudolph saved Christmas and the Steelers' season, but he stuck with Mason. I mean, I get it that everybody wants what they think is the fairest possible chance, but to say this guy never got his opportunity or was treated like crap here, in my opinion, is just blatantly wrong. Having said all that, I don't want him back.
No, I don't want him back at all if my opening soliloquy about that wasn't clear enough. But I also don't think he's a good enough quarterback to be able to drive you anywhere unless it's to the bottom, which maybe would be a good thing to have him anyway. And no, he was not mistreated.
He should be begging to come back here.
Yes. He had plenty of opportunities.
Does Mason want the Steelers? He should want anybody who wants him.
I mean, it's clear and just there's no outstanding trait with Mason Rudolph. I guess maybe the deep ball. Maybe the deep ball that makes him stand out.
I loved what he did a couple years ago. That was way more than I ever expected of him. It was fun. It was sort of a magical end to that season. But no more, please. Dulac on Pickens. Joe asked him a question about Pickens' future. Jerry said, I don't think he's in their plans beyond 2025. I have a hard time picturing, if that's the case, how 2025 goes well with George Pickens when it's obvious to everybody if he doesn't sign before the season that he's in a final year, unless he turns into an absolute superstar and behaves well all season and things like that. And I think those two may go hand in hand. And then what? Then what, do they franchise him? Let him go as a UFA? I don't know what. But if it's clear going in that this may be Pickens' final year here, I just don't think it goes well. It's hard for me to imagine a good ending there. I would trade him this offseason.
I would trade him, try to get a second-round pick for him. At this point, I'm starting to soften on a third, too, especially if it's like a high third-round pick. I think I would take that at this point, but what do you think our friend Todd would say?
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
Maybe that'll change it.
Apparently not the way things went. And then lastly, from Jerry's chat, which is up at postgazette.com, must read every week, Rebel Warrior writes this. So apparently Tomlin refuses to allow QBs, including 2 Hall of Fame QBs, to call audibles. Can anyone who has ever been around football for more than 15 minutes explain this to me? Does any, in all caps, other team put that restriction on their QBs? You know what Jerry's answer is to that? It's the same answer he gives when he really likes somebody's commentary and agrees. Pay the man, he says.
Short answer, straight to the point.
So let's just comprehend here what we're saying. Jerry Dulac, a man who's been writing Steelers for a long, long time and writing it very well, who has a direct pipeline to the owner, Art, who has sources all over the place, is endorsing somebody who suggests that Tomlin refuses to allow quarterbacks, including 2 Hall of Famers, to call audibles. Does any other team put that restriction on their QBs? His answer to that essentially is, great commentary, I agree. Again, this relates to Tomlin's overriding control of the franchise. Like this is just an out-of-control locomotive. He controls everything, everywhere you look. You want Najee back? Tomlin likes the idea. Sure. You want Russell back? I guess that'll depend on Tomlin. Is it really true that they severely restrict what a Hall of Fame quarterback or 2 can do at the line of scrimmage, where games are won and lost by what a quarterback may recognize by getting you into a good play or out of a bad play? Yes, that's true, Jerry's saying. Wow. It's just, every time you turn around, there's something else that just blows your mind.
It's Belichick level control. And we saw how that completely spiraled on them in New England. Like, remember?
Funny you should say that. Happy Gilmore texts Jerry or emails him, wherever this chat is done, and says, Ray Fittipaldo reported yesterday, Mike Tomlin not doing interviews at the Combine. Has he historically spoken to the media at this event? Jerry says he's the only coach in the league who's never been to the podium to speak to the national media in 19 years. Even Belichick did it 1 year. This extends to the league at large.
And wouldn't you think that Tomlin would want to talk to the national media who has had his back for most of his tenure?
I don't know. He doesn't really want to talk to any. I kind of don't blame him. But still, it's just the level of control he has. And yes, speaking of the national media, the level of the benefit of the doubt that he gets all the time is truly incredible.
And you'd think that everyone else doing it, like, does Tomlin just think he's better than everybody else and that he doesn't need to? Like, it's obviously not a requirement. Why wouldn't the Steelers, if everyone else is doing it, just say, hey, maybe it would be best for Mike to do it too? He's not going to say anything that's going to completely indict us for anything.
Well, Omar spoke. They don't let their GM speak for the whole year. But, man, in Omar speaking, it sounded like – and anybody who listens to that and thinks, yeah, this guy has a lot of control, you're nuts. He just simply doesn't. This organization is all about the coach. So if the coach wants Najee back, then it's going to happen. I'm not so sure that's a functional franchise. That sounds like a dysfunctional franchise. Dysfunctional meaning the coach has a disproportionate amount of power and the owner's asleep at the wheel. That's what that means to me. All right. Coming up, let's ask Ray Fittipaldo about all of this. Plus, about who he thinks the Steelers will draft, who's jumping off the page to him or who did at the Combine. Everything with Ray Fittipaldo next. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates continue spring training and will suit it up today as the Buccos will play against the Tampa Bay Rays at 1:05 with Mitch Keller on the mound. The Pirates are 4-2 in spring training, beat the Minnesota Twins in Ron Cook's neck of the woods in Fort Myers 12-1 yesterday. Good day for Jack Sawinski. Sawinski had a double and just continued his tear through spring training. He's been the Pirates' best hitter so far in spring training. He ended up driving in 3 runs in the game as well. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, UJ Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 Men and a Junktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, March 7 through 16, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See our weekend features. Celebrity appraiser Dr. Lori, March 7 through 9, and Pittsburgh native and HGTV celebrity Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords, March 14 through 16. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, Convention Center downtown.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL Scouting Combine continues in Indianapolis. The first workouts began yesterday with defensive linemen and linebackers and continues through Sunday. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Ray Fittipaldo, brought to you by LGKG, the born and raised Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys who take your personal injury cases personally. Ray, how are you today, and where are you today?
Good morning, Joe. We are moving through Columbus, so we got probably another 2.5 hours before we get back to the Burg.
Who's in the car with you right now?
Just me and Jerry. We left about 8 o'clock. So we hopefully get home before the school bus gets there this afternoon.
It's funny you should mention that. We were just talking about Jerry's chat, and that's where we start with you today. Are you ready?
Go ahead. What did he write? I want to know.
Well, he seemed to suggest that a Mason Rudolph return wouldn't be far-fetched, but that Mason wouldn't want it. What would you think of that?
I should put him on speaker, but, I mean... the thing I keep going back to, and Joe, it's going to depend on whether they choose Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, but you do remember what Art said. He said he would like to get a similar quarterback as the backup. So I suppose if you keep Russ, Mason would make sense as the backup. I think they're more similar at this point, but if you choose Justin Fields, then Mason certainly doesn't fit as that type of backup, does he?
No. Where's the vibe going now? I mean, depending on where I read and look, 1 minute it's Russell Wilson's coming back. The next minute it's obviously Justin Fields. What is happening here, Ray? Where's the momentum? On which side?
It's despite what other people have reported, 2 and 3 weeks ago, I still don't know that the Steelers know. I think they have an idea of who they want to bring back, but there's other quarterback contracts that have to get done, and people want to know what the market value is going to be for their guy. So, we're creeping closer to the start of the new league year. I think within the next week, free agency starts. I think March 11th or something like that. Joe, by this time next week, I think we'll know whether it's Justin or Russell, and I think then they could plan their offseason from there, because Omar said this week, the quarterback we sign, that's going to have an impact on what types of receivers we sign and other moves they're going to make. So that's the first domino that has to fall, so to speak.
What about Matthew Stafford? We see Diana Rossini report today that the Giants and Raiders both are willing to go between 90 and 100 million for this guy, and presumably I'll add a first-round pick. Would the Steelers do that?
Listen, that's 45 or 50 million a year. Joe, I know the cap went up this year, and I know they're like 60 million under the cap right now. But listen, you got to take care of TJ Watt. You got to sign some other free agents. I don't think they can afford to bring in a guy who's going to command, top quarterback money. I mean, if Stafford signs for 45 million a year, that's probably top 7 or top 10 quarterback money. I don't think the Steelers want to go down that road. I think they're probably going to, if it's Justin Fields, my guess is probably $15 million a year on a 2-year deal, 3-year deal, and I think Russell Wilson will get a little bit more, but probably not much.
Ray, biggest takeaway that you had from the media scrum with Omar Khan this week?
The biggest takeaway. You know, I did see a lot on social media that he said he had a solid meeting with George, and a lot of people jumped to the conclusion that they're going to sign him to an extension. I'm telling you guys, I was there standing right next to him. I don't think an extension I didn't read anything into Omar's remarks in terms of, you know, them wanting to do business with George long term. I think the more likely scenario than anything is probably just play it out, and if he's a problem again, you deal him, you know, at the trade deadline in the fall. You know, they could turn around and trade him next week at free agency, or they could do it at the draft too. But I think the most likely scenario, they probably keep George and keep an eye on it, and then if it's an issue or if they're not in contention, maybe you deal them at the deadline and see if you can get anything in return.
Did George show up on time for the exit meeting, Ray? Do you have that confirmed?
It sounds like he probably wanted to get the first flight out of Pittsburgh, so he probably did.
All right. Najee's next on the agenda here, and we go back to Jerry on this. And tell Jerry congratulations up front for being such a big part of the show today.
You're dominating the show.
He seems to believe that Mike Tomlin is in Najee's corner, and that's a good guy to have in your corner. What are we looking at here? We looking at Najee back on a multi-year deal?
Well, I mean, I don't know that it's going to happen just because Mike wants it to happen. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Here's my take on it, Joe. The way the Steelers do business, if they do re-sign Najee Harris, I don't think it's going to be more than what they would have paid him last May if they picked up the option. So that number was $6.7 million. I think if it's over that, I don't think they would do it. You know, we've talked about this the last couple of weeks. It's a great year for running backs. Jaylen Warren's going to be on the roster, so they could easily move on from him, you know, if Mike doesn't get his way. But you know how it goes. This is Mike's team, and, you know, if he wants Najee Harris on it, he's probably going to get it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when doesn't Mike get his way? Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can always communicate with City Limits here on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Ray, we'll see how closely you were paying attention over the past few weeks to our interviews together. Najee in his career has averaged 3.9 yards a carry, and somehow, with over 1,000 carries, the longest run of his career is 37 yards. So I gave you a list of lesser-known, lesser-lights Steeler running backs who had both a longer yards per carry in their Steeler career and at least one run longer than Najee's. Can you name these guys? Go ahead. Start firing off some names.
Well, Joe, I pay attention, so this shouldn't be an issue. Frank Pollard.
That's one.
Walter Abercrombie.
That's two.
Let's see. Jonathan Dwyer.
That's three. Yep.
Let's go. I mean, testing my memory here. How about Tim Worley?
Tim Worley's a great one. Congratulations, Ray. I'll let you go there. You got four.
Okay.
You didn't get Richard Huntley, Najee Davenport, Ernest Jackson, Rodney Carter, Eric Pegram, or Fu, but nobody gets them all, right? I mean, that is incredible. Is that not incredible?
How about my favorite player from childhood from Colgate, Rich Ehrenberg? He's not on that list?
You know what? I looked up so many guys, and believe it or not, some of them just got one of the two. Like I think Isaac Redman had a better average but didn't have a run that long. Here's Rich Ehrenberg.
Yeah.
He is one I looked up. No, he fails. He was only at 3.7 yards a carry with a career long of 31. So, yes, at least Najee's more impressive than Rich Ehrenberg. I don't know, Ray. This whole thing with Tomlin seems to be this idea of your best ability is your availability. I've never really agreed with that. Have you?
I mean, I could see the merits in it. You know, he is durable.
Limits is available. He wants to play. Can he play running back?
I'll go, Ray.
The point is you can count on him. Joe, I don't know what you think, but I felt this all along, and I wrote it in my report cards almost every single week. I felt like when Jaylen Warren was healthy, he was the better fit for Arthur's offense. And they never really, even though it was a 50-50 split, pretty much in snaps and with touches, they never really, gave Warren that shot to start games or to get going early. So I just think Jalen's better. I want to see Jalen in Najee's role, and I want to see a second, third, or fourth round pick in the role that Warren had last year. That's the direction I would like to see them go, but we'll see what happens here in a week or so.
Ray, it's hard to know what to believe when it comes to combine things, but it seems to be a widely held belief that the rising quarterback in this class is Jackson Dart, and the Steelers apparently had a formal meeting with him. Did you happen to see him work out? Did you talk to him? What do you think of this guy? And what do you think the odds are that the Steelers would pull the trigger in round 1 or 2 on Jackson Dart?
Yeah, I think the quarterbacks are throwing tomorrow. So that'll be on TV tomorrow, NFL Network. I do not think Jackson Dart is a possibility for the Steelers in the first round. Never say never, but, second round, if they have conviction on them, listen, Andy Weidel picked Jalen Hurts. I think it's number 52 or 54. If they're in love with him, maybe I could see that. But I just think first round, Joe, it's got to be a D tackle or receiver. I think that's probably the direction it's going to go. And who knows if Dart really is rising up draft boards, the way teams take quarterbacks, he might go at the end of the first round if people think he's that good.
I've become very interested in this situation here because, yes, Andy Weidel is involved because Dart apparently said that he enjoyed his talk with the Steelers. He liked that, yes?
Yeah, he said he had a lot of fun making relationships with them was the specific quote.
And then he also compared himself to Jalen Hurts. He said, I think this is a little bit of a cop-out because he just won a Super Bowl, but I love Jay Hurts and what he does. I feel like I'm very similar in my play style to him. I don't know. Suddenly, this guy's very much on my Steeler radar. Obviously, I have no idea what's going to happen, but he's on my radar way more than he was before.
Well, if you're going to do it in the first round, Joe, you better be convinced that he's your guy for 10 or 12 years. And I don't know if they could afford to make that mistake again 3 years after you made the same mistake with Kenny Pickett. So, I mean, like I said, I never say never. If you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a chance. So, yeah, I mean, if they really like the kid, I suppose it's a possibility. But I just get the sense the guys are talking to more day 3, late day 3, early day 4, day 3 types of guys.
Another talking point here is Ashton Genty apparently met with the Steelers. So we know that running backs, they sometimes fall. Do you think they would do that in the first round? And what would you make of that pick?
I don't. I sort of like the same thing with Najee, right? Why would you make that mistake again? I guess you could make the argument that the offensive line is better than it was in 2021, and this Genty would have a better chance than Najee had running behind a makeshift line for a good part of his career. So I guess you can rationalize it by doing that, but to me, there's just so many other things they need. It's a deep running backs class. Just get that guy on day 2 or day 3. That's the direction I would go. But I know they have a formal meeting. They have formal meetings with like 50 or 60 guys. So don't read too much into it. But I would be shocked if they picked Genty at 21, and I would be genuinely surprised if he was there at 21 as well.
Ray, we're seeing a lot of the Steelers love Emeka Egbuka reports, and that if he would be there, he might be their pick. Do you think that this is more of a smokescreen, or where there's maybe a good possibility that there's a lot of facts to this?
No, they like Ohio State players, and I think Egbuka would be a good pick. Depending on how quickly the offensive linemen come off the board, and I think you're going to see some of these, defensive linemen, and I think you're going to see some of these guys like Kenneth Grant, maybe get some momentum and maybe be out of the range of the Steelers. So, depending on when the D linemen go, if the Steelers don't trade up for one, then receiver would certainly be the logical choice. So I wouldn't have a problem with Egbuka. I think he's a really good player. But for me, if there's a defensive tackle there that can help my run defense and maybe help the pass rush as well, that's the direction I would rather go.
Limits, may I engage Ray in a game of free association?
Yes, you may.
Ray, this is why we pay you the big bucks. The Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Give me an athlete or two who jumped off the page at the Combine just with his raw physical ability.
I'll say Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon.
Who are they? Tell us more about them.
So Kenneth Grant, 6'3", 340-pound defensive tackle. I guess he has a hamstring injury, but he didn't work out. But he's an imposing figure. He was standing there at the podium talking to us. And Derek Harmon was the same way. Derek Harmon is every bit of 6'5". He's over 300 pounds. And, he tested very well yesterday. So those two guys cut imposing figures, and at least Harmon did very well in the testing as well. So, defensive linemen were the first to work out yesterday. So those are the guys that, are on my mind right now. We'll see what the corners and the receivers run as well. That's today and tomorrow. But, the defensive linemen were really impressive.
Why are you coming home before the quarterbacks work out?
We've been there since Monday. You want me to stay away for a week, Joe? Come on.
Yeah. Did you have a steak at all in Indy?
We did have a steak, but not at St. Elmo's.
Why doesn't Tomlin ever talk there? Did he talk to any media?
Not to my knowledge. No, certainly not on the record. And Jerry can correct me if I'm wrong. He's talked once at the Combine in 18 years?
Jerry said never.
Never. Okay, so never. Yeah. He's the only coach who has never talked to the Combine, and Jerry said even Bill Belichick has done it. So.
Did you have a nice little hello, a little off-the-record chat? How are the wife and kids, things like that?
I did not see Tomlin once here. I saw a bunch of other people in passing, but I did not see Mike Tomlin here.
How soon for a T.J. Watt contract, and what do you think we're looking at there in terms of guaranteed money, ballpark figure?
I think – I don't think their timeline's going to change. I think they'll do that in the summer. They did the last one 2 days before the season. Maybe they could do it a little earlier this time. And as far as the number goes on that, the cap did go up by $24 million, so I'm sure he'll get a little bit of a raise. But if he's at 30 now, maybe he gets 32, 33 a year.
Anybody off the radar who could surprise us as a free agent quarterback-wise? Someone we're not really thinking of that much that the Steelers may pursue?
No, I don't think so, Joe. The Stafford thing is out there. That would be a trade, and we don't think that's going to happen. I really think they're going to focus on defensive line and receiver in free agency. Omar said they're going to approach free agency like they have the last 2 years since he's been in charge, and that's meant spending some money on guys like Patrick Queen and Deshaun Elliott. So I think it'll be similar this year, and I think it's obvious that D-line and receiver are the two biggest positions of need, and I think that's the direction they're probably going to go.
Any interest in Javon Hargrave?
Yeah, I think if you want to bring him in, obviously he made a ton of money with the Eagles and the 49ers. He's coming off an injury, so you're not going to pay him what he's been making, but if you can get him on a one-year deal, like $5 or $7 million a year as a stopgap, I would certainly consider that. He is 32, so you don't want to commit long-term, but I would be fine with that. And then, of course, you draft your young guys, and then, you rebuild the line that way.
Will you share the driving responsibilities with Jerry at any point, or is he just going to drop you off at your house?
No, Jerry likes to do all the driving, so I'm just along for the ride.
Lastly, there were unconfirmed reports that Ron Cook wanted an all-expenses-paid trip to the Faniversary where he did not show up. If that was his wish, should we have granted it?
If that was his wish and he wanted to get away from the pool and happy hour down there, yes. But I don't think Ron likes to leave sunny Florida.
Thank you, Ray. And say goodbye to Jerry. And hello to Jerry.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
See you, buddy. What a nice man he is, huh, Limits?
A wonderful one.
How incredible was it that Jerry Dulac was in the car?
Was able to confirm a couple of things with Ray.
That was amazing. I wish we should have Jerry just driving around every time we do the show and we can confirm or deny things as we talk about them. He could just have us on and it would be like Jerry Seinfeld, comedians in cars. We could have a sports writer in a car. It could be Jerry just confirming or denying every Steelers story we bring up.
It'll be like Jimmy Fallon or who was it? James Corden doing that celebrity karaoke
That was
driving
great.
around.
That's a great show. Ariana Grande was amazing on that. Ed Sheeran was amazing on that. Paul McCartney. What a great idea.
Adele
was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So many. But they weren't really in a car, which sort of bummed me out. Did you know that?
I think it was just like a set. Like, I don't think the car was moving anywhere.
It was fake, whereas the Seinfeld thing is real.
Right.
And that really disappointed me. Like, I thought he was driving around with Ed Sheeran, and they were really looking at people.
You know, I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
I really don't like it
I
once
was
we're
sad
given
that
those
it was
ingredients.
fake, but I was happy that Ariana Grande had a really good sense of humor. Like, they went to Starbucks, and she went in and she ordered the grande, right? And everybody laughed in the Starbucks, and it's a very strange life, isn't it? If everybody recognizes you every single place you go, it's a very weird way to live your life. I'm not saying it's bad. All of us would love to have that. But can you imagine if limits, like if you went into any store, like if you went into the Limited Express, for example, and everyone would joke around and crowd around you and want your autograph and you'd, play on your name everywhere you went. Would you like that?
I got a text from Ben Tenuta during the show. Your friend and ours, very well known for what he does. Someone asked me yesterday at Whippeal Championships if I were you.
If he was you?
Yes, he said, "Hey, are you Bechtold?" They said,
"There you go."
No, I'm Ben Tenuta.
Your fame is rising.
How do you get me confused for Ben Tenuta? I appreciate it.
Would you like to be an ultra famous celebrity who really couldn't leave your house without being swarmed?
No.
Would you like that?
No, I wouldn't want that.
Would you trade your current life for that?
I'd be having a lot more money than I do right now. I'll tell you that. But other than that, I don't think that much attention.
What would you do with your money limits if suddenly you became like, I don't know, something happened on the show and you were vaulted into Stephen A. Smith territory? What does he make? 80? What does he make?
Like
$100 million. What does he make per year?
Not 100 million, but he definitely makes, I think, over 20.
Okay. Let's say all of a sudden limits came into $200 million. What would you buy first? The Pirates? You wouldn't have enough.
No, I would have enough for their payroll for the last 3 years or so. But other than that, no, I don't think I'd be able to buy the team. I would probably pay off a lot of bills, pay off student loans, pay off family loans. And then
What do you mean family loans? You're being lent money by people in your family?
No, I mean,
you're
like,
taking out. Do they charge interest?
No, I mean like mortgages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I would help important family members in that.
That
and
would
then
be nice.
The rest, I would probably buy a house at Geneva and a house in Florida.
I would buy an island is what I would do if I became ultra rich. There's got to be like vacant islands around in the world. And I would build a little tiny basketball like auditorium where we could have games. I would invite you there and Mulsey too. And we could have definitely a wiffle ball stadium patterned after Forbes Field, an exact replica. And just do all kinds of things. It would be a place where you'd have to be able to, you would need to be able to swim. So we could just jump off the island and swim. We'd do a lot of boating.
We probably want a boat to take us from the mainland to the island.
Yeah, of course. Maybe a little seaplane, actually.
That'd be nice.
Tell you one of the most incredible sights of my life limits was when I got on the Penguins beat in 1997. Until then, or up to then, I had never been west of the Mississippi in the United States.
Really?
I don't even think close.
By choice?
I'd been to Europe. We lived in Sweden for a year. My dad taught there. But I'd never in the United States. Yeah, I mean, just, you got to spend to do that. Plus, there was never opportunity to do that. So one of our first trips was out west and then to Vancouver, to Western Canada. And I remember sitting in this luxurious hotel. The Pan Pacific, is that the name of that joint out there? Because I travel with the team, so you stay where they stay. And I went into my room and I sat down, and out of my window I see I don't remember what the mountains were called. Mountains behind me, beautiful water in front of me. I don't know the body of water either, I'm sorry to say. And then I'm watching a seaplane softly land in the water. Scenery to knock your socks off. And I'm like, is this really happening to me? Like 10 minutes ago, I was covering Burrell basketball. Am I really in Vancouver watching a seaplane land amidst mountains and incredible scenery and getting paid for this?
Wow.
I mean, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
And whatever it is, 25 years later, I still can't believe it.
What was Sweden like? I don't think we've ever talked about that.
Sweden, well, I don't remember much because I was only 6 years old.
Do you speak any Swedish?
Tak is thank you. I think taksamika. So I remember, I was just talking to my mom and dad about this. I remember landing there, and like there we were in a foreign land at this apartment building we lived in, and me and my mom were sitting on a bench, and we met our two friends, Anna-Lena and Norbert, who became my parents' lifelong friends. They were our apartment. They were in the same apartment.
Very different names, Anna-Lena and Norbert.
Yeah, well, they're Swedish limits. That's the thing.
Yeah. Norbert's like, but no, like Anna-Lena sounds Swedish.
Yeah.
Norbert sounds like, your neighbor next door to you in like Upper St. Clair or something.
You know a lot of Norberts?
No, the old church by us is St. Norbert's, but then that closed
there you
years
go.
ago.
I also remember being afraid of ghosts like I had. Ghosts. I'm sure you're not surprised by that. I was afraid of everything from the minute I was born.
No, stunner.
And my sister Claire used to pour baby powder over me before I went to bed, and she called it ghost powder, and that made me feel good. I remember watching Pee-Pee Longstocking. You only got like 2 channels on TV. I remember the sugar cookies at this bakery around the corner. I can still see them. They were incredible. And I remember getting kicked out of kindergarten or daycare because I was causing problems.
And what problems were you causing?
I don't know. I think I have a vague memory of some kid making fun of me, and I threw sand in his face. We were in a sandbox and got kicked out.
My mom never wanted us to have a sandbox at the house, so instead we had a rock box. We just put a bunch of rocks in a box. My dad was like, yeah, this will work. This will do. It's different from a sandbox. He didn't want sand, like, trekking into the house.
Was it fun in the rock box?
The rock box was fun. We made fun. I was like 12. I don't know, 10. We made fun in the rock box.
You were 12 years old in a rock box?
No, that's when the rock box like went away.
Oh.
Like it was the rock.
I was going to say, did we see you like playing in a rock box when you were 17?
No, the rock box was around from when I was like 6 till probably 12. Right around then.
12 seems to be pushing it to be playing in a rock box, but I'll let that one go.
How old would 12 years old be?
You'd be in 6th grade?
Yeah, I was probably right around there.
Still playing in a rock box.
No, wait. 12 would be like 8th grade. I definitely wasn't 8th grade. It was right around 6th grade.
No, because 15 would be 9th grade. If 18 is 12th grade, 15 is 9th grade, and 12 is 6th grade.
Yeah. Math.
Feels very sad that you were in a rock box at 12.
You think so? At least I had a nice swing set.
Were you on that at 12?
On the swing set at 12?
Yes.
Yeah.
What were you doing at 12? Were you still in diapers with a banky?
You're telling me that at 12 years old you didn't go like on the swings?
No, it feels a little old for swings and rock boxes. What is happening
12 years
here?
old, you didn't just sit on the swings and like at like the park or anything and just swing around.
Was your mom burping you at 14?
Oh my
What is
gosh.
happening here?
You're telling me that at 12 years old, you were not going back and forth on the swings? You were going to get crushed for that on the text line. I don't think I'm in the minority here.
All right. Text us at 412-928-9370. Is 12 years old a little old for a rock box or a sandbox and swings?
The rock box, I get it. But the swings, what's wrong with the swings at 12 years old? We also on this like play set that
Were you eating mushed carrots and peas out of a high chair at 12?
No, but a lot of stew and roasts and stuff like that you make in the crock pot.
What's wrong with the monitor here, Limits? Why aren't we on YouTube?
We are on YouTube. Your monitor might be wrong. My monitor is fine.
I can't see mine. The camera's been off me the whole time now.
No, the camera's been fine.
All right.
There you go. Now you're more centered. That's nice.
Yeah, that's why I said it was off the whole time.
I thought you said you couldn't see the picture.
Why don't you tell people what's coming up on the Limitless Express before we talk to Andy Toole at noon? I know it's your nap time soon. You brought in your little
My
rug.
box. You know the funny thing about that, like,
did you bring in a rug for nap time today?
No, I just
and
decided,
a little Peanuts lunchbox.
If I ever stay over a buddy's house or whatever, whether it was high school, college, I would you don't want to bring a blanket and a pillow to somebody's house. I would just always bring a hoodie, and I would just put my hood up, and that would be my de facto pillow.
Weren't sleepovers the best?
They were.
I used to sleep. Tom Kay used to have me and Craig Panini over, probably in 6th grade, although we weren't sleeping in cradles at that point. We were watching the NCAA tournament, and it was just great. You stay up till 4 a.m. eating Doritos, drinking pop, going outside for frozen wiffle ball or basketball. God, I miss those days. No resentments, no guilt, no fear of the future, no past, no nothing. Just the next piece of fun, right?
So me and my 3 best friends, we went to grade school together. One of them went to college with me for a while. We would always have late Friday, Saturday nights playing video games. And this was in the heart of me playing video games. So my friend Colin and Alex would eventually fall asleep. Alex was always the first to sleep. So it was me and my buddy Nick Terrett at 2 a.m. as the Warriors and the Cavs, those 2014, 15, 16 battles.
Yes.
That would be us battling it out. Or we'd play the old NBA 2K games. You could go back and play on old floors. So we'd go to my buddy Colin's house and we would play as the 1967 Boston Celtics, or we'd go back and play as Jordan with the Bulls.
I love that.
And Larry Bird.
Yeah, tragically, I still remember plays that happened in games. Now, like you, it took me a while to grow up. In fact, I still haven't. So at the age of 40, I would be sitting there with my stepson at age 8 and my brother, and we'd be playing tournaments, like NCAA football tournaments. I remember my stepson Michael beating my brother Johnny on a Hail Mary pass. He was Florida. Who would have been the quarterback then? Chris Leak?
I think so. I'm sorry. I'm reading the text line.
I'm reading the text line. Tell me, what are they saying?
I got to try to collect myself. Oh, my God. All right. Weird for a rock box, not weird for swings. Did Limits' mom rock him to sleep at night, too? Somebody else said, no way, my 12-year-old uses the swings. Swings at 12 is completely normal. What the F is a rock box? I am 54 years old, and I will still sit on the swings to this day. Rock box, 12, too old for swings, acceptable. Starkey was filing his taxes at 12 years old and watching Larry Bird. Absolutely too old for a rock box.
Well, hold
Somebody
on.
else said, how big were the rocks in this rock box?
That's what I was just going to say. Perhaps I buried the lead there. Tell us more. Were they boulders or pebbles? What the hell was it?
They're like pebbles, so imitated sand.
So they'd have your kids in your family would go sit in a box of pebbles? What the hell is going on here?
My favorite part of this swing set little contraption that we had,
were the authorities
we gave to our neighbors. Our neighbors have it 4 doors down or whatever. It's just sitting in their yard collecting grass growing at this time. There was a point where you could climb up the stairs, and there was a little sitting area. So sometimes when I was 10 years old...
Don't tell me you dived into the rock box.
No. Sometimes when I was 10 years old and depressed, I would just go up there in the sitting area and just sit there. And I would climb onto the roof of the little jungle gym. And I would just sit there on the roof, and my dad would come look at me and be like, what are you doing just sitting on the roof?
Yeah, go play in the rock box.
Just looking
it's
at
way more
stars.
Fun.
Oh, my gosh. There are so many more texts that are clowning us. Can see why Austin has never left home. You've clearly never seen me before. I'm 24 years old, and I still use the swings. I want to know if anyone else grew up with a rock box. I am curious. Anyone else grow up with a rock box?
Yeah, this is flabbergasting in some ways. The rock box. Did anybody relate to it?
Somebody else said 12 is 2 years old, not to have resentment, guilt, and fear of the future, Joe.
All right. We'll have to come back to this. I mean, this has given us great insight.
We've gone back and forth on this.
To the man known as Limits. You have the Limitless Express coming up, and then Andy Toole. What do you got coming?
Yes, as I collect myself here. The Steelers have met with a plethora of players, one being one of my favorite college football players of all time. What could that potentially be like? And another, according to Bovada, the Steelers are favorites to sign who?
Oh, I like that one. I like
on
that
offense?
one. Yeah,
That's next.
We'll do that next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Fan headlines, none that have to do with rock boxes, as the Penguins were victorious, came back from a 3-0 deficit last night, PPG Paints Arena, against the Philadelphia Flyers. This coming after the Flyers stomped the Penguins 6-1 on Tuesday. Pens respond 5-4 the final. Evgeny Malkin, 2 goals, including the overtime game winner. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Mitch Keller. Just 27 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Travis Hunter has made no secret that he wants to continue to play both offense and defense on a full-time basis in the NFL. But if I'm a general manager, I'm not signing off on that. First, I need to see how Hunter transitions to the NFL from college football. As we know, nothing is a guarantee. If he can prove he can stay healthy and still make an impact on one side of the ball, then perhaps we should start to see his workload increase. I'm Maggie Gray.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check you have gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Dodge Ram at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Pick up a 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting at $375 for 39 months. South Hills Chrysler Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
At the Home Depot, it's our business to support yours. Partner with your go-to source for building your business. We can help you streamline your operations by supplying the whole job from start to finish. Any questions? Our Pro Desk is ready to answer the call with supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. Elevate your efficiency and take on more projects with the partner you can trust. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 48.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Crowley here for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Nothing says romance, right? Like disgusting salt stains that this winter brings along with it. And not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again and again. What's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their Love Your Rug special. Get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119 plus a 4th room clean free. And don't forget Dirt and Dander's favorite hiding place, your air ducts. This month, take $75 off when you get your air ducts Zero Res clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice if you think your home isn't properly protected. Call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. New Flow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Where did I put my glasses? I just had them. Do you know where they are?
No. This is like when you asked earlier, where did I put my phone? And I said I took it and threw it into the river. And you thought I was serious because where's the closest river to here?
Is it on my All right. It's time for Bechtold's breakdown.
All right. The Bechtold breakdown for Friday, February 28th, the final day of the month. The shortest month of the year, 2025. Sponsored by our good friends, Southside Plumbing and Heating, and our good friend Jake. You can visit them at Southside Plumbing and Heating. And we begin, Joe, with the Steelers, according to Bovada, being the co-favorites to sign running back J.K. Dobbins on the open market. How about that? Dobbins is still only 26. He had 905 rushing yards, 9 touchdowns, 13 games last year with the Chargers, but again was banged up. He tore his ACL a couple of times. What would you make of the Steelers bringing in Dobbins as Najee's replacement?
I mean, it's an upgrade, right? You get a little bit more of a home run hitter. He had at least one run of longer than 60 last year. I thought he had a great comeback. I really did. I wouldn't mind them getting him, although, you know, if Mike Tomlin values durability, the dude's played 37 games in 5 years in the NFL. What's 37 divided by 5? About 7.5? Not even? He missed an entire year. He played 8 games another year. He played 1 game another year. Last year he played 13, which is like Iron Man stuff for him. So would I rather have him than Najee? Yes.
Yeah, he's 7.4.
Would I sign him to a big deal, even in running back terms? No, because even though I sort of poked fun at the idea of durability being this huge selling point, the complete lack of it is a non-sell for me. You?
Yeah, I mean, look, I used to be hugely team Najee, and that kind of teetered. Like, I would have given the fifth-year option going into last year. My stance on him really softened because I think the line at times played better. Not to make it confused as if the line was great, but Najee's running style just kind of infuriates me now. Like, Sometimes I just yell at the TV like, "Go, run, straight, go." I would rather have J.K. Dobbins. I mean, even though he's had the injuries, he's more of a home run threat. Like if it's like a 60-yard run, he's eventually going to run out of gas. But I would rather have Dobbins than Najee at this point. Yes, I'd be willing to explore that. Also willing to explore Tyler Warren, Penn State's tight end. This is not a biased take. This is just a football take. This is a good football take, I think. He's had a formal meeting with the Steelers at the Combine. I would move, maybe not heaven and earth, but I would trade up multiple spots if Warren is still there right around 14, 15 to acquire him. And you might say, Austin, why would you do that? The Steelers already have a tight end in Pat Freiermuth. If you watch any of Tyler Warren, and I've watched every game that he played this year especially, he is a weapon you can line up at any portion of the field. He could be an outside wide receiver. He could be a slot guy. He was not a put your hand in the dirt and block type of guy at Penn State. Like, he could do that, but he was more so like a slot wide receiver, and he's a bona fide top 5 weapon in the class. I would do it.
I agree with you. He's like Deebo Samuel was one year. Like, you could use him in your backfield. You could do anything with this guy. He could be your short yardage guy, like when they snapped the ball to Mark Andrews in Baltimore. Yes, I would move up some slots to get him. I think he's that great.
And the Mel Kiper's latest mock draft had Warren going 9th to the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, I think he's going to go too early.
I do too.
Everybody sees what we see limits. Next.
Matthew Stafford, a decision is looming according to Ian Rappaport. Now, is it looming as much as Jordan Schultz might want it to be, or Adam Schefter outside the Starbucks? Who knows what's going on in Indianapolis right now? But all fun and games aside, Rappaport reports that a Stafford decision looms, and his return to the Rams currently feels more likely to those that are involved, with nothing being final. But it seems like it's a lot more likely he goes back to L.A. than just a few days ago when it appears that he was set to leave and be traded, Joe.
Well, the whole idea behind this exercise was to gauge the market for Matthew Stafford. And according to Diana Rossini, there's 2 teams out there, the Giants and the Raiders, who are willing to fork over between $90 and $100 million guaranteed for a couple of years. So from the Rams' perspective, is that good news or bad news? You know, is it too rich for your taste? You paid him $40 million last year. I would think this is kind of good news. Like, hey, we can sort of come close to matching that, if not match it, and you're our guy for the next couple of years. They could even still draft a quarterback to groom behind him. I wouldn't be surprised at all, but then again, it could be that, well, no, we don't want the second year in there. We don't want $100 million guaranteed for you. Plus, we'd love to get a first-round pick from somebody. But guess what? Then they're in the situation that the Steelers currently find themselves in, and a bunch of other teams. We don't have a quarterback. Where are we getting one?
Yeah, if I were the Rams, I mean, your only other option is what, like Stetson Bennett, Jimmy Garoppolo, who you have on your roster, or trade for Aaron Rodgers? Like, this is not the year to move off a quarterback if you have one.
Mason Rudolph.
Well, maybe it would be if you're the Rams and you want to take a significant step back and you want picks.
Next.
All right, next up.
Have you played pickleball limits?
I have a really good pickleball story that I could tell you off air that I think is kind of funny. I've played it twice.
Yeah, I'd like to play. I'm looking at a court right now in Florida if we go to Florida in March, and I'm going to take it up. Also, people commenting left and right on the fact that you, instead of a sandbox, as a child, you played in a rock box.
A rock box, yes.
And people are just astounded by this.
Yeah, the text line has gone ablaze. Is a rock box the city limits version of a sandbox?
Must be.
Yes.
Was it to avoid dragging sand around the house?
That's entirely what it was for, because we didn't want sand in the house. So I guess my dad's bright idea was just a box of rocks. I sat in the box of rocks a couple of times when I was like 8 or 9.
Were you injured, or were there rock indentations on your knees and your butt and everything like that? It would seem like the sandbox, the whole draw of that is that you're comfortable. You're having fun playing in the sand. That doesn't seem to translate to a box of rocks.
It was fine. It wasn't the same as like a sandbox.
Did you wear like knee guards when you went in, like knee pads?
That's how you became tougher, Joe.
You know what I did last night, Limits?
What's that?
I told you what I was going to do. My wife and I watched Hoosiers in honor of Gene Hackman. What a great, great movie.
That is great.
Next.
All right. The Buccaneers are reinstating John Gruden into their Ring of Honor after having removed him in 2021. And it begs the question, because it seems like the NFL is somewhat softening on Gruden a little bit. Would you be surprised to see John Gruden return to coaching in the next year or two in the NFL?
Man, is that a good question? Would I be surprised? It's a tough one. That's a tough one, given what led to all this. I'd still be mildly surprised, I'll say that. Certainly as a head coach, I'd be surprised. If he wound up on somebody's staff, probably not so much so.
Yeah, I would be a little bit less surprised than even just a year or so ago, but I think we're getting close to this possibility of Gruden returning. Like, his image, I think, is being reshaped by everything that he's doing with Barstool. Everybody is just kind of going, because he's working there now, like, man, what a fun guy Gruden is, and, he's back in the media spotlight.
I don't know that everybody's doing that, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Not everybody, but a lot of people, yeah.
Next.
And I think that could be one thing that ends up driving it in that direction. Luther Burton was asked, the Missouri wide receiver, one of the top prospects at wide receiver that could go in the first round, was asked if he met with the Steelers. He said, I cannot answer that. Well, our friend Nick Farabaugh has, through a source. Burton has met with the Steelers at wide receiver. The question begs, who would you rather have out of this current crop of wide receivers? And we can throw Warren in there, too.
I don't know limits. I haven't scouted film on these wide receivers.
But you've watched, SEC football. You've seen Ibuka play multiple times for Ohio State.
I've seen
Warren
him play.
I'm not asking you about a South Dakota State wide receiver.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm the Marty Blake of the NFL, that I'm Mel Kiper, that I'm the other guy. Who's the other guy? Todd McShay.
Yeah.
Does he still do that?
Daniel Jeremiah.
Charles Davis.
All those guys.
Lance Zierlein. I don't know. I don't know. I can't compare receivers from college, and I'm not going to pretend I can. Why don't you do it? You watch more college football than me.
Sure. I think Burton's a pretty good, dynamic, fast receiver, but,
How does he get out of his breaks?
Decently well.
Smoothly? Quickly? Slowly?
I have to further study the film to be able to tell you that closely of a description, but...
Well, the good news is nobody knows how to rate him, apparently, because the Steelers drafted Roman Wilson last year, and I heard Pony yesterday talking about an item on the Steelers' website by Bob Labriola that indicated that he never learned the offense to the point where they were comfortable with him.
Yes,
Limits. He was hurt for a lot of the time. What else did he have to do but learn the offense?
Here is what Bob Labriola said. My understanding of the situation is that at no point was there a legitimate level of confidence that Roman Wilson understood the offense and his responsibilities within it to the degree that they would allow him to execute it at game speed.
How complicated is the Arthur Smith offense? Run, pass, and bring in a frozen guy late in the game and pitch the ball to him.
Maybe he thought there would be a couple of screenplays that were also thrown in there that were not.
My God. If you can't learn this offense, I'm concerned. So, yeah, I'm not the only one who can't rate wide receivers, apparently. Next.
Last one. St. John's has clinched a share of the Big East regular season title for the first time in 33 years. Rick Pitino, wherever he's gone, Boston, UK, to Kentucky, to Louisville, Iona, to St. John's. The second year, I saw a number where his first year at these programs were fine. And then the second year, they took a significant jump everywhere that he's gone. And he's made St. John's relevant again, which is just good for college basketball.
Yeah, at times in his past, he's been a regrettable human being.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. And he failed in the NBA. But college, coaching, actually coaching, he's top 10 all time.
Yeah.
I would say.
Should be.
Somewhere in there, wherever you want to go. And I can't help but think, should Pitt have hired him at some point when he was available? Can you?
How about this? People are texting in. 2 people have said that they've also had a rock box.
No way.
2 people, they've also had a rock box. Big T from Penfield. Austin, I also had one of those. It was a sandbox filled with aquarium stones. So I didn't track sand into the house. Thank you, Big T.
You go in there in a snorkel suit? What? In an aquarium?
That's what I was talking about.
Wow.
How about that?
Well, that must make you feel good. You weren't the only one.
Texter, a normal weekend activity at the Limits household included playing in the rock box, followed by eating a snack of broken glass, then playing on some hot coals in the evening. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think a lot of people would wonder what was happening. Yeah.
Other people questioning my level of maturity because of being in the rock box and going on the swings at 12 years old. It was in my backyard. You don't just sit on the swing sometimes and just kind of contemplate life and hang out on your phone for a little bit?
Even as an adult, you see a swing set, it's tempting. But why is it tempting? Because you used to do it when you were 6.
And
Not
it's
when
also
you were 12
it's
all
also
the time.
10 feet away. I'm not like going on the swings going, wee, yay, fun, back and forth.
It sounds like
Nobody
you were.
was pushing me on the swing.
All right, 10 minutes till nap time. Limits brought his little rug in today. We're going to have animal crackers and what? Fruit punch?
Our friend Southside Jake, who sponsors the segment, I wonder what he thinks about this. He texts in, would we call it rock climbing in the rock box?
Boy, that's something. I mean, I'm just trying to picture how many people fit in the rock box at once.
Probably 2.
Yeah.
Not a big rock box.
Rock box built for 2.
Yeah.
All right, Limits. Suddenly I don't feel well, and I don't know what happened. I think it was laughing so hard at the rock box. Now I feel like I'm hallucinating.
That's going to be our new promo, the rock box.
So we have Andy Toole coming up, and then we have a rebranded quiz show. Donnie Football is going to walk down the hall and join us. So I guess a miniature version of a Donnie Football Friday. And you have a quiz show ready for us?
It will be.
It will be.
It's 75% of the way done.
There you go.
And I think you're going to like the last question.
That's all we need. You got to fit the rock box in there somewhere.
Okay, I'll figure
somewhere
that out.
in the quiz show. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. At least one Pittsburgh sports team is greatly outliving expectations, and that would be Robert Morris. With Andy Toole, let's talk to the coach next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Penguins were winners last night in overtime, 5-4 against the Philadelphia Flyers, as the Penguins still in last place in the Metropolitan Division standings. Knocks Philadelphia now to 26-8. They are dead even overall record capacity-wise. And the Pirates will play today at 1:05 against the Tampa Bay Rays, an hour away, with Mitch Keller getting the ball at Pirate City in Bradenton, with Tommy Pham, Brian Reynolds, McCutchen, Rodriguez, Hayes, Gonzalez, Kiner, Falefa, Triolo in the lineup, as well as Johnson in center field batting ninth. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Andy Toole next.
Hello, expect this afternoon to be partly cloudy and mild with highs near 50 degrees. Noon temperatures will be in the mid-40s, and temperatures will remain near 50 degrees through midnight before cold air returns for the rest of the weekend. Rain and snow chances look low for tonight, but it will be windy. While Saturday's highs will be near 50 degrees, that happens at midnight with temperatures for the rest of the day closer to 30 degrees. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Golf doesn't stop when the temperatures drop. At Shooters Golf, it's always tee time. Our heated, climate-controlled bays and cutting-edge top tracer technology let you play 18 holes year-round, rain or snow. I know, I play Pebble Beach over there all the time. Whether you're perfecting your swing or playing a full round with friends, you'll stay comfortable while enjoying the game you love. Plus, fuel up with a beer and a bite from our full-service bar and kitchen. Book your bay today at shootersgolf.com and keep the game going no matter the season.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. See the Sweetheart Savings Event, the new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, and lease for just $195 a month, or purchase with special low APR starting at 2.9%. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com. Call for details, 412-856-2100.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to Sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins were able to pull it out and be winners against the Philadelphia Flyers last night, 5-4 in overtime, after losing to Philadelphia 6-1 in Philly on Tuesday. It's also been an incredible season for Robert Morris basketball, as RMU has won 23 games this season, and the Colonials, the number one seed in the Horizon League tournament, won 7 games in a row, beat IUP Indy 82-68 last night on the road. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. RMU basketball coach Andy Toole joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, one of the good stories in Pittsburgh sports that's brewing right now is the RMU basketball team, led by Andy Toole, that just clinched the Horizon League regular season title. Hopefully this ends in the NCAA tournament with them going there. And what a story. Andy is on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. For over 50 years. Andy, congratulations on the clinching. How are you? Must be good.
I'm doing great. Feeling good right now.
Man, I bet. This has been an interesting team to follow here. How does it compare? I know you went to the tournament. Man, it was like probably 10 years ago now. How does this compare to your better teams?
I think, they're a really competitive group. I think that's one of the things that, we kind of realized from the beginning of the summer when we got everybody here, that we had some competitiveness that we really liked, and we thought we could really hone in on that, use that as something that would drive us to continue to improve, and that's what we've done all year long, is just continue to prove these guys want to win. They're competitive in everything they do. They have a lot of pride in how they perform, and, we've been able to take that and harness it and turn it into victories.
It looks like you have a balanced offense, really good defense. You got a shot blocker in there. It seems like a very balanced team. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there's a lot of balance. We have 4 guys in double figures. We're constantly talking about, being able to share the ball and just make the right play. We want them to be competing as hard as they can defensively, and they've done that for a majority of the year. Obviously, Marion Dickerson has done a great job of helping us with our rim protection, which is something that we sorely lacked last season. But we've had, probably 5 or 6 different guys be our leading scorer. We've had 5 or 6 guys score 20 points in a game. Last night, I think in the second half, we had 17 field goals and 14 of them were assisted. That's the kind of basketball that we want to play. If you try to take one guy away and you want to give more attention or more help to one of the players, well, someone's got to step up and make a shot or make a play, and we've seen guys do that all year long.
So you start out 0-2 overall and 0-2 in the conference then when you start conference play, plus 1-3. What was the turning point for your team, Andy? Was there a specific moment, a game? How did you guys turn this around? Because now you hardly ever lose.
It's one of the things where I think if you follow college basketball and if you follow our season, we had a number of new guys join the team this year, and one of our leading scorer, Cam Woods, was out for about 5 games early in the year with an ankle injury, and we had played our first 2 league games in early December, which I don't always love because you're still trying to figure out who your team is. Cam had just rejoined us at that time, and I think our rotations, our trust level, our execution wasn't where we needed to be, and so we played Youngstown State and Purdue Fort Wayne, 2 of the top 5 teams in the league, and we're unsuccessful. And I think from that point on, guys really started to grow together. Some more of the trust was built, some more of the connection was built, and that kind of helped us make the improvements necessary so that when the new year hit and all conference games started, we were ready to go, and we were able to really, get locked in defensively. We were able to continue to grow offensively, continue to execute better on both sides of the ball. And then we've been fortunate. We've had 3 or 4 games that you have to have go in your favor, whether it's a foul call late or a good bounce of the ball late or a big shot late. And we've had guys step up and make those kind of plays as well, and that's kind of contributed to the success.
Andy, before this 7-game winning streak, you guys won a 1-possession game against Milwaukee, same against Youngstown State, same against Oakland, with 2 of those games being on the road. What's been the key to winning those moments late in the game to close out 1-possession games at the end?
I mean, we have guys that want to be in those moments. You know, we had a nice lead at Milwaukee. You know, they were picked first in the league. They made a late run. Amarion Dickerson had a huge block late in that game that allowed us to seal the victory. You know, Cam hit a huge shot at Youngstown State after they had tied the game up with 7 seconds. You know, we have guys that want to be in that moment. We have guys that want to be a part of that want to make the play, that want the ball in their hands, that have the instincts and the ability to go and make a positive play for their team. And like I said, you know, those are just 2 examples of plays by Amarion or by Cam. But, you know, we've had huge shots from Alvaro. We've had huge shots from Josh Omajafo, Ryan Prather. You know, all these guys have stepped up, DJ Smith. You know, all these guys have stepped up and contributed when they've been called upon. And it's been great to kind of see that excitement for each other when someone makes a positive play for the team. And it's been awesome to see numerous guys step up in different situations to help us be able to get wins.
So, Andy, what's next here? You have a home game next week, is that right? How many? You obviously have to win the conference championship here, the tournament, to get into the NCAA tournament. What does the layout look like from here?
You know, we'll find out Tuesday night who our opponent will be next Thursday. So March 6th, we'll host a quarterfinal game here at the UPMC Event Center. We'd love to have a great home crowd for that. Tickets, I think, go on sale this afternoon. I think that's part of my speaking points that I've been given to make sure we get a good crowd out here. But, you know, we'll find out Tuesday night. There's an opening round of games on Tuesday night. The seeds 6 through 11 will play, and then on Thursday night we'll play the lowest remaining seed, and that'll be our quarterfinal game. And hopefully, if we're successful there, we'll then go to Indianapolis. March 10th and 11th are the semifinals and finals in Indianapolis. So the final 4 teams remaining will go out there and travel out there over the weekend. And, you know, we just want to keep this going. I think, you know, this is a year where you don't want the season to end. Our guys have been a great group to be around. They've been a lot of fun. They play the game the right way. They're exciting to watch. And so as a coaching staff, we just want to keep this going as long as we can.
Man, you mentioned Indianapolis. I went home yesterday, and in honor of the passing of Gene Hackman, I had to watch Hoosiers with Norman Dale as coach. That's got to be up there on basketball movies, yes?
I mean, it's probably in the top 3 or 4. There's no doubt, and I think I've watched it probably about 1,000 times. So it was an honor to be in the Hoosier State while, you know, Coach Dale passed away at 95 years old.
Now, do you have a rule 4 passes before you guys shoot like they did? That's a great part of that movie.
We do not, and I think if in this day and age, if anybody walked in the gym and said, you're in my army between 3 and 5 o'clock every day, and you never took shots in your first couple weeks of practice, you might not have a team anymore. So some of Coach Dale's strategies might not be as effective. And obviously, if your assistant coaches behave like Shooter did, that would be a big no-no in the HR world as well. So.
Yeah, that would be bad. Limits?
Andy, I covered the team as a freshman at RMU the final year, winning the NEC tournament, winning it at home, beating St. Francis, supposed to go on to the NCAA tournament before it was all shut down. And then the early years, some struggles in the Horizon League to be able to get where you are now. What did it take to be able to get to this process? What was this process like to be able to get to the point now where you're the number 1 seed in the tournament?
Well, I mean, it's been a hard road, obviously. You know, I think I've said this a bunch of times, and I don't know if anyone agrees with me or not, but, you know, the timing of our league change was a difficult one, right in the middle of a pandemic. We had created so much good enthusiasm with that 2020 team that won the NEC championship, and then right in the middle of the pandemic, we go and we take a big jump into the Horizon League. And, you know, people in Pittsburgh, I don't think understand how good Horizon League basketball is. If you look at KenPom, which ranks, you know, the 32 conferences across the country, the Northeast Conference is usually 27, 28, 29, where the Horizon League is usually 17, 18, 19. So you're jumping right into the thick of high-level mid-major basketball, right? I mean, if you get any higher than that, you're talking about the Mountain West and the Atlantic 10 and leagues like that, which people are more familiar with. But we jumped it right into the middle of this league in the middle of a pandemic where you couldn't go out on the road and recruit for 2 seasons. And so that really lost a lot of the momentum that we had garnered with that 2020 championship team. And so in, you know, 2 years ago, we went 10-10 in the league. We finished in 6th place. We, you know, had a chance to beat Cleveland State in the quarterfinals at Cleveland State, lost in overtime. And I thought we kind of established ourselves a little bit in the league. Khalil Spear was a senior for us, an all-league player at that point in time. And then last year, obviously, we took a step back. And so people only kind of remember that. But, we knew we needed to improve our athleticism. We knew we needed to improve some of the defensive ability that we had. We needed to find some playmakers. We were able to do those things in recruiting, and these guys have come together really well. And sometimes things just kind of come together and they flow together. And I'm just really proud of this group and this team. And we've got picked ninth in the preseason. No one believed in us, but these guys believed. They continued to work. They continued to improve. They continued to fight. And our whole coaching staff and our athletic administration is just really proud of what this team has shown and what they've become, and the way that they play together and the way that they compete is something that's really fun to watch.
Robert Morris coach Andy Toole on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. Andy, I mean, NIL transfer portal affects a lot of people, but I feel like someone in you and your school's position is really affected by it because of this basic reason. Whenever somebody shows that they're really good, then other schools are going to come poaching. That's just the simple reality of it. How have you dealt with that?
Well, it's already started. I mean, we know that some of the guys on our roster have already been contacted, not necessarily directly by schools per se, but third parties. That good third party that everybody likes to refer to that no one can really put a finger on, because we try to talk to whether it's parents, coaches, agents about making sure that we're doing everything in our power to try to keep guys focused on the things that matter right now, and that's this season. And then when the time comes to have the conversations about all those other things that are a part of college athletics now, we'll do that. But we want to keep our guys as focused as we can on our preparation for next Thursday in the quarterfinals, obviously leading up into our game yesterday against IU Indy, making sure they were locked in and focused on those things. And our guys have done a good job of that. And certainly, one of the frustrating parts of the job is because you sit here and you say, how do we retain these guys? What can we do to keep these guys a part of this program? But it's not always as easy as that. Obviously, there's a lot of, financial incentives involved. There's opportunities maybe to play at a perceived higher level that you believe is going to help you get closer to your ultimate goal of being a professional. But, we're just trying to do the best job we can. And it's hard because, every once in a while, as you're excited about the growth and the ability that this team has shown, then all of a sudden it's a little bit of a downer because you don't know if you're going to be able to keep the guys as a part of your program. And that's a frustration, but it's something that we got to figure out and work with. I know Chris King, our athletic director, is working hard to try to help us generate dollars for NIL so we can sit down with these guys and say, hey man, this is what we can offer you. We want you to be here. We love having you. You know what the opportunity is here for you. You know what the staff's about, the program's about. And hopefully that can keep some of these guys here so that we can keep sustaining some of the success that we've created this year.
Yeah, that just seems like such a challenge. I was in the offices, the basketball offices of another school where, they showed us their transfer. It's almost like people's headshots are up on a wall from around the country. Here's people we hear might want to leave their school. Here's people from around the area we hear might want to come back, things like that. Do you have someone in your program whose specific job it is to do that, to keep track, to have their ears to the ground, like who might want to leave this school and that school to come here?
I think it's everybody's job, to be honest with you. It's everybody's job to keep your antenna up at all times, to get an idea of, who might be interested. The part that I don't like about it, and everybody's doing that, so it's what it is. The part that I don't like about it is that, there are people that are happy where they're at, and they don't need to be tempted to leave where they're at. That's the part to me that I don't love. If a guy goes in the portal or a guy's unhappy or a guy doesn't think he's getting the opportunity he deserves, or a guy's looking for, what he thinks is a better opportunity and he goes in the portal, that's great. The problem is that there's people on that board that you're talking about that might be really happy and might be in a really good situation and might be able to reach all their goals and dreams as a player where they're at. And they're getting tempted to go into the portal because of things that are being promised to them by people that don't really know if those things can actually even happen, right? And that creates doubt across college athletics at this point in time. And we've had the conversation with our team, and I know a lot of coaches have had that conversation. Like, we got to worry about what's now. We can't be thinking about what's next, right? And we got guys on our roster that are having great seasons, that it's easy for them to be distracted about what's next. We have guys on our roster that maybe aren't getting what they want. It's easy for them to check out and think, all right, as soon as this year's over, I'm worried about what's next, right? We got to be worrying about what's now, and then we'll take care of those things and have those conversations when it is. But it's just it's the nature of what college athletics is right now, and You got to do everything you can to be able to fight against it. You got to do everything you can to try to coach the guys the right way and provide them with the right experience. And if they end up leaving, they end up leaving. And hopefully that allows you to attract somebody that can come in and help your program continue to be successful, because this is now, it's pro sports. And that's what it is. And, everybody on our staff has got, their networks that they're constantly communicating with to figure out, who might be out there, what might be happening, because you got to have a contingency for every single situation. Like we have, a few scholarships in this spring that will be available. We don't know if that's going to be 3 or 7. You just don't know, and you got to be prepared and ready for whatever might happen. And it does sour some of the success that you have as a team, but it's part of the system that's in place. And until we get collective bargaining, or until we get governmental assistance, we're not going to be able to kind of get a handle on this thing, which I think is sorely needed.
Do you think, Andy, that there should be like a big conference commissioner? As you said, it's becoming kind of like pro sports, and that everyone should have a general manager for their program as well, kind of like how Woj has gone on to St. Bonaventure and has become?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly the way it's trending. I mean, you see that North Carolina just hired the guy, Jim Tanner. It was reported last week that the guy, Mike Lombardi, who's the GM for the UNC football team, is making $1.5 million. Woj is doing it on the cheap for Bonnie's, but you got guys that are Master P just got hired at the University of New Orleans. So people are doing anything and everything to try and attract interest and to have somebody that's coordinating, how they're going to try and build their rosters, how they're going to recruit their players. I don't even know if you call it recruiting anymore. How they're going to procure their players. To be able to build a roster that's competitive in whatever level they're at. And obviously at a place like Robert Morris, we don't have a GM position. I don't think that's going to get approved anytime soon. And so you become head coach, GM, director of player personnel, capologist, all at the same time. And so, that's part of what we're trying to juggle. And, our staff's trying to do it, and we're trying to make the best decisions that we can based off the resources that we have. The more resources we have, obviously, the better decisions we potentially can make. And so it's the name of the game right now. And then once you get them, it's how can you microwave the connection? Can you make them be a team? Can you put the pieces together properly to allow them to compete? And it's a lot easier said than done, because you look at even, at the pro level, you got, scouts and guys that are spending their entire, year evaluating draft prospects, evaluating free agents, and those guys don't always flourish. And so at the college level, where you have some of those less resources, you don't have 3 or 4 guys that are specifically doing just the player personnel side of it. It's even that much harder. And so you're going to see programs that are going to have great seasons and then potentially poor seasons the next, or vice versa. And, you got to be along and be able to handle some of those swings.
Well, in the name of living in the moment, you're doing a hell of a job this season under those circumstances.
Thank you.
And good luck moving forward, Andy. I got one more for you before we let you go.
Please.
I know you probably don't have a lot of time to watch the NBA, but Steph Curry last night, 56 points, 16 of 25 from the floor with 12 or 13 three-pointers. Guys with 9 or more threes in a game in history. Steph has 45 games like that. Nobody else has as many as 14. My question is, A, what do you think of him and just the spectacle of watching him? But more importantly, B, he's a guy who changed basketball, and some people think for the worse because kids just want to chuck it these days. I happen to think for the better, and I wonder where you come down on that.
I think he's certainly changed the game for the better. I do think there is a slightly overemphasis on the three-point shot. You see guys, even I have a 6th grader and a 4th grader, that run to the three-point line in a 2-on-1 break, which is a little bit frustrating. And that's the Steph Curry influence. But I think he's a great example in the day and age of NIL, where you go to Davidson College, one of the smallest Division I schools in the entire country. You take your team to the Elite 8. You become one of the greatest players to ever play the game of basketball. And in 2025, I don't know if there's any way that Steph Curry stays at Davidson College for the 3 years that he was there, because he would have been poached by every other college in the country at the time. And if you're good enough, people will find you. If you're good enough, you'll get the opportunity to be on the stage that you deserve to be on. And sometimes being where you're wanted is a lot better than being where they're paying you to be. And that would be my message on Steph Curry and his journey.
I think, in my not so humble opinion, Andy, that he's the greatest combination of shooter, ball handler, and passer that has ever walked the planet. Those three things together. Do you agree?
He's certainly the greatest shooter that's ever played. There's been some high-level ball handlers and passers, but in terms of having all three of those skills, I mean, every coach in the world wants the most number of guys on the court that can pass, dribble, and shoot, and he does the three of those things better. I agree with you, better than anybody that's ever played the game.
You're obviously going hoarse with your voice. So have I been lately for like 3 months. Do you have any magical cure for that? What do you use, Andy?
Well, I just started the last couple of days. I don't use anything, which is probably the reason I am hoarse. But I think if it's been going on for 3 months, like you just described, it might be time to see a medical professional.
Thank you. I did. Some guy dropped a camera down my nose and looked at my voice box and said I'm okay that way. But I don't know what's wrong. But I'm not going to bother you with my hypochondriism. Thank you, Andy.
Well, you have a face for radio, so it's perfect.
Thank you. And good luck next week. Limits and I are going to make a field trip out there. We won't say hi on game day because you'll have your game face on, but we'll say hi afterwards.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
See you, Andy. That guy's great. Yeah, Steph Curry. Wow. I just, at his age, I was thinking last night watching him, how do his knees and how does his body hold up? First of all, I think he's a top 5 player in NBA history. I've decided that over the last few years. At his, like, he's not tiny and he's like 6'2", 6'3", but he's very small, very slender. I've seen that dude walk into Boston in the finals and drop 50 in a game they needed to win. I saw him walk into Sacramento 2 years ago at the age of 35 in Game 7 and drop 50 and beat them like single-handedly, a very good Kings team. I just mentioned the three-point stuff and that he's doing it at this age and just watching him and thinking, how does his body hold up? I don't understand it because his whole game, and they mentioned it on the Warriors broadcast last night, is like stops and starts, and he's in constant motion, like quick cuts and sprinting around the court and changing pace to make himself open, like he's impossible to cover that way. And with all these young bucks in the league, it's amazing. These athletes, these kids who are 23 years old, and he makes them chase him the whole game, and they can't keep up with him wind-wise. How is that possible, Limits?
I have a task, and I know it's a little bit off topic with that, because I think Steph is great. I have a Steph jersey. He's my favorite player in the NBA. Him and Dwayne Wade are like the two basketball players growing up that I most watched and most admired. I personally want to go to a game that Steph plays in and a game that LeBron plays in before they retire.
I did that last year. I went to Cleveland and watched Steph.
Did you see LeBron yet?
Have I ever seen LeBron? I don't think I have. Did I go to? No, I did. I went to Cleveland once with my brother a while ago and watched LeBron from way up in the cheap seats.
Well, if you would like to do that for a second time, I would like to potentially make that happen.
Are we making a field trip to Robert Morris next Thursday, no matter who they play?
I will be there.
And you're driving?
Yes, I will.
Is that the night I can take you and Donnie to a steak dinner, maybe?
No, Donnie will be away, he said.
All right.
He said he's leaving very, very early on Friday morning, and he has plans on Thursday.
Speaking of Donnie, he joins us next. We might hear a rebranded quiz show theme and also the quiz show itself. We're definitely going to talk some football, make it into a little miniature Donnie Football Friday. He's going to walk down the hallway and join us next. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
And RMU basketball's first game will be on Thursday in the quarterfinal rounds of the Barbasol Horizon League Men's Basketball Championship at a time still yet to be determined, but it will be in Moon Township at the UPMC Event Center. If RMU moves on, we'll play in the semifinals and potentially the finals on Monday, March 10th and Tuesday, March 11th. More 93.7 TheFan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There he goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Travis Kelce is coming back for another season, and I don't blame him one bit. For a future Hall of Famer retiring after a Super Bowl where he had 4 receptions for 13 yards and 0 touchdowns would be a disappointing way to go out. My question for next season, though, can Travis still be the focal point of the offense when his numbers have been on the decline? I'm Maggie Gray.
Your old or broken phone can let you down when you need it most.
Perfect.
But at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get the most for it, up to $2,000 in value, for an amazing new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and a new line on My Plan, and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. That's like a 3-for-1. And you can get it on any plan. At Verizon, trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. The other guys won't give you that. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad. Up to $2,000 value based on iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here with Matt and Catherine. They made the decision to lose weight and improve their life together, both dropping 33 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss.
She came home so excited one day and said, I heard about Awaken 180. I'm so excited. You have to try it with me. It's not medication. It's not a shot. It's food. You're going to make meals. And I think that was one of the biggest selling points.
What makes Awaken 180 different is the maintenance program. Just to know that you get that support gives me the confidence to keep going. I think it's important for people to know how much more fun it is to do it with a partner. Just to have the support system, it's so much more helpful.
It's going to change your life.
Thanks, guys. Like any goal, accomplishing it with someone sharing the same goal makes it twice as easy and twice as rewarding. Grab a coworker, friend, or spouse and make your 180 with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
O'Reilly.
If you're a do-it-yourselfer, don't miss Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, save $20 on a Power Torque 248-piece mechanics tool set. O Rewards members get a $5 reward. Power Torque professional hand tools come with a lifetime guarantee. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platform.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches, and save. Make it a great morning and enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back. Not your wallet.
Hey guys, it's Malsey, and we talk a lot about sports together, right? And so we're talking about pro athletes. And what do you know about pro athletes? They train constantly, all the time, to try to perform better on the field or the court or the ice. However, I have a question for you. What if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about BlueChew. BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost, and they're in chewable form. If you don't like swallowing pills, you don't have to. Plus, since BlueChew is an online prescription service, you're not dealing with one of those awkward conversations or trips to the doctor's office. No, BlueChew ships direct to your front door in discreet packaging, and because no two guys are the same, the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What a treat this is. A little miniature version of Donnie Football Friday. Our friend Donnie has walked down the hall, kind enough to join us. How are you today, sir?
I'm fantastic, Joe. We've gotten a lot of work done back there. Hope you and Limits are having a fun time.
We are. We just talked to Andy Toole. An unbelievable moment occurred earlier when Limits admitted that in his childhood, he didn't play in a sandbox. His dad decided that he would build a rock box instead, and it blew up the text line. Nobody had heard of a rock box. It seemed somewhat cruel and perhaps dangerous.
Yeah, I can't say that I have. I had a sandbox as a kid, which I thought everybody else did, or some sort of local sandbox you could go to. A rock box. Yeah, my first question for kids how little were you in here? Because
he was 12, Donnie. He was still in the rock box.
That was
at
the
12.
end of the rock box at 12.
Were you in a rock box at 12?
I just said 12 as a number. I don't know if it was actually 12.
No, we went
probably
into
like
great
11,
detail.
12. Yeah, probably.
Donnie.
I don't care. I could care less.
He's like the biggest kid in there by a mile. He's pushing people over.
It's my own personal rock box, Donnie. It's not a community rock box.
What was a movie with the Elf, right?
Yeah, Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell. That was him in the rock box.
6'4", and everybody else is
limits in the rock box.
Also, I mean, little kids, they're just so prone to curiosity and like picking up things and throwing them.
Yeah, like
That's
David and Goliath. Did you have a slingshot in there?
Maybe I should have.
You should have.
I could sling it at you right now.
Listen, it's not me. You got feedback from a million. It was one of the most popular texting segments we've ever done.
Probably ever, yes.
It is always funny when it's just something so random that gets everybody popping off.
I know. I had to go backtrack and say, wait a second. Did you say you used to play in a rock box? What is happening?
And a couple people.
I've never heard. He came back and told me that, and I didn't know how to react.
Yeah, it's one of those that you don't even. It's almost so out there you don't even react to it. You just move on.
Yeah, I said I have never heard of that before.
We had 3 texters text in that they have also had a rock box for their kids before.
How about that?
I mean, doesn't it kind of hurt?
Yeah, that's what I said.
You're sitting
you
on
have
rocks?
to wear like a football, like a helmet, knee pads. What do you wear in the rock box?
It would be appropriate for Donnie Football Friday to wear a helmet in the rock box, but no, I mean, you just kind of sit in the rock box and play with the rocks and just kind of, fumble them through your fingers like it's sand on the beach.
I understand the
Sounds
idea.
like a hell of a time.
The idea of not wanting to track sand into your house because
I hear
sand
that.
is kind of like glitter, it gets
Sure.
everywhere.
But I mean, kids are going to play in the mud, they're going to play in the snow, they're going to play in the rain, and they're going to play in the sand. It's, I'm not saying it wasn't a creative idea, Donnie, to build a rock box. It was
Is the
very
rock
creative.
box still there?
Yeah, is it still there?
No, the rock box is gone.
Do you have any photos of the rock box you can put online?
Was looking earlier, did not find one. Maybe
so
somebody else has one.
The next time that Limits and I do a high school or college game together and I go pick him up since he's just down the road from me, he has to point out to me where the rock box was.
It should be a historical site.
Yeah, like a little sign in memorial.
Now, here we go. We have Mr. Bechtold texting in. My father says that it was like gravel. It was pea gravel, he called it.
Pea gravel. I actually give him credit. I mean, it's certainly an alternative to the old sandbox. Donnie, would you like to talk some football?
I would.
Let's talk about Diana Rossini reporting that 2 teams, one of whom is not the Steelers, has pledged between 90 and 100 million to Matthew Stafford. That would be the Giants and the Raiders. Should the Steelers be in there? And what does this mean for the Rams? Like, the whole idea here was to gauge the market for Stafford. Do you think that they are thinking, okay, we can deal with this and we want him? Or, okay, forget it, he's off to New York or Vegas?
I feel like from where the Rams are at right now, they are thinking we can move on here. We are going to get draft capital back. He is going to get paid big money to go somewhere that really isn't a threat to anyone right now. It would be interesting if he would make those 2 teams in particular a whole lot more interesting. There's no doubt. He goes
especially
to the Giants,
Vegas for me.
He goes to Vegas, which, a little aside there, a little bit fishy. He had a random run-in with Tom Brady in the mountains of Montana.
Right. You just happen to run into Brady in the middle of a mountain.
And they just talk about, hey, what if you came to Vegas now that I'm part owner? That's a little bit fishy to me, but I guess that coincides with Tom Brady's entire career.
Yeah.
It does seem like the Steelers are out of it. Or if they're not out of it, they are like that kid in a cross-country race that's like 3 minutes behind. Like
and
you're waiting for that kid to come up the hill, and here they come.
Right. I guess the only downside for the Rams then is they're the Steelers at quarterback. Like, where do they go for their next quarterback? Who's their quarterback if they let Stafford go?
I don't even know who their backup is.
I don't even think that's viable. I think it would be somebody like Rodgers would come in there, or I don't know, Derek Carr. Who would their next
Russell Wilson?
Justin Fields?
Their backup is Jimmy G. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Maybe they think. I mean, I bet you a lot of people could work out pretty well in Sean McVay's system.
Right. So maybe they are thinking, hey, we will punt on next year. We'll see where Jimmy G can get us. because we've seen Jimmy G in the Kyle Shanahan system get his team to an NFC championship game, get him to their Super Bowl.
Right.
I mean, they were 10 minutes away from beating the Chiefs way back when. So, yeah, he's a little bit older now, and he's certainly not a good quarterback at this point in his career, but you put him in the Sean McVay offense, maybe they're thinking, okay, we're way cheaper, not necessarily younger. We are way cheaper at the quarterback position. We can load up elsewhere. If Jimmy G is as bad as some people think he is, we're lined up pretty well for that good quarterback class in 2026.
Exactly.
And Sean McVay would be licking his chops if it was an Arch Manning or whoever else at the top of that class. Drew Aller.
All right.
Names like that.
Of course. Yeah, he could line that up. And again, when it's Sean McVay's system, I have confidence that many people could thrive in it. The other football question before we launch into a rebranded quiz show is Jackson Dart seems to be, there's always a quarterback darling at the combine. He seems to be rocketing up people's boards.
And you like him. I know you like him. You
like
brought
him.
his name up a month or so ago.
Yeah, I think he's an interesting prospect, a dual threat guy who is wowing people at the combine. So I'm going to ask you a two-part question. Will the Steelers take this guy in the first or second round? And if you were them, would you be tempted?
I would say no, and I would say at least right now I'm not tempted to take him. I think that they should wait on quarterback this year in the draft until like the fourth round, maybe take a flyer on somebody if you want to. I don't know, whether it's Quinn Ewers, who they met with yesterday, maybe Will Howard, who is fresh off a national championship. I just see the holes they have on their roster, and it also accompanies with how the different position groups are working themselves out. I just think you have to make sure that wide receiver and defensive line is addressed very early in this draft.
Yeah.
So we'll see how far up Dart really does skyrocket. I do not have interest in taking a quarterback at 21. I think the only way that would be possible is if like Cam Ward doesn't get selected and they want to take him at 21, or I guess even Sanders, if you want to go that route, if he slides all the way down. I don't see that happening, but I wouldn't take any QB at 21. That's got to be a wide receiver or defensive tackle.
Okay.
To me. And then second round, I would probably go whatever you didn't take in that first round instead of a quarterback.
All right. Fair enough. That's Donnie Football. You hear more from him with the PM guys, as always, today. Donnie, during our Donnie Football Fridays all season, we had a quiz show every week prepared by our friend and yours, City Limits. We usually would play a certain theme song with that quiz show every week, but apparently I don't know what the issue is with us not being allowed to play that now. It's above my pay grade. So I wanted to have a quiz show today, and I decided I would take matters into my own hands with the theme song. Are you ready for a draft-related quiz show with a new theme song?
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Let's do it. Limits?
Hello, we have a new quiz show. It's time for you and Donnie and Joe to play quiz show. Hello, oh, limits questions below. We're glad you're here, so grab your beer. It's time for quiz show.
Let's go, Limits. Let's do it.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need a beer if you're going to listen to this quiz show.
Did you like that, Donnie?
How'd you get that shot at Limits in there?
And I gave one right back to Joe. All right.
Did you like the new theme song?
I did.
Yeah.
That was very creative.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think it's better than the old one. Off we go.
I will do everything in my power to make sure Donnie wins this quiz show. First question is to Joe.
Get out of your rock box and ask some good questions here.
You're making my rock box hit rock bottom today.
We're going to have an off-season quiz show here, so we'll keep track week to week. Let's go.
Joe, first question to you.
Yeah.
The Steelers drafted this defensive player in the second round of the 2015 NFL Draft who never suited up and played one game for the Steelers. Who was he?
Senquez Golson.
Off to a rousing start.
Here we go!
Good job, Joe.
I knew that Donnie knew that, but I wasn't sure if Joe did. That's why I asked Joe
What's
first.
this game up to?
It's just a 5-quiz quiz show. You said it was a miniature quiz show when we talked earlier, so I made it 5.
The fifth question is worth all the bonus.
That is the big question, and I have a feeling you're not going to like the fifth question, even though I think it's a good one.
All right.
Donnie, the Steelers moved up 10 spots to draft Devin Bush with the 10th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, whose dad famously called the station to complain. Who did the Steelers trade with in that draft?
The Denver Broncos.
Are you
Denver
kidding
Broncos
me?
is correct.
You could get a 10-year-old in a rock box to answer that question.
I thought,
no critiquing of the questions from you
I thought he was going to ask who they picked, too, which was Noah Fant.
Yeah. You ever drink Fanta, Donnie?
Couple times.
Yeah.
I'm not huge on it.
Me neither. Limits?
All right, Joe. The Steelers selected offensive tackle Troy Fautanu, 18th overall in this year's NFL Draft.
Yeah.
The Rams selected 1 pick earlier. The Dolphins selected 1 pick later. Who were the 2 players that were selected by those 2 teams in between Troy Fautanu?
The Rams, did they select the kid who was a really good defensive player, number 6? What's his name?
That's the question. What's his name?
Boy, he's really out to get me. He asked you who the Steelers traded for Bush.
Hey, it's a tough question. It was 6 years ago now.
I don't
5
know.
years ago.
I don't know either one. Donnie?
Well, the Rams picked Jared Verse.
That's what I meant. I should get credit for that.
You didn't know his name, and he won Defensive Player of the Year for
I'm
rookies.
trying to think of who the Dolphins picked so they were 19.
Correct.
We know that the Dolphins love their head coach. You see they got A-pluses across the board in that survey?
Yeah, he
Is
does
that the good
score
news
well.
or the bad news?
Every year.
He does score well.
Give him a time clock, Donnie. Limits. Give Donnie
10,
a time. No, you can't
9,
do 10. It's got to be 4
8,
seconds. We don't have time
7,
on live radio to
6,
do this.
I'm not sure who the Dolphins
5,
picked. I can't think of it.
Chop Robinson.
Oh, Penn State.
Who was also a candidate for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
What do you make of Abdul Carter maybe getting surgery here?
You always get the stories and the injuries that come out of the combine that you'll see a top prospect get pushed down.
Yeah.
And they're hoping, this guy slides a little bit. Now that's somebody, it doesn't matter what your need is. You could have every edge rusher in the world if that dude is on the board when you're on the clock. I'm not even saying this for the Steelers.
Yeah.
This goes for every team.
Yeah.
Pick the guy.
I agree.
I forgot Robinson got picked that high.
All right, next.
All right, the next question is to you, Donnie. Donnie, the Steelers have drafted 19 Hall of Famers in their franchise's history. Who was the last Hall of Famer that the Steelers drafted?
What a wonderful question by Limits.
Oh, but now the questions are good.
And the guys have to be officially in the Hall of Fame.
Officially in the Hall of Fame.
Palomalu in 03.
Palomalu 03 is correct.
Very nice, Danny.
I thought maybe you'd stumble on
Limits.
that.
Donnie, I'm sorry. You're up 2-1 because you had easy questions. Yeah, you'll acknowledge those are easy questions.
Donnie is actually up 2.5 to 1 because he got half a point for Jared Verse.
Okay. Is this the bonus question?
This is the bonus question to you, Joe.
Okay.
Joe, I knew you're not going to like this question, so I could ask it one of 2 ways. Do you pick way number 1 or way number 2?
What?
I'll ask way number 1.
Already in his head.
The Steelers drafted 5 Hall of Famers during the 1950s and drafted 1 in 1942 before drafting Joe Green as their 7th overall Hall of Famer they drafted in 1969. How many of the 6 players that the Steelers drafted before Joe Green that have made the Hall of Fame can you name?
That's all you had to say. How many of the 6 Hall of Famers drafted before Joe Green can I name?
We have to build up for suspense, Dr. Starkey.
Okay. How many of those 6 can I name?
There are 6.
I can name 3, Donnie.
Go ahead.
Ooh, Donnie.
Holy horse milk.
Can Joe name 3?
All right, here we go. Ernie Stautner.
1.
John Henry Johnson.
2.
Before Joe Green. John Henry. Did they draft this guy or was he an undrafted free agent? Did he draft this guy?
The draft was also 20 rounds back then?
They must have drafted in them. Johnny Unitas.
Oh, great. Joe wins. So I only thought of Unitas and Stautner.
Give us the
Who
others.
are the other ones?
Quarterback Jim Finks in the 12th round in 1955.
Yeah, Barton Fink.
They also drafted Len Dawson.
Oh,
Lenny Dawson.
Lenny
That's
Dawson.
right.
And Bill Dudley, first overall in 1942.
Bullet Bill Dudley. Donnie, you got to give me some credit here.
That is well done.
He designed the whole quiz show to get me for the Rockbox incident, and I come out a winner with Johnny U. I couldn't think of if Johnny Unitas just was signed after the draft, but who said that it was 20 rounds? You?
Yeah,
in the middle of that?
They used to just be forever back then. Like the draft used to be.
Yeah, I mean that helped me.
20 rounds, maybe even longer.
That helped me win right there. All right.
Yeah, I only knew 2 of them, so you would have gotten me anyway. Unitas and Stautner. I completely forgot about Len. I always forget about Len Dawson.
What a legend he was. That photo of him with the cigarette in his mouth in the locker room.
An all-timer.
It's like Dave Parker with the cigarette in his mouth in the dugout. It's incredible. All right. Thank you, thank you, Donnie, for coming down.
Thank you, Joe.
No, thank you for me.
It was great. Great quiz show. Thank you, Limits. Coming up, boy, do we have a treat, and boy, is Crowley jealous, Donnie. We have Rich Rod coming up next. Going to ask him a little about the backyard brawl, a little bit about his relationship, if he has one, with Pat Narduzzi, and, of course, just the winding road that Rich Rod has taken all the way back to Morgantown. Rich Rodriguez next on Pomp and Joe. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates just about to get started in Grapefruit League action as the Buccos have done a solid job so far, as well as Jack Sawinski, who had 3 RBIs in the spring training game yesterday, a game that the Pirates were able to win at 12-1. Mitch Keller will take the ball today at 1:05 in Bradenton against Tampa Bay. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's 2 different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2024 Jeep Wrangler payments starting at $315 for 42 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Just like driving past an expensive coffee shop as you sip your homemade latte. Like waiting to use a promo code for 50% off on your sister's birthday present. Like snagging limited edition sneakers before they hit the resale market. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. That's the feeling you get with Now Internet. Dependable internet with no annual contracts, unlimited data, and equipment included. Internet just right for endless video calls, streaming every season of that show you're obsessed with, and staying connected on multiple devices. Internet that's just what you want and nothing you don't. Backed by the Xfinity Network. Get Now Internet starting at $30 a month all in. Easy, simple, flexible. All for one low price. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Need to feed a hungry crew? Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette has you covered. Firehouse Premium Sub Platters are stacked high with bold flavors. Freshly made salad platters add the perfect crunch. And don't forget decadent dessert platters, because every meal deserves a sweet finish. Looking for something easy to grab and go? Try delicious box lunches packed with everything you need for a satisfying meal. Make your next event easier and tastier. To order, call Matt Perry at Firehouse Subs at the Point in North Fayette at 412-788-4070. Check out the full catering menu at firehousesubs.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates moments away from first pitch against Tampa Bay as the Buccos lineup will take the field with Tommy Pham, Brian Reynolds, Andrew McCutchen, Endy Rodriguez, Key Brian Hayes, Nick Gonzalez, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, Jared Triolo, and Bryce Johnson in the outfield playing in center for the Buccos with Mitch Keller on the mound. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. Pomp rejoins the fray on Monday. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We are trying to hook up the video situation with West Virginia football coach Rich Rodriguez right now. Limits, you're going to tell me when this has been solved? All right. In the meantime, this is going to be interesting. Let's hope it happens. Rich Rodriguez has been everywhere. Back in 1985, he was I think a graduate assistant at West Virginia, where he played, of course, where he grew up. Then he goes to Salem. Then he comes back to West Virginia in 89 as the outside linebackers coach. Then he makes a name for himself at Glenville State with the spread option. Then he goes to Tulane as an offensive coordinator, Clemson as a coordinator, back to West Virginia where he achieved massive success, Michigan where he did not, then on to Arizona, Ole Miss, Hawaii, Louisiana Monroe, Jacksonville State, and now full circle back to West Virginia. And we're good here, Limits?
We're good to go.
Let's go out to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, where we do indeed find Rich Rod. Rich, how you doing?
I'm great. How you doing?
Doing very well. I was just recalling today, I think it was 22 years ago, I made the trip to Morgantown, came up to your office. We did an interview. You guys were just kind of getting going at West Virginia, and we talked about what was then an innovative offense that you brought with you to West Virginia, and it was the spread option, whatever you want to call it. It worked with guys like Pat White. How much has the game changed since around that time when you and I spoke? I think it was 2002 or 3. Like, what's the major change in the game that you've seen? I'm talking outside of NIL and transfer portal. I'm talking the game itself.
Yeah, I think what has it is probably a lot more than what a lot of people realize change-wise. Obviously, back then, not as many people were running the quarterbacks, doing zone reads, or using tempo, or even using spread formations for that matter. And then the other side of the ball has changed a lot too. You're seeing so many different teams defensively with different pressure packages, what they call simulated pressures, and it's kind of different exotic things. What's really kind of unique is that it used to be funneled down from the NFL concepts to college and then high school. And now you're seeing the NFL do a lot of so-called college concepts, or concepts that came out of high school ranks. So it's really neat how it's evolved both ways. And we've tried to stay, I tried to stay active with what's going on, and a lot of the base is still the same, but there's a lot of new stuff we're doing too.
Well, I just mentioned before you came on, it feels like you've been everywhere on earth, from Hawaii, to Arizona to Ole Miss, West Virginia, Michigan, Glenville State. Why was this the right time? Was it the type of thing where when the invite came to return to West Virginia, you were like, yes, absolutely, or was there some trepidation?
No, I was in a great situation at Jack State. And, had taken the program from 1AA to 1A, and we were winning and just won the league, and was very, very happy there. Great people, a great coaching staff. And if I was going to make a move, boy, if one more move in my career, this was going to be it, right? At my home at West Virginia, in a place that I know well, love the people here. Obviously very close to the program, and it just kind of worked out. Normally, sometimes coaches try to look for the next job, and they don't do as good a job as they can where they're currently at. I've always just tried to do as good as I can where I'm at, and then not worry about it. And that's what happened here. And this job came open. The timing was good. Obviously, I'm very thrilled to be back home, and I could finish my career at my alma mater.
There's been a lot of we have a big West Virginia fan here. His name is Adam Crowley. Went to West Virginia, wears West Virginia jerseys around here. Has a Kevin Pittsnoggle jersey, for God's sakes. So he loves West Virginia, and a lot of people are with him, very happy about this. But I imagine, Rich, there was some resistance among some because of the way the first tenure ended. How's it been? How has the reception been? And have you felt some resistance from some corners?
Oh, well, yeah, the reception's been great. I'm really appreciative of the opportunity, and everybody's been really, really nice. And there's been a few. I mean, my opening press conference, some guy stood up and started yelling things and what have you. And I don't, someone else's opinion of me is none of my business, right? So I know there's some people that were pissed about when we left the first time and all that, and they probably didn't know the whole story. But either way, it's overwhelmingly been really positive. I've been really fortunate, and I'm anxious to prove to our fans and prove to everybody else that I'm here to help our program be as good as it can be, and they're going to get my very best, and my staff and my players' very best as well.
Rich Rodriguez on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Rich, things have changed a lot besides the game itself since you coached last in Morgantown. I mean, my God, you're in the Big 12 now for one thing, but also NIL, transfer portal, big challenges. Like, I look back then, does Pat White stay with you the whole time back then? Everybody's looking to poach players. Is it going to be a much more difficult challenge to win at West Virginia now than it was then because of that?
That's a very good question. There's always challenges, and there's always going to be some schools that maybe have a little bit more money than others or what have you. But I think we're in a great position to have success now. Right now, immediately, I think I have one returning starter. So I don't know if that's ever happened before here or anywhere else in Division I, where even in this day and age, where out of 22 starters, you got one full-time or two full-time starters coming back total. So that makes it for a little bit of a challenge as well. But there's also more opportunities. You can get more guys out of the portal. And what's changed is now we're basically coaching professional team. I mean, when you guys getting paid what they're getting paid, and that's all great, but now that you are coaching professionals and you're dealing with agents and you're dealing with guys, the difference is, and the NCAA is trying to do this. They're trying to get, a kind of system that's kind of fair to everybody and lets everybody be on a competitive kind of level playing field. It ain't there now, and it's going to take a while to get there, but I think we all got to realize, hey, these young men now, they're young, but they're pros. They're getting paid, and they have an opportunity to make a lot of money in addition to getting an education, and that's what's different.
Is there, based on what you just said, Rich, are we looking at a little bit of a rebuild here, or do you figure you're in a win now situation like you had West Virginia on the precipice of being in the national championship game last time? What's the time frame to get back there again?
I've always felt I'm in a win-now situation. If we came back the first year, we had a really hard first year. And then, the second year we got it turned around, and then it kept growing. But I've always felt no matter where I went, that, hey, it's, life's a lot better when you win, right? So we're going to try to win as many as we can right from the start. Is it going to be more difficult in year one than year three? It's always going to be that way. I think no matter what program you're in, every year you should get a little bit better. But the first year is going to be most difficult because we don't have a lot of experience, but also because we're new and teaching new stuff and all that. But I still think we can get enough players. I think we have good enough players that we can be very, very competitive. In the Big 12, we showed that last year. Arizona State came from out of nowhere to win the league, right? So we feel we can do it too.
All right. We're talking to Rich Rodriguez here on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Let's stoke a little backyard brawl stuff. September 13th should be very interesting. Pitt comes to Morgantown. Now, at your introductory news conference, I believe this was, or maybe it was on the Pat McAfee show, I don't know which, you were talking about how the two worst four-letter words out there are soft and lazy, but then you said to McAfee, so I guess it was with McAfee, that you left out Pitt as a four-letter word that you didn't like too much. It won't take long to get this going, will it?
No, it's a great one of the greatest rivalries in college sports, period. It's just up the road. They don't like us. We don't like them. There's no question that the most important. Every game's important, but Pitt's the most important.
The most important game on your schedule this year?
It's the most important game that we play every year when we play them.
I love this.
No question about it.
I love this. What's your relationship like with Pat Narduzzi?
For being rivalry coaches, a lot better than probably it should be. So, we're actually, I got a lot of respect for Coach, and known him for a long time, and think he's an outstanding coach, and he's a friend. He's been a good friend the whole time. So we can't be as friendly now as we maybe were in the last 17 years, but I do got a lot, just because I don't like Pitt, I don't like anything about it. I don't even like saying the word. There's a lot of so-called hatred between the two, but I do have a lot of respect for Coach Narduzzi, and I got a lot of respect for the university. So that's kind of where we're at. Well,
that leads us into an unpleasant memory, but one we have to broach here. December 1st, 2007, 13-9 is the final score. How many times have you replayed that night, Rich? Like what do you think went wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. You say you had to bring it up. Hell, why'd you have to bring it up?
I mean, that's the last time you were seen in Morgantown playing Pitt.
Yeah, why are you being so mean? No, it was the worst night of my professional career by far. I mean, there's nothing even comes close. It was the Titanic for my career, and we played poorly. I coached poorly. It was too conservative. We had a little bit of bad luck, whatever. We had a couple injuries here and there, but it was just whatever could go wrong went wrong. And I was the head coach, so I'm responsible for that. And we were going to play for the national championship. So that still burns. I try not to think about it because not so much because, it brings back bad memories for our fans and all that. Just because it just brings back horrible memories for me and my staff and our players, because they had a great year and it was a great group of people, and we just had a horrible night.
Did Wani fool you on the fake punt because he was on crutches that night? You remember that one? It looked like he was mad. It looked like he was running around, and then they do the fake punt.
No, I don't know. There's some details of the game I remember, but I just try to burn off. Try not to think about them.
Any regrets, Rich, on the way you left the first time?
Fair question. I think probably there was. I could have, and I don't know if I should. I know my new employer did not want me to have a press conference to explain my move or my reasons why. But looking back on it, I think that would have alleviated a lot of the misconceptions or things that weren't true that were out there. And that I probably could have done that after when I was making the move, that I would have had a press conference and say, hey, this is the reasons why, and I was going to a great institution. It was a great opportunity, but these are the main reasons why I was doing it. Whether you agreed with that or not, that's your decision or your choice. But that was probably the one thing that I would have done over from that standpoint. And I was impatient. I was frustrated with certain things that was going on that I thought the program needed and all that. But I don't want to get to all that right now. But at the same time, once you made the move, I try to do everything we can to have success in the next place. And it didn't work out the way we wanted quick enough, but I'm still convinced had been given enough time, or if we had the same athletic director that hired me, we'd have been fine there. But nonetheless, it's all in the past. And, I've moved around, like you said, kind of all over the world. Now I'm back to where I need to be at West Virginia.
Well, speaking of a blast from the past, Pat White is on your staff now. And, man, whenever the topic comes up of my favorite college quarterbacks or most underrated of all time, that guy was phenomenal. So if you could, I don't know, share maybe a memory or two of his playing days, but also what his role will be for you now.
Yeah, Pat's assistant quarterback coach. He's going to help me some other things. I'm going to try to help Pat. He's been bounced around a little bit. And I told Pat, I said, I'm not hiring you because of what you did in 2005, 6, 7, what have you. I'm hiring you because you can help me win right now. And he's a great young man. He's going to be an outstanding coach. And, think with Pat, made Pat such a great player. He was obviously very dynamic. He could run, he could throw. He was one of the, like our quarterbacks, a great team guy. I'm talking, he didn't care if he threw, he didn't care if he ran, he didn't care whatever they needed to do to win. That's what Pat was going to do. And it was always about the team when Pat was playing. It was never about himself. And, he's undefeated in bowl games, the first one, I think, to go 4 or 5-0. And, he was such a great player on the field, but also a great person in the locker room for the culture that we wanted. And you talk about, everybody talks about culture, it's a buzzword, but do you really have one? And do your players embody that? Pat White embodied that from the day he got to campus till his career was over.
Rich, you said one way or another we're going to be entertaining. I think, or something like that. If nothing else, we're going to be entertaining. This should be a really fascinating ride to watch here. I mean, other than Bill Belichick going to North Carolina, this to me was the most fascinating coaching change in college football. What did you mean by that when you said, hey, if nothing else, we're going to be entertaining? You talking about just generally? You're talking about your offense, putting up points? What?
Yeah, it's like the movie The Gladiator. Are you not entertained? They will watch. I think anybody can sit in the stands, and they may not know X's and O's and what have you, or schemes, but they can tell if you're playing hard. They can tell if you're playing with passion, and that part is non-negotiable. So our guys will play fast. They'll be fun to watch. They'll play really hard. I hope we play well on top of that. But the playing hard part, everybody says that and goes by that. And I used to think, hell, everybody in Division I, national TV, thousands of people watching, they all play really hard. No, that's not true. And our guys need to learn how to do that.
Well, this is going to be interesting. I'll say that. It's going to be a very interesting watch, and we'll see you the week of September 13th. Are you already mentioning Pitt to your players?
Yeah, it's been mentioned already a couple times. And we'll be going forward, too.
We'll see you then, Rich. I really appreciate you taking the time here.
Thank you. Great talking to you.
All right. Take care. Rich Rodriguez saying that is the game for West Virginia anytime Pitt's on the schedule. I like that. I love the backyard brawl. I love it more than any rivalry I've ever seen. I used to argue with Ron about Penn State Pitt versus West Virginia Pitt. Forget about that. It's the school 75 miles up the road here. You can practically walk to the place with 100-plus years of history and hatred. It's the Hatfields and McCoys. It's the Hatfields and the Shady McCoys, you could even say, Limits. Do you like that?
You could, and that was an awesome conversation.
Yeah.
We talked about this at the 15th anniversary a couple of nights ago, but the questions that you ask are always so engaging, and me just kind of jotting down notes of how you asked it and stuff like that was pretty cool. But that was, I think, really beneficial for listeners, whether you're Pitt, West Virginia, anybody.
Yeah.
Chalk it up and talk some ball. I thought it was great.
Yeah, man. Obviously, we're the Pitt flagship station, but if you're a Pitt fan, were you not entertained by some of the things he said?
Yeah.
This is where all of sports begins. I used to argue with Ron about this, too. He's like, they don't care who they play. They just want to win. And if you're, 12-0, they don't care how you got there. And then I said, so if you played Youngstown State 12 times, that would be a more, enriching, memorable, valuable experience than if you played a bunch of rivalry games mixed in there. This is what you live for, is rivalries like this. And it's a lot of what's been ruined in college sports. And I think this is Pitt's best rivalry ever, is the backyard brawl. And you just heard that guy, Rich Rodriguez, stoke it by saying he hates Pitt and that this is their biggest game of the year. Whenever they play Pitt, it's their biggest game of the year. And I would say it's the same for Pitt, or should be, right, Limits?
Of course. I mean, when I think of natural rivalries in this area, like obviously Pitt-Penn State comes to mind. I was at both West Virginia-Penn State games the last 2 years. There is nothing that compares for me. I mean, Pitt-Penn State, very close. But Pitt-West Virginia, because of proximity and just the pure amount of passion involved in that game.
Yeah.
That's the truest rivalry.
And it just got stoked because you know what else Rich Rod is? He's a good villain. He is. He's a good villain. Neil Brown is a nice man, but it was like having Jerry DePaula coach West Virginia.
He's a very nice guy.
Like, nobody, how can you get mad at Neil Brown? You can't. Rich Rod, you can get mad at. It's even the face, it's just someone from an opposing school where you can say, we got to get that guy. We got to beat them. I love this.
I do find it funny he was talking about his relationship with Narduzzi. Yeah, we're a little bit more friendly with each other than maybe we should be in this rivalry.
Exactly. I think that's going to change. All right. Reactions to Rich Rod. We'll wind this thing up. What a week it's been. Limits, hasn't it? The Faniversary, the 15-year Faniversary, a new theme for the quiz show. Bob was in a wonderful mood this week, and it ends with Rich Rod. I think Crowley is really jealous right now.
I think so.
How about me mentioning Crowley on the second question?
That I think he would like, though. And I know he was listening to that.
How do you know?
Come on. West Virginia, Rich Rod, Crowley's listening. He could be like on a plane flying back to New Orleans where he was at a couple of weeks ago. He could be doing anything. He could have been in a slumber. And he woke up for his slumber, probably set an alarm for 1 o'clock to be able to listen to it.
Yeah, you're probably right. September 13th in Morgantown. This gains new life. This is good. It's good for both sides. I like this. And I hope we get a lot of sniping between him and Narduzzi. That's the fun of this, for God's sakes. It's sports. It's also, I was going to say Cook and Joe, but no, that's no longer the case. It's Pomp and Joe. We reunite Monday. But we're going to get into a little of these quarterbacks are working out at the Combine pretty soon here. This Jackson Dart story just fascinates me. Yes, Limits.
Let's get into some breaking news as well on the biggest quarterback on the market. Will he stay or will he go? The answer is in.
Oh, my. That's a hell of a tease. We'll talk about it next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins overtime winners last night against the Philadelphia Flyers on Max Talbot bobblehead night. They avenged a 6-1 loss in Philly on Tuesday with a 5-4 victory, and Evgeny Malkin scoring 2 goals on the night. Same was the case for Erik Karlsson with 2 goals, almost had a hat trick, run one off the post late in the game. Malkin scoring late in the third period, and also in overtime was able to score for the Penguins his 11th and 12th goals of the year. Malkin scoring at .230 and also 103 in overtime. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Travis Kelce is coming back to the Chiefs next year. While he's not the game changer he once was, there has to be a degree of comfort for the team. The last 2 years, Kelce has actually been a part-time weapon. The Chiefs have been developing their other receiving targets, and Kelce's a luxury. Now, even if they don't need him, you know there's a good chance he's going to have a big game late in the year. I'm Andrew Perloff.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Your old or broken phone can let you down when you need it most. Perfect. But at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get the most for it, up to $2,000 in value for an amazing new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence and a new line on My Plan, and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. That's like a 3-for-1. And you can get it on any plan. At Verizon, trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. The other guys won't give you that. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad. Up to $2,000 value based on iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. NBA now getting into the stretch run for the playoffs, and sometimes these games are best at the beginning or the end instead of tuning in for a full 2 hours, and that's where NBA live betting on FanDuel, they're so good at it, so many different options. They let you do that for big games like the one Sunday afternoon between the Nuggets and Celtics. Boston is the odds-on favorite to win the title and repeat on the FanDuel Sportsbook app. And Denver, who won it 2 years ago, is right there in the mix, too, in the Western Conference, behind teams like Oklahoma City. Anyways, for these games, get to FanDuel, and new customers can get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Enjoyed my talk with Rich Rodriguez there. That was fun. It's what college sports is all about, is rivalries. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The shame of it, though, Limits, is that this thing's going to take a hiatus here. And I know you're busy with a couple of Rich Rod quotes there that we want to play back. So I'll just riff on this for a minute. Like, why is there a hiatus here? Why? So that West Virginia can play, Miami of Ohio? I'm not interested unless Ben is playing in that game, so they can do a home-and-home with UConn? So Pitt can play, what are their future schedules here? There's a 3-year break for some stupid reason. Or was I looking at Pitt? Yeah, Pitt's playing Miami of Ohio. And then a series with UConn. For what? Why UConn? Again, unless Emeka Okafor's in it, I don't care. And who does West Virginia have coming up on their future schedules? It just makes no sense to me. But at least they're going back to it. They have a game this year, September 13th in Morgantown. And then they resume with a 4-year set, it looks like, from 29 to 32. But I want this now. We're all getting old around here. Rich Rod's 61, but they're not playing in 2026. West Virginia's playing UT Martin. Is that T Martin they're playing? They're playing VMI. Play each other. Rework the schedules. Let's get this going here. I thought he stoked it up pretty good. Otherwise, it's been a very eventful week that I've enjoyed a lot here. The Faniversary meant a lot to be out at the casino with a lot of you talking Steelers, but just mostly talking fan history. And I'm always astounded for some reason when people come up and say, whatever, I drive a truck around and I listen to you guys every single day. Helps me get through the day. That's amazing to me. It really is. I left that party the other night on cloud 9. I was just really, really happy. I didn't think this was going to happen. Believe me, when I was back at the Trib back then in 2000, the end of 2009 is when I got the call to come in for an interview, and it was a big decision. Do I keep writing columns or take a chance on this new station? And man, am I glad I took the chance, really, 15 years later. And this is the best time I've had yet. Ratings-wise, it's through the roof, thanks to you. Bob Pompiani every day, or, at least the days that he's in.
Part-time.
Part-time Pomp is a great, great fun to be around. Donnie Football Fridays were awesome there for a while. We'll keep it up in a mini type of way like we did today, where Donnie came in for the new quiz show. Just, it's really fun. And you, the listener, is honestly what makes it what it is. I can't believe it that I'm here 15 years later. And much to everybody's chagrin out there, or at least some people's, I'll probably be around for at least a little bit. On Earth, yes, but also at the station. Man, this Jackson Dart situation. Oh, my God, wait a second. We had a tease there. Did you just mention that on your newscast or no?
No, I held it.
You had a tease with the quarterback. Tell us what happened.
Yes,
I'm getting all sentimental over here.
Oh, my gosh. The Rams and Matthew Stafford have agreed to a restructured deal. He will be staying in Los Angeles, and the Rams have confirmed it on their social media sites as well.
So it's possible the Steelers got used again, just like the Brandon Ayuk situation, or maybe other teams got used. In a way, I guess you could look at it that way. But as I mentioned earlier, the Rams did put it out there, and this was all above board kind of, let's see what the market is for Matthew Stafford. And it came down to Giants, Raiders between 90 and 100 million. And it would appear that the Steelers didn't make a run for Matthew Stafford. Do you think, let me present to you this scenario. Do you think he looked at it and said, yeah, I'm not going to play for the Raiders or the Giants? Do you think he would have come to play for the Steelers?
No. Right now, I would say not. I don't think he'd want to be the third best quarterback in his own division either.
I wonder about that. I wonder if the Steelers had really put their hat in the ring with $50 million and a first-round pick, if he would have been more tempted to come here. Or maybe, the Rams just decided this is pretty affordable. This is good. That's his market. And he may, we're not even going to call his bluff and make him tell us, yeah, I'm going to go to the Giants and leave here. They're probably willing to pony up, and this is a great situation for him. He gets to stay there and try to win, and they have a quarterback now and a system in which he can thrive. How about the Rams? Everybody thought when they were, remember their coach or their GM would say, F those first-round picks, that type of thing. Everybody predicted their demise after they had that nice run of a couple Super Bowl appearances and a Super Bowl win. The Rams are going to go downhill. The Rams were a play away from the Super Bowl this year. Or at least the NFC title game. I can't remember which. They almost upset the Eagles in the snow. So they're close again. They have a quarterback, and they have an offensive-minded coach, and they've made some great picks in the draft, and here they are. They never had the huge drop-off that everybody predicted. They had a losing season, which around here is, a cardinal sin. Like if you have a losing season, they're just going to fold the franchise. They're right back, the LA Rams. Look at them. They had a 5-12 year, and everybody survived to tell about it. Then they went 10-7, lost a wild card game, and this year they go 10-7 again, but they win a playoff game, and they give the Eagles all they can handle. They beat the Vikings in Minnesota. Just a different situation from where the Steelers are, but there won't be any Matthew Stafford. Who are you betting on right now, Limits? Fields or Wilson?
Fields.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Probably 60-40 at this point. That they would go younger and they'd go in that situation. But, something that you continue to point out is Art Rooney's influence.
Yeah.
And, we know that Art Rooney wanted to keep Ben around for another year, and that was what ultimately happened. Maybe it was Kevin Colbert or whoever that thought otherwise. So it's obviously a lot different of a situation. Ben's so much more polarizing, so much more accomplished for the franchise. But if Art Rooney's voice holds that much weight, and if Mike Tomlin is also still a Russell Wilson backer, which I don't know why he would be at this point, but whatever, it's possible it's still Wilson.
Well, did you know that the Steelers scored more points per game than the Rams this year? I bet you didn't.
No.
The Steelers, I believe, were 16th in scoring offense. The Rams were 20th. But that doesn't really tell the story, does it? Because when it came to actual playoff games, the games that mattered most, you saw what the Rams did. You saw what Stafford did in Minnesota. Or I'm sorry, that game was at home, wasn't it? That was the weird game that was, where was that game, Limits? Where did they move that game to?
Arizona.
Because of the fires, that's right. Well, wherever it was, Stafford lit up a really good Brian Flores defense for 27 points, 202 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. And then he went into Philly. And you saw what Philly did to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. And he went 22 of 26 of 44 for 291, 2 touchdowns, no picks. So when it mattered, the Rams offense rose to occasions. The Steelers offense wilted down the stretch, going 5 straight games without eclipsing 17 points for the first time since 1969 when they were 1-13. So some may take solace or point out in an argument, hey, the Steelers averaged more than the Rams offensively. Yeah, but when it mattered, the Rams offense came to life with a good quarterback. And their defense also did that. For the most part, down the stretch, they were just killing teams. Anywho, let's hear the best of Rich Rod. You got a couple clips for me?
Well, let's start with what Rich Rod had to say about Pitt being the biggest game of the year on the calendar every time it's on the calendar.
Let's stoke a little backyard brawl stuff. September 13th should be very interesting. Pitt comes to Morgantown. Now, at your introductory news conference, I believe this was, or maybe it was on the Pat McAfee show, I don't know which, you were talking about how the two worst four-letter words out there are soft and lazy, but then you said to McAfee, so I guess it was with McAfee, that you left out Pitt as a four-letter word that you didn't like too much. It won't take long to get this going, will it?
No, it's a great one of the greatest rivalries in college sports, period. It's just up the road. They don't like us. We don't like them. There's no question that the most important. Every game's important, but Pitt's the most important.
How about that? A non-conference game, the most important game on the schedule. I love it.
And he further elaborated on that and also talked about his relationship with Pat Narduzzi.
The most important game on your schedule this year.
It's the most important game that we play every year when we play him.
I love this.
No question about it.
I love this. What's your relationship like with Pat Narduzzi?
For being rivalry coaches, a lot better than probably it should be. So, we're actually, I got a lot of respect for Coach, and known him for a long time, and think he's an outstanding coach, and he's a friend. He's been a good friend the whole time. So we can't be as friendly now as we maybe were in the last 17 years, but I do got a lot, just because I don't like Pitt, I don't like anything about it. I don't even like saying the word, and there's a lot of so-called hatred between the two, but I do have a lot of respect for Coach Narduzzi, and I got a lot of respect for the university. So that's kind of where we're at.
That was absolutely scrumptious. And I hope Narduzzi, I hope this thing really gets stoked leading into the days of September 13th. And if I know Narduzzi, he'll stoke it even bigger, won't he?
If this can be anything close to a Narduzzi-James Franklin feud that seemingly they haven't played in close to 10 years now, and it still seems like they throw jabs at each other whenever they can, we're in for a good one.
You got anything else, Limits, or was that it?
I got one more for you. This is Rich Rod on 13-9.
That leads us into an unpleasant memory, but one we have to broach here. December 1st, 2007, 13-9 is the final score. How many times have you replayed that night, Rich? Like what do you think went wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. You say you had to bring it up. Hell, why'd you have to bring it up?
I mean, that's the last time you were seen in Morgantown playing Pitt.
Yeah, why are you being so mean? No, it was the worst night of my professional career by far. I mean, there's nothing even comes close. It was the Titanic for my career, and we played poorly. I coached poorly. It was too conservative. We had a little bit of bad luck, whatever. We had a couple injuries here and there, but it was just whatever could go wrong went wrong. And I was the head coach, so I'm responsible for that. And we were going to play for the national championship. So that still burns. I try not to think about it because not so much because, it brings back bad memories for our fans and all that. Just because it just brings back horrible memories for me and my staff and our players, because they had a great year, and it was a great group of people, and we just had a horrible night.
I'll never forget it. I'll never forget Rich Rod giving that post-game news conference where you could hear the Pitt players through the wall. They were just on the other side of that wall is their locker room where the West Virginia media room is, and you could hear them hollering, screaming in that room. It was probably the most riveting post-game scene that I was ever in any locker room anywhere. And the only thing I compare it to as far as like indelible memory it left is after the Penguins lost Game 6 to Detroit at the Stanley Cup Final in 2008. Ryan Malone, just like we were around there for an hour. He sat with a Penguin ball cap on his head and stared straight ahead catatonically for at least an hour. That's one I'll never forget either. Just the passions of sports, win or lose. All right, Limits. We get ready for the PM team. The highlight of the week for you was what?
Oh, man. Probably, not recency bias, the Rich Rod interview was pretty cool. Sonny Vaccaro was obviously...
That was great.
Always good talking to him. And Sonny, what's pretty cool about that is that Sonny wanted to make sure we had the time right. He had an interview with Dan Patrick. So I was driving home like 2 days in a row, and I see Sonny Vaccaro's calling me, and I'm like, geez, that's pretty cool.
And also the Rock Box today.
Yes, Rock Box.
Limits bringing up the fact that they did not have a sandbox in the Bechtold family when he was little. They played in a rock box so that no sand would be dragged through the house. So it made sense, but in another way, it really jarred people to picture a tiny little Limits trying to navigate his way through a rock box. It seems dangerous.
There is a 99.92% chance that the PM team talks about the rock box.
I think so.
So I'm curious what that'll be like.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And this was What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
And by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Very kindly. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. See you Monday, buddy.
Have a good weekend.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates spring training action as Mitch Keller got the start for the Buccos as the Pirates and Tampa Bay Rays doing battle in the bottom half of the third inning. Pirates have a 1-0 lead. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa with a double to right scores Nick Gonzalez. 2 hits allowed by Mitch Keller in the game. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Tonight in college hoops, UCLA is getting 5.5 points against Purdue. Purdue has been in a tailspin lately, losing 4 straight games, including a demoralizing 73-58 loss to Indiana. UCLA has won 8 of their last 10 and has proven that they can hang with the best teams in the conference with wins over Wisconsin and Michigan State. Take the 5.5 points with UCLA. Bet smarter and beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
As football winds down, college basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they are ready to shine in March and who will be seen in San Antonio. You can get in on all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland. And so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case. You know what pain is? There's 2 different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only on iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
And Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
What's up, guys? It's Mulsey here, and what I'm about to say, it is perfectly fine to admit it. Most of us guys, maybe closer to all of us, especially if you're not in your early 20s anymore, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, a little extra confidence, right? Well, BlueChew can help, and you probably know this, but if you don't, BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. And the best part is they're in chewable form too, so no worries about swallowing pills or anything like that. And since BlueChew's an online prescription service, you know what? There's no awkward conversations. There's no waiting in line. There's no trip to the doctor. In fact, BlueChew ships to your front door in discreet packaging. BlueChew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, like I said, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. And trust me on this one, even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey guys, do you want male performance in the bedroom and do you want it now? Get it in 47 seconds or less. For the first time, you can have instant male enhancement. Introducing Nox 47, the topical male enhancement that works in 47 seconds or less. Satisfaction guaranteed. Finally, after years of scientific research, our proprietary formula will allow you to perform in the bedroom like never before. Just imagine that little blue pill on steroids. No reason to settle and wait when you can get instant performance now. Forget about pills and potions that make you wait hours or up to 30 days to work. That's yesterday's news. Nox 47 is brand new. The hottest thing for men. And you don't need a prescription. Call now and get your free supply for a limited time.
To find out how to get Nox 47 for free, call now. 800-481-9908. That's 800-481-9908. Free bottles for limited time. Call 800-481-9908. That's 800-481-9908.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Getting into the show a little bit early. That's a good producing job by my man Austin. He also did a great job on the return of the Quiz Show 2.0.
Quiz Show 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Which has a new intro. Have you heard it?
No.
Hello, hello, we have a new quiz show. It's time for you and Donnie and Joe to play Quiz Show. Hello, hello, oh, limits questions below. We're glad you're here, so grab your beer. It's time for Quiz Show.
One of the
Where does that voice come from?
I mean, that's when he would do, well, I can tell you, I just think he, affects a voice while singing. Like, for example...
When I heard him doing it, he was, grabbing his neck
he
it
does
was an instrument.
Yeah, he does that like he's Peter Frampton doing the singing guitar thing.
Or T-Pain.
But, when he would do a Zangrilli bit, he'd fake Chantilly Lace. He'd go, Zangrilli Lace, Zangrilli Lace,
And Donnie, you have said before you actually think that's a very good singing voice. You're impressed by that. Vocal range.
I
think when Joe lets it go, he does have a very good singing voice.
He and Callis, I bet, could do a mean duet.
Oh, limits questions below.
That line's pretty good. I like that one.
All right. What do we have here? Oh, Pitt and Louisville tomorrow night on the Fan. Pitt season pretty much over, but I guess they would get back on the respirator if they're able to beat Louisville on the road. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Rolling left, after the fake, he's going to air it out. Deep downfield, has a man open, and it's caught at the 15-yard line by Van Jefferson, and he gets up and rumbles to the end zone. Matthew Stafford with a bomb. He's got the great arm, we know that, and then Jefferson makes the catch.
All right, news coming in the last hour that after much debate and discussion and analysis, even after the Stafford-Brady meeting in Montana, he is returning to the Rams on a new deal. I don't think the financial terms are out, but as all of the insiders have said, the biggest domino to fall in the quarterback market has elected to remain with L.A. And so that's where we'll start today. On a Friday, I am not going to be dishonest. I didn't think Matthew Stafford was going to sign with the Steelers. I more wanted it to happen than expected it to happen.
He traded to the Steelers, yes.
More wanted it to happen than expected it to happen. I thought it was a long shot the entire time. I thought you made compelling points about how the Raiders would be a more attractive team for him because of indoors and Tom Brady and Chip Kelly there now and all of that. So I wanted it to happen. I wanted to believe when you hear Adam Schefter and these other insiders connect the Steelers, and when people would come on with us this week and say, hey, let's not rule it out. Let's not say it's dead on arrival. It's got no shot. I wanted to cling to that hope because I think without him, the season is hopeless. And I hate having, even before free agency starts in a few days, and we're still 2 months away from the draft, I hate being that guy. But that's honestly how I feel about them. He was the one player out there who I thought could switch things up, change the narrative, and actually cause me to go in to a Steelers season now with renewed hope that what we've been getting year after year was going to turn into something different. And so now that door has been slammed shut, I don't know what to say that's going to get people excited, optimistic, or thinking positively about this next season. Austin's in here in the changeover before the show telling me that he preferred Fields to Stafford the entire time because he thinks if Fields is the Steelers' quarterback, they'll go 6-11.
Was he willing to put his money where his mouth was?
He was not. I wanted him to make a wager on that, and he was uninterested in it. I don't think they're going to, depending on which quarterback they pick, Wilson or Fields, or both, I guess, could still come back. I don't think they're going to turn into one of the dregs of the NFL team for a year. And I also think they have no shot at competing for anything of real significance with those guys. So that's why this is a real Debbie Downer news story for me on a Friday. I just wanted that flicker of hope that it could happen to take me into the weekend, keep this alive for a few more days for me, and allow for me to dream that this dude could come in here on a white horse and save the Steelers' run of mediocrity.
I think what you're really speaking to is something that I've seen written about and spoken about by multiple people in multiple different places, more or less all of it locally, because I don't think nationally people feel this way because there's still this whole Tomlin voodoo. He'll get them to 10-7. They're going to be a tough out. They're never really a tough out anymore in the playoffs. There is a nihilism that has crept in under or like spread over the fan base sort of like a fog, and I count myself certainly as somebody affected by it. Stafford would have cut through that, I admit, because his best is still good enough to beat anybody on any given Sunday, which he almost did to the reigning Super Bowl champions to knock them off. But now that he is off the table, and you know me, I've still been a play the long game, ultimately, try to find your quarterback in a much better class in 2026. But for the purposes of 2025, man, how could you not be nihilistic? You're hearing reports from Jerry Dulac, the most tenured team insider, that they are genuinely interested, mainly because Mike Tomlin loves the guy, in bringing back Najee Harris if they can get the price right, unless Harris really wants to, explore free agency in the truest sense. You're hearing the owner and everybody else associated with the team, the general manager, the people who are talking, telegraph that they would like to bring back one of two, Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, even though nobody in the fan base wants Wilson back.
And then the one dark horse candidate that Schefter threw out on the Pardon My Take podcast today for the Steelers was Aaron Rodgers,
who apparently is the New York Giants' new apple of their eye.
Right, but okay, so that would be the Steelers' plan B if they can't re-sign one of their own?
Is a guy who would, if Tomlin occasionally blanched in private about like maybe the amount of say-so Roethlisberger had, Rodgers would drive him insane. I don't care that they made googly eyes at each other 5 years ago or whatever it was, Pony. The nihilism's creeping in because nothing they've done or nothing they've been connected to being interested in this offseason that's now still on the table is anything but the same old, same old. And we've now seen the fruits of the same old for enough years in a row, and we all know the landscape of the AFC around them to know that they're not going to get anything different. And so I think we're in a pretty unique position just because they tried something different last year with Fields and with Wilson, and it ultimately led them to the same destination that we haven't been in. And that's just that people are in a full-on rut. The one lifeline they had doesn't exist now with this Stafford re-up. And I think people are just, it's almost like playing out the string. You know how you feel like watching a baseball game between two bad teams in mid-August that aren't going anywhere, right? Like you might watch it because it's baseball and it's sports, but there's nothing actually happening there of substance. That's how I think a lot of people are going to approach their season.
That's like with 115 baseball games in the rearview mirror. This is the start of the offseason. You're not supposed to feel that way right now.
No, you're not. You're supposed to feel like, hey, my team's going to wheel and deal and make moves. But
they've made no changes to their coaching staff.
Correct.
Tomlin said changes at every level. None of that has happened other than one linebackers coach leaving on his own volition and one secondary coach getting swapped out to bring another guy back to the organization who worked for him before. Look, I don't usually have delusions of grandeur with them where I think even though Omar Khan and this administration has acted differently, that they're going to always give me these huge, gigantic, seismic moves. But what I also don't think is fair to accept is just them running it back.
That's what they want to do, though.
Tomlin stood up there after the season was over. Was like, I don't believe in the definition of insanity and doing the same things and expecting different results. Well, right now it feels like that.
You know
it
what the worst
feels
part
like that's going to happen.
Do you know what the worst part is, though? Like, if you and I had the chance, if some act of God placed him in this chair where my backpack is currently sitting between the two of us right now, and he said, fellas, I don't like you, you guys are sick of me, but for 20 minutes I will answer your questions to the best of my ability. If I asked him, Mike, why should anybody believe that right now, given what you haven't done and what you haven't said, things will be different next year, he wouldn't have a good answer other than his usual boilerplate, I believe in myself and I believe in the guys in that room. Meanwhile, the Eagles, who just won the Super Bowl, just hired Bowling Green's head coach to be their quarterback's coach, and I'm already just seeing the people who crunch tape and go over schemes say this is another unbelievable hire for them. Who knows if it will be, but they're making a hire that most of the cognoscenti thinks is a really good move, a really smart football team move. They just won the Super Bowl. The Steelers can't even bear to, fire an offensive line coach everyone's unhappy with on the outside.
No, the one time we do something like that is to bring Matt Canada in because of his close relationship with Canada dating back to his kids' recruitment at Maryland.
Do we have an equipment manager from Boston College they could bring in to freshen up the locker room? Maybe use a new detergent?
Donnie, you're always glass half full guy. You said your friends in high school.
Glass half full?
Glass half full guy. And your friends in high school used to constantly make fun of you about you feeling that way about the Pirates. Do you have glass half full syndrome with the Steelers?
No, I mean, I also don't really have it anymore with any of the teams, even the Buccos, but that's besides the point here. No, I don't. I mean, they didn't.
So you already, as Mr. Positivity, have no hope for this upcoming season right now as things stand on the last day of February in 2025?
As they stand right now, the hope for the Steelers to win the Super Bowl, that's what we're asking?
I'm even going to say, win a playoff game.
It's definitely 0 to win the Super Bowl. I guess there's a crack in the door to win a playoff game, but we have no idea what how free agency or draft approach will be.
What could they do with either of those two things that would make you feel like they are going to win a playoff game this year? Out of curiosity.
They would have to hit on all three of their first 3 picks. Say they draft 2 defensive tackles and
a Jalen Carter level impact, and then a guy who is
all 3 of those guys are studs right out of the gate.
Fair enough, but given the way these playoff games have gone, I'm not thinking that rookie first-year players are going to change the fortunes of this franchise overnight. None of those guys are going to be Jaden Daniels-esque impact guys.
Because by design, not by design, but by happenstance, they never end up being in a position to draft a player of that level
and
of talent.
Donnie, even if they do what you said, they're going to have to overcome Tomlin's coaching and whoever the quarterback is for this team next year.
Well, the other issue is that they've gotten into these playoff games and the defense has gotten absolutely butchered.
That might be the single biggest story that I know we focus on the quarterback because they don't have one. I know we focus on this too, but it almost feels like we're still not focusing on it enough. They spend so much money on that side of the ball. They have a coach whose area of supposed expertise is that side of the ball, and they just get cooked. The saddest part is the most reasonable plot or path, I think, to them winning a playoff game next year. Donnie, doesn't it feel like it would be they have a Matt McGloin with the Raiders situation where a team that gets in that's slated to face them has their quarterback somehow go down with a high ankle sprain and he can't go and they've got a bad backup? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's probably their best
You see
shot.
the Bengals and Burrow in Week 17, the Bengals are playing for seeding and he gets hurt late in the fourth quarter of the game and then they play a wounded Bengals team or something like that.
I don't know. I just think I'm not supposed to feel this way in late February, where Stafford does what most people thought he would reasonably do. Cooler heads prevail, and he ends up back in LA. And I'm like, well, season already feels like it's over. We're destined to 9-8, and maybe that gets you into the playoffs. And if it does, here comes the oncoming train that is just going to blow you up.
Pony, go back.
I don't want to feel that way. It's a Friday, and there's literally months of football talk that we have to
You're rubbing off on our YouTube commenters who are saying things like, Mueller must have had his head shine today. That thing is like looking at the sun. Everyone's very disgruntled in the YouTube comments.
About our appearance or what they disagree what I'm saying?
These guys are dumb as rocks when it comes to football. Would that be – that's from an Adrian. Is that Adrian the caller?
Call in. Tell me what gives you hope for the Steelers in 2025. Tell me why I should not feel this pessimistic about the state of the team. I am dead serious. If I am really an outlier here and, Pony just wants to be negative, tell me what there is to be excited about that gives anybody a glimmer of hope for next year being different from the last, what is it now, 8 years?
But you're different in terms of outcome. Even going into these last several seasons, and by the way, I happen to think these people are just grumpy because they agree with us.
412-928-9370.
Think about
Go
what
ahead,
you had
Chris.
going into this past season. Hey, Fields and Wilson, it's different. You, especially the previous season,
bought into Kenny.
I believe in Kenny.
Right.
The previous season, they drafted Kenny, so that's going to be eventually the guy.
Yes, I'm not like this every offseason.
Well, no, I'm just pointing this out, just to put a fine point on this. The season prior to that, Ben's got a full year under his belt from the elbow surgery, and yes, it didn't end well, but who knows? Maybe it can end better. The season before that, Ben is back from injury.
I don't trust the owner. I don't trust the head coach, and I have no clue who's going to play quarterback for them. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln. I mean, seriously.
That's how I've felt, and that's not a good feeling to have in this business. We are paid to come up with interesting things to say about a team.
No, but we're also not paid to be cheerleaders and just get propaganda and puff pieces and act like everything's sunshine and rainbows.
The problem that I think is holding them back is also the thing that makes them hard to talk about. It's that they continue to chart the same course, so they're not even doing anything different bad. They're just continuing to settle for typical bad.
Matthew Stafford will not be a Steelers. My reaction to that is the Steelers season is over before the offseason even starts because they are screwed with this coach, with their lousy quarterback situation. And if anybody out there has an upbeat or optimistic or positive slant on what's to come here, I would love to hear it because I'm in the mood for it. I need it. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's first headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Overtime win for the Penguins last night, 5-4 against the Flyers, coming back from 3 goals down to win it. Evgeny Malkin, 2 goals, 2 helpers. He had the game winner as well. Pens welcome the Bruins tomorrow. Puck drop at the arena set for 3. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Donnie. Shorkey, Mitsubishi North Hills. You know it as Mitsu by the Mall, and I can tell you it is the place to go if you want a terrific deal on the Mitsu that fits you. Now, what do they got right now? Well, all the time they've got the best inventory in Western Pennsylvania when it comes to Mitsubishi, and that means that there are still remaining 2024 Outlanders, just like the one that I drive, that are priced to move. In fact, one of those 2024 Outlanders can be had with up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross are available with 0% financing. And then obviously, if you're getting a new vehicle, you're probably trading in the old vehicle. Well, guess what? You're going to receive up to 125%. Yes, you can receive up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. Stop by Mitsu by the Mall for an instant, no-obligation appraisal. Tim Ferrara, the general manager. My guy Corey, the general sales manager.
Xavier Worthy, who set the all-time 40 record in Indy. While it's been a slow burn with Worthy, eventually he took off. He had 157 receiving yards in the Super Bowl. Teams notice these kind of things, so expect whoever gets a fast 40 at this year's Combine to move up just as quickly in the draft. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention?
Rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149
for tax prep that's $149 or less. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I thought Matthew Stafford was the only guy that could potentially save the Steelers, and I say that and people get pissed off at me, so whatever. I guess I'm in one of those moods today.
You seemed a little. You seemed a little chippy when I came
I'm in one of those moods where I feel like I could make the most obvious statement of all time. That Pitt helmet over there.
Which one? There's two of them of a slightly different tone.
I just realized that. That Steelers helmet over there is black.
Yeah.
And people will be like, "No, it's not, you idiot." Just to want to disagree with me.
Oh, so you're making this about people are mad at you and disagree with you.
I honestly feel like, you know, when you have an opinion and you're shocked that other people think it's even remotely controversial or crazy?
Yes.
Like, I don't know why people want to pick fights with me that I'm in such a bad, down in the dumps situation with my football team.
So to be very clear here, you think that other people are more upbeat about the Steelers than you are.
Just based on the reaction I get. I think the owner is asleep at the wheel. I think the head coach is stuck in his ways and is obstinate, and it's my way or the highway, even though his way hasn't worked forever. And the team doesn't have a good quarterback. And I point that out, and people say, shut the F up. I mean, what am I supposed to say? They're in a good spot? Hooray for Russell Wilson or Justin Fields? You want me to lie to you? It bugs me sometimes.
I think people always want to find a glimmer of hope.
And I had it. It was Stafford.
Well, no.
Get your ass here, Matt, and bail this team out. But even then, people are like too expensive and too old.
Even when we react to current events that are negative, people want to think maybe the guys have thought up something. Maybe Pony has put the big brain to work and has come up with something.
So they want to get lied to.
Wait a minute. You say that with such incredulity. You don't think that in every walk of life, sometimes when the situation's bad, there isn't a subset of the population that wants to be lied to?
I think Kenny Pickett's going to be great. Shut up. I think this might be the Pirates' year. Shut up. I mean, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, there's all kinds of examples of me saying I think this team is going to be really good, and then I do that, and people still want to give me the middle finger.
Well, usually because you have a reputation as a massive jinx.
So then they should be ecstatic that I'm saying that they're in a horrible spot right now.
No, but sometimes you're right, and I think most people, by and large, actually do agree with you. I mean, it is kind of it makes my skin crawl from a strict sports fan perspective that their head coach talks so tough about no definition of insanity behavior, and yet to outside appearances, everything he does reflects that he, in fact, embraces that mentality.
They met with Najee Harris yesterday.
That's what I mean. What was that movie, Shutter Island, where DiCaprio is in a mental hospital and everyone pretends he's like a detective, right, Donnie? Isn't that the twist there?
I know the movie,
he's
but
in
I've never
some
seen
sort
it.
of mental hospital, but people make him think he's a detective. I feel like
never seen it.
Yeah, when Mike talks, I feel like it's this bent version of reality like that. You know what I mean? Where he's almost trying to spin a reality for everybody out there, even though everybody can see on the inside, no, this is not what he says it is.
412-928-9370. Here is Rock in Pittsburgh. Hello, Rock.
Hello, sir.
Hey, man.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
What do you got for us, Rock?
So I'm going to call it pessimistic optimism for the Steelers. I don't think Russell Wilson's the answer at all. I don't think Justin Fields is the answer at all. But I think you bring Justin in here next year, see what he has. If he has something, you build with it for the future. If not, you have a top 15 draft pick. You maybe trade up in the draft, and you have your optimism for looking for your future quarterback.
So your optimism is we're punting on 2025.
Unless Fields is great, in which case I guess.
And you
give him a
actually
big
hold out
contract?
hope that Fields is going to be great here?
Not hold out hope, but I think you give him a
Rock,
full
can I
year
ask
of
you a serious
opportunity.
question? You hooked us both with an interesting kind of bizarre turn of phrase like pessimistic optimism.
I liked it.
I did like it. It was a good take in that sense. How good would Fields have to be for you to go forward and say, we don't need a quarterback in 26, this guy's our guy? Because I think that's like that's like one of those deals you'd have to really know what you were watching was good. He couldn't go 10-7 with pretty good numbers. He'd have to be a legit MVP
And you
candidate.
think Mike Tomlin is going to give him the license or the leeway or the opportunity to actually be that quarterback that you're talking about?
Personally, no. Okay. I would like to see that. I don't think Tomlin wants to get out of his ways.
There's the pessimism. Well, I think Mike wants to be like a guy who, like the governors they put on golf carts, where a golf cart can't go beyond a certain speed. I think Mike wants to put a governor on his quarterback.
Agreed. And I think that's kind of where you're limited. And if that's the case, it puts you in a better spot for a draft pick. I know you may punt on the season, can look at it that way.
The problem
but
is you have to then believe, Rock, that the draft pick that they take, the quarterback that they would presumably take, Mike would suddenly say, I like this guy so much that I am, in fact, not putting a governor on him. Problem, Kenny Pickett was absolutely still put in the handcuffs. I don't think Kenny was going to do great things outside of it, but Mike drafted him and wasn't crazy about letting him try to win games.
Donnie, if you had to guess, if Fields is their starting quarterback for 17 games, and they have 3 potential records for 2025 that are on the table, 6-11, 9-8, or 11-6, what do you think is the most likely?
9 and 8.
Right.
I think everyone would say that.
Well, no, not everyone is saying that because our
Most
caller
people
in
would say that.
Austin's reaction was, with Fields, there's boom or bust. There's a chance you're going to end up on one of the extremes. I'm saying it's probably just going to be more of the same, which is right smack dab in the middle.
I think with Fields, like they'll shorten games. They'll try to run the ball. They'll probably win a decent number of games the way they won 4 out of their first 6. And then they'll end up losing some games like the Dallas game or the Indy game that you scratch your head about, and it'll probably come out in the wash that it's 9-8.
Nathan is in Slippery Rock. Hello, Nate.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
What's going on? So
Happy Friday.
I wish I had a little. I have a little bit of optimism, I guess. So the way I look at it is, I'd say at this point it's probably going to be Justin Fields. So the play that I kind of think of, if you remember, I think there was an interference or probably a Broderick Jones holding. If you remember back to the Colts game, we threw he rolled out of the pocket and threw a vertical to Pickens. It was like on a rope. It was probably
that was the Denver game.
That was the Denver game, but we know the play you're talking about, Nate. We know the play. Yep.
So just, I guess you kind of got to look at that. Maybe we'll get some more out of that, or maybe at this point we just throw the Pickett jersey back on Pony with the 2 gloves and let him get out there and do it, I guess.
I think people would like to see that. I think most of our listeners would like to see Pony take reps behind this offensive line. Broderick Jones would bring a Matador's cape. Look at you over there in the dumps.
I'm super defeated about just everything.
Do you need me to be the sunshine and rainbows on this show? Because that's not really a posture that's normal for me.
I don't know. I honestly am. You're saying nihilistic. I'm nihilistic about everything right now. I don't think it's going to matter.
Oh, now here you go. You're bringing geopolitics into this?
No, because I think if I said, you know what, I've got a good feeling about this, people's reaction would be, oh, Pony doesn't actually believe that. They're going to suck.
Donnie, maybe we need to just send him home for the day. And
maybe we need to switch right now, and I'll produce the rest of the show.
Tony's just in there banging buttons.
Let's get a head start on that lost bet proposition now.
I don't have a good answer for you with the Steelers. You know what I think this exacerbates or this underscores? How bad it is with the other 2 teams, or even 3 teams if you're counting Pitt Hoops we would otherwise be trying to talk about right now. Pitt Hoops, you just said something like, well, they could get their season on a respirator if they beat Louisville. With the Penguins, it's nice that you had a comeback. You also still stink. And then the Pirates will just serve to make most other people that are listening even more angry.
We'll talk about one of those teams next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt and Louisville tomorrow at 6. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 5:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Still get talked about, in public. People who know me, people who don't know me. And I'm always surprised, and pleasantly so, how many people come up and they don't want to talk sports. They say, hey, I tried Awaken 180 thanks to you, and it's worked great for me. Very gratifying, something that's very cool, something I would encourage you if you've been looking to shed some stubborn pounds. I know that we're 2 months into the new year. We're not in resolution time anymore, but guess what? Never too late to start doing things the right way, to start kind of treating yourself to the gift of health and the gift of weight loss and the gift of feeling better. Awaken 180 can give you all of those things. It's not just about the number on the scale with Awaken 180. It's about your joints feeling better. It's about some of the fat that's inside your body that you don't know about getting reduced. Some of the stuff, it's visceral fat is the term, Donnie, and that's something you really don't want. Awaken 180 can help you with that as well. It's also about creating healthier habits, which it did for me. That's why I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks, and I've kept it off. If you've tried to lose weight with no success, it's time you try the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check you have gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Stick, it broke in half, and then he slammed the handle into the corner as he leaves here. I don't know if that's at himself, at the coach.
It's
now he's screaming. He is upset he's being pulled.
Yeah.
He is kind of barking down the bench. He slammed the door.
Well, two of the goals went off his own guys. And now this one, he's left to his own devices. So
look all the way down the other end.
You can see him down at the far end, and he sees the hook is coming, and it's a humiliating feeling.
You know, that's just an indication of how invested he is. He cares. He cares. He's competitive. He wants to win. That's raw emotion. I have no problem with that. Quite honestly, I thought he inspired the group to want to compete for him. So, you know, for me, that I thought our team responded.
Penguins fan John Butchergross on the call for ESPN Plus, and then Mike Sullivan on the Ned tantrum being the catalyst for a comeback win against the Flyers and having no issue with it because he thinks it helped propel his team to victory. This is Hockey Talk at 2:33. Now is the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums. 724-443-5600. 1-0.
Maybe he was listening to Tyler Kennedy on with us, decided to get fired up.
Maybe he was listening to Tyler Kennedy with us and was trying to find a Max Talbot moment to rally around. And they got it in the same exact situation, which was pretty crazy last night.
Would the
same team.
Would a player have access to one of the bobbleheads if they really wanted one? Hey, can you make sure you set a couple aside for my family?
Yeah.
How many do you think realistically, if Sidney Crosby asked for, they would give him? If Sidney Crosby asked, just hypothetically,
for 100?
For 50 of those Max Talbot bobbleheads,
yeah,
would
he's
they
getting
give it
50.
to him? What about 100?
Yes.
Donnie, is he getting 250 of those bobbleheads if he asks for them? Crosby. With no explanation other than I would like 250 of them.
Yes.
I think that might be a bridge too far. Sid, or at least a cause phrase, Sid, what do you need these for? Man, doesn't that game, though, even though it's got the great comeback, it's got Ned blowing up, and that's obviously just interesting on a very basic level for obvious reasons.
Screaming at Sullivan.
Screaming and berating him. 2 of the goals at that point had gone in off his own teammates to that juncture in the game. I guess I am not going to say it's meaningless, but it kind of is for them, you know? Like, it's a nice little individual 3-hour story in what is a season that's already slipped away. The best thing you can say is that he showed fight and they showed fight. They didn't get absolutely dog-walked 2 times in a row by their arch rival.
And it was looking that way. And when you're down 9-1 and you give up a goal on the first shot again, it's looking like so many depressing, sickening Penguins games this year.
Right. But it sort of happens in a weird vacuum.
And I don't think that this is the main theme or main takeaway from what happened with those guys, but Sullivan was completely within his right to do it. Ned was terrible in the last game. He's been awful all season. And even though it wasn't really his fault last night, his team had played a game plus of wretched hockey against another bad team, and it's your rival, and you're at home. So he's looking for anything to give his team a spark. So that's
to prevent a total humiliation.
Yeah, and so if I have to humiliate my goalie, in air quotes, in order to bring my team back from the dead, so be it. And they scored 2 goals right away. I mean, I think Mike Sullivan, I agree with – let me start over. I don't agree with the odds makers that he will be the next coach fired, but I agree with the concept of him being on the hot seat, even though we know he's not, just because it's been so long since he got results here.
It's a warranted hot seat, even though it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and so I probably don't agree big picture with a lot of the things Sullivan has done, but last night I thought that was completely justified, and I do put 2 and 2 together. I do think that's a reason why they won the game. I think his team snapped out of the malaise or the fog or the funk that they were in, and you can turn it on against the Flyers and beat them at home because Philadelphia sucks.
I mean, it is sort of a situation with them where I think you want 2 things at this point if you're a Penguins fan, because I think we're about at the point now where it becomes very difficult to scale and climb over all these teams, clearly, to get on some kind of an insane run. You want them to play hard and put together a product on the ice night after night that looks like they give a crap.
But lose?
But you don't want them to win. Isn't that where you're at with them? Like, last night's fun because it's the Flyers, and you still don't want to lose 2 in a row to them that way. But, like, against any other team, like, I'm kind of saying, like, play hard, play a pretty good game, but
Losing in sports is incentivized. You get better odds in the lottery. They have their first-round pick, unlike last year when it went to the Sharks for freaking out Erik Karlsson. So it pays to lose. They are too far out of the playoff picture. Yeah. You want to get the best players possible in this next draft, and the easiest way or the straightest line to that would be to acquire as many good picks as possible, and the chances are you'll draft a better player at 5 than you would at 12 at the start of every round. So, yeah, I want them to lose. And that's not – like, I don't think that any fan – not that we've had a ton of debates about this – I don't think any fan should have some kind of, like, internal struggle with themselves over that. The reason why this whole dynasty and the best team in the salary cap era and Sidney Crosby on in the pantheon of the greatest hockey players of all time, the reason why any of that exists is because of how bad they were in the early 2000s for an extended period of time. And they were able to get Fleury and Sid and Malkin and Jordan Stahl.
It wasn't even that extended of a period of time. That's the thing.
It was a half decade. It's not like the Pirates. I guess we have to, like,
a half decade in the early aughts? They were bad for like 2 seasons, really. And they got a king's ransom for it collectively. Bad with no hope for a couple seasons. They were bad in Sid's first year, and that was it. I'm just saying, like, it was a quick turnaround. They did a speed run of all of that stuff. I do wonder, you bring all this up, and I talk about wanting them to lose. I have wondered since it became obvious that they really were trying to rebuild, even if they won't say it, just what kind of stomach hockey fans have for that in this town. Because I know they didn't have much of one in the early 2000s.
But they've seen it work twice. They saw Mario come here because they tanked games.
That did not make that building any more full in the early aughts.
Yeah, just because the building isn't full, though, doesn't mean that people stop caring.
Sure, that's actually true. Here's the problem. More than any other of the major sports, hockey depends on revenue from ticket sales. The people running that as a business, the ownership, the faceless ownership of this team now, absolutely needs that building to be full more often than not, even when they're going through a rebuild. I don't know how the hell you do that.
Well, you sell people on the idea of still getting a chance to see Sidney Crosby play hockey, even if he's playing on a bad team, right?
That's about. I mean,
and I get that.
You're selling a bit of a nostalgia tour, and you're saying, please, but come and patronize our business while we're under construction. One of those deals.
Yeah, but I don't even. Nostalgia tour, I think, it implies with Sid, like he's not the player he once was, but you still get to see some relic of greatness
fair.
with him.
He's the player. He's largely the player he once was. It's what's around him that isn't like it was anymore. Yes, you're still seeing a guy who is, when he's healthy and I think playing well, among the 10 best players in the league.
And the NHL recognizes that because they're still both of their games this weekend are on national TV.
Are they going to start televising every Capitals game from now on if Ovechkin has a couple more multi-goal games soon? He gets that thing down, to what?
How do you feel about him breaking the record?
Happy.
Really?
Love it. Progress.
What do you mean progress? In what respect?
For the NHL, he's one of the 2 guys you were counting on to try to revitalize the league, and the one is going to go down as, at worst, like the 4th best player ever. He's probably going to rocket up close to that in that same ranking. He's going to break an unbreakable record in an era, with apologies to Gary Bettman, that is nowhere near as favorable to goal scorers as the era Gretzky played.
I don't loathe Ovechkin like I did in the early stages of his career when he was trying to not only beat the Penguins but injure Penguins like Gonchar and Malkin. So, that kind of disdain for him is faded away. I mean, there's a ton of respect for him. However, here's what I don't want. If he breaks Gretzky's record, and let's just say because they have the most points, or at least they did last time I checked, the most points in the NHL.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing I want is if he wins a Stanley Cup and has the all-time goal-scoring record, and he's got 2 cups to Sid's 3, and he's got exactly that's exactly right.
Yeah,
I don't want there to be a debate.
You've hand-wrung about that for a while now. I still think, to the degree that hockey writers drive narratives, I think Sid is going to be placed above him unless he were to win 3 more Stanley Cups in a row while breaking this record and getting to 1,000 goals. I think it would take an almost absurd Brady-like late career run for him.
He's breaking, though, what was considered an unbreakable record.
I like that it's him breaking it, and he's got a personality, and he's a freight train early in his career, and he's got some showmanship. I'll say it. I didn't watch the guy play live in his best decade. I see highlights. Gretzky is boring as hell sometimes to watch. Here's Wayne Gretzky scoring a goal where the puck never comes off the ice because the goalie's wearing pads that are as thin as a pencil. Wow, this is exciting. I know he's unbelievably great. It just never popped off the screen when you'd watch him.
And before the game here last Saturday, apparently Ovechkin's pregame meal, Donnie, a Subway footlong and a bag of hot Cheetos.
Dude's a badass.
Wait, hot Cheetos?
I hope he breaks the record.
I would just be so worried I was going to take a fiery dump because of that.
He's got that Russian
GI tract.
Who knows what he was eating when he was still over there? Borscht?
More borscht?
I don't really know much about their cuisine, but yeah.
Jeff in South Park, official Penguins historian of the show. They sucked for 3 years, Mulsey. All right, I said 2. I was still closer than
I'm telling you, people are
right
in a very
answer.
disagreeable mood with us today.
Yeah, there's a lot of chirping going on.
I guess I brought that out
You
of them.
lit this wick. What are you talking about?
I did. I'm having a midlife crisis live on the radio right now.
A midlife crisis? We started with Matthew Stafford re-signed with the Rams, and you've upgraded to midlife crisis? What's wrong?
I'm 39 years old, and the football team that we talk about every day seemingly backdoors their way into a good record every season, but they don't do anything more than that.
And that's
and
caused
the coach isn't going anywhere, and the owner thinks it's great. Yes, right now it is.
You've got a happy, healthy baby girl who's doing crazy, cool stuff every day, and this has caused you to have a midlife crisis?
Yes, because I'm right about the Steelers, and everyone's telling me that I'm an effing a-hole. That's what's got me in a bad mood.
How do you know the two things are connected?
Yeah, okay.
I think I just made it worse, Don.
We come back. You will hear Adam Schefter live at the Combine. He's made his Steelers quarterback prediction now that Stafford is off the market. You'll hear his voice on that, and then you'll hear Kabali at 3:45. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Here's a message from Mulsey.
So what's like the real thing that's going on when you're having a midlife crisis? Maybe you're thinking about the future, but maybe you're also thinking about what you once were but aren't anymore. You ain't as good as you once was, I think somebody once said. Well, if you're feeling that way when it comes to maybe confidence in the bedroom, because you're not the age you once were, you're not early 20s anymore, you're maybe mid-40s or even older, I've got help for you. BlueChew, as a matter of fact. BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. They're in chewable form. You don't have to worry about swallowing pills if that's not your thing. BlueChew's tablets can give you that extra confidence when it's time to perform. You aren't going to have to go to the doctor's office. You're not going to have some awkward conversation. It just ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Even more kind of right to the point here, no two guys are the same. That's an important thing to know. So the licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. If you're ready for a great offer, how about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat game tickets and more. Just $49.59 per person, double occupancy. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
In the time it takes you to actually board that flight from Group 8,
now boarding Premier Altitude Elite Club members.
you could have bought a Hyundai on Amazon. Yes, that Amazon, where you buy everything else.
Mid-tier Altitude Elite, feel free to board now.
So while you're waiting for them to make up new boarding groups, you can order your dream car and the dealer will have it ready in no time.
Now boarding groups 1 through 7.
So close. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability, pickup through participating Hyundai dealer in select markets.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, Spruce, Spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Now's the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram in Peters Township. Get great deals on the entire lineup. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee starting at $239 a month for 27 months. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep.net. See dealer for details.
Men with ED, if you think chewing gum or calling an 800 number for pills will fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, NuFlow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call NuFlow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Louisville tomorrow night in Kentucky. Pitt, big underdog in that game. They need to win out to avoid a losing season in ACC play. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Steelers next quarterback?
Yeah.
Russell Wilson or Justin Fields?
No way. All right. They're staying put. Really?
One of them will be back. One of them I expect to be back.
Which one?
Russell Wilson.
Okay. Sussy for Russie.
Russie's back.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Talk to me like an alien that just landed here and is unfamiliar with the lexicon and pop culture in 2025, what does sussy for Russie mean?
I've never been happier to say, Pony, I have no earthly idea. Sussy
Donnie,
for
you're
Russie?
in your 20s. What's the sussy for Russie thing mean?
That's a Jersey Jerry
Well, I
thing.
know that Jerry says it, but do we know what sussy means?
I don't know, like suspect.
Yeah, when I thought somebody said that's
he's
S-U-S.
Sus
was always, ooh, that's really sus, man. They're bringing Russ back.
You
like,
don't
that's
need
a
to tank
suspect
for him. He's
move.
not in the draft. It's not like tank for Tua or whatever the hell people said about that.
I don't know what's sussy for Russie
Blow
means.
for Joe. I was at a Steelers-Bengals game, and there was a sign in purple and yellow letters because of the LSU connection that said blow for Joe.
Was it creatively spelled Bleaux?
Yeah, I think it was actually.
That's pretty good. Good for them if they did.
I mean, yeah, we'd have to ask
Sussy
our guy
for Russie.
Ben Tenuta, but he's doing high school hoops all day. So I saw one of the Barstool brackets last night, actually one of my favorite ones. It was old man sayings. And why is that one of my favorite ones? Because I'm looking at it thinking, I say like 3/4 of these already.
You might have to later in the show just read
Rip
them off
through
for
a
us
few.
and
Yeah,
see if
that could
that's
be a
still
nice,
part of
nice
my
activity.
regular lingo.
Oh, I think you're gonna have a bunch of them, and I'm just gonna have my head hung in shame, man. I'm gonna be in a bad way.
You're gonna be in a bad way over realizing that you say old things.
You're having an objective midlife crisis because of the Steelers quarterback situation.
You're judging me because I'm sitting here reacting to Stafford going back to L.A. thinking, well, that was the one life preserver out there to save the Steelers season, and you're on my ass for that. But, oh, heaven forbid, which might be an expression that's on there.
Heavens to Betsy.
You find out that a lot of these sayings that you use every day are antiquated and are synonymous with being an old fogey. And, oh, no, Chris Muller is going to freak out.
Pretty much. Yours is still worse. You're talking about a genuine midlife crisis.
Because it's my life. Talking about the Steelers and watching the Steelers and identifying with them, and I draw a lot of my mood swings and ups and downs and how I feel based on how they do. I don't think that's
healthier approach, Donnie. Pony's right there, or mine, which is I would like the team to do well because I do still want to see them win, but what they do on a day-to-day basis, I have opinions on it. It does not determine my mood. Steelers lose a game, my mood is the same as if the Steelers won the game.
Well, you know.
Here we go. Now I'm going to get lectured on like how I let sports affect my life too much.
Maybe not. I'm asking a guy whose nickname is Donnie Football.
Not right now. It's Donnie Chedrick because it's February 28th.
The healthier one is Chris's, but I mean, I subscribe to Ponies way more.
Okay, then.
Yeah, but you seem to be oddly at peace with the situation. I just played a clip where Schefter is predicting that it's going to be Russell Wilson, and I don't sense any steam coming out of your ears about the state of the team.
Listen, it's a Friday afternoon. I'm trying to be happy, pal. I'm playing our Friday song.
We're all
the
steamed
big
out
coming
though
up
on this
in 2
one.
hours.
We're all steamed out though. I will say, like, there's a certain level, like
steamed out. Like
you've beaten me up with Russell Wilson, not you personally, but like as the Steelers, you've beaten me up with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's own comments have just beaten me up about wanting to come back enough. When I hear Adam Schefter say, "Yeah, I think it's going to be Russell Wilson of those two," at that point, like it's like kicking a dead horse. I'm already laying there, not moving. Like, do you really need to keep stomping me?
And if it were like something that was an auxiliary issue or a tertiary thing, then I wouldn't harp on it as much.
Well, see, now I am having a midlife crisis. Our friend Fred heard me say my mood doesn't change based on a win or a loss. He said, OMG, Chris is now Ron Cook. Well, now you've pissed me off, Fred.
Right, thank you. Yeah,
you're
better than that.
Now I have to reconsider.
You're better than that. I just want the story.
But I do root for the Steelers. I just do not attach my entire emotional well-being to the outcome of the game.
And also, let's be fair with Ron. If Roethlisberger had a bad game, he came in here and was a basket case the next day. He was not like a steady Eddie.
Humor me. What would
human metronome type guy? But continue.
In an alternate universe, Ben, let's say after 2019 or 2020, the Steelers actually do cut him loose. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say for some reason the Browns want him and he actually goes to Cleveland. What would Ron have done? Would he have
retired early?
Would he have started like saying, these Browns, they're going to be on the rise. Watch out.
He probably would have.
That would have been a sight. I always like to play little scenarios like that out in my head. Anyway, I am a little bit like a boxer that's been hit too many times when it comes to reacting in an ornery way to something I genuinely do not want any part of, which is the idea that Russell Wilson would be brought back here. Like, you can only beat me down so much with that before I stop reacting to it.
It's like you had a kid who throughout elementary school was the best. Loved you, got great grades in school, did everything perfect. They're bringing home report cards and tests. You're putting them right up on the report card. They never give you a hard time. They go to bed when they're supposed to. They eat their vegetables. They're polite. They've got great manners, everything. You love this kid. And then they get to like 13 or 14, and they turn into like a different human.
Did you do that?
A little bit.
Or you were never good to begin with?
They're a rebel, and they're cussing you out, and they're smoking cigarettes, and they're hanging out with the wrong crowd at school. And, yes, the Steelers' record at this time does not reflect that. They have not turned into 5-12 or 4-13 or something like that, where they're doing it over and over again, and they're stuck in perpetual rebuild mode, and they're never, getting out of it. I'm not saying that that's who they've become, but it just seems like they're on the precipice and verge of making more really dumb decisions. And as someone that grew up, or when I first got here, was accustomed to them generally making really good decisions and winning a lot and winning big games and playing in big games and winning championships and whatnot, seeing them now get to a point where the news this week is Najee Harris might be back, and the most likely quarterback that is going to start for them week 1 is Russell Wilson. It's like, what happened to this team? What happened to this team that I was proud to root for and put on a pedestal, and we look down on everybody else in the NFL because look at our win percentage and our Lombardis and everything we do. This is not the Steelers. 37-year-old Russell Wilson and Najee Harris, who averages 3.9 yards per carry. Let's run it back with them and keep our fingers crossed we go 10-7 again, and maybe this time we get lucky in a playoff game.
I think I have the best analogy for them as a team, and it's going to not make you happy because I think what I'm about to describe here is 2/3, if not more, of the symptoms of clinical depression. Have you ever been, either of you, Donnie, you haven't lived long enough maybe to have enough time for one of these ruts. You ever just been in a rut where you knew you weren't eating what you should have been eating, you weren't exercising, and you wanted to make positive changes, and you would think about making them, and then you wouldn't do any of them?
Is this your way of shaming me because I was eating that cinnamon roll that was out there?
I had a little piece of king cake. No, I'm being serious here. Have either of you ever had that? You want to make some changes. You're like, I gotta change things up. I gotta do this and this and this better. And you think about it all the time. You talk about it. You're clearly not happy with the state of current state of affairs. When push comes to shove, though, you don't actually do any of it, or you don't follow through. You might even make a plan that sounds good in your head. You don't follow through. They strike me as that, the football version of that. There's probably a recognition there on some level. Yes, this is bad. We should be doing things differently. We can't keep accepting these results. I do believe on some level Mike is why do you have your head in your hands?
No, I'm listening.
On some level, you looked like you were about to break down crying. On some level, Mike understands that this isn't good enough, even though he doesn't face pressure from the owner. I'm sure the owner, even though I absolutely rip into him and say he seems like he doesn't care, on some level he does. But none of the people that could make decisions there care enough to actually sit down and be like, we're going to make the hard decisions and start taking the hard actions that actually spur change. That is what I sense when I look at them, and that's what the best comparison I can make, that they are in a rut. They know they're in a rut, but they aren't actually going to do anything to get out of it. They're just going to almost hope that, by inertia, they just get, pushed out of it by some external force. And that would, I guess, be just teams start to beat them such that they are picking near the top of the draft and just a quarterback falls into their laps, and that's, the thing that propels them out.
And Steelers media will gaslight us on Russell Wilson, and they'll either...
Here's why it's going to be different this year with Russ. Here's why he and Arthur actually do work together. His receivers are going to
be better. The offensive line is going to be better. Kabali's going to point out to us, look at his stats from the Ravens game. He was far from the problem in that game. And some people that are just, they want to always believe that their team is going to be good and great will fall for that. And we'll get behind that. But I can't.
I don't know how you could. I don't know how anybody could.
And I tried, man. Yesterday we're talking about friggin' bobbleheads and comparing Pitt players to Penn State players. I'm trying to get out of this vortex.
But they're the entity that needs to get out of it, and they...
No, I'm saying I'm even trying to sometimes avoid talking about it, but when the biggest insider in the NFL says Russell Wilson is probably going to be their quarterback next year, I can't not have a reaction to that. I can't pretend like that's not happening.
By the way, do we feel like worse about that because, as you said, Schefter and Khan have a very close relationship, and you think it's coming from the GM?
I don't think it's Khan's way of believing or thinking that, Russell Wilson is the answer, or I don't think it's...
I'd feel worse about it, by the way, if it was Glazer saying, I think it's going to be Russell Wilson.
But I think it's an acknowledgement that the owner is a Russell Wilson guy, and the owner is the one person in the organization who, when he feels like it from time to time, will trump Tomlin on things. And I think the owner gets involved in quarterback decisions more than anything else. How do I know that? Because
Kenny Pickett.
And Ben before his final season.
I just wish he was way more like Jeffrey Lurie. Just cut the checks and stay out of the way. I mean, because that's really what he warrants at this point. He's not making decisions that suggest he should be prominently involved. He's one of those people that's in. I mean, you got to be in for a penny, in for a pound if you're him. You either got to be making all the decisions and like really taking ownership of the situation, or you got to be out on all of them.
We've done this. I mean, I've said before on this station, and we've heard people, and it even happened a little bit in the first hour of the show. All right, Justin Fields is being talked about. People will call in and they'll speak for the idea of Fields. Donnie actually has even said that's what he wants of all the options out there. Like, people are at least able to twist it enough and move things around to think, all right, I can see this working, or I can see this being a good thing with Fields. Is there anybody who actually thinks that about Russ? I mean, Kabali, even his biggest offender, has said that he prefers Fields to be back here next year than Russ, and that Fields makes more sense than Russ. Other than maybe the literal owner of the football team, who is the opinion that matters most, who else out there is like, you know what? If Russ comes back for $20 million a year, I could actually do that. Ugh. I'm cool with that.
God, would that be not good?
No, I would be irate if the Russell Wilson thing actually happened.
Yeah, that would shake me out of these doldrums,
weeks ago,
I guess.
I said a few weeks ago, I would rather Kyle Allen just get the nod for 2025.
And Mark tried to argue with you on that. Like, no, you wouldn't, Donnie. No,
well,
you
Mark
wouldn't.
is also, and he has said this before, he said this during one of the pregame shows this year. He has no issue with the Steelers being that team in the middle every single season because they're always relevant and in the conversation.
Relevant? What conversation? Like, just like
they're always on the playoff doorstep. He has said that because I brought up why don't they just consider being bad one time and see how that changes the fortunes of the future.
And he scoffed at that.
And he doesn't think there's an issue with where they're at.
So if for 50 years they went 9-8 and lost in the playoffs in the first round for 50 years, he'd say that was a good half century of Steelers football?
Sure.
Oh, my God.
But we had that discussion late in the season, and he was firm that, it's fine with where they're at every single year.
I wanted Russell Wilson coming back to the Steelers to be talked about the way that Dan Moore Jr. coming back here or James Daniels has been talked about, which is to say it hasn't been. Because everybody knows Broderick's going to play left tackle, and they're going to let McCormick play right guard, and they're going to let the young guys play. And I wanted, after a 5-game losing streak where the dude looked like the worst version of himself in Denver, that would be like, okay, we tried it. It only cost us $1 million. No, like, entanglements or anything that's going to hurt us.
We weren't happy with this, but we're going to pay 20 times as much as we did for it to do it again.
And I got Omar Khan just saying it was a great experience with Russ. What are you talking about? Great experience. Again, that gets back to me thinking he has to say what his owner thinks. And his coach thinks. Omar Khan can't actually feel that way. Like, all in all, this was a tremendous experience with Russell Wilson. Get the hell out of here.
It was a tremendous experience for, I think, nobody by the end of it, unless it was maybe Russ, because that's the only place he's going to get employment.
What's your reaction to Adam Schefter saying he thinks Russell Wilson will be back as the Steelers quarterback in 2025? I've been accused all day of being too negative and thinking that all hope is lost for the Steelers because Matthew Stafford is ending up back in L.A. If it's Russell Wilson next year, is anybody actually going to be okay with that? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Plus one player we know the Steelers are big fans of. Talk about that. Plus a Donnie headline right here.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lead the Rays 3-2 in the 7th inning. They have a game with the Orioles tomorrow at 1 p.m. You can listen to that game tomorrow right here on 93.7 The Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. That's where it's at. Where what's at? Well, great deals. I guess maybe I should have said some other sort of proper noun there. I don't know. My grammar's all messed up on that one. Forgive me. What I can tell you about right now that I'm not going to get wrong is the great deals that they've got. Up to $9,000 off right now on remaining 2024 Outlanders. And they've got remaining 2024 Outlanders because they've got the best inventory in Western Pennsylvania. So they've got ones that are priced to move. And you could get into one right now. I drive a 2024 Outlander. Awesome vehicle, loaded with features, all-wheel drive, 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. I could keep checking off the boxes, all the good things about the Outlander. You need to see one for yourself. Also, you're looking to trade in the old vehicle to get into the new vehicle. How about potentially receiving up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade? You can stop by Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington now for an instant, no-obligation appraisal. Really, whatever you're looking for with Mitsubishi, it's time to get your deal your way. What a great day. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, and you can always shop online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 56 points from Steph Curry last night in Orlando. His rampage beginning with a behind half-court heave to beat the halftime buzzer. That led to Curry outscoring the Magic by himself in the third. He now has 14 50-point games, 9 since turning 30, the most in NBA history. But regardless of the numbers, there's just nothing like Curry on a heater. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, starting at $160 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, starting at $175 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. This month only, get 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $119, plus the 4th room clean free, and $75 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Already seeing a lot of inbound backup on the parkways. Inbound side of the Parkway East, you'll see delays from Churchill to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Inbound Parkway West, you'll hit congestion from 79 all the way to the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Ronheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie's 9th mock of the day coming up with new intel from this NFL scouting combine. What are the draft experts saying about the Steelers and the 21st pick? Mark Caballi, fresh off a trip to Indy for the combine, will be in studio with us in a half hour.
Oh, I cannot wait to hear Caballi complaining about being in Indy. It's going to be one negative thing after another.
Well, he also will probably be a part of a gigantic event that's coming to Pittsburgh that we'll ask him about next hour.
I went to the restaurant. My beer was too cold.
Too free.
Yeah. The cocktail sauce at St. Elmo's was too delicious and spicy.
Would Milton Williams signing with the Steelers cheer you up?
I mean, wouldn't it be probably a pretty good move in a vacuum? Hey, they're shoring up, they're using some of that, up in the rise in the cap to address a position they have need in, and the guy played really well, and he probably is going to play pretty well here. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice. I don't know how much it would cheer me up. Walter Nolan, by the way, getting comped to Milton Williams. I'm seeing people, they always try to comp these guys to established NFL players, and that was the one they made.
And Nolan was the guy that Tomlin was gaga over at the Senior Bowl?
Yes.
So they have a type then.
Well, I'm just telling you, they could decide, we'll spend that money elsewhere and we'll just draft the guy. People also said Nolan was the only dude at the Senior Bowl who they saw as a legit first-round guy for the Steelers. Or was that just in positions they needed, or was he basically one of the only first-round caliber prospects there?
Well, none of the big wide receivers were there. None of the big corners were there.
Shadur Sanders went to the Shrine Bowl.
But they're not interested in Shadur Sanders.
No, I'm saying if you're just saying first-round picks generally, guys who are rated as first-round picks for any team.
Pudgy is in New Kensington and is now with us. Hello, Pudgy.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
I lived across the street from a Pudgy when I was a kid.
Was it Pudgy Wudgy?
It was actually a woman whose nickname was Pudgy, but she was my cousin, so I was allowed to call her that.
I don't have Marley and Donnie know about Pudgy Wudgy from Oakmont, the cat sign.
I've heard of Pudgy Wudgy and have no idea what it actually is.
Is that why you're affectionately known as Pudgy?
No, it's different reasons.
I see, yes, world famous cat immortalized in film, yes. There it is, yes, Pudgy Wudgy.
But yeah, I have a Pudgy nugget for you guys on the Steelers and their quarterback situation.
Please.
So the Steelers, they want to do a 2-year deal, $25 million a year with Russell Wilson. This is from my inside sources that I have.
Okay.
What they want to do, they want to do Russ for 2 years. They're going to draft a quarterback in the next draft. They want to have Russ groom that quarterback for 1 year, but for 2025, they're going to try to put some pieces around Russ. They want to get him a legit playmaker on the other side of GP, and they think that their offensive line is going to improve from last year with a couple guys getting older. And I did hear some word that they might try looking at another guard in free agency.
So this is Pudgy. This is a Pudgy nugget.
And how does Pudgy feel?
This is a Pudgy nugget. You heard it first.
And how does Pudgy feel about this plan?
I'm fine with it because
you're fine with paying Russell Wilson $25 million a year.
Is it 2 years and $25 million total? Because he wouldn't take that.
No, he said two, and he said 25
2 years for 25 each. Yes.
Okay.
Well, they have to give him. It has to be around there. They wouldn't go
They
over
don't have to
30,
give him
from what I've
anything.
heard.
Let me be very clear. Nor should they.
I get it, Mosey, but listen. So I'm not crazy about Fields, and clearly they weren't either, or else they would have made it seem like he's the guy this off season, from what I've heard. But they haven't done that. They're going to end up losing him to the Jets. He's going to take money elsewhere from the Jets to think, so he thinks that he has another shot at his, extending his career as a starter. However, I wasn't crazy about Fields. I didn't like his decision making and his accuracy. I think he stood in the pocket too long, did not see downfield. And he would never step up in the pocket and make a throw.
And you liked Russ by the end of the year, like the fumble he had against the Ravens or the lack of plays against Cincinnati late in the year or any of those things?
Tony, we all loved him for his first how many games? I get it wasn't the best competition, but, I mean, the guy was hitting multiple targets, wasn't just feeding it to GP. He was
yes, and we all thought the Steelers were going to go to the Super Bowl when they started 11-0.
He had no offensive line. And
wait a minute. Hold on a second. Time out. Let's do that for a second. He had no offensive line. So basically 4/5 of that offensive line are going to be back this year. So how are things going to be any different?
I understand that. Well, I
don't think you do, because it sounds like you're. I mean, you must have heard this from someone that you trust on football so much that you actually think it's going to work.
This is what my source is telling me.
But do you agree with your source?
Yes, we've heard you say you have a source on it. I'm asking you if you think Russell Wilson's worth $50 friggin' million.
For what they want to do? Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Got you, Pudgy. What is it that they want to do?
Linger like a stale fart next year and then draft a quarterback?
I'm sorry.
I'm sure Russ would be thrilled to mentor someone, too.
I apologize to Pudgy. I'm not trying. I can't believe I'm calling somebody Pudgy.
Why? He called in as Pudgy.
I know. I'm not angry at him.
You're just angry generally.
I'm just angry at that plan and that line of thinking.
Stupid plan.
And it's driving me nuts that some people actually think it's feasible or
advisable.
Advisable. Thank you. He had no offensive line. What's the difference from last year's line to this year's line?
Broderick Jones is going to slide to his natural position. Fautanu's going to be healthy. Frazier's Frazier for another year. And
Same Alu and McCormick. Better. So there's only one new player.
And two new players if you're counting a new guy at left tackle. But it's an old player. Older, you know what I mean.
Here's Mark and Irwin. Hello, Mark.
Hey, if you hated his call, you'll hate mine even more because I kind of agree with him. I would bring Russ back. The concerns about Broderick Jones hurt his elbow. You can't play left tackle in the NFL with one arm. I'm sorry. The perfect storm happened for that offensive line. They're all young. And quite honestly, I'd bring Russ back for $60 to $65 million for 3 years. I would stick to the plan that Khan has and draft interior lineman, defensive tackle, or even a big offensive guard. I would trade Pickens for whatever I could get because I just don't think you're going to get anything out of him.
So then who is Russell Wilson throwing the ball to when he's making over $20 million a year that makes him worth it?
Well, that's how bad I think it'll be with Pickens. I think
who would they throw the ball to?
Who is he throwing the ball to that makes Russ worth more than $20 million a year?
I would get now in the second and third round. I'd try and get picks for Pickens, and whatever I could get, I'd try and get a fast guy with some size for the outside.
So fast guy in the second. So fast guy in the second round. Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson, who the Steelers said could not. No, what?
He's too small. I'd get a bigger guy than that.
And he's also getting drafted. So draft fast guy, draft tall guy, and
preferably fast and tall.
Two rookies are.
I'd draft one receiver with a second round pick.
It's a pretty thin crop of receivers.
So who are the other two starting receivers then?
Well, that is to be determined.
But if you spend over $20 million on Wilson, how are you going to afford those other guys that you're talking about?
we're talking about drafting people.
Yes,
okay,
but
how many starting receivers are you going to draft?
One receiver, you have to find other receivers elsewhere. Who are they going to be?
Especially if you're saying Pickens is gone and you don't want to play Calvin Austin because he's too small.
Well, I'd give Wilson a shot.
They think Wilson doesn't even understand the offense. They had their own in-house reporter write a scathing piece about him.
Okay, but either way, we'll take you up on that. So it's a second-round wide receiver and Roman Wilson. Are there two starting wide receivers?
Calvin Austin's their slot.
Yep, that's what I would go with.
That would be the worst receiving core in the league.
It is, but you're improving your line of scrimmage. It's a plan. You're not going to do anything this year anyhow.
Okay, well, now we're getting back to the real story. If you're not doing anything this year, why would you want to pay Russell Wilson over $20 million a year?
Shore up your line so a guy who routinely scrambles himself into sacks and can't see over your line is, I guess,
Here is one of my favorites, Angela in Beachview. Good afternoon, Angela.
Hello, gentlemen. I know you have to have talking points as broadcast journalists, but everything is really a moot point when your head coach keeps trotting out the same cover 2 defense, the same inside linebackers in coverage. Minkah Fitzpatrick 20 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. You've got a horrible draft ethic or mindset. He drafts horrible, like Ziggy Hood, Terrell Edmonds, Kenny Pickett.
Wow, blast from the past on those first two, but you're right.
Yeah, he can't clock manage. We have.
So you would prefer if every day we came on the air and said, you know what, who cares who they draft or sign or plays quarterback? As long as Tomlin's the coach, they're screwed.
Well, that pretty much is it. Now, I've watched the Combine. I'm going to watch the draft. I'm still going to follow them.
But if Tomlin's going to screw up all those picks, why even follow those things, Angela?
Oh, well, because it's in my DNA.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Thank you, Angela.
They did, by the way, play the highest percentage of single high coverage in the entire league.
She was rolling there.
I know. She might just be scarred from watching Tampa 2 type coverage because when they went too high, they were allowing the 4th worst yards per drop back in the league.
Here's Anthony in Oakland, who no doubt wants Russell Wilson back. Hello, Anthony.
No, I don't.
Oh, my bad.
I think he wants Russell Wilson back like he wants a hole in the head.
I'm starting to feel like the principal in Billy Madison after listening to some of these calls today. I mean, it's ridiculous.
You got a big laugh out of Donnie on that one. We could hear it through the glass, Anthony.
Here's what's going on here, and we all have to identify it. The Pittsburgh Steelers have morphed into Mike Brown and Marvin Lewis and the Cincinnati Bengals. That's what's happened here. You've got reports coming out from the NFL Players Association where the owner is at the bottom of the league being incompetent. You've got a coach who I have more plays on my son's Tecmo Bowl than what I see from the Steelers and their linebackers. And their defense. And Sean McVay made it perfectly clear. He said you're either innovating or you're stagnating. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are stagnating.
Right. So that's why when I said at the beginning of today's show, I feel like hope is lost for the season before the offseason even starts, Anthony. And that's a horrible, depressing comment to make, but that's honestly how I feel.
Yes. You know what's coming back to me? I'm starting to feel like Bill Austin is back here. Coach Austin from the 60s. Because this is what it looks like.
And you would remember that, Anthony. You don't look that old, but you would remember those days.
I remember it very much. Listen, I saw Jimmy Brown play at Ford Field and Earl Campbell. So I know what it looks like to have real running backs. And Najee Harris is not one of them.
But they're talking to him because Tomlin loves him.
You know what? I think Tomlin needs a lobotomy. That's what I think needs to happen.
Thank you, Anthony.
I think that's going to be a quote. I don't tweet out quotes from callers all the time. I think Tomlin needs a lobotomy from Anthony in Oakland's an all-timer.
I feel like was it the principal in Billy Madison?
I award you. He's the guy running the academic
the principal
decathlon.
Was the guy that turned into the wrestler.
It's the guy who runs the academic
so
decathlon.
He misspoke there, but I understood what he was going for.
So did I.
Yeah, the guy that was in charge of the academic decathlon. Because the principal was the revolting blob.
Do they? Yeah, he was. He was the wrestler. Do they even do lobotomies anymore?
I don't know, but it was a fantastic point.
I think Tomlin needs a lobotomy.
Donnie's 9th mock of the day is next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. That actually cheered me up. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt at Louisville tomorrow at 6. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 5:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. Be ready for anything with the BetParx app. Hockey, hoops, fights, golf, racing, and baseball. The regular season right around the corner. Bet on more than the score. Bet on player performances like goals, rebounds, home runs, steals, saves, and more. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win with BetParx. It's the only app I use, the only app I recommend. Play all of your favorite casino games. Bet on all of your favorite sports. Get some skin in the game with blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and online slots to make your downtime fun time. Download the app now, and there is a great offer for new users. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Michigan, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There it goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Corners are running at the combine right now. That's a position to keep your eye on as a dark horse first-round pick position for the Steelers.
Bolster that defense.
Mark Cavalli in studio with us in a few minutes. That music means it's time for Donnie's 9th mock of the day.
We go down the Yahoo Sports well today. I feel like Yahoo not as prominent as it once was.
You know
Kinda
what?
like
Charles Robinson over there, I think, does an awesome job, though.
Jeff Passan left.
I mean, Robinson on the NFL, I think, is really
Woj
good.
was there before he went to
they
ESPN.
used to have some real heavy hitters.
Do they still have, Dan Wetzel's still there. He's really good.
Is he?
You don't like Wetzel?
I don't know if he's there, and I don't know if he's good, but...
Do you not read Wetzel?
Not really.
Oh, I'm a big Dan Wetzel fan.
So this is Nate Tyson, Charles McDonald.
Charles Forverts McDonald. I know who he is.
They comboed on this mock draft.
Yes.
The Titans go with Cam Ward, number 1. Maybe that injury scaring people off of Abdul Carter.
Potential
but he goes.
screw in foot is what they're saying.
Aren't some of them just saying if he just sits and doesn't do anything, he doesn't need to put a screw in his foot?
But then if he starts, maybe it's like Spencer Horwitz's wrist.
It's just going to get worse and worse, and eventually you'll have to put a screw in there. What do you have more faith in this year, Spencer Horwitz's wrist or Key Brian Hayes' back?
Horwitz's wrist.
Oh, no. Anyway. Okay, so Cam Ward, number 1. We haven't seen that a lot. It's starting to form a consensus around Abdul Carter really lately.
But Carter only drops 1 spot, and maybe the Browns will be left with no choice due to the Myles Garrett saga that is going on. Maybe they have to take the guy anyway.
Okay.
2nd overall. Travis Hunter goes 3. The Raiders trade up to 4. They take Sanders. We get our first defensive lineman off the board. The consensus
Mason
top
Graham.
guy there, Mason Graham. Our first wide receiver goes at 6. McMillan to the Patriots after that trade with the Raiders.
They need weapons.
I have a proposal for both of you. I don't want to forget it, so I'll say it quickly. I think we do another small show bet, like for some very small stakes thing. Each of us has to make a full day. It has to be submitted a full day before a first-round mock, player and team at each spot, and whoever's the most accurate gets something from the other two.
I'm down.
Perhaps whoever is the least accurate, much like our picks, has to do some very small. This is not same scale.
Yeah,
some
it's not
small
season long.
has to suffer some small embarrassment.
I'll mind my sources.
Mind my sources.
Like Pudgy and New Kensington.
Don't forget Wudgy.
Another notable off the board at number 12 to the Cowboys, Derek Harmon from Oregon. There's
had a big workout yesterday.
I was just going to say, doesn't that seem like the most Cowboys thing? Guy has an outrageous workout. Cowboys just, they get sucked into the Mamula complex.
Shamar Stewart, who stole the show. He goes to the Falcons at 15.
They need defensive help.
Did you see he had basically the same kind of measurements as Myles Garrett? Like
I did.
Like physically, he just is a clone of Myles
I
Garrett.
also saw comparisons to Bud Dupree.
I mean, Bud Dupree
Combine.
looked the part.
He did.
Until it was time to sack the quarterback for most of his career here.
And then he spent half times feuding with me on Twitter
Beefing.
and sending me DMs when the game wasn't even over. But anyways.
Cincinnati goes with another D-line. Kenneth Grant, the other Michigan guy. So that's another one off the board for the Steelers.
I don't like that pick because I think it's a good pick for Cincinnati. Feels like a smart pick.
But only one, a couple of defensive linemen, only one wide receiver off the board as we get closer and closer to 21.
I haven't heard Aston Genty's name called yet.
And he goes at number 20. So Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos.
Where did Warren go?
Tyler Warren not picked yet?
Oh, no, he got picked.
Who?
I got to scroll back up.
Saints, maybe?
Colts?
He's been mocked to the Saints a lot.
No, he goes 18 to Seattle.
Ooh, okay.
He gets pretty close to the Steelers then. I thought he was way higher, so I scrolled too far up. Then we get to 21. And the Steelers...
Can I guess? I haven't looked at this. I don't even know who these two gentlemen are.
There's what, Nate Tice and Charles McDonald?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Emeka Egbuka, the Ohio State University.
Did you say Teteroy McMillan was still on the board? Or
No,
off?
he went
number
sixth. He went sixth.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Went
Sorry
very high.
about that. I was too busy thinking about my my game that we should play.
It is not a wide receiver.
Oh, it's not? Oh, boy. Oh, no, Malzy.
Nolan from Ole Miss.
Yeah, I was just going to say Walter Nolan's my guess.
It is not a defensive lineman.
If it's a running back and it's like Omarion Hampton or something like that, I will scream.
It is not Hampton.
It's a corner.
Will Johnson, did he get picked yet?
He was already picked. It is a corner. It's a name that we have not heard.
So it's not the kid from Texas, Jahdae Barron.
And it's a guy from a smaller school. That doesn't match the Mike Tomlin draft well.
Who is it?
Siobhan Revelle from East Carolina.
A lot of people
who will not be working out at the Combine because he tore his ACL in September.
That's a Trent Baalke pick. Oh, guy's coming off a major knee injury. I have seen him, oddly enough.
He's 6'2", 195.
I've seen him get mocked as better than Will Johnson because suddenly people are way down on Will Johnson. Have you seen this coming out in the old scuttlebutt sessions, which of course could all be lies? That people don't think he's gonna run well. They worry about speed. I've heard about Revelle before, being a sleeper big, like Quinyon Mitchell last year, rocketing up from a non-traditional
I was just going to bring his name up.
Here's what worries me a little bit. I like to pull up the little profile on NFL.com for these guys too, and at the bottom there's always a anonymous source part of it. Quote: "This is from an AFC scout. He's not going to be for everybody, but he's got the tools to be great in man or zone if he gets his technique sorted out."
Yeah, I don't need another Artie Burns raw piece of clay.
That worries me a ton with the Steelers.
Come here and play for Mike Tomlin and never appreciably improve.
Guy coming off a significant injury. We saw Devin Bush looked even worse off an ACL, so it's not always so simple, that procedure where the guy comes back and he's the same or better than before. Yeah, I would give that pick an F. Oh, but you can't give grades until 3 years after the draft. Well, I just did for this one. F. Thank you, Donnie. Malzy, add that to the list. That's the first time we've heard.
Oh, no, he's already on. He's already on.
What's the most common name so far?
Egbuka. We've got 3 Egbukas. We've got a pair of Luther Burdens. We got a Jahdae Barron. I still like, my favorite one is day 6. 6.0 I think is not going to be topped. Chad Reuter's 3-rounder. The 3-round nightmare draft is just untouched.
Tony wasn't even here for that one.
Judkins in the 1st, Milroe in the 2nd, Denzel Burke in the 3rd.
Apparently.
That'd be it for me. I'd be checking out. Thank you.
Apparently Kabali was right in the mix when that Jordan Schultz, Ian Rappaport situation happened.
You know what he probably looked like, too?
God, I would
probably
love
like
to
this.
see
He
that.
probably had the awkward smile. They just cut. It's like Schultz almost like throwing a punch or something, and there's Caballi in the background.
I know the smile that we will probably see in the next 10 minutes.
Or he's making that
just this big cheese ass grin for no reason.
He's making that face he makes when he interviews guys in the Steelers locker room when it looks like he's prairie dogging a dump.
Or deep.
Well, that was kind of the look that Malsey just gave.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube right now, I'm doing Theater of the Mind or a real one. Here's
that is the face. All right, so he's going to join us for a full hour next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. I'm going to tell you guys right now about WetGo. I stopped by yesterday. I go probably twice a week now if I get a spare time. Usually Thursday mornings are good for me. A little bit more time there. Fewer errands to run, fewer things to do before I get here. And I was at WetGo. 90 seconds in and out, clean car. You know, when you're dealing with salt on the roads for a lot of this winter, that does a number on your undercarriage. If you don't get it washed at all, I mean, you can't go out there and really wash your undercarriage on your own. Trust WetGo to do that. That's going to help maintenance and keep the vehicle in tip-top shape and prolong its life and all of those things. Whether that's just because you want your car to last for a really long time or eventually you're going to maybe sell it or flip it or trade it in, whatever it is. WetGo does not put any fine print on it. You can get your car washed as many times as you want. They don't raise the price. You can also cancel at any time. So what are you waiting for? GetGoCafe.com. It's the WetGo car wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, rain and snow showers possible with overnight lows near 30 degrees. High Saturday into the mid-30s with a few scattered snow showers. Partly cloudy Saturday night with lows in the mid to upper teens. And a sunny Sunday with highs near freezing. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Solar Weather Center.
I like the Lakers to start fast. I'm Kate Constable here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Lakers are on a 3-game winning streak and face the Clippers in LA tonight. LeBron and company are short 1.5-point underdogs in the first quarter, and I'm going back to the well. I like the Lakers, plus 1.5 in that first quarter. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Beach Boys. The Sounds of Summer Tour. Friday, May 30th at Timber Rock Amphitheater. The music. The memories. The Beach Boys. Riding an endless summer wave. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. Don't miss The Beach Boys. The Sounds of Summer Tour. Produced by Dresky Entertainment.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ooh, got a dash light on? The AutoZone free Fix Finder service can read your check engine, ABS, and other warning lights to help you find the fix. You'll get an easy-to-read report with clear next steps. And we can recommend a trusted local shop if you need one. It's the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes. The free Fix Finder service with shop referral. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let him go bite him. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite him. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Your business deserves the best protection, and Guardian Protection delivers. From video surveillance with 24/7 HD recording to access control systems that let you manage who comes and goes, Guardian provides security to protect your assets and employees. Their advanced systems offer real-time alerts and smarter analytics to keep you informed at all times. Stay connected, stay in control, stay secure. Call 1-800-PROTECT today to learn more and ask about special offers for your business. That's 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
College basketball is at its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. Listen, I've been talking about St. John's for a while right now. Just saw them play UConn. They seem to have the toughness and ability to get far. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Already seeing a sizable delay on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge through the tunnels to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins rallied to beat the Flyers last night, one of their biggest comeback wins ever under Mike Sullivan. They have a full weekend of hockey. I'm checking the times on my phone right now because I know they're national games. 3 o'clock tomorrow at home against the Bruins, and then 1 o'clock at home against the Maple Leafs. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now. More Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Mark Cabali is here, fresh off another trip to the NFL Scouting Combine. Rumors were circulating that Mark was right in the middle of that big kerfluffle between Ian Rappaport of NFL Network and Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports.
Fake news, as Omar said up on the podium on Tuesday.
Let's say you were in the middle of those two. Who's your money going on?
Oh, it has to be Schultz. I mean, Rappaport's about 5'2", $104. Schultz dropped the hammer.
5'2", 104 pounds.
I'm guessing. I don't know.
You're saying he's as big as like the average sixth grader around here?
Yeah. I don't think he's very much larger than that.
Could he beat Adam Crowley in an arm wrestling match?
No. Ooh, I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that.
Schultz a big guy? Schultz played Division I basketball, but I think that Dad Schultz probably had something to do with that.
He is a bigger wallet.
How about him fighting how about them confronting at a Starbucks, Jordan doing on his home turf?
Yeah, it's that Starbucks is just like in the lobby area.
Rappaport should have said, let's do this at a Dunkin' Donuts and make this a neutral site
Well, he did make jokes about that. He said he's going to be sponsored by Dunkin' now. Well, but anyways.
If he makes money off of that, he should then thank Jordan Schultz for that.
See, the thing is a lot of insiders, media members hang out in this common area. It's a Starbucks inside the hotel, so it's sort of wide open. And a lot of the coaches, coaches and GMs and personnel people have to go down the elevator to get to that point. So everybody merges there. So I accidentally bumped into X, Y, and Z. So that's why that happened at this Starbucks. It was very popular.
So you didn't see the fight, but you've seen other media fights.
Oh, I've seen a number of media fights. I think I may have been in one or two of them. See, back in the old days, I mean, we didn't do these Twitter keyboard warrior fights, what seems to be very popular nowadays.
Why are you smiling at me? I'm not getting into any of those.
No, I mean, we all know one's getting thrown against walls and knocked over into the outside of a locker room and such.
So you've seen Steelers media members throw hands?
Throw hands? I've heard somebody get thrown against the wall.
Was it by another media member? Because I know of one very famous Steelers player who was ready to challenge a Steelers media member who was no stranger to a fight.
And one time, people thought you were Mark Madden. And
I mean, didn't Bendel and Ryan Clark almost get into it?
That was a training camp. But Bendel almost got in it with Joey Porter.
Oh, boy.
Now, I'm not picking Bendel in either of those, but Joe would have probably gotten a lick or two in because Joe was a tough guy.
And I had to play peacemaker for Mulsey and Joey Porter.
I remember Bendel just kept saying, like, yeah, who in their right mind calls himself Joey? Who in the right name calls him Joey? And I'm like, Joe, they call you Joe C. Bendel, so.
Starkey, probably. Little Josie Bendel, he really packs a punch.
Yeah.
Little Josie Bendel, I'm taking him to lunch.
I think you've hung out with Joe Starkey a little bit too long.
So
but
you
yeah,
saw
there's been
a media member get thrown up against
the
a
wall by another media
I
member.
was heard it resonating. Boom! I'm like, what in the world is that?
Are either of these two media members involved still covering?
Oh, both of them are.
Oh man, I'd love to get the
I can't wait for this blind item to be.
I can't believe you don't know this.
Well, I mean, I don't know it. That's normal. Him not knowing it is.
Is it
unusual.
new or is it old?
No, it's probably been a decade or so.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in the log, I actually got about 45 seconds of James Harrison dressing me down inside the locker room figuratively about thinking that I was Mark Madden. I do have it. I'm looking. It was after the game. I think it was a Monday night game, Baltimore, where he had 3 sacks and he just dominated.
One of the great
he was awesome.
games by
game.
defender of all time. You know that one, Donnie. You know that one well.
I'm on deadline. I'm working for the Trib. This story has to be in. I need a quote from James Harrison. He's getting dressed. James got him in, and he looked at me, and it was all over to the point where Brett Kiesel looked at Scott Brown, who was about 3 locker rooms down, and said, "You better get those two away from each other."
So you really thought he was going to haul off and clock you at that moment?
If I was lucky, I would be. I probably wouldn't be here right now.
Because you'd sue.
Or dead.
Jeez.
How would you being dead be lucky for you?
Well, for the family. You got to look a generation
Life insurance
ahead.
policies, things of that nature, he's saying, I guess.
So wait, you saying I am not Mark Madden, my name is Mark Cabali did nothing
And even the next day when I tried to get former PR guy Dom to, convince him that you're talking about the wrong guy, he wouldn't buy it. He goes, I know who it is. I'm like, dude, what's me?
I don't think you do, James. That's kind of the point here.
Speaking of Jordan Schultz, he is reporting right now that the Steelers have checked in on Deebo Samuel. Have you heard the same thing?
I should ask you that. Well, wrong
he's
one. He's out here.
very
my fault.
We're off to a good start.
Hey,
I like that.
Ayuk might get traded again. John Lynch said he's taking calls.
Yeah.
Pony has said they're on the the Steelers are on the opposing 30-yard line here. They're not on the goal line.
That was my ballpark guess. Yeah, I have not confirmed that yet.
The 2nd and 6, maybe on the 34. Whole playbook's open here.
They wouldn't go back and.
Why not?
Come on, Mark.
I mean, at this point, I'm taking anybody, right? I mean, I'm leaving options on every wide receiver. He admitted, Omar admitted it, which was funny because all throughout the season, Mike Tomlin admitted, you guys are wrong. These receivers are just fine. Omar now comes out and says, hey,
that held us back.
We need to get some more talent, more playmakers. Yeah, you do. So you would have to think that Deebo and or Brandon Ayuk is, he's maybe a step below George Pickens, but he's by far the best they would have behind him.
So you think they are interested in Samuel, for the record?
They're just looking.
I mean,
Keep
Mark,
their options open.
this kind of cuts to the core of what we have been grappling with all show, man. Like, what you're saying here is really, it sounds maybe intriguing to some people. Hey, they're keeping all their options truly open and on the table. That is pretty grim, man, when you are just casting the widest net possible to see, like, what, if anything, falls into said net.
I just don't think they want to be blindsided. I think he might have learned from last year where they thought they were going to be able to get a free agent wide receiver, and it didn't quite turn out because we all know the Ayuk situation, and that just kept dragging and dragging. I think Omar learned that you just can't sit around and wait now, and you better have different irons in the old stove and get ready here on March, 12th, 14th, that if one guy says no, we're moving on to another. We don't got time to wait. We got to add to this room and add to this room significantly.
Which is why I think you now are of the opinion that Pickens will be back next year.
I do.
But you've also said you think that's a horrible idea to bring him back.
Well, I think he's here. No, because I think they can cover their rear end here. And I can say that because if it does go south, and it obviously could, right, you always got that trade deadline in November to move him, right? You're not married to him throughout. If you've already come to the conclusion he's going to be a one-and-doner, let's hope that he matures enough and turns into a great receiver. Then we can.
But didn't you say you don't think Jesus himself would be able to get through to him?
Well, he's going to have to do it himself. He's not going to have to bring in. You're not going to bring in anybody to absolutely think he's going to change him.
It's so absurd, though, to think that I know you don't necessarily think this. You're just saying that's what has to happen. To me, it's absurd to think that he would have any reason or need to change himself when the head coach never demands anything out of him that would push him in that direction.
And you said you think he'd make their life a living hell right from the very beginning.
Well, I thought that was last year too, and it wasn't. It wasn't until he started not getting the ball at the end. Then all of a sudden it turned.
Yeah, but now money's a big part of this.
But
Even
that
bigger
might
than
be
last year.
money's a big motivator. I mean, if I'm anybody of his, I mean, I don't know if he would listen to Omar or if he listened to Art or whoever, but if he should listen to his agent and say, you see what T. Higgins just did? He played good soldier, and he's getting a ton of money here. So if we can just hold it together for a year here, this is where you could be at next year at this point. That's the only motivation I think he would have here. If he's a lame duck guy, is, dude, you could get paid nice next year if you put together a solid year. But now he looks and saying, just sort of like how Deontay looked last year or 2 years ago, I'm not going to get any money because look who's my quarterbacks. How are they going to make me better? How are they going to show, I don't have Joe Burrow here throwing me the ball to make me have monster numbers. I don't have Jamar Chase next to me allowing me to have one-on-one coverage.
Okay, so that's making it seem or sound like it is going to go down a bad path with him.
It could.
Well, I'm just saying you're laying out a scenario, and we all know who they have or who they're probably going to have at quarterback and who they don't have around him. You're saying it could while suggesting here are all the reasons why could is almost certainly will.
George liked Russell in those first 6 games.
He likes anybody that is getting him the ball with regularity. But here's where the problem is. Here's where I come with like a major inconsistency. Okay, he wants the ball. Fine. Every great wide receiver does. He's not a great one yet, but every guy that has a ton of talent wants the football. Mike Tomlin is the guy who constantly will tell anybody who wants to listen, George is making progress. We're always on the journey. Mike Tomlin's also the guy whose offensive philosophy suggests you're not going to get the ball if you're George Pickens very much because the head coach, I don't want my quarterbacks putting it in the air that often. So, I don't get it here. How and why does Tomlin think that he's going to be able to manage this situation when his philosophy goes directly against getting the guy the ball a lot?
His philosophy hasn't worked for the past decade, right?
Which brings me to my next point. Is this as adrift as you have seen them? Mark, I know you covered them in 98, 99, and that was a bad time. And they were actually having losing seasons. But they haven't won a playoff game in 8 years.
They also just lost the AFC Championship game at
Correct.
home,
They just lost it, and then they were back in it a couple years later. But my point is, they haven't won a playoff game in 8 years. They haven't fired a coach, objectively said, we're terminating your contract. They haven't brought anybody in that's, exciting to people. They have telegraphed that they want to bring back one of the 2 quarterbacks they had starting games for them last year. Jerry Dulac's got a story that they're interested in bringing Najee back. Can
you confirm that, by the way? Did they meet with his agent at the Combine?
I did not hear that. I would assume that he would be true on that.
Right. Jerry's been doing this a long time. And then you have the head coach, though. The backdrop for all of this is him saying, a couple months ago, Pony, or a month and a half ago, whatever it was, we don't believe in doing things the same way and expecting different results. We don't believe in the whole insanity thing.
He's getting caught up in his own Tomlinisms, right?
Mark, I do bring all this up to paint the picture of it really seems like they are out at sea right now compared to any time in their recent history.
The only defense I can possibly come up with is he tells us what he does not tell them.
But actions speak louder than words.
But he paints a picture of what he wants you to think he tells them, but behind closed door he doesn't. I mean, prime example would be George Pickens, right? The load management thing. You telling me that there wasn't more of a conversation than just, okay, we need to keep you rested for a little bit here, George. No, there had to be some behind the scenes in my office, George, get your act together here, but he didn't want it to portray it that way to us.
What about, though, a story that only, Mike DeFabo has, and it gets out that he shows up late for the game on a day where they've got to test his hamstring to see if he's even, ready to go.
And Mark saw that happen, too, by the way.
Yeah, you know what? The thing with that is...
But, Mike completely... You're saying, maybe Mike privately is, doing things a little differently, maybe, but he's not saying anything about that.
He got bamboozled on that one. Not bamboozled.
Mike?
No, he got blindsided with that. He thought that was they were going.
I know, but
let me tell you something about George.
There's no evidence that Mike dressed him down in the way he talked about George after that game when George possibly ran the wrong route that might have caused a pick.
The problem with that, he came to his defense.
That's
right early on. Well, everybody else was like, "Man, I don't think that's the case."
So on a day where the guy didn't even show up on time.
He came to his defense.
Granted, nobody knew he hadn't shown up on time other than one person, the people there at the media entrance or whatever. But, he came to his defense when somebody had to have told him, yeah, George got here 85 minutes before the game.
And the biggest thing with that is that that's the case where you needed to come down on, and maybe he did behind closed doors. Obviously, we don't know. I mean, it doesn't look like he would have, because the inactives have to be in 90 minutes beforehand. They thought they were going to play. Because that was his first game back. Mm-hmm. You're potentially hurting the team right there if you're showing up and the inactives are already turned in, and you're like, how about if George came in and takes one step and
right.
All of a sudden,
I can't go, Coach.
Yes.
That's what I mean. That's why it's so inexcusable.
Especially team-related. You're hurting the team at that point.
And you're convinced that he won't do what Deontay did last year, which is, I'm not going to get a contract extension here. Well, why don't you trade me to a team that will give me one?
I don't.
Or a team that gives me a better chance to put up the numbers to get that contract extension.
When Deontay wanted his trade, it all came down at the Combine last year. That's when the talks was informed to the Steelers that they wanted to move on. He wanted them to move on. He wanted to get a trade out of here. So I don't know if George's representatives met with him or not. That's a tough one. George is so young at this point. At that point, Deontay was at least.
George has been in the league, though, for 3 years. But aren't you supposed to be considered a veteran at this point?
But Deontay at least made some money, right? He had that second contract, right?
Well, that's what I keep wondering with George. Like, whoever his reps are, aren't they telling him all the money he could be leaving on the table? Or all the money he could be making if he just plays the good soldier role here, even if the numbers aren't huge, he reforms his image, and teams are much more willing to take, a committed risk to him.
Yeah, but if the numbers aren't there, Chris, that's probably what they're worried about.
If he has 1,000 yards this year and 6 touchdowns, right, but everybody knows their offense sucks, and he is, again, their only option, but he, mouth shut, good soldier, like the way he was in the Rudolph games at the end of his second season.
First pass of Rudolph's career.
Wait,
touchdown, right?
Does anybody disagree with me that he would get more money than he might otherwise? Like, if it's typical stuff that's been happening with him? Teams would feel much more like they were getting a trustworthy player who had kind of turned it around in terms of away from the field behavior or locker room tantrums, sideline tantrums, whatever.
Yeah, how much though? I mean, if you got a talented receiver, everybody pretty much thinks that they can turn him around.
Not everybody. Why? What was it, Pony? At least one team in the Super Bowl didn't even have him on their board.
Well, more than that.
Well, no, but of the Super Bowl teams, one of the two didn't have him on their board.
I know it was probably about 8 to 10 that I heard of.
So not everybody in his case thinks that He
is what they thought he was.
Yeah, exactly. There's a Denny Green thing going
All right, let's go back to the Najee thing here, because not only did they meet with him, but everyone keeps saying that Tomlin loves him. So if Tomlin really wants him back, why wouldn't he be back?
Man, he likes Tomlin. Only thing I could think of is money. I mean, you could say you want him back, and you could throw numbers out there until I see those numbers on black and white paper and say, this is my guaranteed money. And, I mean, you could say 3 for 20, whatever it was. What was it?
Yeah, 3 for 20.
That's all nice and pretty for the paper until you look at the contract and you realize it's $6 million this year and you can dump out of it after next year. Then you're like, whoa, I don't really want this. Let's just hope that we're going back to this again, leaving their options open, right? Let's not close the doors on
that option open.
Just in case.
But, Mark, I've said this to Chris as a comparison. They don't want an option open with Dan Moore. They want to be done. They want Broderick to play left tackle. They don't want an option open with James Daniels. They want Mason McCormick to play right guard. Why doesn't Najee get treated that way?
Those are two guys who are going to get paid pretty hefty in free agent, I think. I think Dan Moore's going to get a good contract, and I think Daniels had coming off the Achilles. He still should be a guy.
But it's not a money thing with them. They like their young players and want to let them play.
No, I don't think Daniels. He's younger for his.
But they drafted Mason McCormick to be a starting guard, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? And then he played, and Khan raved about how he played when he went in when you talked to him. My point is, if you like Jaylen Warren and you like the guys in the draft, why would you even think about paying Najee Harris $6 or $7 million a year?
You can't assume you're, first of all, going to get who you want in a draft. I know there's a deep draft class, right? That's great. There's a deep draft class on a lot of players. There's a lot of second, third, fourth, fifth.
You're not going to get somebody in the draft.
Just keep like I said, keep it on simmer a little bit. That's the only thing I could think of, because I don't know why you would bring him back other than that. Just talk to him, say, okay, we're interested. Oh, we've just signed X, Y, Z, or whatever.
To the point
I don't know why you want to bring him in here because he does. I don't think he benefits.
He's not efficient at all here. He's one of the least efficient players in the league since he came into the league. I almost am at the point with him. I'm not quite there yet, where I feel like some other team is going to have to step in and do the dirty work here of actually valuing him more than they should and giving him a contract he wants to sign elsewhere. That's actually how I feel about it.
If you had the same numbers cash-wise with Najee or Aaron Jones, who would you take right now?
Oh, my God, I don't want either.
I'm just saying.
Well, but
we're playing this game, right?
How many years older is Aaron Jones?
Aaron Jones is 30, I think. I think he just turned 30.
Okay, Najee's at least 4 years younger than that?
I guess I'd say Najee, Mark, when
it's
you
only
put
for
it
age,
to me
though.
that way.
It's only for age.
I just worry. Not worry.
Jeff seems to think that Nick Chubb's in the conversation.
Well, I think, once again, you make sure he would be. I think it's not like Jeff's making this up, right? He's obviously heard stuff. So if he's in the conversation, you got to make sure he's healthy. But if you can get that guy for, at 90% of not a lot of money, I'd be
Oh my God, that would be one of the great deals ever if they were able to. But I just don't think he can get back to 90% of what
I
it was.
I just don't like the fact where it's like you can draft a running back in every round. There's so many you can get deep. Yes, but you got to go through about 35 of them to find that one guy, too, a lot of times.
We'll get Mark's take on some of the other things he heard at the Combine about the prospects for this year's draft. He can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Plus, Matt Stafford back in L.A. and what Schefter said about where that leaves the Steelers at quarterback. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins come from behind to beat the Flyers in overtime last night, 5-4. Evgeny Malkin was the hero, 2 goals, 2 assists. He had the game winner as well. Pens host the Bruins tomorrow. Puck drop at the arena set for 3. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Donnie. Tomorrow, FanDuel loaded up with college basketball games, including Pitt. Not really in the tournament mix right now, but a game that would make them feel like they could go to Charlotte and win conference tournament games if they're able to knock off Louisville tomorrow night. You can listen to that game here, and you can bet on the game on America's #1 sports book, FanDuel. Get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything on America's #1 sports book. I like Louisville in this game. How could you not, given the way that Pitt has played lately? They were an 8.5-point favorite against Georgia Tech. They lost outright. They played like crap at home against Virginia as a double-digit favorite. They have looked like they have put it in the tank for the season. So we'll see what happens here. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania for online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Stephen Curry's 56-point flurry of greatness last night is a stark reminder to the rest of the NBA he's still here. And he's still the guy that's helped define the last decade of basketball. The addition of Jimmy Butler, the fact we're in the get-it-done part of the season, and the confidence and joy Steph is suddenly playing with should be frightening to every other NBA team. I'm Bill Ryder.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride to Sport all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $220 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires March 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Cloudy with a couple of showers overnight, the low 35.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident in the outbound lanes of the Liberty Bridge. The right two lanes are closed, so traffic is down to one lane in each direction. Expect a delay on the southbound side of Crosstown Boulevard back to the Veterans Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
At 4:15, time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. You get to Archie's tomorrow during Pitt Louisville. If Pitt wins the game, a lucky pair of customers will win season tickets for Pitt basketball in 2026.
Wow. And he wants people to show up?
I think Archie needed to add one more picture in here, and that was, again, the Diaz-Graham brothers, one or both. It's my favorite recurring thing, I think.
You think I could go down and trade that in for free wings for a year?
You got his number, text
him. So you ask him, like, what's the cash value of the tickets, yes, and then say, what does that translate to wing? Like, if I break that out to a dozen wings a week, how many weeks does that get?
Look at Donnie salivating back there.
Donnie's doing the hangover math from Allen. He's got all the equations popping out.
I think Donnie would take the wings.
All right, Stafford was the first domino to fall. He's back in L.A. And Schefter said today it's either going to be Russ or Fields back here, but when forced to pick between the two, he said Russ.
Boy, that sounds familiar.
Is that where you are right now, too?
I've been like that for a while now because I think Justin's going to sign somewhere else. I think they want Justin, but I don't think they want to overpay and give him multiple years that he may be looking for, and another team will be able to do that for him. He's going to go there, and that's why they are not poo-pooing Russ right now, and they're not telling him, you're done. We're not coming back because they.
But by all accounts, they're willing to pay Russ more than Fields.
Let's see. I mean, that's another thing. You have to play one against the other to get that money to come down. Is Russ going to play chicken, man? If you get the sense that Justin's not coming back, you go to Russ and you're like, hey, man, we want you back, but we still got Justin here. You can, once again, it could be some funny math here. I wouldn't pay him $20 million. Maybe on paper you give him 3 for $60 or whatever it is, but that's funny money. You don't have to, honor it, right? You can get out from under it after a year or two. What does backup quarterbacks make? What do average quarterbacks make?
An average, you're saying average starter?
Yeah.
Average starter gets 20, I would say.
That's what I'm
20
saying.
to 25.
But
backup makes 5 to 8, maybe 10 if it's like an elite backup.
But what do you think the market is for Russ if he doesn't come here?
Non-existent.
As a starter, as the number one, you're the guy.
I don't think Russell Wilson even could be a backup.
Now there's rumors that he could be a fallback option for the Raiders or Giants. I don't think the Raiders has any chance of happening because I don't think Pete Carroll wants to go down that road again. The Giants maybe because he was linked to them last year.
But the Giants are going to make their pursuit of Mr. Aaron Rodgers. So
maybe the Steelers.
Now, why are you saying that again? Is it because you're boss?
No.
But why are you now saying things like, I like the Aaron Rodgers idea?
Well, once again, if we're getting to option C.
But it took you so long for that light bulb to come on, and just the other day you're like, you know what, now I'm actually in favor of Aaron Rodgers.
Because
I don't get it.
if you're going veteran, 1 year stopgap, so to speak, I don't think there's anybody out there that has more talent or still has more talent. Maybe he has some baggage, but I think he still has the talent. Would you not say that he's really the most talented out of the second, third tier guys?
His arm still looks pretty good more often than not, but is he really going to work in Arthur Smith's offense?
Would be Arthur Smith's offense? I mean, you can work with it, or you could do what you want.
Does Mike Tomlin really want to bring in a quarterback who it's his show? Again, after having dealt with Roethlisberger clearly towards the end of the line, and I think being probably sick of it to some extent.
I mean, you're only loyal to yourself as many options as you have, right? If the options dry up in a hurry, which I still think that's going to be Russell for the.
Do you just think they're looking? Do you just think, to be very clear here, whenever we talk about quarterbacks, you think internally they're only trying to find a guy for next year, and then 26 they are drafting someone, right?
I think they have to.
But you think they have to. You think they also will do that, correct?
So much can happen from now to then. The problem is I think what they need to do is, if they do, say, have a garbage year, there still were. If you have win 6 games this past year, you'd probably 10 to 12 in the draft. That's not getting you a star quarterback.
Well, not in this one because there's only 2.
But then that would give you the opportunity to move up. More than going from 21 to 5. Right. It would be easier to go from 11 to 12 to 5 or 6. That's the only benefit of, for lack of better words, tanking happening. So you could move up. I don't think that there's going to be anybody out there that gives you that opportunity to hit it big. The only guy you have, free agency-wise, or the only guy you have is Justin Fields. And, I don't like the odds there, but at least there are some odds there. I think Russ is off the boards and everybody else is off the boards. At least Justin, what is he, maybe 100 to 1 to be the top 10 pick that he was 4 years ago, or what he was at Ohio State?
I don't think they'll let him flourish that way in this offense. I think they'll keep him in a straitjacket.
I do agree that the head coach, to be very clear, I don't think that Justin Fields, if he had the governor taken off completely, would show you, hey, I am actually going to be an elite upper tier quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But what's frustrating to me, and I know is frustrating to Andrew, is we might both think that about him, but we know we're never going to get the chance because the restrictor plate's always going to be put on there.
But do you think if that governor, as you put, the restrictor plate wasn't put on him last year, he would have been as successful as he was his first 6 weeks?
Impossible for me to say. I think he played well within structure there, but it's sort of alarming that they felt no need or felt no compulsion to try to ease those restrictions. They were more willing to go back to Russell Wilson, who at that point was a complete unknown. At least Tomlin was, because he said he did the Lone Ranger there on that one.
I still can't believe you're so upset about Matthew Stafford.
Mark, I think he's a great quarterback.
He was near a breakdown today. But it was alarming.
But what you're saying is not. I thought for the past 2 or 3 weeks you said this team is so far from winning. So Matthew Stafford makes this winner?
I didn't say that. See, you missed it. I said if they could win 10 games with the quarterbacks they had last year, Stafford could easily get him to 11 or 12. And I think he's the type of quarterback that you could win playoff games with.
So you want them to win even though they would have very little chance of making it to the Super Bowl. You'd much rather be the 10-11 win team and take your chances in the Super Bowl or in the playoffs.
I want a quarterback who I think is capable of winning playoff games, and he is one.
I don't know. I just think if they went out and got a Matthew Stafford type of guy, you would be one of the guys who would be like, wow, they're not this close. Well, maybe not you. Starkey would be like, oh, they think that they're so close. Now look what they're doing. They're spending $50 million on a quarterback. What are they going to do? Not win a playoff game in another year? I think there's a lot of that.
Maybe, but not with me. I look at him as a force multiplier player who makes everybody around him better. And yes, I would have reservations about Tomlin letting him play his game, but he's also one of the best quarterbacks of the last 20 years.
What are his outdoor numbers?
Terrible.
Really?
They're really bad.
Yeah.
Not in Philly, though, for that playoff game.
Weren't they kind of crappy for most of that game, and then they just got red hot in the last 20 minutes or so? Wasn't that really how that game played out?
Wait, so now you're anti-Stafford? What are we doing here?
I'm just trolling you.
Well, that's usually my job.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. SouthHillKia.net. You're going to hear Mark on draft plans based on some of the workouts there. Also, Mark defending the Steelers for getting terrible grades from the NFLPA. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates beat the Rays 3-2 this afternoon. The Buccos on the air tomorrow against the Orioles, 1 p.m. first pitch. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. The only app I ever use and recommend to bet sports and to play all your favorite casino games for real money. You can bet sports or you can play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, plus hot online slots while watching the game. You can make your downtime fun time. Play blackjack with a live dealer right on your phone. Download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. They're always adding new hot online slots like Ultimate Hoops Lucky Tap, Almighty Buffalo Megaways, Jackpot Lucky Tap, plus online slots based on the streaming shows Breaking Bad and Peaky Blinders and the movies Ted and Goonies. Check them all out. New users, download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back. If you're down in the first 24 hours, your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com has all the details. You must be 21. And in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Mitch Keller. Just 27 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No hassle, no lines, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They have been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com. AMG, a proud supporter of the University of Pittsburgh and Pitt Athletics.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
The Mitsubishi deals are sweeter at Jim Shorkey.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $9,000 off. Both Outlander and Eclipse Cross come with 0% financing.
And you'll feel the love when you receive up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Stop by for an instant, no obligation appraisal.
Your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Shop them both at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through March 21st, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included and an unlimited mobile line for just $30 a month for 1 year. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay restored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity internet required. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds and actual internet speeds vary.
Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years of keeping homes and businesses safe. With this big anniversary, right now you can buy one Guardian camera and get the second for just 75 cents. That's right, add another camera for just pocket change. Guardian cameras offer HD video, motion alerts, and two-way audio, so you're always connected and in control. Protect your property with smarter security and enjoy total peace of mind. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to grab this limited time anniversary offer. New customers only. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Poni and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I used to go to what's that hotel downtown where all the baseball teams stay? Is that the Fairmont? I used to go to the Fairmont and use their sauna every single day. Promise. Every single, because I had to have it. I had to have the sauna. I had to have it.
Steelers did not have a sauna until last year. That was on Patrick Peterson's recommendation. He went to Tomlin and said, this is ridiculous.
You know where it's at now?
No.
It's in the toilet. It's in the bathroom.
So somebody could be taking a dump right next to you?
Right next to it. Right next to it.
Donnie, where's yours? The garage?
Yes, I have it in the garage.
What did they do, by the way, with Kenny Pickett's cubicle up by the coaches that he was needing because he worked so hard and studied so hard? What did they repurpose that cubicle into?
I don't think that was specifically Kenny. I think it's just a place where they can go watch some film. I know Minka's up there a lot. But.
Donnie looked at that report again and said this is more evidence that Art Rooney, too, is cheap.
Mark, how did it take?
Listen to what happened over here. The air started coming out of the balloon.
Mark, how does it take until now for an NFL franchise to have a sauna?
There's no
every
room.
Fitness on the globe has.
They put it in the toilet. That was my whole point.
Mark, okay,
they got no room.
Why are the pit facilities so nice?
Of land?
That's the point. They got a lease up until 5 years from now. I think 2030, right?
Break the lease.
Well, that's maybe where you can complain about, because I think it was 10 years ago they re-upped the lease, so whoever was in charge was going to make renovations to the facility. $10 million here through adding a little addition onto the side.
Why are Pitt's facilities, to Donnie's other point, so much nicer, though?
Well, there's a reason for that, too.
What's that?
So they break it right down the middle, right? Left side, Steelers, right side, Pitt. The left side, the entire cafeteria and the entire kitchen is under the Steelers umbrella, which takes a huge piece of land, or a huge piece of real estate off of the Steelers that Pitt would have in their case. So you could, in theory, if you did not have the cafeteria or that, which they did refurbish and upgrade maybe 5-10 years ago, then the locker room gets bigger. The bottom line is, it all comes down to one thing. Everything that they got bad grades on was because they have an outdated facility that does not have any room. It was innovative 25 years ago. It's outdated right now. They have nowhere to go. They can't go up. They can't go left. They can't go right. They need a new facility. And once that new facility comes, whenever it is, within the next 5 years, then all of a sudden these grades will arise. I think it's all it is.
So that's that the strength coach then.
That's Tomlin, though. That's a Tomlin coach. That's a Tomlin hire. So how's he get an A then?
No, but
because the players. Because the players like him.
But I'm asking you, like the strength coach gets a bad grade because the facilities he has to work with, or is he just bad at his job?
You hear some rumblings on the side here, and
rumblings like, I don't know, why does he have a 36-year-old pushing a sled on the first day?
Oh, rumblings of.
But like the nutritionist got a bad grade.
The
strength coach. I mean, that has nothing to do with the age of their facilities. I wouldn't think.
Well, the strength coach is once again somebody who Tomlin hired. The nutritionist. I don't know. The majority of those guys have at least the upper echelon guys already have their nutrition guys. I mean. You saw what's his name Treader said, who I'm not the biggest fan of.
Who?
J.C. Treader.
Oh, the NFLPA president.
Yeah, he said, you know what? One thing about Art
Why don't you like J.C. Treader?
Because he tried to kick us out of the locker room.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, the one thing Art said was forgot about that. Anyway, as you were saying,
they said the one thing about Art, he's been receptive to some of the feedback that they were giving to him. He's very conservative, but it seems like they're trying to really do what's right now. It is. I mean, they hired Morehouse 5-6 years ago, and I think part of his plan was with the stadium and that they need a new facility. There's nowhere to go. It's how bad it is.
Are they going to do this in like Cranberry or Peters Township? Like, what are they doing? They're going to find. How much do they care about it being centralized so close to Acrisure Stadium?
I don't know. Probably, I would assume because. Taxes are a little different than Allegheny County than Butler County.
Wouldn't they want to move to Butler or Washington County?
Yeah, but, do they want to move out of the city? There's not really much room. They have a lot of room across the river, but I think that's all of a sudden bought up now as well. But it's really complicated because not only do they have to build a facility, they got to have an outdoor practice field and an indoor practice. So this is not something that you can snap your fingers and get done with right away. You have to have sponsors. You have to have all that type of stuff, land, everything in place. I believe, didn't he not tell Jenna Harner that this place is pretty much
maxed out is what he said.
Yes, and I think that's the case. Now, can you complain he's moving at a snail's pace of realizing that's a complaint? Okay, that's
I just sense I don't think zero urgency with it.
Yeah, now you have the urgency of the 5 years now. Something has to be done.
Mark, let's get into some of these meetings with the Steelers had at the Combine and what you think they mean. So
nothing.
Okay, so I guess I can.
Moving on to the next subject. Yes.
No, but
I like Justin Hunter. Next question.
So you don't think formal meetings matter at all?
They meet with so many guys.
But it seems like most of the guys they're meeting with formally are playing positions that they're linked to in the draft, like defensive line and wide receiver.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe they're not going to be able to get to their pro day, as in Tomlin or Omar, so they want to talk to him at that point right there. It's higher level type of guys right there as well. I mean, there's something to be read into it, but I wouldn't read too much into it because I do believe they have, 60 and plus as many times they want to have informal ones as well. I don't think that it's just – I think that they probably list their top 40 to 50 guys they want to talk to, and it just happens to be –
What do you think their number one draft priority position is right now as things stand?
It depends who you talk to. Myself, I think it's wide receiver.
What do you think it should be?
I think it should be wide receiver. I think defensive line, you can get that somewhere in a second. But I think that's 1A and 1B, receiver. And defensive
Do you think
line.
they're targeting more a defensive tackle or defensive end?
Tackle. In the best case scenario, it'd be a hybrid guy. The Hargrave guy that did start at the nose but was able to push out.
What do you think of bringing him back?
I haven't watched Javon Hargrave much in San Francisco to think if he has the juice left in him. Does he? If you watch San Francisco enough, then
that team was kind of a mess this year with injuries. So it was.
And he was hurt.
It was hard to get
this team has really a little. I'm not blaming him, but the retirement of Stephon too. That's
going back a ways, though.
I know, but he would be still a year or two younger than Cam
Do you think
Hayward,
drafting
too.
a corner in the first round is outlandish?
I don't think it's outlandish. It's something they tend to stay away from.
And something they're not good at doing.
Yeah.
So you would bet against that?
Yeah, I think Joey Porter was a guy that fell in their laps at 32. I still think has very high ceiling. If you have him as your number one and supplement around him, I think that's the best case scenario.
How about if Genty falls to them?
Depending who else is on the board.
If Genty or one of the wide receivers like Igbuka or Burden is still there.
I wouldn't take Genty.
Do you think they would, though?
Nah.
With Igbuka, by the way, I think he's listed as definitely a first-round guy, but I think among like the other first-round guys, he's seen as a little bit higher floor, lower ceiling, slightly, not by much. But also you hear great guy, like character-wise. Yeah. Do you think that they're taking that more into account now, given the way things have gone with George?
No. I think what they do I think what they do out there is try to see if they determine the guy likes football, loves football.
Do you think George loves football?
Do you remember when Jason Worlds left the team to become a Jehovah's Witness?
Jason Worlds was a very good player.
I remember asking Kevin about that. I got a one-on-one with him on this show, and he actually gave like a very detailed answer because I think they were so blindsided by it. They had ramped up their tendency to like ask guys about that.
His agent is Jason Kelsey's agent. So I was talking to him leading up to that. And they put the transition tag on it. Normally you wait for it. The guy signed it like this in a second because he knew that was going to be his meal ticket for the rest of his life right then. Signed it in a day, retired the next year.
That is craziness. How about Tyler Warren? What if he were to fall in the draft?
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Because to me, you've seen he's more than just a tight end.
If somehow he's there and Igbuka's there,
I think they take Warren, and I
think you take Warren too.
Donnie, what would you do in that situation?
Warren.
Oh, I think we're unanimous.
I take Creed Humphrey.
He'd immediately be their best tight end.
I remember talking to somebody earlier before the season. They're like, yeah, he's a second or third round pick. Now he's a top 10 to top 15 guy.
I mean, he looks like a bigger George Kittle.
The guy is a stud, and he's a guy you can just put any place too. So
is he going to be good enough that if they actually drafted him, which they won't,
would they use him?
No. Would he be so good that he wouldn't have to get Heath chants? They'd actually chant his name. That's tough. Heath is just so easy to chant.
Yeah. What is this thing going on with McAfee here in Pittsburgh?
Well, he announced, I think yesterday. When did he announce it?
Last night. You should know this.
I think the details are getting still worked out, so I don't want to talk for anything, but he's going to have a
live show here.
A down, what do you call it? At in the town.
A night at, I think.
The night at in Pittsburgh. I think it's going to be at the.
And you're not a part of this, or you might be?
And it's stages, man. Trust me. I've worked for so many newspapers in the past where you have to give them sheets of what you're going to do for the next 2 months. I know what I'm going to do with them about 4 seconds before it happens. So I've learned not to ask. When they want something, they let me know, and they let me know very
You're kind of like
quickly.
A fixer, like Michael Clayton in that movie.
Have you had like a 6-month review with McAfee where he sat you down and he's asked
You're funny.
He's talked to you about your job performance there?
You're funny.
If he did have a 6-month review, would he just sit you down and say, Mark, you've been a dog?
Mark, way more talk of your kids' craps. That's what the people are asking for.
He did block it up yesterday. Yeah, he had to. Well, I think,
Is he going to have like a Joe DiMaggio kind of streak with clogging toilets?
We had a little issue, and now we had to.
You need to get one of those, like the bathrooms.
I don't think I want to go that deep into it.
The bathrooms here have those like commercial flush toilets that like really get that water moving. You just need to special order one of those things. But then I think your son, it sounds like, would just take that as a challenge.
Well, he met Pony the other day, and what did I say? I said, this is the guy who always talks about you blocking up the toilet on the air.
And he was thrilled about that.
He was pumped?
Yeah. He looks at it as a badge of honor, I think.
That's what. So, I mean, I guess if
Mark when he tells you he does it, he's not sad and depressed. He's excited, right?
Very excited. Well, he got a lot of old notches on the belt from that.
It's like Karate Kid. He's like black belt status with that.
2nd degree.
All right. Segment brought to you by Boyd & Blair Vodka, proud sponsor of the Fan 15th anniversary, and now proud sponsor of the Donnie Football Debrief. Mark, thank you.
I was just going to say, I thought he wasn't Donnie Football anymore.
It's a seasonal name.
Donnie Chedrick right now.
He goes back to football once we get to
the draft.
Training camp. Yeah,
no, the draft.
When do you think will be the official date of that? When training camp opens, you'll go back to football, or
so late July.
Okay.
If the Pirates get off to an absolutely roaring start, do you go with Donnie baseball?
No, that's Mattingly.
But would you delay going back to football because baseball would be such a big topic?
Pirates
if we're in September,
Pirates
they're
are
playing
leading
real
the
games.
NL Central by 2 games on September 1st.
I think you stick with Chedrick.
As like a good luck charm.
Yeah. He's like torn in 2 directions. This is Donnie No, it's Donnie Chedrick.
I looked on X. I'm like, who's this Donnie Chedrick guy? I'm like, oh, shoot. It's Donnie Football. I think you need to embrace the Donnie Football. I mean, football is a 24/7, 365, Donnie. It's not seasonal.
I know, but I think he's trying to show management that he can do it all.
He'll be Donnie Hockey one of these days.
All right, coming up next, more scouting combine scuttlebutt on the Steelers. Open Phone Friday, TGIF, the hodgepodge, all on the way. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Here's a message from Mulsey about doing it.
Thank you, Pony. It is. Yes, it's a message about that because it's about BlueChew. Fellas, it's okay to admit that you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom, and BlueChew can help you with that. BlueChew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. If you don't like swallowing pills, nothing to worry about. They are in chewable form. And because BlueChew is an online prescription service, you do not have to deal with that awkward conversation or that trip to the doctor's office or standing in line at the pharmacy. None of that. It ships to your front door and in discreet packaging. No 2 guys are the same, so guess what? The licensed medical providers are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Trust me, too, on this one. Even if they don't say so, your partner wants you to do this. If you're ready for a great offer, how about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
College basketball is at its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. Listen, I've been talking about St. John's for a while right now. Just saw them play UConn. They seem to have the toughness and ability to get far. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-747-7676. 800-747-7676. Again, that's 800-747-7676.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Still getting around to that fix on your car?
You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You know what pain is? There's two different types of pain. There's mental pain and it's physical pain. You know what revenge is. Revenge is when somebody hurts you and you get them back. That's revenge. Revenge is when you sick the dog on them. Let them go bite them. They got you into that accident. Let the dog go bite them. Top Dog's his name. He's out for top dollar. Out to get him back. He's out for top dollar. Trying to erase that mental pain. Turn it into money. Trying to erase that physical pain. Turn it into money. Medical malpractice, car accidents. You make the call. Top Dog Law.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
The accident has been cleared in the outbound lanes of the Liberty Bridge, but you're still seeing delays on the southbound side of Crosstown Boulevard stretching all the way across the Veterans Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, big hockey weekend. Penguins hosting 2 games against the Bruins Saturday afternoon at 3, and then the Maple Leafs Sunday afternoon at 1. Back-to-back. Expect Ned and Blomqvist to play. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Yeah. Ouch.
7 a.m. waking up in the morning, gotta be fresh, gotta go downstairs, gotta have my bowl, gotta have cereal, seeing everything, the time is going, ticking on and on, everybody's rushing, gotta get down to the bus stop, gotta catch my bus, I see my friends, kicking in the front seat, sitting in the back seat, gotta make my mind up, which seat can I take? It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Friday, getting down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Partying.
Yeah.
Partying.
Yeah.
Fun.
Looking forward to the weekend.
15-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. It had been a while since we heard Rebecca Black.
You seemed a little
Happy
bit...
to have her back in the fold.
You seemed a little bit still underwhelmed. I think you're still trying to battle through.
We should try to get her on. We've got Seth, who's supposed to be big game hunting in addition to MILF hunting as a producer here. By the way, so put him to work here and see if he can get in touch with her, because is there another show in America that plays Rebecca Black on Friday after all these years of her one-hit wonder?
No, I don't think there is, Pony.
I did get a text from the Riverhounds today. I'm going to read it to you guys. Hey, Pony, it's Ryan from the Riverhounds. Hope all is well. Just a heads up that we have Jake the Snake Roberts coming this season. Figured I'd let you know. And we said we can connect closer to the game, so he wants to get Jake the Snake Roberts.
I feel like I would just tell you not to
in
participate
studio.
in that interview, and Donnie and I would handle it.
I think he'd be great. You still got to work on Kurt Angle. What's going on there?
I know. I dropped the ball
or
there.
Is that the same thing as like the Judge Donnie hair and
No. I can show you the
gown?
actually, I can show you receipts for all of them. I can show you literal receipts from purchasing the Judge Donnie stuff.
Produce the receipts now.
It's on my computer at home.
Oh.
And I can show.
Is that computer at home also in Canada or something? Is that like a Canadian girlfriend?
And
Windows 98.
And I can show you the emails. I can show you the emails from Kurt's people. All right. So tomorrow at the Combine, the wide receivers workout. Mark tried to poo-poo the formal meetings. The vast majority of the people the Steelers have sat down with more than just a, hey, how are you? And they want to spend serious time with formal versus informal. Formal, much more time. You can ask quarterbacks to draw out plays for you and stuff like that. We hear stories all the time about some of the ridiculous questions that get asked by teams to players at the Combine. All of the first-round wide receivers the Steelers have met with. So they're doing their due diligence and they're doing their homework on that position. Mark just said in here earlier this hour that he thinks that is the number one draft need. Wide receiver. That they can't have 2024. They can't have history repeat itself here.
They got burned last year.
They got burned bad, man.
And I think they knew it.
They got burned big time. And the one wide receiver they used a decent pick on never played because he got hurt in training camp, and then they felt
now
like
he's already in the doghouse,
yes.
too. I mean, they literally did something that we hardly ever see them do, and that's had their in-house writer
not knowledgeable enough on
crush him.
On their plays and their playbook and what they were doing offensively. Exactly.
It is, I mean, I think two things can be true here. I think they can be right to do this, and I can also just feel like, man, it's also just such like an obvious, like they're so stung by what happened last year. That doesn't mean they're wrong to do it. They are in the right to prioritize this position, but why does it always, Pony, have to be a reaction by them? You know what I mean? Like it's frustrating that they reacted to their own failures. Oh, wow, we had to see it. Like, we made a bad pick. We could have had Jalen McMillan. We butchered the Ayuk thing at the end, or Ayuk